Is that powered? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 BUKC 24-hour. We can see our drivers now getting ready to jump into these go-karts for 24 hours worth of racing. I am Reeve Taylor in the comms box, joined by Jake here. Hello, Jake.
Hello. Nice to see everyone. Everyone's lining up. It is going to be a frantic start, classic Le Mans start. The sun has come out after a bit of rain, and the engines are firing up already, so we will be going quite soon.
We will indeed. These drivers, as you can see, facing their cars on the opposite side of the circuit, poised and ready to leap into action here. This is a crucial part of the race weekend. Obviously, we've just had Super Pole, that is fast out lap, get your fast lap in, and then in. And yeah, we're ready to go racing. Obviously, you can make a few seconds here if you get into the car quickly enough, can't you?
You can make a few seconds and you can lose a few as well. I think a couple of years ago I ended up in the gravel at the end of turn one, so it's important to try and make up some places, but it's a long, long race.
It is indeed. It's not going to be one on lap one, so let's see how it goes. We had the threat of a bit of poor weather earlier on in qualifying. About 10 minutes worth of the Super Bowl qualifying was in, I'm going to call it damp conditions. It seemed to have picked up with a bit of sunshine, which is nice to see. It wouldn't be a Teesside 24-hour without some rain, so hopefully we get some good weather and we are good to go racing in just a moment by the looks of things. Everyone has had their pictures taken. Everyone can hear us at the track as well, so a quick wave to the comms box, everyone. Hello. There we go. We got about 3 people there. That'll do. Either way, we are good to go in just a few moments. I suspect the cart's all firing up. Silence has disappeared from this Teesside Autodrome circuit, and now for the next 24 hours, we're just going to hear the sound of these twin-engine go-karts navigating their way through this 2.1 kilometre circuit, the longest, in fact, the longest dedicated karting venue in Europe.
Big push from your man who started your engines. And yeah, you end up waiting here a lot longer than you hope you would as well. So the nerves do really start to build.
Absolutely. The moment just hits all of a sudden. The drivers are waiting for a green flag, a bit of a whistle as well. That indicates that we are under racing conditions and ready to go for 24 whole hours. There we go. We're just hearing some instructions from the course stewards there. The drivers pushing the cart and needing to make sure that they do not cross the white line and don't find themselves in the middle of the racetrack, obviously, because there's plenty of carts here. And you don't want to find yourself in the midst of the brawl at the start of lap one, but we are ready to go here. Look at those pushers poised and ready to go racing in just a second. I'm liking some of the tactics already. We're seeing people just kind of chilling out, just kind of wait. Yeah, I'll wait for the moment to come, and then there's others already pretty much halfway across the track and ready to sprint into action.
He's got his hands behind his back. That's very relaxed. Look like we're going to get underway very soon.
And we are leaping into the kart, and it's 24 hours of racing here at the Teesside Autodrome is underway. Everyone getting away pretty well, all in all. I would say a couple of stragglers towards the back there, but our karts are off and ready to go for 24 hours of racing.
Someone off already. End of turn one. That's not too bad of a crash. I'll get that going again.
Yeah, this is the most compact you're going to see the field for the entire of this event there. Our front runners, they're already building themselves up a nice little gap here in the midst of some elbows out action. It's going to be a bit of a sprint, I suspect, in the first few laps. We've seen some nice times coming in the Super Bowl qualifying. You're looking around about the 21s, 22s seem to be the average pace that our top-end drivers were managing. We see the run down the long sweeping straight and into the S's. We go here. Prime overtaking opportunities are on this part of the track as you head into Sector 2. Dust across the circuit, though, as a few drivers just going a bit too far over those curbs, I think. We are back underway. Everyone is pointing in the right direction, but some time lost early on. It is not one on lap one. You want to make sure that the car is still pointing in the right direction. It's still got a chain attached. The axle's not banana-shaped, and you can carry on for the rest of the race. So it is an endurance race, not a sprint, guys.
It's very easy to say that, but lap one in a kart race, you're going to race people. You tone it down a little bit to normal, but it's still racing. And we had someone airborne during the chicane on that first lap, but mostly everyone's through okay. I don't think anyone has dropped too far back.
These drivers they might have had Friday practice, and then in these cars in particular, they've
not too big of gaps forming at the moment, but
No, see, nice consistent pace from most in the field at the moment. You can, of course, if you are wanting to follow along exactly what some of these drivers are doing, you can follow along with our live timing. Results.alphatiming.co.uk. You can see exactly what each kart is doing, sector by sector, what their previous laps have looked like, how many penalties they've picked up, and all of those juicy details there. You can also see the results from the previous round. You got the likes of Exeter, who had a strong showing in the previous year's running. They obviously took the win. The Miles Shelby squad, that is a name I recognise, that is going to be here in this year's race as well. They came home in the top 5. They'll be hoping to push on and see if they can get onto that all-elusive podium.
Yes, yeah, we've had the last 3 years, Dublin have won twice. So I'm not sure if they do have a team this year. If they do, it's not their usual name. But they are always ones to look out for. But we do have some very, very strong drivers out there who are... A lot of them have done a lot of these 24-hour races, a lot of BUKC. They're very competent. But, yeah, we're starting to see... Yeah, this pack of 6 is definitely breaking away at the front. And they're all keeping it nice and calm for now. Settled in nicely.
Yep, that is Johnny Pinder in the Ringo Kart team kart there. That is Liverpool's B squad from the BUKC season overall. That, obviously, I can't be too biased to my hometown, my home university, but I must say, in terms of the challenge that we're going to have later on for best team names, Paul Go-Kartney, Ringo Kart, John Lemon, which is a little bit iffy, and George Harris Spin. There's some strong entries there. I mean, overall, there's some really interesting team names, shall we say, but we won't repeat all of them as we head on to the next lap. And now the leader just starting to build up a few kart lengths gap there, and that kart in P2 is already going to be thinking about, do I forget about the race lead for now, at least this early on? Do I focus on instead making sure I can keep those karts behind? You don't want to start dropping back because this mid-pack is still pretty close, all things considered.
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge. You have to not let anyone try and battle you too hard because then you lose a lot of time. But at the same place, obviously, it's the start of the race. You're going to want to keep your position so you can see the leader. It's a very tricky decision to make, but in these early stages, there will be a little bit of battling. But I don't think they will lose too much time as they are sort of jostling for position quite a lot.
They are, but as you say, time's still looking good. Mid-22s at the front end of the field at the moment. Coventry A there into 9th position on the road. 121.8 on that last lap, so already looking quite strong. A time in the stint as well when the cars are going to be at their heaviest. You've got about 10-ish kilos of fuel on board the cart. The minimum drive weight I should add 80 kilos. So if you're under that, you've got to get some lead or maybe some more alternative kind of solutions to extra weight if the lead posts aren't quite enough for some of our smaller drivers.
Burgers, maybe.
Yep, burgers, always a very good shout there. But yeah, 121.8 there from Coventry. We have our first contact warning as well. Only one so far. I shouldn't have said that early on. That is the commentator's curse already in effect there, so I do apologise.
It already happened, yeah. It's okay. That's quite impressive considering, I mean, I think there's a bit of an amnesty for the first couple laps because obviously there's 53.
As soon as we say that, another contact warning coming in there for Paul Go-Kartney. That is the Liverpool A squad there. So less than ideal.
I'm quite lucky in this case because my team, Warwick, don't actually have a team this year, so I've got no one to curse.
I see, and I'm sure Paul Go-Kartney, after that contact warning, will just be trying to let it be.
Definitely. One of the worst things that can happen to you in this race is penalties. Very easy to stack up quickly over the course of a few hours, and getting too many penalties or getting something severe normally means a stop-go in the pits, which is a huge blow to your progress. It's incredibly hard to make that back up. So you really need to be careful and clean, and be careful on the warnings as well, because they do stack up.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a given in 24-hour racing that you're going to have. So I think you should always go into it expecting some type of issue, some type of slowdown in the pits, maybe an unlikely event of a mechanical issue with the cart, although these carts are maintained rather fastidiously, I must say. They are kept to a pretty high standard, but it does mean that you've got to have the idea that you are going to have a few issues, so you can't be picking up penalties. It's only going to make it worse.
Very easy. Normally in these early stages, you don't get too many of those issues. It's normally overnight that you do see carts tend to drop off. There's a lot of heavy curbs here, so you get a lot of chains breaking. Sometimes the engine cuts out and the driver can't start it. There's a lot of things that can happen. So as well as driving cleanly around yourself and other drivers, you have to be careful of all of the curbs, everything like that. One bad mistake could mean a few minutes.
It could indeed, and you really can't afford a few minutes. I remember a couple of couple of years back. It wasn't the case in 2024. That was a 7-lap lead to victory. It was for Exeter, but there have been cases when it comes down to the last lap. I was thinking about. I can't even, to be honest, I've completely forgotten the year, but it involved the Birmingham kart. I know that much, and it was a very close finish towards the end.
I think 2 years ago there was the top 4 were all on the same. Well, the first was in the lead by 7 laps, and then second, third, fourth, all on the same lap at the end of 24 hours.
Yeah, so you cannot afford to pick up a lap here or there with a stop-go penalty.
So there's been a bit of action that we've missed. A lot of dust being kicked up, but no one going off too badly. I've been noticing with that dust at the exit of the chicane, it's a very easy place to get forced off of because there's only really one line through the chicane, and you don't want to hit the curbs as well. So it's basically a kart length of a line, and if you mess it up there, you're straight on the grass. But in today's case, that's dust. So
it is. We go 3 wide here, down towards the banked corner. That is not something that you see all too often in 24-hour racing. We are early on, so we are going to see quite a bit of action here before we drop back in to our hairpins, and all negotiated pretty well, it must be said. The kart with the big pink Bigfoot there. I can't quite make out the number from this distance there, but that is a vibrant. That's the number 1 actually. So there we go.
There you go. It's showing up very, very well on the stream. I like it.
Yeah.
I do have a favourite already, which I'm not going to mention yet.
Okay, I've got a few contenders.
My favourite, I might be suing for copyright issues because it looks like my helmet.
I see.
But yeah, all of the teams get to design their Bigfoot, which is it's called a Nassau panel normally on the karts, but they've got the big dome-shaped Nassau panel called the Bigfoot, and they get to design them whatever they want. Normally you end up putting it on before. It's normally quite with a few beers.
Yeah, I
so
have
normally
been,
they're not stuck on very well, but it's good fun getting to design it, and we do have some very good designs out there this year. A couple of Lightning McQueen ones.
Yes,
that one was very good.
Piqued my interest there. A couple of the typical Top Gear memery I did see. A bit of James Behringer.
Always.
No, it was Richard Hammond. Sorry, that was I saw a Richard
Well,
Hammond one.
A couple. We'll have to look out. Who have your Liverpool squad got?
They've gone boring. They've just gone. They've gone for simple. They've just got, well, I say simple. It looked good, I must say. They've had them professionally done. But
nice.
It hasn't quite got the charm of. I remember a couple of years back at a race that I was involved in. It was a hotel night before job with some duct tape. It came out awfully.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
I've not seen too many. You are allowed LEDs, which normally last not until it gets dark.
No, they're broken before they're actually visible. There are rules and regulations, but you can't have them flashing. There's certain colours you can't have, obviously. But you are allowed to have some LEDs as long as they are safe and mounted to the cart properly. Not
for long, though, usually. So don't be too surprised if you don't see any or want some that are broken. But again, lead pack still very close. And they've actually got another pack catching up. I think the lead pack is now 9 carts, if I count correctly, all within a couple seconds of each other, which is no one's really breaking away, and everyone is very consistently sort of in the low 22s, high 21s, which is very, very good pace. Yeah, it's remarkable stuff from the Coventry A squad. They've just been slowly but surely picking their way up through the field. 121.5 best lap, and pretty much matching that on that last lap as well. So just a slight edge of pace in the mid-pack, the upper midfield, I'd say, compared to our race leaders at the moment. It's the 2 Liverpool squads, actually, of Paul Gokartney and Ringo Kart leading this race at the moment. We've got Harrispin in that pack as well in 6th. Yeah. But yeah, the Coventry kart, that is being driven by Ed Pozo. He's been competing in the BUKC for a few years now, but he is an absolute monster in those karts, incredibly dangerously consistent. One of those people that will just bang in a few laps, be faster than everyone else. So that pace doesn't, and he's gone faster as we're talking about. In 121.4 now, which is 4/10 up on anyone else, I think. 26th on the grid they started, and they've worked their way up into 8th. This early on, this is exactly what you need to do if you're trying to recover from a less than ideal qualifying. As we discussed earlier, a bit of rain in qualifying, and it's just the luck of the draw, really, isn't it? Those karts that got out really early on in the session are going to have the faster times because about halfway through, rainfall hit the track. So there're going to be a few karts out of position, and we're seeing a few drivers doing a really impressive job at the moment of working their way up, as we say. Coventry impressing there. You do tend to get, even if it was the same conditions, one flying lap. If you make one tiny mistake or one very big one, you drop down so much because we've got so many karts. The margins are very fine, And doing one lap is a very long track. There's a lot of places to make mistakes. It's fine once you're practicing, once you're settled into the race, but that one lap is very, very hard to get right.
Yeah. Consistency is certainly key, and another thing that the drivers are going to be getting refamiliarised with is these karts themselves are very different to the Club 100 karts they've been driving all season. They've been used to, relatively to these karts at least, pretty lightweight karts with nice high revving two-stroke engines, and they're jumping into karts that are near enough makes a difference, a quarter of a ton with
Yes.
the driver in two engines which are torquey, grunty, but yeah, they certainly do behave differently, these karts, to the Club 100 karts that they are used to.
They're certainly a lot more forgiving. It's very easy to bog down in the Club 100
Yes.
karts. The two-stroke engines are very peaky, so especially through these hairpin sections with that extra torque, if you're not on the accelerator too early, then you are forgiven a bit. And like you say, they do have a lot of grunt. And we have our first black flag, but not for a fault of their own.
Yeah, mechanical for Yuki Spinoda there.
Oh,
That is the number 10 kart. You have to be careful with some of these names because you worry about libel. But I think we'll get away with Yuki Spinoda, to be fair.
Say his name.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Yuki Spinoda there with a mechanical, and that will just be likely scenario is obviously qualifying. You're pushing the kart a bit, maybe a bit of brawling early on on lap on as well. The mechanics have spotted something, the observers have spotted something that we just need to jump in for a couple of minutes at most, perhaps, and check over to make sure that a piece of bodywork's not loose, there's not an issue with the tyres, not an issue with the brakes that they've detected from the side of the track. And all things going well, it should be a couple of minutes and you're back out on track.
Yeah. It's nice not knowing the black flag is for you, but having one nonetheless is a bit of a gut punch this early, but there's plenty of time to make that time back up.
Exactly. There's going to be so many different phases of this race. It doesn't need to be one now. I mean, it certainly helps if you manage to build yourself up a lap in the first hour and a half, 2 hours. That can make a huge difference. But it can certainly be one later on into the evening. Of course, halfway through the race, we're going to have the service part of the race, which is when the tyres will get, when the karts will get a fresh set of front tyres on, when everything will be checked over on the kart, and the drivers can use the opportunity to obviously have a bit of a driver change. And yeah, we'll head into the second day of racing, so to speak, in the Sunday morning, when hopefully the weather holds out for us. We were predicted some pretty awful weather at the start of this race, but it seems to have turned around. So hopefully this continues. Can we have a Teesside 24-hour with no rain? I'm going to say it. Cat, our timekeeper's looking ominously on as I say, no, I think let's see if we can have it with no rain. We had it in qualifying, so maybe that we've just been threatened with it. We'll be fine.
Well, I think you put the nail in the coffin there.
Probably.
Makes
Makes it more interesting for us, though, doesn't it? Because we're
true.
warm and dry here.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I'm enjoying the sunshine though. I'm sure the drivers are as well. It can get very hot in those karts though with those two engines, because there's two of the engines. They do sit very close to you. Obviously, it's not like your back's burning, but you definitely do feel the warmth, and that can get to you a bit.
Yeah, it can, especially if you're like me and you're rather unfit. That means about half an hour in, you're checked out.
Yeah, it's a very, very physical race, this. You do
Yeah.
get a big variance in the amount of people racing for the teams. Teams are allowed to enter anywhere between 2 and 12 drivers. I don't know how. People have done 2 before.
Brave.
Lord knows how. But, yeah, you tend to get teams with between 5 and 9 drivers is the typical average. So you're doing a lot of stints. Gets very tiring. You're running on pretty much no sleep. I doubt they would have got much last night. They had to be at the track early this morning. And likely some of them are going to be getting maybe 2-3 hours sleep last night. So this is the best they're going to get.
Yeah, it's a proper display of teamwork, is this race, because you might have, say, 8 or 9 hours between 2 stints that you're taking part in. But during that time, you're going to be in the pit lane. You're going to be supporting your other drivers. You're going to be doing runs to the cafe and getting lots of burgers for everyone, that sort of thing. So, or even doing runs to and from hotels. I remember being assigned as hotel taxi in 1 year, and it's an important job. It takes a while. So yeah, not much sleep on offer for many of our competitors today, I suspect.
No. But race is definitely settling down. Seeing a lot more spread, none of the 3 wide battles that we had about 10 minutes ago, but also everyone keeping it very clean. I'm very impressed at the moment, and I've just cursed it.
Yeah, we do have a curb warning on the system at the moment for BUKC Motorsports, so naughty BUKC Motorsports. That's, yeah, you need to avoid those curbs. They are very harsh on the kart.
Yeah.
Think about your sprockets, think about your axles, think about your brakes. I remember 2024. I did a little bit of damage to the go-kart over a sausage curb.
It's all right, we all have. But there's I think 3 or 4 different corners on this track where if you get it wrong, then the kart will be airborne. We're going side by side over the hill here.
Yeah, we actually saw, but speaking of airborne there, we saw a little bit there. I think that was from potentially there. That was George Harris spin there. That is the number 22 kart there, looking like that was heading up towards the hill through Sector 1, heading down onto the back straight. We've got to make sure we don't get too much of that early on, otherwise you will be suffering for the rest of the race.
It's a very important corner to get right, and it's not
tricky.
Very tricky. It's very hard to get right, but battling through it. If you get a bad run coming off of there, then you are on track. It's a very, very long straight. Obviously, these cars, they don't exactly top out, but they tend to sort of even out near the end of it. They're getting a bad exit off of that tricky corner. We're going 3 wide into the hairpin, sorry. It's getting very tricky going into the corners. There's a lot of moves going in where you wouldn't quite expect.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is just a difference in strategy and how people are approaching the race here, because the banked corner, you can gain quite a lot of time if you really fling the kart in and push on, but you're going to mother the front tyres by doing that. You're going to absolutely knacker the tyres if you keep that momentum up. So I think what we're seeing is drivers perhaps just pegging it back a little bit at the moment versus drivers who are thinking, I need to get my way through the grid and get ourselves in a good position. And the first stint of the race is the stint to be remedying any issues in qualifying, so it could be a good use of a bit of mechanical grip of the kart to do that. But it, as you say, it does give us these interesting moments on track where we're starting to see a convergence of pace from the karts.
Very much so. And I've just noticed the man we were talking about earlier, Ed Pozo, is up to 2nd, overtaken. That pack is still quite close, but he's managed to move through it quite cleanly. And they're moving along very nicely, building a big gap to those in the double-digit positions. But they're staying very calm and pulling a very good gap out front, but I don't think it's going to be very long until Coventry
approaching
is in the lead.
Yes, they have just overtaken Paul Gokartney there, 121.2, the best lap of the race so far, held by Coventry. Really pushing on well are the Coventry. Got 26 on the grid, up into 2nd in the first 20 minutes. That is impressive running from Coventry there. Let's see what they can do for the rest of this race. I'll be very intrigued to see what their strategy is looking like now. Have they got their quick driver in who's just going to go in for a stint and just treat it like a bit of a sprint almost to get themselves back up into the front end of the running? We'll see how things shape up.
I imagine he will be in the kart quite a few times during
Possibly,
this race.
yes.
If I was their captain, I would put him there. So, yes, do expect to see that orange helmet back again. But I believe Liverpool is actually in the lead. I'm not sure our timing is correct, because there is a Liverpool suit out in front. So maybe Paul Gokartney is still in the lead. Yes,
we'll see them. Yeah, they are still heading around. That is Lewis Jackson there in the Paul Gokartney kart, starting the next lap. And so still leading this race, but certainly feeling that pressure now. You're going to be very much aware that there's a Coventry kart behind 0.4 a second faster each lap, closing down upon you. Although they have slowed down now, everyone in the top 5 is running at 21.8, so they are attached to each other pretty much at this point, working together potentially or putting that pressure on. We'll see what it ends up being as we run up through Sector 1 now, climbing up the elevation before it drops all the way back down along the back straight once more.
Very closely grouped, these three. These three are starting to break away a little bit. Look like they're working together. Doesn't look like any moves are going to come during the chicane. It is not really a place you want to overtake. Maybe this early on in the race. But, and we have a move. There he is in the lead, having to defend during the second hairpin. But that is Coventry into first, but Liverpool sticking with them. And Swansea waiting for something to happen. They're very close, tucked in behind.
Coventry taking the lead, and as we head through the banked right-hander, Liverpool looking over one shoulder, thinking that here is Swansea putting that pressure on, but instead actually staying attached to the back bumper of the Coventry kart now as we run through the hairpin into that final sector. It is pretty much anyone's game. This is a 3-kart battle for the lead, folks, as we get ready to start the next lap. We are watching these karts fly past our comms box now. Fantastic positioning for this comms box, I must say. We can see so much of the track, so much of the action going on out there, and at the moment it is Coventry who have taken the lead from 26th on the grid. A remarkable drive so far.
Like we said, you can't win the race on lap 1, but lap 16, they are winning.
still over 23.5 hours to go to
Very
determine
long
that
way.
just yet.
Yes.
But it has been a great drive so far for the Coventry squad.
Still very close. They're all doing very consistent lap times. They are starting to spread out a little bit more now. The lap before last, they were all within 1/10 of each other, which is impressive running. You tend to settle into a rhythm, especially when you're this close. Tend to follow the car in front, whether you take different lines or not. You tend to stay quite close and end up doing the same times, which is very important in these races, to settle down, work with each other, not mental effort as well, not worrying too much about, do I need to make a move? You just settle in, work with the people around you, and you end up making a lot of progress from doing that.
Yeah, if you can set leading pace while not really thinking about it, you're in a very good position in this race, particularly early on. If you can show that, you know what, I'm happy with the kart, I'm happy that we're going to be able to keep going at this pace for a decent amount of time, it means that, yeah, you're in a really good stead. As we're seeing, how far back are we looking down the order then? We have, of course, 52 karts out on track at the moment. We're seeing 23s, 24s. So in terms of field spread, really not bad, all things considered. 2 seconds covering 50 karts. That's pretty impressive stuff.
You do tend to have the quicker drivers out at the start. Not always, but obviously it's the start of the race. Your quicker drivers more likely to be able to make those moves and move up through the grid. But, like you say, very, very close. And if you can keep that consistently, you will end up chipping away time at people, especially if you stay consistent and don't have any mechanical problems. That is the key. Obviously, that is something that's mostly out of your control.
It depends, really. It depends how well you treat the car, I suppose, doesn't it? If you're able to keep that consistency up whilst also not hammering the curbs, while not riding the brakes too much, and the car is just going to be pretty comfortable in terms of delivering. So, yeah, I'd say it's a 50-50. Obviously, there is that, you know, the element of luck which does hit, 50 cars and they're all hand-built. It can be a case that something can go wrong, but for the most part, they are pretty capable machines for the job, I'd say. So let's see how it goes for a few of our drivers. I'm just looking onwards. Well, I'd say it's getting a little bit grayer at the moment. The sun has slightly
behind the clouds.
Yeah.
Yes, no rain forecast as far as I'm aware. I'm going to have a little check. But at the moment, it's nice and dry. It's a very, very, very good conditions. Not too hot. It's been nice and sunny. Obviously, it did rain very briefly earlier, but the track, as far as we can see, is completely dry. These are dry times.
Yeah, even during the night, it shouldn't dip lower than 15 degrees. Of course, we run this event on the longest day of the year. We get as much daylight running as possible by running it this time of year.
My favourite day of the year.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that everyone's thinking about in the back of their mind, isn't it? Obviously, you have the BUKC season to negotiate first. Everyone enjoys that sprint racing format. Everyone, there's definitely a lot of fun to be able to sprinting across the country, going to all the different venues, and thoroughly enjoyed being at those events, streaming it when we can alongside John Ratcliffe as well. That was great fun, but everyone, I think every team, is already at the start of the season. As soon as the previous 24 finishes, they're thinking about the strategies and how they're going to improve upon the next 24 for the year after.
100%. There's so many things you can do. Pit stops being one of them that people focus on the most, because you end up seeing people, the strategies they use, you think, we're not doing that. Very hard to get used to it. Starting these engines isn't always the easiest thing. That tends to be the thing that people struggle with. And it's very hard to get them started when you're out there on your own. So things like that, improving here and there, is crucial. And that is what the teams at the front will be getting right over everyone else, because they'll be saving 10, maybe 20 seconds over most people in the pits if it's clean and it's executed well.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, for example, the big strategy change that the Liverpool D squad made was not having me drive for them. I think that has made a huge improvement for their chances in terms of this race. That should be pretty substantial. But we're still looking on at this front-end battle as we go side by side at the top end of the circuit there. Ringo Kart versus Swansea there.
And they're starting to lap the field already, which 25 minutes in. You can see how the field spread. It will start to get a bit more jumbled up now. It's worth looking at the Alpha Timing website. You get an idea of where all the karts are. You can mark them as well if you follow in a certain team.
Yeah, this website updated this year. Results.alphatiming.co.uk. Fantastic piece of kit to monitor what is going on out on track. And yeah, we can see pretty much everything that is going on there. But yeah, if we're having people jumping into the pits this early, usually it's indicative of some type of issue, some type of the driver's not comfortable. Maybe it could be something as simple as, I don't know, the rib protectors, you've forgotten them and you just want to get out of the car or something like that. The refueling bay is open, I believe, 5 laps after the race starts.
Correct.
Which you don't have much reason to refuel that early on unless you're really throttle happy, which would be impressive to go through about 10 kilos worth of fuel that early on. But it does open if you so choose. But yeah, there's no real reason to be jumping into the pits this early on.
No, the carts are filled up before the Super Pole, and they last anywhere between, I think, an hour and 45 is the general cut-off. A little bit shorter than some races. I know Buckmore 24, you tend to have 2.5-hour stints, but they top out 150 is kind of pushing it. It's quite hard to see the fuel on some of these, especially at night time with the clouded up fuel tanks. So you don't want to risk it too much. Running out of fuel, have to get pushed all the way around the track, and that's a dire situation to be in.
It is indeed. Part of the reason why the stints are a little bit shorter is just because so much of this lap is spent at wide open throttle.
Yeah.
You are hammering through the fuel in these carts. Two engines are going to burn through a fairly decent amount of fuel at this fast of a circuit.
I think there's only 4 or 5 corners where you're actually braking for as well. So even if you're not full throttle, you are part throttle, coasting, things like that. It's only the sort of tight hairpins and the first corner that you really end up braking for. So a lot of this is done on full throttle. Leaders coming through, they've started, the front 2 definitely started to break away.
Yeah, and this is going to become a crucial moment in this race now. This is going to be our first bit of traffic management. I think we should have a bingo card for how many times we say your typical endurance racing cliches. So traffic management goes on there. But now is the chance for the drivers to show that their racecraft is top-notch, because it's one thing to lap well, but when you've got lapped traffic to negotiate, which means generally it's a slower cart in front of you, you're going to have to work your way, pick your moments very carefully indeed. You've got to make sure that you keep in check on the Coventry cart out in front of the case of the Paul Gokhartney squad. But also, you just got to make sure you get past without putting yourself in a dangerous situation, because this early on in the race, one botched move on a cart a lap down, you're going to find yourself on the same lap as that cart.
Yes, exactly. It's a very good point, actually, because the margins are a lot less at the start of the race. By the time we get sort of 12 hours in, you're going to have a couple laps maybe in front and behind you, so a mistake technically doesn't really cost you as much. But if you go off here, waste 20 seconds, that's still probably a good 10 places that you end up losing. But as I'm looking now, Coventry are definitely starting to break away. They're moving through the traffic a lot quicker. There's 3 carts in between them and Liverpool now, and where you get the lap traffic this early on, they're still battling for position, so they're probably not looking at you. They might not have radios, they might not realise you're in second. You end up getting a mixed bag and end up racing really anyway.
Some of that traffic wasn't traffic. That was a Swansea cart in the midst there as well, picking their opportunity and working their way through up into second position now. Swansea in second, Paul Gokhartney down into third. The Liverpool squad's at 1.12, now dropping down to 3/4. It's Coventry and Swansea's time to shine. But Coventry, as you say, 0.8 of a second leading this race. Now, that is not a big margin at all, realistically. It's a couple of cart lengths, but we'll see how that develops later on into this race. It's just impressive to see that Coventry now just starting to show that they're looking a little bit more comfortable. Let's not forget, 26th on the grid into the race lead within the first half an hour. We are 31 minutes into this 24-hour event. Plenty to talk about already, and I'm sure further developments still yet to come.
100%. We just, as you were talking, one of the carts in the lead group off on the chicane, but managed to keep it together. Driver behind, not too happy. You can probably see that on the stream. And that was... I can't see who that is. The numbers are very small on these carts. You'll have to excuse us slightly.
Yeah, the sun's got away, but it's quite bright, so it means I actually see the numbers. The numbers are this neon yellow, which is great because at night it means stewards and marshals can see what numbers, so they can tell you off when you're heading around the track. But it does also mean they reflect light quite well, and it can be quite tricky to see sometimes. I suppose we could just look outside. We've got a massive window.
I was waiting for them to come round. My eyesight's not bad, but it's definitely not that good. I can't see around to the banking. But that was Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast. Not something I was expected to say today.
Strong team name.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's some very strong entries this year. There's a lot of them.
We can't say. A lot of them we can't say.
It is worth noting we are not allowed to actually say the full name of some of yours, so apologies for that. But there's also some that are just the team name from the BUKC, which I'm disappointed at. This is your chance to make a
half
joke.
Half of me is disappointed, but the actual sensible person inside is going, that's great, I can refer back to what they've done this season because I know who they are.
True, and we can actually say it.
Yeah, that is also the case. Although some of you who've watched the BUKC streams throughout the year and years gone by, you'll know that I struggle to pronounce some of them anyway, so maybe not.
They are tricky. I will give you that.
There's some universities where you're trying to rattle it off on the grid. It's I'll just give up and just swipe past them. I'm liking never overtake Sheffield. That's a good instruction for the rivals around there.
Yeah, especially UEA. They're always a tricky one.
Yeah, UEA, UEAA, UEAB. If you're saying that, well, it's really quick.
Hertfordshire,
Yeah.
Herefordshire. They don't make it easy for us, do they? Be good. Very nice if we could name our own teams in the BUKC. I don't think it's a good idea, but I liked it.
That'll be a terrible idea.
I am slightly annoyed as well as someone has copied our name from last year, albeit very well with the Piston Cup reference. But, yeah, I'm not going to say that one actually. But field spread starting to move. They've not been through too much traffic, the leaders. Sort of ended up in a big gap, but they're starting to approach some more. Pozo through nicely, but the second and third still about a second away, but they're not being dropped just yet.
Certainly not, no. Hello to Daniel White in the comment section on the live stream. So, hello. I believe he's given you a shout out, hasn't he?
We love Dan, who's part of Warwick. Getting married this year as well. So congratulations to Dan.
Congratulations,
yes.
Daniel. But he makes a very good point, which is, what the possibility of drivers in this first team potentially running out of fuel because there's a bit more heat? Now, I'm not going to say that it's a given that it's going to happen, but it is something to bear in mind, is that the performance of the karts does change based on weather conditions out there, and it's not blistering sun, but it is pretty humid out there. It's
about 22 degrees at the moment. We ended up running out of fuel 2 years ago on our first stint.
Nice.
Albeit, you do end up wanting to push it because it's the start of the race. You want to make what difference you can, but I think we broke down on the main straight, which is just about the worst place you can do
most
it.
embarrassing place to do it as well, isn't it, really?
Yes, and we were third.
Oh, that makes it worse. Yeah, that's terrible.
But yeah, you're right about the temperature. It could affect it. Around an hour and a half in, we could start seeing some dropping off.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. The drivers, ideally, they want slightly colder air, I think, because that's going to give the engines the most grunt possible, really. But yeah, hello to everyone watching along on YouTube. Get those comments in. Tell us where you're watching from, what you've had for breakfast, what your favourite colour is, and I don't know, your mother's maiden name and the 3 digits on the back of your card.
And if you went to McDonald's, tell us what you had. And
Yes.
how many hash browns?
You've been watching Andrew Mather, haven't you?
Of course I have. Well, we call it Warden's Law, the McDonald's breakfast, which we coined last year. But hash browns do save you time.
This is confirmed, yeah.
Races.
As do Comsbox Tribute as well.
Yes.
We're going to keep this going as we do in the main season. Those of you who deliver treats such as Jaffa cakes, other varieties of cake, drinks, hard cash, anything like that. No, not hard cash. I'm not soliciting bribery. Oh, you broke out Jaffa cakes. You can't break your own. You're the commentator. You can't.
Well, I'm normally the one that brings them, so
Yeah,
I thought
yeah. Those of you who do bring treats to the commentators are therefore immune from the commentator's curse. So
any penalties you get don't actually count.
this is true. Yeah. This is not true. This is not true at all.
The man who is giving out the penalties currently smiling at me and shaking his head. But in our hearts, you didn't deserve them, which is just as important as
So
anything.
we'll keep that bit of continuity from the main BUKC season. Bring us some Jaffa cakes. We are being told that we're about to do some actual public services instead of just waffling on. Jake, I believe you have something to tell people at the track here.
Indeed, we have a phone. It doesn't look like it's fallen out on the track because it's perfectly intact. It's just a phone. It is a black.
When we said gifts,
Android.
we meant Jaffa cakes. We didn't mean.
We'll take it, but it does have on the screensaver the helmet of the man in the lead. So if anyone's from Coventry, it's probably Ed Pozo's phone.
No wonder he's going so fast. He's
He's saving weight. Maybe he needed that as ballast. We'll pass it to him as he goes past.
And he certainly is going fast at the moment, nearly leading by 1 second now, according to the timing tower.
Moving back through traffic again. There's a car in between them and Swansea, but Swansea looking like they're going to make a move quite soon. But again, the gaps are not really building. It's only 0.3 this lap. So actually coming down, and it is Swansea driver. I'm not sure who's in for them at the moment, but
Yeah.
I believe they are a team of alumni, all
Yes.
very experienced drivers.
Yes, their name, which shall not be mentioned, does suggest that.
Yes, the X part,
Yes.
not the other part.
Yes. What I'm quite intrigued with is we're now seeing a bit of a split happening. We saw pretty much a 7, 8, 9 car kind of train for the lead. That has split off now. It's now our top 3, covered by around about a second, and then there's a bit of a gap down to the Ringo Kart squad. There's Liverpool's B team. In front of them is Liverpool's A team. And I was thinking perhaps it's just a little bit of team orders. I know both the A and the B squad are gunning for the race lead. There's actually a bit of competition going on. I was privy to some of the strategy meetings in the B squad.
Were they heated?
Well, they had a big spreadsheet, and then the B squad decided last minute that the A team are not allowed to see the spreadsheet anymore, and it got protected. So there's some infighting going on. So I suspect they're both gunning for the lead, and they're not going to be very kind to each other. But I think what's actually happening with the Ringo Kart squad is that I still have trouble reading, or I still have trouble reading, are putting that pressure on now and trying to fight for P4. Of course, Reading with pole in this race. They took the elusive #1 trophy award that has been beautifully handcrafted by Jacob just mere minutes ago, and they have received that for their performance in Super Pole. But dropping down to P5, that is not the be all and end all though.
No.
We're early days. Still running in P5 is a good starting place in this race.
The pace is good as well. All of the top 10 consistently sort of around actually all of them sort of in the 21s, which is pretty good pace. I think from previous years, last year's quickest lap was at 20.9. So being at a 21.1 already, obviously, like I said, we do have good conditions. Last year was catastrophic for the rain.
It was.
For most of it.
Yep.
So they've had a good playing field to get some good lap times, but we're already nearing last year's fastest lap, which is pretty impressive.
Yep, good work from the drivers out there. And hello to MG Motorsport on the YouTube comment section, who was watching from Australia, who woke up to watch some other 24-hour event that's happening. Le Mans or something? I don't know. He said he's happy that it's got 2 24 hours. He's got Le Mans, and then he's got the premier 24-hour racing event of the year, which is now streamed, which is now tuned into there. So hello to all of you watching. Our first kind of, well, for at least for a little while, our first proper run at a 24-hour stream here for the BUKC 24-hour. So thank you all for watching. Get those comments in, as I say, throughout the day, I suppose, throughout the 24 hours. We are going to be running certain competitions. We're going to be dishing out fine awards, such as the elusive Wooden Spoon Award for the driver who works the hardest to come last in this race. That is no one who's disqualified counts that, by the way. Don't go thinking you can run with no lead and then you'll get the Wooden Spoon. You have to actually still be classified in the race. So if you come last, you'll get the elusive Wooden Spoon. We'll have other prizes, of course. I'm looking at the some of them on offer. I'm not going to reveal them just yet, but they are eclectic. In the words of Jacob,
I'm not sure that one is a prize, but someone could.
It's going to get broken out at some point.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to
give it to someone.
to wangle that thing in.
Get it out of our possession.
Yes, but in the words of Jacob, I went to Asda at 4 and got carried away. So there's plenty prizes on offer for various things throughout the 24. So we're going to be opening up voting for prizes such as best team name, best Bigfoot throughout the evening. Nothing so far in this first couple of hours, but they will be coming later on.
Yes, spreadsheet competition is coming in at 3 o'clock. That is one of my personal favourites. We won that a couple of years ago because we had a lovely spreadsheet.
Of course you did, yes.
Yes, beautiful spreadsheet, all on Excel, all coloured lovely. And then we realised we didn't really have a laptop or anything, so we also needed to just completely change it. So it was on a bit of cardboard with a Sharpie.
Nice.
And that won. So it's not
ingenuity.
Yeah. Anyone with an impressive Excel spreadsheet probably won't win unless it's unbelievably impressive. I believe they have Excel spreadsheet world championships these days as well. So
they do.
If any of you are part of that, then you'll probably win. But look forward to that at 3 o'clock. We'll start getting those in. And I believe, are we doing the voting on YouTube for that? I think doing the voting on YouTube.
I am.
And we're looking back at the racing. The leaders still in a very tight group together. Swansea right on the back of Coventry, but Liverpool not too far off. And they're in clear air at the moment. Not too many lapped cars coming up. but they're all staying quite close, all within about a second of each other. You've got another pack, 2 back, Ringo Kart, and I have still trouble reading. They are working together nicely, staying in formation. Another pack of 3 karts, Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, Timo. They are all in a pack together, separated by just 1 second as well. You do tend to see this. Karts tending to group up. It is important to work together. Like we said earlier, use a lot less mental effort just following the person in front of you. Being out on your own, I wouldn't call it quite lonely, but you end up having to concentrate a lot more than you would if you were in a pack, say. So, and you can also be pushing each other down the straight, saving a bit of fuel, and that kind of thing does really make the difference over time for your mental effort and also your pace on the track.
Great to be back. We're just fiddling with some IT issues there.
Oh,
So my 9 to 5 is in IT. I thought, I'll be able to escape it and go racing, and I'm fiddling around with network settings because I think I've come in and broken the network potentially. Who knows? I think we're fine.
Yes, I believe the cables we did, they didn't really quite like our little rain shower earlier, did they?
No.
So, yeah, everything... Well, no, I'm not going to say that. It's weird being on the giving end of the commentator's curse. I need to be very careful
It's
about
power.
what I say.
You have impressive power. You can wield it. You can.
I will be careful with my responsibilities.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't hate anyone or dislike anyone on this grid, so... You're all right for the minute, but...
That's ominous. No, yeah, we'll just wait until Night Jake comes out. Then it's going to be different story.
Just seen a move for the lead. Swansea into the lead through coming into this lap. Coventry, very clean overtake. Not much fighting from Coventry, which is the smart thing to do. But that's the first time we've had a lead change for quite a while.
It is indeed. Coventry's looking a little bit off the pace on that previous lap. Not sure if traffic came into it too much. Again, I was buried in some settings, but 121.7 on that last lap, which is still impressive timings. Let's just say, as I think we're about to get a yellow flag. That would be indicative of it. There we go. We have a spun driver at the top end of the field. I believe that's a Liverpool driver. That is the George Harris spin squad by the looks of it, potentially.
It's one of them.
It's one of them. You think I'd know. But
they've all got the same suits.
One of them. One of the Scouse-sounding ones.
Oh, that's a good point. I only just remembered the Beatles were Scouse as well.
Yes.
Took me way too long to remember that. But that's our first sort of big off we've seen. I've not seen a Marshall running yet, which is quite impressive. And a black flag.
Black flag for the number 12 of Automobileadsters, which is a strong name there for the sim racing enthusiasts.
Very nice.
Yes, that is a black flag there. So something that these stewards have seen they do not like, and they want to bring them in for a bit of, got to channel my inner John Ratcliffe here, re-education. It's time to come in and have a bit of a word.
Sounds weird hearing you say that in person. But yeah, it doesn't say what that was for. Goodness knows, but black flag, that is 10 seconds stop-go in the pits. That obviously involves coming in, weighing the car, I believe they have to do during that
Every
process.
time you come into the pit, you jump onto that weigh bridge.
So that takes an extra sort of 10-15 seconds as well. You're not allowed to refuel. Sorry. They've got the straps hanging from the helmet.
Oh,
which
right,
is,
okay.
Yes.
Yes,
weirdly not uncommon.
No, it's not, especially when nerves are a bit high before you jump into the car. You're getting your suit up, and it can be quite easy to... either it just hasn't been done properly, or it has come undone, in which case you need to look at maybe getting another helmet on. But yeah, that is not something that the...
I think it's the radio, actually. It looks like a wire with a plug.
Right, okay. That is a part of it we haven't really discussed. There's obviously plenty of our drivers are running comm systems there, but you need to make sure you got a good one and that you're familiar with it and that it is in properly and it is working, because it can cause you to have to come into the pits like this.
It is,
If it comes loose, it becomes a safety hazard, because not only for yourself, could it get stuck somewhere, or could it start to distract you, it could fall off and cart right behind you. So you need to make sure those radios are in properly.
Yeah. I mean, you do tend to get a good radio system is not cheap.
No.
Especially with as many drivers as we have. They can be sort of in 3 figures for a good radio set. I think in the past we've just used a radio with headphones plugged into it and radio in the suit, which is obviously not ideal, but it is what a lot of teams will be using, and you do tend to get accidents like that leading to a black flag. But it's nice having the radios, especially during the night periods. Can end up having a chat. There's not really much two-way going on. It's normally just being spoken to, or sung at. You tend to get quite often, which is either you either like that or you don't. But it's nice having the company, especially when you make a good overtake and they see it. That's always nice to hear.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
You got your little live personal commentary. But who are we focusing on now? I think it's the number 12, having a battle, pushing along. There's a lot of close racing. We're looking back at the leaders. So that is the pack they will be coming up to soon. And the pack of karts who are soon to be a lap down are not battling hard, but they're battling. So I imagine when they do catch them up, it could get a bit tricky for our lead pack.
It could indeed, because again, we're probably still a little bit early on to be fully thinking about driver changes, but in the next half an hour or so, the early ones might be starting to jump in, and then we're going to see the dynamic of the race change completely, because maybe, a driver's not been comfortable in the car, the pace might have been a little bit off. It's a car that might be a little bit further back downhill that is going to start working their way up. We're going to see plenty of change throughout the field once again as we jump into this second stint. There will also be a number of teams, I am sure, who've got their good driver in early on. They're only going to come in for a bit of fuel, and they're going to head back out and do a double stint.
It is very tiring. I think a lot of people did double stints last year in the wet. It's a lot less physically tiring. But these karts are incredibly grippy, and unless you're very, very fit, it's not easy to do a double stint. But you do save a lot of time not having to do a driver changeover, especially with lead, seating position. There's a lot of things that you might have to change and a lot of things to go wrong. So I imagine a lot of the teams will be doing that with their faster drivers.
Yeah, exactly. One of the worst things, one of the most kind of depressing sights you'd see at a 24-hour race is when there's been a bit of miscommunication or there's been an issue out on track, especially late at night, and a driver comes in for a driver change and there's no driver to change with them.
Frighteningly common, that.
Yeah.
It's not an uncommon.
It will happen today. So
it will.
Yeah. Don't be that team.
Keep your phones on, people. Yeah, you're right about the night time, though, because even though you might have a team of 8, tends to be only sort of 3 or 4 of you on the track in those sort of graveyard shifts. A lot of people are at the hotel getting sleep, at the car park, not hearing their alarm. There's plenty of things that can happen, so you don't tend to get that too much at the start. Everyone's bright and awake. The adrenaline's still going from the start of the race, but it's not out the question.
Certainly not, no. Seen some support there for the Brumdog Millionaires squad in the comments, so hello there to Felix. Thank you for showing your support. That's another strong name.
That's a strong name.
Yeah. Actually, I was a bit worried, but we weren't going to get quite as good. We're coming into the stream and everyone's going to be a bit more mellow. Perhaps no, we've got some really strong names.
No, I think they would have gone. I think some were disallowed.
Good.
It's worth mentioning.
What was disallowed in that case? That's impressive. Spin and Tonic, that's a good one.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, some really strong names. Hello
Hopefully spin and not gin.
Yeah. Well, later on, after the race.
Yeah,
you're not driving back, have some celebrations.
Hoping they don't have a drip. A little straw connected up. But as we mentioned earlier, lead pack coming up to some more back markers now. And they're still in a pack of 3. They're right on the back of them. And they're not, like we said earlier, the pace is quite close. They're not exactly that.
To start with.
Looking now, the leaders are through, or at least
To start with.
Looking now, the leaders are through, or at least 2 of them are. Liverpool is still in the pack, but Coventry and Swansea made it through quite cleanly in the space of about half a lap. But Liverpool still sitting pretty in 4th.
Yep, they're still there.
3rd, sorry. 4th.
Yeah,
in
3rd
that
and
pack.
4th. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. They're still in 4th. There's an extra second back to the 4th. So they're
There we
chipping
go.
away at that gap.
Liverpool squad having a look down the inside into the banked right-hander. Nice move, cleanly executed. Exactly what you want to see early on.
Good place for a move, that.
Yeah.
You tend to take quite a wide entry. It's a very interesting corner, that, because you're not braking, you're sort of almost on full throttle. You can use a bit of that concrete as a reference point.
There's a few different approaches you can take it to
There's a
that
lot
corner,
of different
really.
lines. But very good fun. Not so fun near the end of the race where you've got bruised ribs. Takes about 5 seconds, and it's a 180-degree corner. Like I say, a lot of fun. But when those ribs are bruised and you're leaning on them, you know they're bruised.
That's when you're really appreciative of a good rib protector. It's that
100%. 100%. I think we've used foam before, duct taped. There's a lot of different solutions, especially later into the night where people were getting desperate, just using what they can. So look out on the sides of the track to see anyone with some big foam on their hips. If you see that, don't worry. They're not trying out a new style. It is purely for utility. That pink car is really, really bright, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very vibrant.
With the orange suit as well.
Yeah,
what to miss them.
If we do have a bit of rain, I'm still holding out hope that we don't, for the sake of our drives at least.
Yeah, it was saying 80% earlier, but we haven't had any yet.
Yeah. But we need to stop saying these things, don't we? Because it will happen.
I'm not.
But if we do have a bit of rain, I'm looking forward to the neon yellow wetsuit that comes out here at 24. It confuses the cameras. It's that bright. It's so bright.
It's like an evolutionary tactic.
You need sunglasses.
Yeah, that is. I do remember seeing that. Remember seeing you spot that on the GYG live stream. No, sorry, Warden, or one of them.
Contact warning coming in there for the Team Male Chicken.
It's been
the number 52.
Just call him Team O'Glock.
Team, yeah, that works.
But there's been quite a few contact warnings. 2 for BUKC Motorsports. Did they have the cone warning?
Yeah,
curve warning. Sorry, earlier as well.
BUKC Motorsports have picked up a couple of warnings in this early stint.
Where did a lot
they
to be getting in this first hour
in the action? They're currently running in 9th, up from 12th, so they have had a couple of positions to pick off, and they are in that upper midfield brawl that we've seen developing out. So, not too surprising that we're going to see the odd warning here or there.
While we're on that topic, there's been, other than Coventry, there's been plenty of big movers. That is behind BUKC Motorsports. Brumdog Millionaire are up 32 places. They started 42nd, and behind them, BUKC My Life up 33. Who is that down there? Endurex up 27. Never Overtake Sheffield up 28. Covianism up 12. Not going to say.
Nope.
The Kart team up
the
30.
number 49 there.
Number 49.
Up 30.
Lufton Loaded up 30 as well.
That'll be Loughborough, I assume.
I'd hope so. For the sake of us. If you've named yourself that and you're not Loughborough, that's your fault.
Metal Gearbox Solid. I like that.
That
is
brilliant.
A brilliant name.
I love that. Yeah. Whereabouts are they?
They are just behind Lufton Loaded at the moment, so running in 23rd, just about a 10th behind as well, so putting pressure. They're probably Lufton Loaded feeling a bit loaded.
I'd imagine so. You tend to go about 4 wide at the start of the race, so it's quite difficult. Not so bad as BUKC races where you're all in the tram lines, but you do tend to get quite a bit of loading at the start of any kart race. And is that Liverpool in first, or is that a different Liverpool kart?
There's plenty of Liverpool
Swansea in first.
At the moment. Yeah, Swansea getting that overtake done a few laps back on Coventry, and since then have just been looking pretty comfortable as well. There. Yeah, Liverpool are getting through as well. That is an important point in their race as well. They've had a bit of difficulty. They've had a few overtakes performed on them, had a bit of issues with the traffic, but clearly haven't lost their head. No. The mental game is still there, still able to continue on.
It is a big shift in the way you have to approach a race. I mean, the BUK sprints are by no means sprints.
Yeah, they're 25 minutes. Yeah,
but you still have to be very aware of every overtake that's happening, because it could be the last one that happens and you sort of stay there. But you have to not lose faith. If you get overtaken, you have to keep your head down. Try not to get angry at anyone, which BUKC drivers, they're probably going to at some point. So you have to keep a cool head and settle down. But
Paul Gacartney clearly doing that at the moment. New fastest lap of the race at 1:21.111. So getting closer to those 120s, those high 120s. Putting that pressure back on Coventry now, as we see.
They're
through they go into second place for the Liverpool A squad there.
I think they have, I believe, a back marker. Oh no, they don't anymore. But yeah, they're all through the back markers. But Swansea have pulled quite a sizable gap on them. This is about what we saw Coventry had about half an hour ago, but this is the biggest gap to the lead we've had for a fair while. See if they can break away. Like you said earlier, very important chance to start breaking away, but it's a lot easier said than done. These drivers are all on very, very similar pace at the moment, so we'll see how they do.
Yeah, we are 1 hour into this race. Near makes no difference. The temperature seems to have dropped over the past couple of laps, so that will give the drivers a bit of relief.
No rain yet. We're still saying to expect rain. Oh no, it's still 22 degrees out there.
And I've just been pointed towards me that this race currently being led by the Greek god of speed.
Those of you who've watched Super GT videos would have heard that many, many times. But yeah, Costa, very quick man in a Club 100 kart. And very experienced as well.
Yeah.
I believe that, did they do the BUKC every year? I believe. the 24-hour, I mean. Very experienced drivers in this type of racing as well. So expect them, barring any mechanical issues, to be up near the front.
Well, I wasn't quite expecting today to see a mythical Greek god being hunted down by Paul McCartney. That's something to look forward to. And
there's been weirder things in 24-hour races, I think. But
all I can say to Paul McCartney there is, don't let me down.
It's the first of many, I'm hoping.
You missed Let It Be before.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I did. I should have scratched up. I wasn't privy to this intel of the.
I spent a good half an hour last night thinking, how can I work in Yellow Submarine? The answer is, unless it rains, not really.
I think it'll have to rain quite hard for you to pull that one out. And you've already said it now, you'll have to give it a while. But lead pack bunched up again. Top three very close. Still the same order. Swansea in first, Liverpool second, Coventry third. But Liverpool now right on the bumper, practically pushing Swansea through as they go across to start.
121.0.
Wow.
For the Paul McCartney team there. So pretty much on it now with the ex-Swansea squad. I'm just when we're a bit tired and a bit delirious later on into the event, we saw a YouTube comment before from Grant, so thank you for the support there. Grant said, I wonder how you'll hear how you'll sound rather in 23 hours, but I fear that some of the filtering of the team names might accidentally disappear.
Yeah, well, the kids will be asleep by then. Let's hope. Let's hope. But yes.
And remember, kids, if you can't have cake, no, we won't. Perhaps the most famous endurance racing line. I got less than a tenth now between our two race leaders here, and there's more traffic to negotiate. This is a crucial moment for the race lead here. It couldn't have come at a worse time, really.
I'm not sure if we've seen any yet, but you do tend to lap drivers who are pretty much on the same pace as you. You don't assume that you're lapping someone slow, as you might normally, because these races are so drawn out. But Swansea have got a cart in between them and Coventry, and Liverpool have fallen back behind Coventry. So another gap starting to form, but that could close up quite quickly. I mean, before, that was only a lap or so that they closed in that 1 second gap. So
it was. This is a bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier on in this stint. It looks like the traffic management just not quite going Liverpool's way at the moment. They're not quite able to just scythe their way through, whereas two front runners at the moment looking quite comfortable. Swansea building up 0.8 of a second in the past few corners. That is remarkable as we run up the hill once more, but pushing on there is Paul McCartney attached to the cart in front.
Followed him through there into a very, very crucial corner. Getting the move done before the corner, before the straight is very, very, very ideal. Because if you end up battling on that corner, like we said earlier, you're going to lose time. And they've actually gained time. I think they've closed in quite a bit. Swansea maybe not having a good run through the chicane onto the back straight, but we're back where we were a minute ago. All three of them together within a second.
Exciting stuff then for our top three. Pretty much no change really since the start of the race between that top-end fight, apart from Coventry working their way up. Hello to Matthew Long, who says, is it illegal to watch Le Mans instead of what's going on at the moment? Yes. And the answer is no. If you want to support a smaller, more grassroots
That's true.
24, then
we
by all means.
Support. Yeah.
then yeah, but all of the action that you actually want to be taking part in, where wooden spoons are awarded, where other exciting trophies and brilliant team names are on offer, it's here at the Teesside at 24-hour.
If anyone can tell us where Cadillac are and if they've broken down yet.
Oh yes, we have the power to do that.
You can let us know, keep us updated, or lie to us. That's up to you, really.
Yeah, tell us the Alpines are leading, or the Peugeots. Sorry to all Peugeot and Alpine enthusiasts.
The Peugeot have a team this year?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping track.
I don't think they've had a team for a while.
Yeah, struggling to fit a rear wing to their car. Anyway, I think they did that in the end, didn't they?
It's just a 306.
Running along in second gear.
Banging it off the limiter on the straight. Oh, we've had another swap for position in the top three again, but not for the lead. That was Liverpool have got back on Coventry, and they're all bumper to bumper as they are making their way towards some more lap traffic. There's about 4 carts they're coming up on.
We found a good trio here, I think, at the front end of the field. All pretty competitive in terms of pace. The cream has risen to the top, seemingly, as we now get to watch this battle as Liverpool diving into the pits. Just over 1 hour in, the Liverpool squad deciding, you know what, let's get the driver in. And
it's an interesting tactic, because obviously when you double stint, it doesn't really matter how much fuel you've got left, but it is important to time it right so you don't take one extra fuel stop compared to any other team. So quite early.
That is very early, particularly for a front-running team who,
I thought they were making a move for the lead.
Yeah, was thinking about making a move for the lead. Had, you know, some difficulty with the traffic, but perhaps more importantly, still had plenty of drivers on the lead lap just behind them. There's going to be traffic when they come out of the pits.
Indeed.
Again, but they're the squad who are thinking of the strategy. They know who's going into the kart next. They know what their plans are. We shall see. I might actually try and find out from them. I might do some detective work.
Some insider info.
Yeah, and see if they will release some of their secrets on stream for Coventry and Swansea to be watching as well.
Well, they're not releasing them. Yeah, they're not releasing them to each other. I'm not sure they're going to tell us.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Shouldn't have said that on the stream. But it is worth noting as well, with these first batch of pit stops, as the race goes on, you tend to get more of a spread of when people are pitting. It starts to build up over time. But this first pit stop, you're going to get a lot of teams trying to pit at the same time as we approach that sort of 1 hour 20, 1 hour 30 mark. And sometimes it is better just to pit early and not have to deal with that traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's only 2 fuel bays. If someone's fueling, you've got to sit there and wait. You can't go back out because you won't have any fuel. So you might be losing less time here going in while the pits are quiet.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, there's a few gaps in that midfield starting to build up now, so you can use those to your advantage. We know that the Liverpool A-kart, with the driver in the kart at the moment, has the pace to close up and lead the race. So if the driver stays the same, they should be able to close up those gaps, be right in on this upper midfield action. We'll see what their plans are, though, in a few moments, if it's all possible.
Yeah,
if I ask very kindly.
They'll be coming out soon, I think.
Yeah, they should be. All things going well, of course.
I think this is one of the first pit stops where we've actually had, so it's nice to see how much time they lose, because it's quite...
Yep, still in the pits at the moment.
It's quite a long section, and yeah, you tend to use quite a lot of time just getting round the pits, not even doing the driver change, all of that, so it tends to take a little over a minute for a fuel stop, if you're good. It's very easy to mess things up.
It is. Even for experienced teams who've been here year upon year upon year, just one small error, even like a pin going into the lead, can just really upset you and throw you off. It can be so tricky too.
It's all very tense. You've got to do it very quickly. Tend to get a lot of people burning them.
So here we see it's looking like it's just getting a little bit darker once more. Just over an hour into this race now. Swansea still leading from Coventry, separated about half a second. The Ringo Kart squad, that is Liverpool B, up into 3rd position. Now about 4 seconds off the race lead, but with some pressure from behind from the Reading squad, who had that super pole. Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast. Brilliant name there. They've worked their way up quite well up into 5th on the road. But they have a pressure from the number 52 car, Baguette Motorsport, who have got a couple of Kerr warnings to negotiate, as well as the number 26 kart there. No, I'm not reading out that name. Either way, we continue on. A couple of spots of rain now, looking like they're starting to show up on our comms box window. So that is potentially going to throw a bit of a spanner into works for these teams now. Right as we're starting to see the first couple jumping into the pits, the number 27 Endurex kart jumping in as well. Portsmouth jumping in there, as well as the number 19 kart. Diving into the pits, getting those drivers changed potentially right as the rain begins to drop down. That track is going to get damper, the temperature is going to disappear, and all of a sudden the driving dynamics of the cars completely change. This is going to be a moment in the race, I think, where it really pays to have an experienced driver in the kart. If you can have a driver who knows how to negotiate not only wet conditions but changing conditions as well, you're going to be rewarded with, well, pointing in the right direction still, as we see the rain begin to fall down on the track.
Ooh. Yeah, there's a few spots now. It's not meant to be a long shower, this. Apologies, I was just speaking to the people in last, who I believe is Chick Flicks. Yes.
It is indeed. The number 48 kart, Chick Flicks, they're 16 laps down. Have they had a few issues out on track, have they?
They have a new kart
I see. That's quite rare.
They've had that many mechanicals that they've gone, nope.
That is
already got a new car on the go.
Yeah.
But they had, I'll try and remember what he said to me, but they had the brake line was crushed, so the brakes weren't releasing. This is basically him trying to clear his name, which is completely fair
Racing
enough.
driver excuses is what we're hearing. No.
100%, but then he only had the rear left brake at some point. Front axle snapped. I believe they came in 4 times during practice and had a whole new engine at one point.
This sounds like one of my MOTs.
He's driving an Alpha.
Don't know what you're saying. Actually, that passed its MOT, flying colours a couple of weeks back. 0 advisories.
That's very
And
lucky.
it was legitimate MOT.
Wow. Thank you for clarifying,
Yeah.
because I was could have been an Italian mechanic. But
Yeah.
no, I had a similar thing. I've had my mum's Mazda MX-5, which he's had since he was 21.
Oh, that'll pass. It's
been off the road for 2 years, and it was fine. Couple new tyres, and we were away. So
very nice.
it's good luck at the moment. Hoping these drivers have the same luck, but
Yeah.
evidently one of them hasn't.
And 16 laps down, it's not an ideal position, of course, to be this early on in the race with 16 laps further behind your rivals. But you're not completely out of it, realistically. No. Towards the end of last year, for example, we saw gaps of nearly 100 laps down from first to last. So 16 laps down. I mean, drivers finishing in 7th, 8th or 9th were 24 laps down last year. So if things go perfectly from here on out, if that new car is absolutely fine, if the drivers have still got their strategy in the bag and they're looking comfortable out there and they keep the nose clean, still decent finish potentially on the cards for that team. Not all hope is lost this early on.
No, I mean, obviously 16 laps is quite a chunk to lose, especially this early on, but it's like you say, if you end up getting to the end of this race without having to come into the scrutineering bay to get your kart fixed, you are very lucky.
Get your bad luck out the way early on.
That's it. That's it. Quite a lot of bad luck.
That is, yeah, admittedly.
But still time to make it up. Oh, and Coventry. Oh, no, he was just holding up a peace sign. I think that was 2 laps left, he was saying, not a peace sign.
Ah.
Do apologise, but I imagine they'll be coming in soon.
At least it wasn't the other way around.
Yes. Thank you, Ed, for not causing us an awkward moment. She has been, I mean, it's like we mentioned earlier, BUKC drivers can get quite annoyed they tend to get quite aggressive. Obviously, like we say, 24-hour race. Hopefully they'll be keeping it a lot more clean, but can get a bit heated, especially when you think you've been forced off. It's not what you want during a 24-hour race. You want to keep your head down, keep it clean. So, yeah.
Word on our previous race lead battle contender, the Paul Gokartney squad. They come out in 35th on the road, about 3 minutes stop. I'm assuming that was a driver change in that case.
Yes.
Unless it's gone horrifically wrong or a fuel stop.
3 minutes is quite a sizable stop, actually.
That is, yeah, it's not a small stop. But they're back out in 35th on the road, so it's going to be picking up pieces, I suspect, and just trying to get in a good position from here on out.
Yeah. When you're out there, unless you've got a radio with people telling you, you really don't know where you are. And even if you do know where you are, it's just that your reference points of a normal kart race with no gaps and no laps in between you just completely goes out the window. So you just have to get on with it, really, whether you're in 35th or 20 laps down. It doesn't matter where you are.
Exactly. And looking back at the front end of the field here, Swansea versus Coventry, looking very close. And they've just been quietly pushing each other along. They've now built a 6-second gap to the Ringo Kart squad there. Ringo Kart were hoping to close up, of course, but have since dropped back ever so slightly.
I think that's your bias is showing slightly there.
No, I mean the driver themselves were hoping to close up.
Okay, yes, very much so. But the gap's not really widened that much. It was only about 4 seconds near the start of the race, so they've done well to stick, because 6 seconds is a big gap. You tend to lose sight of them on most places of the track, so not bad effort from them.
Yeah, there's not too much bias here, to be honest, because I had to delay my arrival into Teesside by just over 2 hours yesterday, because it's actually the driver in the Ringo Kart squad who's currently out on track at the moment, Johnny Pinder. I'm going to name and shame you, who managed to forget their steering wheels. For all the Liverpool squad, for all of them, all 4 teams, no steering wheels. So I had to go and grab them for them and deliver them last night. So I can say what I want about them, pretty much. I'm going to say, don't worry, I'm not being biased and being kind about them. If things go wrong, I will laugh.
I look forward to that. But yeah, all of the steering wheels. I mean, obviously the karts do have steering wheels, we should mention.
Yeah, you've got to bring your own tyres, bring your own sort of... No, the karts are, as you say, yeah.
But most teams do. I mean, you have the option to change the steering wheel. You can have little micron, are they called? Whatever the little screens are called. You can have those on there. But if you get a good steering wheel that you tend to use in the sort of Rotax karts, it's a lot more comfortable on the hands compared to the plastic ones. So
yeah, the plastic ones are designed for anyone to jump in and kind of beat up a bit. And
exactly. Because these aren't quite hire karts, but they are a fleet kart for these types of races. So
yeah. Coventry into the pits.
Indeed, he wasn't lying when he
yeah.
he gave us the peace sign.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It'll be good to see where he comes out in front of the Paul Gokartney kart. Because I imagine my bet is on the fact that Ed's going to do a double stint. So we'll see the difference.
Yeah.
Goodness knows what happens at Liverpool in the pits. We can't really see it, unfortunately. But
I'm trying to find out.
He's on the case.
I am on the case.
But that means Swansea are all alone out at the front.
They are, yeah, with a sizable amount of 6 seconds down to another Liverpool car. We're getting bored of the Scousers now, hunting them down. I can make that. I was born in Liverpool.
Yes.
I've lost the accent.
Yes, it's there.
A little bit, yeah.
There's a tinge.
Yeah.
But
I won't attempt it. I won't attempt the accent. Don't worry.
I did have it briefly. I was at a couple nights out in Liverpool over the last year, within the space of a couple of months of each other, so I picked up the accent a little bit, but mainly from bars, so I won't repeat most of it here.
Any particular bars that were your favourite?
I don't really remember.
That's a solid night out then, isn't it? Either way, just looking at this, speaking of the Liverpool squad there, I still have trouble. I'm going to call them I still have trouble reading, or I still have trouble reading.
I said Reading reading earlier,
yeah.
So.
Either way, hunting down Ringo Kart, less than a tenth separating them on the timing system at the moment. Very close indeed, putting that pressure on.
They've been glued together the whole time,
they
pretty
have.
much, since the race started, which is a good tactic. Mainly, not really. It's nice to know if you're the Ringo Kart. Just knowing that person behind you isn't really going to make a move, they're just going to work with you. It's nice to be able to settle into that and not have to worry about defending, because obviously loses you time, but also you just get comfortable settling in and you get the occasional bump every now and then, speeds you up a bit, so it's a good position for them to be in. But where are we looking now? The field spread, everyone's quite close together still. There's obviously with these 24-hour races, you do get groups forming. It's not common that you get, a big group of karts on the same lap together, but you do kind of get these little clumps. Pack we're following now is quite a big group, though.
It is indeed. What we're seeing now is, I think we're getting a lot of people beginning to filter into the pit around an hour, a quarter in. And I think people, obviously, we're not quite sure exactly what the fuel burn's going to be like. Over, so people are probably going to be a bit more precautious in this first stint, just to make sure that they're not running out early on, as some people have done in the past. And they just want to make sure that they get in, they've got a feel for the car, they've got a feel for how the race is going to go, and they're making sure they've still got fuel in the car. So I think we're seeing a few early pitters, and that means quite a few people now no longer on the lead lap of the race, in fact, because so many have jumped into the pits. It's the top 13 still on the lead lap of this race. Then we have a huge flock of karts, one lap down. And then we have a couple laps down, and then we've got our less fortunate drivers, shall we say.
Looking, Coventry have come out in 28th, was that?
They have, so 7 places higher than what Paul Gokartney were able to jump out of the pits in. That is going to make a huge difference for their race moving forward. So we'll see what Coventry is able to do in terms of working their way up through the order, because of course the higher up the order you go, the more competitive the karts get in general as well, so it can get trickier and trickier.
Yes, very much so. As you get higher up the order, you don't really know you're passing, to be honest. You might get unlapped and they're 20 laps behind you. But yeah, we'll start seeing them spread out and mix up quite a lot more, especially with these pit stops. It's very easy to, like we said earlier, make a mistake, and it does tend to jumble up the pack a bit, especially when this is the first one they've done. They might have done some practice ones in practice, but under race conditions with the adrenaline going, potentially other people in the pit in your way, it's a very, very different experience and easy to mess up.
It is, absolutely. Yeah, it's great. I do enjoy being down by the pit lane. It's hectic, it's chaotic, but it's good fun. And it can really make a difference to your race. The pit lane aspect is huge. As we say, the mistakes, but also it's giving your driver that support, giving them the information that they need it when they need it as well. It can make such a big difference.
100%. But Yeah, starting to see them spread out, and Reading are actually clawing a bit of time back, as we've been talking about them. Half a second they've taken out in the last few minutes, which isn't a lot, but they're getting closer, and they have actually overtaken Ringo Kart, so maybe they were holding them up a little bit.
Yeah, we saw them about a tenth apart from each other before, as I nearly break the entire sound desk, but we're all fine. 1/10 apart just a few laps ago, have found their way past, and at the moment, in terms of last lap pace, Reading looking comparable, if not slightly stronger than Swansea over that past lap. So we'll see if they are able to close up that gap and bring us another fight for the race lead. But I'm sure Swansea are probably thinking, is it going to be time to dip into the pits before Reading find themselves hunting them down?
Yes, I mean, it's not quite the same position as F1 with undercuts and overcuts, but you do play mind games. Obviously, if someone goes in before you, you're going to be thinking, oh, should I be going in soon? Are they going to undercut me? I mean, a lot of us probably watch F1 and like to think that we have to think about those things, but getting the engine started is probably more of a factor than tyre quality. But are they in? I think Swansea's pulled back ahead a little bit as well. Good lap on that last one, 21.5. Best lap, I think, is still going to Liverpool with that 21.0. That tiny, tiny flash of rain we had earlier. Imagine the track's not really been affected by it. It's quite sunny in between, so we're not going to get damp patches or puddles anywhere. So
we head into our that's easy for me to say, our weather section of the stream.
There we go. That's all the info I've got.
What I like as well is this is being broadcast over the tannoys at the track as well. So there's plenty of people who are just, I don't know, trying to have a bit of lunch or whatever, or try to give some info to the drivers thinking, what on earth is he talking about?
Yeah, tell us what the weather's like. We've got a roof on this place, so we can't actually see what it's like.
Or do a Mexican wave.
See if we get... Oh, there's one.
Yeah, we got two. Good effort, everyone.
We've got to get it started from the people in the gazebos at the bank. Got to move it. Everyone's in gazebos, though. They've got the walls up.
Yeah.
You can't really see. Couple waves from the crowd. Lovely to see.
Love to see all the support here.
It's nice when you have the teams. Everyone's, obviously, when you're not racing, you're still there watching your mates. It's a really nice atmosphere. And 24 can get... It's a very, very different kind of race to any normal racing. It's a very different atmosphere. So much fun. I absolutely love every year of this. And I'm sure these drivers do too. Mechanicals dependent. Obviously, some people are going to be happier than others, but we've come 52nd and 50th on certain years, and we still had a laugh. So,
yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, it's all in the spirit of just having a bit of fun. You can never go into one of these races, I think, expecting that you're going to win, because luck can just smite you down pretty much, can't it, and knock you out of contention. But so far we've had that one mechanical, which I think is pretty good going. We're over an hour in, 52 karts out on the track.
As you say,
oh, you're kidding me.
There is a Leeds kart that is pulled over at the exit of the chicane. I think one of his engines are off.
Sorry. Sorry, everyone.
That was typical timing.
Yeah.
But something's definitely not right. So,
we've run out of fuel. So
one.
there we go. 1 hour 20 in. Maximum stint's usually about 1 hour 45.
Yeah.
We've had some humid conditions, warm weather. Means the engines aren't going to be running quite at their optimal.
Well, it's really easy to underestimate how much you've used as well, because you have the Super Pole. Obviously, 3 laps isn't a lot.
Yeah.
It's not nothing. But then you've got driving through the pits, you're driving back round to the grid, the karts are running over there, they're running on the grid. They're running for a long time before they start, so you definitely haven't got a full tank. And we've got driver out the kart. That is devastating.
That is a properly disappointing sight, yeah, because you just watch as everyone flies. But I mean, we're saying this and they can they can hear it. But yeah, it's a terrible shame, because while all the other rivals are building up laps, you've got to get the kart back to the pits with the tow kart or with the towing facilities, and then it's a quad bike or a golf cart I've seen as well.
Yes.
At different venues. But yeah, you've got to get the kart towed back. You've got to get back to the pit lane safely as well as a driver. You can't just walk across the track, obviously. You've got to...
What you'll probably see as well is now that people have seen that he's run out of fuel, they're going to be darting
Everyone's
into the pits.
diving into the pits, yeah.
Because they're going to be thinking, oh, let's stop risking it. Like you say, we have had most people come in already. But those who haven't are definitely going to be thinking, let's get in there. So, but we still have Swansea out the front. The front, I think, 7. Actually, no, most of the top 10 haven't pitted yet. So we've still got a fair few to go. And I can see people putting pit boards out. The modicum of different pit boards that people have employed. High-vis vests. I think someone's got a Lidl flag.
Nice.
Which is good. But yeah, it's very creative ways. Because it has to be unique. You can't just have a pit board. It could be someone else's. As long as you know where your team is, it's going around constantly. It's quite hard to spot. So.
Without trying to bang on too much about Liverpool's C squad, their pit board is terrible. It's a whiteboard with some masking tape, and I could barely read what it says in the daylight. Never mind at 1 in the morning when it's potentially raining and the masking tape's falling off.
Oh dear, that's.
But creative, as you say. Yeah.
Creative, yes, but visible is the key thing.
Yeah,
and that doesn't sound that great. But yeah, props to anyone. That could be what that prize is for. The best pit board.
Oh, I like your thinking.
Or
worst pit board, so there's actually something you can see.
I like that.
That's a good indicator, isn't it? Of you need to do something. I don't know what that indicates, but it indicates something. This is all completely lost on
maybe?
Yeah, this is all lost on literally everyone but us.
We'll keep dropping hints. But yeah. I feel sorry for whoever gets it. No, it's not that bad, but it's just a bit odd.
No, it's funny.
It is funny. And visible. You do make a very good point.
Absolutely, yeah. Either way, we are. How are we going to inflate it? Well, there's a clue as to what it is.
Yep.
I don't think that's been considered.
And for those of you thinking it's not that. It's a different thing.
I see. See, I did.
Before any of you think that.
My mind didn't go there. Anyway, moving on to some racing action. Swansea still leading by about 5.7 seconds ahead of the Reading squad there. Reading getting past Ringo Kart, but not quite having the pace at the moment to match Swansea. Ringo Kart running in P3 with a bit of a distance down to Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast. Then we have the number 52 cars there with a nice bit of separation as well. And this is as we've had these pit lane windows now as well, and a few cars have jumped into the pit. We're seeing these gaps beginning to build up now. We've enjoyed an hour and a half of pretty much bumper-to-bumper action, and now we're starting to see people splitting off ever so slightly, as we do have waved yellows on the Sector 3 part of lap. In fact, it's on the Digiflag as well.
I think either it's in that first sector.
Yeah.
I think someone's gone through the barrier.
They have, yeah. So barrier repairs going on through the very first part of the lap, so drivers need to slow down a little bit, make sure that they have acknowledged that yellow flag so it's safe working conditions for our hard-working marshals out on track there. So
it's one of those things that's really not worth getting a penalty for.
Absolutely not.
Even in sprint racing, it's not worth getting a penalty for.
Yeah, it's one of the worst penalties you can pick up. It's not looked upon kindly if you're overtaking or speeding under the yellows, but everyone looks to be pretty well behaved, acknowledging that yellow flag, which is great to see.
I think it's clear. Yeah, cleared already. Yep. I was concerned it was going to be a full course yellow because
quick work.
To get these.
Quick work by our stewards there. So a big thank you to all of the support crew dotted around the track who have organised this event, who are in the box with us, telling drivers off mainly. Big thank you to everyone involved in getting this event underway.
Yes, very, very massive thank you. It's not an easy job or a safe job, or often quite a thankless job. So thank you all of you, and especially thank you for all of you for being here for 24 hours watching us idiots go around the racetrack. Hats off to
or
you
listening to us idiots as well.
And having to listen to us, yeah. So sorry about that, but thank you. So who are we looking at now? Yeah, it's like you say. From now on, now that these first pit stops have happened, you're not really going to have... You might have big groups forming who are on different laps, but it's going to become less frequent with people on the same lap in a big group together, sort of separated. I say that. We do have a few groups that a lot of the drivers are separated by pretty much nothing. Looking at the back straight at the moment. Can't see who we have going down there, but fantastic bit of back straight. It's a really good opportunity to relax, let your hands go, check your fuel, which is a weird thing to say considering you're doing near enough 70, but you can relax the fastest bit of the track. But it's a very, very long back straight. Quite rough as well.
Absolutely, it is.
Something we've not really mentioned yet is that this track can be... It's a fantastic, fantastic track. Certain corners can take it out of you, though.
It's a traditional British... I mean, in some ways, it's not a traditional British circuit because it's fast, it's sweeping, it's quite quick. But in other ways, it certainly is. You've got the undulations, it's got the elevation changes, it's got everything that makes a track exciting. And the rough and tumble parts are part of that, I think. It adds an element of jeopardy to it.
In the words of my good friend Jean Samu from the Warwick team, it's like a British B road as a track in some places.
I like that, yeah.
Which is obviously most of it is a track, but there's patches where.
As we have a kart there into the tyre barriers heading in to the first of the hairpins through sector 2. That has completely knocked out that tyre barrier. You can't see it on your screens at the moment, folks. We're looking at the run up through the hill in sector 1. There is the driver. Yeah. Driver okay, which is the main priority. We are going to go yellow there.
But driver up and out, which is obviously what you want to see. But that's quite a fast part of the track. And I'm not sure how you would have gone in there. We missed.
I think it's if you stamp too aggressively on the brakes.
Oh, he would have come off going into the hairpin.
Yeah, he's come off going into the hairpin, so he's probably just jumped on the brakes. That's upset the balance of the cart. It's spun around. He's gone flung off into the tyre wall. What the marshals are concerned with there is that the tyre wall has actually shifted to sector 3. It moved off into the tarmac, but they are doing very quick work, I must say, in terms of getting it repaired. So great to see that, and it looks like he's going to be able to continue on. So efficient work there from everyone involved.
I imagine he'd be going back to the pits. That the Bigfoot looks incredibly loose.
I imagine that cart will need a good once over.
Yes.
And yellow flag still being waved through sector 3, just so that it's safe working conditions to make sure that tyre wall there is.
They're not light.
No, they are certainly not light at all. So we've got three of our marshals doing their best to get it all in a good order.
Go on, chaps. Lovely stuff. Yeah, that's actually, I said it was a weird place to crash, but you mentioning that he's coming off the hairpin, that's really not that uncommon. When you're coming up,
not.
You're coming so fast, coming into the hairpin to brake, going through the chicane at full speed and then braking, and you want to be all the way out on the right, but it's very easy to dip a wheel on the grass. And if you do, back end goes round and you're in the wall, as we've just seen.
I haven't done it there myself yet. Who knows? I might end up driving next year. But I got very close. I was stamped on the brakes there too late. I was running wide actually as well, and I caught the grass and slid it on the outside of the circuit. It sort of half spun and was able to carry on. No idea how I didn't end up in a tyre barrier myself. That was one of the few places on this track I think I managed to not spin.
It is savable. It is savable, but if you get a wheel on the grass and rotate it and panic, or don't panic, and I imagine it didn't really look like he braked that much from what the speed that he went in. But obviously, do hit the brakes if you spin out. You're less likely to hit the tyres. But yeah, I imagine that's not the only time we're going to see someone go off there, is my point.
That is probably the case there.
It's our first big crash, though. Done pretty well. Hour and a half in.
Don't say that. Either way.
Well, it's already happened.
Yeah. Number 32 cart jumping in to the pits there. We do still have some waved yellows through this part of the lap. Looks like further damage to the barriers at the start of the lap, which we saw a couple of laps ago.
I'm not sure what people are doing there, because that's the barriers that you go through as the chicane on the pit entry. I don't really know how they've managed that, but that's the second time in a few laps. But yellows are nearly away. Where are we looking now?
And this is something that even that the most astute of the teams might be factoring into their strategies. They might be thinking, well, we know what lap time we're aiming for, but if there's yellows out on track, we're going to get at least a bit of yellow flag running. They might be thinking, ooh, can we push on a stint a little bit longer? Will there be that bit of extra fuel? I don't think they're probably thinking that now, given the rate of attrition so far in this first stint. We've only just crossed the hour and a half mark, and everyone has had to pit. Yeah. Not the maximum 145 that perhaps we're used to see.
No,
I'd be interested to see. I don't know what fuel they run. Do they run E5 or E10?
I should know this because they changed it last year, which was why a lot of the carts had issues, because they didn't like the fuel.
I assume it'll be running on E10 then in that case. So that might be one that we pick up.
We'll find out for you.
Pick up later on, because obviously that E10 is you're gonna burn more of it, getting the same explosion in the engine. So
Very
Could be a cause for reduced stint times there, potentially.
It's good knowledge.
But it's good for the planet.
And the planet.
Yeah.
Yes. None of these electric carts, though. None of that. But, yeah, it's like you say with the yellow flags, obviously, you've got to time it with the pit stops, but also, during a yellow flag, you could see a lot of people trying to come in, especially if it's a full course yellow.
Exactly, yeah.
Because you do lose less time. Especially, yeah. Normal yellow flag conditions, you're not really losing that much, maybe a second or two here and there. There's not much point pitting under that. But the last couple of years, we have had quite extended full course yellows. It's not uncommon for people to see that and go, bang, get in.
Yeah, even under 5 or 6 laps worth of yellow flag running, that can make seconds to a lap. And 4 or 5 seconds can be the difference between you coming out in P14, say, or P21 behind a whole stack of carts that you've got to work your way through. It can hugely change your race.
And any time you can save, especially if it's crafty like that, people are going to be trying.
Exactly.
But you've got to be careful of people doing the same thing. Because I guarantee you, if we do get a full course yellow, we'll get 6 carts in probably. People are F1 fans. So, I'm not saying it clouds the judgment, but it clouds the judgment. But I've just noticed as well, top, I think it's 5, haven't pitted, well, 4 now. Gaslight Gatekeeper in the pits by the looks of it, but I think the top 4 are still on their first stint, which is quite impressive. And Reading are chipping away. 3.7 seconds is the gap now.
They certainly are. I think at this point, Swansea will be in maximum fuel save mode at this point to try and make sure they've got enough juice in the tank. And it just goes to show that the pace that they've demonstrated are race leaders. It's even more impressive if they haven't been, if they've been lifting and coasting certain parts of the lap, if not been taking everything out of the tyres. That is even more so impressive to see them run in the 21s.
Yeah.
That's impressive stuff.
There's a lot of places where you can do it, particularly through the chicane. You don't have to go flat through there. You don't really lose much time if you coast, and that's when you're at full throttle. So there's a few points on this track where you can conserve, let's say. But this early in the race, if they are already thinking about tyre and fuel saving, which I imagine given their experience they are, it's very impressive stuff. Because it's not been that long. Still in the racing mindset this early into the race. You're not really settled in fully.
Very much so, but it can. I think you do have to think quite early on because it can really bite you. Say you're in the middle of that 1 a.m. and all of a sudden your tyres, it's just undrivable. You're tired, you're fatigued already.
Yeah.
It can be a bit of a domino effect, really, can't it? So looking after the car is absolutely key, isn't it, to this race?
Yes. By the same token, they might not be the ones who are going in overnight, so they might not care. Which is, I'm not saying that people are going to think that, but it wouldn't surprise me. So, be careful of your teammates, people. We've already heard about the Liverpool squabbles. Could be you next.
Trust no one. Fight. Anarchy descends upon Teesside.
See them all just start fighting on the banks. Oh, we've got someone off at the hairpin.
We do indeed. Nicely, back underway, though. We're just about able to
right into the path of 2 other carts. But everyone through safely.
Yeah, I think we are likely to see some educational action, shall we say,
against telling off.
Yes, against that driver there. They are back underway, though, which is, at least for their race, the most important thing. It's best out of a bad situation, realistically.
Yes. That's a fantastic shot of that, isn't it? Off the
that is, yeah.
That camera's on the banking of the circuit, so
we
you get a brilliant
see the
view.
operator over there.
You can see.
Yeah.
Thank you to all our cameramen as well. I think they said that we have 4 cameramen for 3 cameras for 24 hours.
Wow.
So
I'll jump on at some point. What could possibly go wrong?
You heard that, chaps? Yeah. Sorry, we're just...
Right, okay. So it sounds like at some point during...
We do have the static cameras overnight. Yeah. Apologies.
Yeah. We're not completely cruel.
There'll be a lot of Red Bulls needed for that.
Too shaky on the camera.
It's a very good point, actually. But yeah, thank you to all of you guys as well. We've got quite a group forming here, coming out of the hairpin. This is number 20? Number 2. It's quite easy to see, actually. You get these clumps of drivers, and they do start to battle. People, it's not necessarily too aggressive in that if you see a gap, you're going to go for it. But people do get impatient. You can't wait forever. You are going to want to overtake at some point. We have
more yellow flags.
More yellow flags for the same barriers. I think it's people clipping it.
And it's just
as they're coming into the pits. Yeah. So it's quite a tight chicane. It's not too forgiving if you come in too hot. So obviously with drivers coming in, they're looking to maximise, like, slow down as little as possible. But yeah, be careful of the barriers, guys. They don't look too heavy though. They look like concrete, but they're not, which is really threw me off when I saw.
It's not an invite to a.
It's not first corner at Monza. They're not made of foam. So, yeah, it's not really a place where you can gain a lot of time.
We do indeed have a few pits. Pit going on at the top end of the field. So Reading are currently in the race lead, or were at the time that they jumped into the pits. Ringo Kart now leading this race. That is Liverpool B squad, who's still pushing on quite late into their stint. We've also had the Swansea squad jumping into the pits. They are back out on track now and in third. That is a great pit stop for them. I'd suggest that means that they haven't done a driver change and they're continuing on.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if they've got a very standard outfit. It's the black helmet with the black suit. So apologies for not spotting him. I think our cameras are on him.
Coventry losing a couple of positions in all of that. As Reading jumping into the pits at the moment. We'll see where they come out. That could be pivotal for this battle for the lead, because separated by only 5 seconds there or thereabouts on track when they were both in a comparable state in the previous stint. But it's all going to change now as we head into the pit window phase of the race for our top drivers. Interesting to see the Liverpool B squad going quite long into this race. They were discussing, one thing I did see, if it was going to be changeable conditions, they were going to do a driver change. And they've clearly opted against that. They're going to go for a double stint at the start of this race, I would assume so. They're only mentioning the driver change if they were
I see.
If there were going to be changeable conditions. They're probably going to hate me for talking about all that. I'm just giving away all the secrets, so I'll probably endeavour to not do that.
This is what you get for fighting each other. The secrets are revealed. But yeah, we'll have a look out for... Oh, Reading are back out? They are back out. They're across the line, and by the looks of it, they're still in third. So good stop from them as well. But with Ringo Kart in first on track, still not stopped, but Swansea in the net lead. We'll try and have a look and see if we've got the same driver in there, because it's like you say, I'd imagine it was a double. It's going to be a double stint for, even if you're the same height and there's not much to change over, doing a driver change is still quite laborious. So I would imagine they're double stinting. Try and look out for them.
So, yeah, in the pits they go. Swansea looking really strong at this point, it must be said, or should I say the ex-Swansea squad.
Are they in now? Oh, no, they've been...
No, they've been in and they've come out. Yeah. So this is a really strong position to be in for the number 34 kart here, approaching 2 hours race time elapsed so far. And there they are, the number 31, I think we just saw heading through that final corner.
No, that was Swansea.
That was 34. Just terrible eyesight, clearly. It was only right in front of me, to be fair.
No, that was a driver change, though.
Yeah.
100% man in a blue suit going out for them.
That's an efficient change. They've done well there on that first. Yeah.
Very impressive. I imagine not much lead being exchanged and things like that, but yeah.
No, and that comes into part of the strategy as well. Teams will be thinking about, okay, who has a similar weight, because that means we can spend less time messing around with the lead, so we can pair drivers up in the stints. Reminder, 80 kilogram minimum driver weight. If the driver is below that and the cart weight is lower than what it should be, you're going to need to lead up and get some weight in the cart.
Yep, something that I'm very familiar with.
Yep, as are the Liverpool B squad from last year, who I believe had pretty much every lap from the race removed.
I think we were disqualified because I was a kilo under at the end of the race.
Ouch.
Which I thought was quite harsh, but it's the rules.
Now's your opportunity to fight your case from last year, if you so please.
Yeah. No, it's fair. we have good
Absolutely.
fun regardless.
Well, that's I think 1 kilo over a 24-hour race distance over about 1,000 laps. It makes a huge.
Well, we were running third up until I think about 2 a.m. Was that a driver in the wall there? What part of the track is that? It's a very close shot. I was going up the hill. Curious place to come off, but they're back underway.
I've done that.
Yeah.
It's where all the best drivers go off. No. Yeah, I don't know how I managed it, but yeah, stuck there for a little while.
Fatigue. I mean, it is a very sort of.
It is. That is a
fast
particularly
turn.
Yeah. It upsets the balance of the car quite easily at that part of the lap. We do indeed have a black flag being waved for Never Overtake Sheffield, and that is disappointing for all of the drivers behind the Never Overtake Sheffield squad because they've got to overtake them now. But in goes the number 30 kart for some re-education. That comes just after a contact warning, so I assume that there's too many penalties accrued.
Yes.
And they are going to have to go in, have a bit of a lesson and a jump back out. As long as you don't fight it, and as long as you're reasonable with the stewards here, you're going to get let back out. It's not going to be too much of a hold up. And
yeah, officially it is a 10-second stop go.
Yeah.
But if you sit there arguing, it gets longer. So it's up to the drivers really on that one, but hopefully they can get back out and get underway.
It's not going to change things. The penalties happened, and you might as well not argue it.
Exactly. But I think, is that Ringo Kart has been in the pits?
Ringo Kart is still in the pits, according to this. They've been in the pits for a while.
But they are still third on track. They've not been overtaken yet.
Possibly a glitch with the timing system. We'll see in a few laps. Maybe we'll check in on them and see how they come out. But if that is the case that they're in the pit stops at the moment, then seemingly the downfall of the top end Liverpool teams as it stands. I want to check. Paul Gacani's up into 22nd on the road now, so making progress from the 35th where they exited. Laughing in the 22s at the moment, looking like they might have a bit of clear air at the moment. Yeah, got a little bit of free space to lap as it stands.
Oh, we're watching them.
We're watching. Yeah, we are. That is Tim Edwards in the kart there for the Paul Gacani squad.
Yeah, good clean air. Like we were saying earlier about being with someone is, beneficial because you can relax a little bit. But being in clean air, you get to put in at your own pace. If you're good in clean air, it's a blessing because you haven't got to bother to overtake anyone or fight anyone. So that's a good opportunity for them to start clawing back some places after a less than ideal pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, out go the Ringo Kart squad. Ringo Kart, then where are they? They are down in 13th and still in the pits, according to the timing system.
Could be a tricky changeover. They're still in the pits by the look of the way the timing screen's going. I think, saying that though, that is everyone pitted of BUKC Motorsports? No, they were quite far back.
Never Overtake Sheffield, still in the pits at the moment. Obviously, they had that black flag.
But you are not allowed to do a fuel stop.
Yep, so that will still be for that black flag. They'll have to come back out again, and if they want to do a drive change, head back into their pits. That is so that the black flag is actually a proper punishment instead of just being, I don't know, I guess I'll just pit earlier now then.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds, but also stop, go.
Yeah.
So you're coming in the pits, you're going out the pits, you're way in. Yeah, and obviously you can't save time on a future fuel, even if it's an unideal time to be pitting for fuel. You can't do it. So it is pure time loss, unfortunately. Hence why we stress the importance of not getting the penalties earlier. But they've not been horrible yet. There's been a lot of warnings coming through, though.
They have, yeah. The warnings have certainly picked up, whereas we are entering a phase of the race now where everyone's starting that second stint. New drivers in the karts potentially. Maybe for those who haven't swapped out, a bit of fatigue creeping in. The kart will be driving slightly differently as well, with a bit of extra weight in the kart, so that's something to bear in mind as well. You might start to see those odd warnings, especially as well with the field now so jumbled up between lapped drivers, drivers that have pitted, drivers that haven't pitted for a while. All gets a bit chaotic, and I think that's why we start to see these warnings beginning to creep in.
It is worth noting with the fuel weight, you do underestimate how much it's going to affect you, because like you said earlier, it's near enough 10 kilos extra weight. Obviously these karts, it's not a lot, but you do tend to feel it.
Certainly do. I mean, you put 10 kilos worth of fuel in your car, say, that's about 10 litres there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
That doesn't make a difference to how the car drives. Put that in your go-kart with that weighs a quarter of a tonne. It's going to make a difference.
Very much so. And they are obviously all brimmed to the tank. It's worth mentioning. You don't get to decide how much fuel you put in. Stewards just put in all of it for you. So everyone's level pegging on that front. But BUKC Motorsports, if they have pitted, apologies, they are a very big mover.
They are indeed 12th on the grid.
I think they were around 9th before the pit stop, so up to second, only 20 seconds off.
Yeah, BUKC Motorsports getting into that. I keep knocking this cable, and we're still being audible, but we stop hearing each other when I do it, so I need to be careful. But yeah, BUKC Motorsports, they're working their way up to around about 9th or 8th, and then we start to see a couple of curb warnings, the likes creeping in, a bit of contact perhaps through that mid-pack, but they seem to have cleared that mid-pack now, and as I say, I'm not too sure they have jumped into pits, but from 12th into 2nd on the road at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very, very good effort.
I'm going to have a look at the...
Yeah,
going to go into some data and see exactly what they've done.
It looks like they have.
I think they have pitted.
Yeah, very good fuel stop, up from 5th when they pitted. Obviously, that was after some drivers had already pitted themselves.
Yeah, lap 59 by the looks of things. They jumped into the pits there, so they're a decent ways into this stint. And it goes to show that, yeah, having that offset strategy seems to be really rewarding them at the moment.
Yeah, 2 minutes 46 as well. That's a very, very quick fuel stop because a normal lap, like we say, they're doing just over 120.
So they've lost a lap effectively in the stop. That's
Which
good
is
going.
Not a lot of time.
Yeah.
At all. We're normally looking at around the 3-minute mark. So lightning stop from them has put them right up there. Because obviously 20 seconds is a big gap. They won't be able to see the leader. They're on a different part of the racetrack. But it's touching distance. As far as a 24-hour race goes, it's something you can work with. And looking as well, 3rd and 4th, we've just had a change for 3rd with the lap dancers.
Yep, the number 15 cart there working their way up in at 2/3, separated by a few tenths of a second from the number 26 cart.
Not making my job easy, they are.
No, the names are certainly interesting, but we do appreciate the creative effort that everyone put into
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's really not easy to think of a good name.
It's not, especially some of the Bigfoot as well, and obviously we'll dive into Bigfoot and names in more detail when we open up some of our competitions throughout the stream in the next 22 or so hours. But the Bigfoots, I mean, you've got to appreciate the effort that goes into a lot of them. Yes, often the content is awful, but the actual effort that went into making the Bigfoots themselves is impressive.
100%. There's often the most complicated ones aren't the ones that win. I think last year there's a very similar one to the one that won last year, which was a Bigfoot of a brown fluffy monster with two big googly
that was
eyes.
Preston or UClan, I think.
I can't remember, to be honest, but I approve of that very much.
We do have a what looks to be like a Yeti out on track at the moment with googly eyes. That is a strong one. I believe they glow in the dark as well, so that will become better at night.
Can't see the smile on my face, but I am very excited by that prospect. But yeah, as you may know, I'm not sure if you do know, I am the driver with the googly eyes.
You are, yes.
From Warwick.
Of course I know, because when you're sat in the commentary box and a man approaches you with beer and says, "I am the man with the googly eyes," you tend to remember them.
Yes. I'm glad you enjoy them. But yeah,
thank you. Yes.
Obviously, as a man with googly eyes on his helmet, I approve of the Bigfoot.
Yes.
But I feel like they've stolen my idea a little bit, but I'll let them go. I'll let them go for this one.
If it keeps going at this rate, it'll just be a Club 100 season of just googly eyes.
I'm for it. And they do actually Google as well. They are rattling about. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, I thought you meant as in they could search the internet. I was really confused. It's like, what?
Not quite. They're not that advanced yet.
Well, there you go, folks. You've still only got 22 hours left to listen to this sort of stuff.
It's all right. It's lucky it's not just us two for 24 hours, because I think,
yeah, we do have some other brilliantly skilled commentators jumping into the box with us. You'll be seeing the brilliant Jacob Harris jumping in actually not too long. You'll be pleased to know you might be getting rid of me quite soon. I'm going to be jumping away from the commentary box, but I think we might see a bit of Jacob potentially. Yes. I mean, I'm happy to hang around if people want me to, but Jacob, who of course took on the role of Piers Pryor as well at the final BUKC round, he was two people at once. It was, for those who haven't seen that stream, by the way, go back and watch Jacob Harris pretending to be Piers Pryor. It's brilliant. Either way, because Pierce was busy
Well, he was
knocking
racing.
people off the track.
Yeah.
He was busy, knocking them off the circuit.
Causing more chaos than usual, should we say.
Yeah. Of course, I am Reeve Taylor, joined by Jake Palmer. We've got Jake Connellan jumping in, as well as Molly May, Adam Nather, Etienne Jones, Zed Berisher, and Will and Dante as well, to begin later on as well. We've got plenty of drivers.
Yeah.
Plenty of, drivers who are actually commentating for us this time out as well.
Drivers who are driving and commentating. We'll see if we can hook. Yeah. We need a bit of Bluetooth, get someone set up in the cart, like the NASCAR interviews.
We'll try and keep it as PG as possible, so it might not be the wisest idea.
That's a very good point. Very, very good point. But yeah, lovely to be here. It's very exciting. It's going very quickly, I must say. We're almost 2 hours in already, which is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, nearly 10% in.
Yes. Yeah. So, as we said before, pack's starting to spread out. We've got quite a few. In that top 10, there's a lot of battles that are very, very close. So where is it? From 4th and 5th?
I'd say even 3rd. Yeah. The number 15
third.
car there, leading a bit of a pack down to the Gaslight Gatekeep and Go Fast squad there.
Very nice.
I'm going to practice trying to say that as quickly as possible.
Rolls off the tongue, that one,
Yeah.
quite well.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's exciting to see a big group forming, especially, most of the top 10 are within 30 seconds of each other. So look out for them.
And this is now the phase of the race where we're seeing less that sprint racing mentality. These 5 carts who are running from P3 down to P8 aren't necessarily going to be thinking about going for those overtakes. They might be giving the old tap of the helmet to say, come on, let's work together. Let's make sure we don't cost each other time, and let's try and push up towards... it won't be realistically possible in this stint to close up towards the likes of Baguette Motorsport. There's a 30-second margin there, which is impressive stuff. But what they'll be probably hoping to do is break away from the mid-pack and ensuring themselves that they can have a bit of an issue in the pits, say, or can get stuck behind some lapped traffic, and it won't compromise their race all that much.
Yes, you can never really count out. You say that 30 seconds is a big gap, but in an hour and a half stint, you've only got to be a few tenths a lap. I can't do the maths right now. You can probably do the maths at some point, but it doesn't take a big gap between your lap times to chip away at that lead. And also, obviously, if they make a mistake, fall off the track, end up in lap traffic and can't get through, all adds up. So it's not off the books.
Certainly is not, as we have a couple more curb warnings coming in there for number 19 kart. This one was for... But yeah, just under 2 hours completed of this race so far. The weather has possibly been the biggest threat to smooth running so far, although it seems to have got away again. I believe we are scheduled for clear skies for the rest of the day. No, we are not. Well, apparently we're having rainfall right now.
Right.
So that's good, as we're having a look here at the refueling bay. And this is actually a great shot. Here you can see a bit of what the drivers have to negotiate. This is the main pit lane, so a driver has to jump out of the cart. They have to be ready to ensure that the cart is fueled up to the brim safely, and that it's possible for them to, extinguish any fires that there might be. It's the most dangerous part of the circuit, is the refueling bay. So it's a nice controlled environment. Stewards working well. There's the two. One being a driver, the other being a team member, step away from the cart, wait for that cart to fuel up. As soon as the tank's brimmed, they jump back in, head further down the pit lane, either make a driver change or just head straight on out.
Yep, there's just out of shot on the right, there's a couple cones where that is the point you can switch the engines on.
Yep.
So you'll either get people pushing it all the way around, or quickest way to do it is to get them going now, so that the driver just jumps back in and goes, and I think they're pushing it round for a driver change.
They are indeed there. So we see the driver assisting their teammate in jumping into the cart there, and pretty smooth driver change there. So no lead needed by the looks of things for those two drivers. We are underway for that team now. So good example there from that team. Actually, thank you very much for a good execution.
Display. Yeah. Lovely display. And it's also worth noting, something we haven't mentioned is getting the engine started.
Yes.
Because it's quite uncommon with most forms of karting that you start the engine, especially on a pit stop. So they're quite tricky sometimes. They're not always very nice to you, and you've got to pull the cord and pull this.
Especially once they're hot as well. Once the engines are hot, it's a bit like if you've got an old car with a carburettor that's running a bit bad. It just doesn't want to kick into life.
Very much so.
You can see that if the engines are roasting hot after they've come off a stint in decent conditions.
But yes, nice little pack forming here as well. There's a gaggle of 7 carts and an even bigger group in front of them, actually, just coming up to the start-finish line. Not sure how many of those are for position, but all keeping it fairly tame for the minute. I'm sure I'll be eating my words in a minute, but
I might be eating my lunch in a minute. I'm starting to get a bit hungry.
Oh, yeah, me too. Jaffas?
You've got... Oh, yeah, we've got Jaffa cakes, of course. How could I forget?
How could we forget?
No, I'm just a bit... Obviously, there's a wonderful cafe that's going to be open throughout...
Yes.
For plenty of the 24 hour for all your good food there for you to get. Or you could be brave like myself. I'm going to try and do some car cooking.
Yes. Yes, you were saying about this earlier with your little home car camping setup.
Exhaust manifolds can have many uses, as it turns out. We'll see how that goes. If I've got food poisoning, let's just come back later. I can no longer comment. We know how it went.
If I get the call up to drive back to Middlesbrough overnight, then I'll know the eggs didn't cook very well. Tuck into these Jaffa cakes.
I wouldn't brave eggs, I don't think. Either way, 2 hours into this race, just a tin of beans, nice and simple. 2 hours into this race, we are now. Swansea still lead from BUKC Motorsports. BUKC Motorsports having a slightly rocky start, but seeming to nail the strategy, executing it perfectly, and now find themselves running in at P2. Got a bit of a margin to Swansea up in front, but most importantly for their race, I suspect, have a margin down to the number 15 cart behind them. So that is a really good position for them to be in. That driver is not too worried. They'll know what position they were in when they were jumping into the cart.
Yeah.
They'll be conferring with the team and knowing what's at stake. But the pressure has been removed from them. They know that there's no point putting in quali lap after quali lap trying to close up to the race lead. There's too much of a gap realistically. But also they know that they can afford to relax and look after the cart a bit, because cart's behind over 30 seconds away. But
they're maintaining the gap. They are actually pulling away a little bit from cart number 15. But Swansea, the gap to Swansea is about the same. About 20 seconds. It's stayed very consistent. Actually, on that lap, they pretty much did the same lap time, which is quite impressive. But consistency is very much key. Quick. You say don't put it in the quali laps, but obviously if you're doing consistent 21s when the person in front of you is doing consistent 22s, you're going to chip away quite quickly.
You are indeed. I was just about to pick up my phone and then I realised that's not my phone. That is a reminder that Coventry, I think, is it Coventry?
It is
Coventry.
Coventry.
I think we've got your phone.
Yes.
So do come to the comms hut, which is just down by where all the gazebos, where you can pitch up.
Start-finish line, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a phone here. Otherwise, finders keepers.
Not sure. I'm trying to look for where they're posted up, but I can't see them. But again, we said about the gifts. We'll have it.
Yeah.
If you're not coming to collect it, we'll happily take it home with us. But yeah.
I've just had a message ping through, so I'm assuming he's not in the cart at the moment, from Yusuf bin Sahel, who many of you will know, who graces us in Club 100 streaming. Actually, he's just papped us. He's down there somewhere, because he's taking pictures of us, to our right. And he says, hello from the lap dancers. So, hello there, Yusuf. Great to see you. Hope the race is going well. Do let us know any juicy inside details that you want to give us at all. But yeah, hopefully see you in the comms box shortly, whether it be today or whether it be over the next few rounds. Yes, I mean, feel free to keep papping us if you see fit, I guess. But yeah, do keep those comments coming in on YouTube, etc. as well. There we go, we cross onto the 21 hour, 59 minutes and 0 seconds in a second to go in this race. The time is tumbling by very quickly indeed.
Definitely. But yeah, everyone keeping it pretty clean. Not too. I've only had one big crash so far, so, and that was dealt with quite quickly.
It was indeed not too detrimental when all is said and done. I'd like to see what repairs were needed to be done to that cart afterwards. I can't imagine it is going to be in pristine condition after that one. Either way,
no, we
are still underway. And looking here at the second of the hairpins before we run down towards the banked corner. A bit of traffic, bit of a queue beginning to build up here, bit of a train forming up as we run through the banked right-hander.
Trying to figure out how we're looking at it. Apologies if we seem a bit rubbish for looking at the numbers, but on our screens they're quite hard to figure out. We have to wait until they come through the start-finish line. So do bear with us.
Well, don't worry, you don't have to bear with me all that much longer, because we are being joined in the commentary box by Mr. Jacob Harris, which means I'm going to put down the microphone for now. Thank you very much for joining me, Jake. It has been an absolute pleasure for the first couple of hours.
It's been lovely to have you.
I'll be keeping a close eye on the race, and I'll catch you all in a couple of hours when I jump back in, but I'm going to pass over to Jacob Harris now.
So, as we wait for Jacob to get set up, we are watching the number 12, who is... Let me have a look through our timing screens. And welcome, Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Reeva's just going to grab that. Yeah, I'm going to shuffle my laptop in, the bigger screen, and what have I missed?
It's been quite collected. There's been a few good lead battles through that first stint, but overall, very clean. Just most of them changing over throughout the pit stops.
Okay. Yeah, it's been an interesting first couple of hours for ourselves trackside as well. There's been a few visits to the mechanics bay already, and
Sorry, I'm just...
what's happened? Reeva's after his phone cable is here, and we've
just hoping we've not
momentarily lost our stream. That's all right though. We can still look out the window.
Yes.
Luckily, we are here. Here we go. Thank you very
it
much.
was the monitor plug, I think I unplugged. Apologies.
We're back.
We are back.
So, 20-second lead for
Yes.
the Swansea grads.
Yes, it's being maintained at that kind of pace, though. It's really not changed. But both of them are slowly pulling away from third, and the big group that we have, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all the way, I think, yeah, eighth will be about 15 seconds behind seventh. So it's quite a big group forming.
Yeah. So we saw Costa Christus start for the Swansea grads team. They've also got James Tanza, Luke Thomas, Matt Tordorf, Michael Weberstadt, and Sam Taylor. I think Michael is the wild card in that team. I met him earlier this morning at the hotel with Luke, who used to stalk me. Funny story. Luke used to stalk me in Cardiff. That was back in 2018.
That's
not officially stalking, but like we
was
bumped
it
into
legal?
each other like a few too many times.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I worked about 200 yards from where he lived, and I think I would turn up for work when he would leave for work.
Convenient.
So we'd see each other quite a lot there, but then we started like bumping each other into each other in Asda and things like that. At which point it was like we got to stop doing this. Very, very creepy. Yeah.
And now you're reunited.
And now we're reunited, and he's in the lead of the BUKC 24-hour. At least his team. I'll try and spot them as they come round to figure out who it is out in that car. The blue suit.
Coming through the chicane now.
That might be Matt Tordorf, if I remember correctly. But it's been a while since I've seen these guys race.
Yes, unless you've got your name on your suit or a very, very distinct one. It's just,
Yes.
I only know a few, unfortunately. I've raced in the series for the whole year, so...
Well, luckily you've got myself, who's been around for many a long year.
I shall be counting.
Who's in the Baguette Motorsports then? Who have we got there in second place? Let me scroll through my big long list of names. The 47 is... so Baguette Motorsports is a little mixture. We've got Tom Fox, who was initially Aston and then went to Coventry and won the title. Sam Spinell, who won the title with him at Coventry, previously went to Hertfordshire Uni. Sam Johns was UWTSD, probably one of the best drivers UWTSD have ever had in the BKC, and has done the 24-hour race with a number of different teams. Sam Spinell's out for them. I've just seen him drive past. In fact, he's doing a double stint. Sam Johns was going to jump in around the hour and a half mark, but Sam Spinell wanted to double up. And they've got Jake Richardson as well, who is their wild card in that one. And then the lap dancers in third. They are the ones with me on their cart. I say the ones, the only ones I've seen with me on the cart. I'm on the front, giving JV a lap dance, and I'm on the back in a very seductive pose.
Oh, look out for
the
that,
less
'cause I've
said
not
about
seen
that, the better.
I think, is that in there? I think
Yeah.
I've just seen...
I can show you pictures later
I can see.
when it's a more professional time to do so. But yes, they've got, if memory serves me correctly, Yusuf bin Sayul, Sam Lovelace, Will Stacey, Ocean Beach started for them. I'll have to keep an eye out to see who is currently in for the 15.
Yes, I don't think he's out there anymore.
Ocean's very distinctive helmet, yes.
Yes, the shark teeth.
That's the one. Let's have a look out the window, see if we can see them coming by. In fact, if I scroll to the live timing, we can see that our little indicator as to where they are in the lap has failed me. So out the window it is.
Well, they could be in the pits, actually. If they pitted at the half-hour mark, they're probably due for another one soon. How long has it been? Yes. Yeah, if they pitted half an hour in, then they would have done another hour and 40 or so. So could be the case.
Yeah, let's keep an eye out for them out the window. It's 16
Yeah,
goes past. Not quite the one we're looking for. Then it is a very distinctive Bigfoot as well. They're going to be in the mix for Best Bigfoot, which will be a competition run on Instagram, so that you can see all the visuals. We'll be getting that going through the night, I believe.
yes.
Is where that's scheduled for, in a new slot. Big Monster Munch there is, and yeah,
Oh, it
Ocean
is
is
still Ocean.
still at the wheel of that one. So that's your top three. With we didn't actually see who's in the 34. We think it's Matt Tordoff, followed by Sam Spinell and Ocean Beach in Durex. Normally teams go for some kind of pun involving their university name,
Yes.
which helps you identify who they are. This year, people have just been that.
There's a few. There's a loose connection to racing in a fair few of them, but you are correct. There's a lot of them that I have not got a clue which university. Luckily, you've got most. Have you got the info of which universities are which, or just the names?
I can get it. So
But there's-
that is in Durex. Oh, Etienne's in that team. Someone who will be joining us in the comments box later on. And I've forgotten what university Etienne goes to as well. But I can swiftly tell you with a quick look at the admin system. And it is University of Central Lancashire.
So it's quite good running for them because they're not normally
They're
too
not
heard of in the BUKC.
a Premier team, no. But
It's very good running so far. Good
I
pit
mean,
stops,
they're 4th and
evidently.
5th at the minute.
Wow! Oh, wow!
Jack Doohan, your mum, is also a UClan team running in 5th. Not too bad at all.
Who I am currently supporting because I very much like their Bigfoot. They are the ones with the old googly eyes taped on as they go through now. So yeah, that is. So the two teams working together very nicely, 27 and 26. Oh, of course, because they do have the numbers that are close together.
Yes, that will be sometimes an indicator
Yes.
of teams that are here together or from the same university. Not
Yeah.
always the case, obviously, otherwise we'd only have one university. But
Well,
yes, you'll see that with the Liverpool carts and Birmingham, for example. The Brumdog Millionaire Bigfoot is pretty good. I don't know if you've seen
Yes.
that out the window.
The number one as well. Proud number to have.
Yes.
But we'll
Although
see.
it's been a while since Birmingham won it.
Yes, it was.
I think Reeve mentioned it earlier. Was it Reeve or yourself? I heard
Reeve,
mentioning the last lap overtake.
Yes. Yes, a few
Big
years ago.
finale that one, wasn't it? That must have been. Was that pre-COVID? Yeah, it was pre-COVID. Probably 2019.
Yes. Yeah, because it was.
Oh, struggling for the Liverpool car.
I think that's an engine down by the looks of it because it's still running. But it's not, especially when you come out of the pits, you might not get both engines started. It is possible to get the engine started as you're actually sitting in the cart. One of them easier than the other one. But obviously it's easy for a marshal to come and start it for you. But having an engine down is catastrophic. You do not believe how much of a difference it makes, especially coming down the straight and going up that hill. Sometimes they don't even make it. So
as displayed.
hence why they almost stopped. But that was one of the Liverpool Beatles carts. I'm not sure which one.
We did briefly there have a check.
Out of fuel. But yeah, unfortunate position to be in because it's not really in your control. You normally have someone else start the engine for you. It's a killer, plodding along the the very long back straight with one engine. And you can hear it as well.
So this battle for 4th then. We've got two UClan teams.
Yes.
Then we've got Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast. Okay.
But yeah, they've closed up big time, actually, now you mention them. That is them coming through to start a new lap now.
So that's Bristol.
Ah, yes.
Again, not necessarily a team you regularly see at the top, as they've got the better of Jack Doohan, your mum. And
We do have some quick drivers in Bristol, though.
Yes, we're following here. That's Sam Spinell at the front of this. in third place.
Yes.
Can you do a public service announcement about stop smashing off the curbs? Because in the last 2 laps we've had like 2 chains, an axle carrier.
So, public service announcement for everyone at the track, especially if you're watching this, but you can hear me over the tannoy as well. We've had 2 chains break in the last couple of laps. Chains breaking is not good for us. It's not great for you guys either. It's less time spent out on the track, and it's more time spent in the garage. Keep off the curbs, and you will do better in this race. There'll be less for our mechanics to do, and more racing for you. Keep off the curbs, please, everybody.
Yeah. To have that many chains go already is quite a shock, because normally they do take quite a beating.
Yes.
It's 24 hours. They're going to take some level of stress and maybe break, but that's why you have the service stop.
It
Things like
is
that can get fixed.
physically possible to get through a 24-hour without breaking a chain.
100%.
So the fact that people have failed to get through 2.5 hours without breaking their chain goes to show that there's a bit too much curbing going on.
Yes.
And that is one of the reasons why I quite like the 24-hour. Different challenge to what you have in Club 100.
Very.
In Club 100, if you exceed track limits too much or hit too many curbs, obviously you're getting penalties, but you're getting penalties because you're potentially disadvantaging another driver who's later to jump into this car.
Yeah.
Now you're avoiding the curves because you don't want to be spending time in the pits.
Exactly.
You've got to maintain your car over the course of the 24-hour. Famously, one of the Dublin teams 3 or 4 years ago, they won both, I think, BUKC Motorsport and the Dancers. And Bristol, the gatekeeping, gaslighting, go-karting team, are in the podium places at the moment.
It's impressive stuff. And like we say, that gap that we were talking about earlier, the mix between the teams, is now for second position. It's showing that Swansea is finished. I don't think they're that out of the game, but we'll have to see where they come back out. We don't know what repairs they need to make. They could have something wrong with the engine. They could have a carb issue, which none of that is an easy fix, unfortunately. So hopefully it's not too bad for them.
Luke Thomas has just given me some hand signals through the window. I think the cart's dead.
Oh.
That's what I took from that. He's not too happy, but that'll be fixed ASAP. They're still showing us second place, so it looks like the lap dancers didn't get the better of them. They are now in the pits, though, so that team will be dropping down the order.
I think once
34.
Once they start finishing this lap, then they'll start to tumble, because technically they haven't finished the lap yet where they're in the pits. You do cross the timing line, obviously, going into the pits.
So the lap dancers have just gone through.
Yes.
Let's keep an eye out for them for the 14 coming through now, with the 27 just behind them over the start-finish line. Very close between them.
Close between 5th and 6th as well now.
Yeah, 26 and the third, 43.
Doing and Coventry. And yeah, looks like Swansea might be in a bit of trouble. Which is people who've led the race for most of this race are now tumbling down. This is how quick it can change, particularly with mechanicals. Obviously, other things can go wrong other than the car itself, but tends to be the deciding factor when losing out on this much time. It's not nice to see, obviously. You want to see drivers at their best and putting in the effort and getting the results, but it's racing. There's going to be a few mechanicals, so unfortunate for them. Still time to make it up, though. Only 2 and a bit hours into this race.
Yeah, plenty of time. Obviously, anything that's befelled any team so far, any mechanical issues, any misfortune, could just as well happen to any other team in the remaining 21 hours.
Probably
and
will.
40 minutes, and probably will. So you may have already had your fair share of bad luck at this point. Obviously, pace counts for a lot.
Yes.
And those who are at the top of the timing screens have a lot of pace. But we still have only seen 1 or 2 drivers per team at this point. There's very few teams will have had 3 or 4 drivers out in the cards. Some might be saving the best till last.
Yeah.
Others maybe, certain teams will have drivers who are here for the first part of the race, but not the second part. They might have work tomorrow.
Indeed.
Indeed, you're not going to be here tomorrow yourself.
Yes. All racing at all, which saddens me a bit, but yeah, at least I've got a nice drive back home tonight. But yeah, looking at a nice battle here with one of the Liverpool karts. Nice. This is what we were talking about. We mentioned this earlier with the different lines you can take through that carousel section. There's so many different lines, and it makes for some good racing like that, and without losing too much time as well. So it's a good place to go for a move.
Yeah, so as we see someone bounding over the curb there, turn one. Lots of overtaking opportunities
Yes.
on this track, but you don't want to waste too much time battling, do you?
No. Exactly. And also, some of the overtaking opportunities involve using a lot of curb. As we've been stressing, that is not always ideal. So, yeah, there's a good few corners on here that can really kill a kart if you hit them the wrong way. This is quite a squabble we've got going into the chicane. There's about 6 or 7 karts within a couple of seconds of each other. Unlikely that they're all on the same lap.
So Sam Spinell at the front of it,
Yes, he is.
leading the way.
Some moves going on with the driver in the red. Just about keeping it on the track. That exit curb is... I think it looks rougher than it feels. It's not too bad when you get out onto there. And they're too wide going through the carousel. Can't see who these people are. We'll get a look at them as they come through. Still too wide. This is quite an intense battle, but... And I think we're going to go too wide again as we come out the corner. Yes, we do. Driver getting the run on the inside, and red driver, number 40, which is...
DMU, that's De Montfort.
De Montfort coming into the pits to end that brief battle. So, curious time to have a battle on your in-lap as we go in with them for the in-lap. So as they come in, they have to pull onto the weighbridge, stop. You see the driver pushing the car out as you need to switch the engines off on the weighbridge. Cart has to weigh 232 kilos. They're quite chunky fellas, these carts. And then
That's
Marshall's
with the driver, though.
with the driver.
With the
Yes.
driver included,
Good
yeah.
point. With the driver at 80 kilos, so 152 kilos are the carts. The marshals will refuel for you. You've got to wait. And then as soon as that's done, pick it up and get the engine started and away. But yeah, pushing them is not easy, especially after doing a full stint. You do lose a lot of the strength in your arms, so it's nice to have someone there to help you. But
You can see there the DMU car that's just come into the pits that we were watching out on track, being helped around.
it's given us a good idea of how long the pit stops take, actually. Because it's quite hard to gauge it when you're actually doing it as well. You're just hoping it goes as quickly as possible. And the chains as well. Having some more spray on them. Oh,
There's,
bit of an issue here. Who's this?
Imperial. Yep. They've had their fair share of bad luck already, I can tell you that. Having been down in the pits earlier on, and they're not going the right direction there. They're getting the point where they should go. And then we come round to the driver swap area.
Yes. So you can get the engine switched on. There's a couple cones just after the fuel bowsers where you get the engine switched on. And we were saying earlier, it's one of those places where you really can make up time. As you saw there with the Imperial drivers, even those little, like not getting the cart quite the right way and having to do a 3-point turn, it bleeds time. That makes so much more of a difference than time on track. Because you're saving maybe half a second on the person in front of you on the track, but that could be 10 seconds in one go. So it's something that's so important to get right.
But absolutely. So another train of carts
I know,
now
yes.
going down to the hairpin.
Tend to
We've
be
got
grouping up.
Cardiff University custom kit in there. We've got a Nottingham custom kit in there. Losing positions, I should say.
It's quite a lot of jostling. We've got 2 carts 2 wide in formation.
This is the group we're talking about.
2 by 2 up the inside, tucking in nicely and getting the switch back. This is what we was in. 3 wide now as we come into the hairpin. Bit of contact. Driver overtaking 2 on the switchback, and the pink car back up the inside with 3 wide again, and he's round.
Ooh.
And a driver off on the grass. Oh, that was surely going to end badly. I mean, they were racing very well. It was exciting to watch, but that is not what you should be doing. It's not worth it.
So Nottingham Smith's race in the 33 was the Nottingham kart involved in that one. And this black suited, grey helmeted individual is restarting their engines on the
Yes.
exit of that corner.
Not
We'll get an
ideal.
ID on them as they come round past our comms box in, well, hopefully it won't be a long amount of time, but they're
Hopefully
struggling
for
to get
them.
going again.
Yeah. We were saying earlier, they're not easy to start, especially when they're hot, evidenced by the waving.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so easy to do. It's all important thinking, you know, going to be calm, going to be collected, going to work with everyone, but it's very easy to let yourself fall into that battle and just get a bit over-aggressive. It was good battling, though.
Absolutely.
A couple of corners 3 wide in a row. I'm not going to complain about watching that.
Yeah, here's another.
This is the same
Another
group, I
round.
believe. Not quite learning the lesson.
So
But number
it's-
7.
Yeah, the number 7.
Back up the inside.
The
I think that's one of-
icons.
It's one of them. Another mixed team, I think.
It is indeed. Yes, we've got Loughborough, Swansea, Liverpool, St Andrews in that team.
Proper mixed bag.
Absolutely.
That driver has got going again finally, but it's pretty much lost exactly a lap. That pack that he was with and battling is just come back round, and we have black and yellow checkered flag. Is that a full?
Battenberg. It's not ideal.
So I'm being told one of the cars has had a wheel come off.
Okay, so
So-
we've gone full course. Full course
So
yellow.
we're now under full course yellow at the top of the hill, just out of shot. I think this is actually the blind spot that we have for our cameras. I'm being told someone has had the wheel come off.
Around the back there,
Aha.
you can see them. Yeah, who is it?
Stranded. One of the Liverpool carts, that looks like.
It is indeed.
I'm not sure who it is exactly, because they do have a very similar look, all the Liverpool drivers, but expect to see some people trying to dive into the pits and make a quick fuel stop here, because this might take a few minutes, especially if the wheels come off. Going to have to fully recover the cart.
Yeah, no takers at the minute, although Endurex, who are currently in the pits, will benefit from this, as will Covunism, and George Harrispin, another Liverpool cart. Chick Flicks are in the pits as well, but they are dead last, so really do need to
Yes.
get a little bit of luck going their way.
Just seen in the shot the recovery truck going through, so this might not be too long. Here it is. So I imagine the marshals will get that done quite quickly, but we are on the full course yellow. Drivers have to slow down, bunch up. This gives the marshals more time and space to recover the cart, as you can see they are doing. I imagine this wouldn't be too long of a full course yellow, so I don't think we'll get the whole pack bunch up like you do with an F1 safety car, but there's the stricken wheel. That's impressive. I imagine that's an axle braking, or possibly the wheel hub. That has happened before as well. But yeah, drivers just going slowly, bunching up. No overtaking, obviously, but slowing down a lot more than you would for just a normal yellow flag.
Still no takers on the pit stop.
No,
It is not. It's not an ideal time. You know, you're looking kind of hour and a half to hour and
Yes.
45, obviously, for a pit stop. And if you've run an hour and a half from the start of the race, that'll get you to about an hour ago.
Should be another
So
hour
you're
from
not
now.
You're not really. As into the pits comes one of the Imperial carts,
Yes.
so they'll benefit a little bit from this. I couldn't quite see which of the two Imperial cars that we've got.
No, I'd just like to point out, I think we got a shot of it then, but my favourite part about the cart being recovered is the fact that the driver sits in the cart while it's on the trailer, so they get a nice little ride high up. But yeah, still on the track, just waiting for the carts to come through. But yeah, everyone bunching up quite a lot, because it's not really a rule. Obviously the leader's meant to slow down the most, but you do tend to get one driver that's not going as quick as the guy in front of him, and you just end up with a few different packs, like you can see.
Yeah.
Because obviously you can't overtake, you can't really tell them to move forward quicker, so you end up getting this weird little split. So, and I think we are going green quite soon.
Yeah, it looks we've bunched up 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yes.
And yeah, indeed, in come the flags.
Here is the green flag. Overtake's happening already. Down into the carousel at the back of the track, we've had a move. Green flag, he's showing a green flag. It's the other side of the board.
Ocean Beach all over the back of another one of our commentators, Zed Berisha.
Oh, there's a lot of drivers coming in down this back straight. Just about filtering in through the chicane. Couple moves into the hairpin. And everyone getting through smoothly. It's one of those opportunities where people go, right, I can get some moves done.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take more risk than usual because it's worth it. to actually take the risks because you're that much closer to the person in front, and it's a bit hectic on the start. Some people might not be expecting it, but yeah, it's going to start settling down a lot quicker than the start of the race, but it'll still be some battles going on here.
So we've picked up on stream another battle featuring one of our green and yellow suited Nottingham drivers.
You can see one of the other battles going through onto the pit straight. There's a bunch of around 15 cars, but all side by side through the chicane just after the pit straight, which is quite a risky place to overtake, especially if you're on the outside, because you can get airborne over those curbs if you mess it up. So yeah, tricky one through there.
Yeah, correct me, I've said one of the Nottingham teams that we're following on stream at the minute. There is only one Nottingham team, and they are about to get overtaken by someone I think is Adam Nather.
Adam is out. I do not know whereabouts he's on the track.
His nice blue suit going through shot there.
I think that is.
Looks a lot like him, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
So is that a move for position then? Where is Adam at the moment? We're going to have to remind ourselves. Never overtakes Sheffield, the number 30. Where are they in relation to the Nottingham team? That was not a move for position. That was Adam, I want to say putting a lap. If I can find.
I imagine he's clawing back.
Yeah, he was putting a lap because Nottingham are 33rd and Sheffield are 19th. So yeah, Adam
back up to 19th.
Making progress here. You can see him entering the carousel now.
That's not bad considering they had the black flag earlier. They were running quite well. But it is a gut punch for your time on the track, one of those black flags. So it's just good going. Very good going. Race just starting to settle back in already. Still a few moves going on here and there, but no one diving anyone this lap.
What's happened to our Swansea Grads team then?
They had
the mechanical, yes. I'm wondering where they came back out.
I think they are 38th, I've just seen. I'm not sure if they're out on track or they're still
they
in the pits.
They are indeed 38th. That's
and they are running.
Possibly. Their little icon's not moving across the screen. And yeah, it doesn't look good for them. Alpha Timing has changed functionality since the last time I looked at it for this much. So
I think it's just not happy because they're not on the track.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them. But early misfortune.
Yes.
For the Swansea Graduates team.
You never want to see it. I mean, experienced team like them, you wouldn't imagine it's fault of their own. But you never really know, and it's how racing works, unfortunately. Sometimes it's not up to you. But still got some very close battles. Seeing Loughborough, we've actually got 6th place is, I'm not sure if the timing is right on that. I think it is. They're a lap down. No, they're not. They're 35 seconds down, but that's still quite a big gap. Lap down on the leaders, I imagine that means.
But they're holding off.
They are holding off
the 8th
Loughborough
Senna
and
squadron is another mixed team, I believe. Down as a St Andrews entry. But
quite a few this year, haven't we?
Yes. Well, everyone's good friends now. But yeah, we've got Sean Patterson, Josh Rayner from Bournemouth, Max Williamson from Loughborough, and Murphy Thompson in that one. And yeah, holding off the challenge from Loughborough's team. Luft and Loaded.
Luft and Loaded.
As I said, some universities go for a pun related to the name of their university, and Loughborough have been very generous there.
It is easier with some than others, though. It should be mentioned.
Yes, they've got Max Dodds, Seb Sandham, Ben Mills, Nathan Morris, and Jude Young in that squad. So they are looking for 6th place at the minute. We'll see if we can pick them up at some point.
I think they have found 6th place. The Senna squadron. Oh no. Am I getting mixed up? Left and Loaded? No, they are still in formation. I apologise. But are we seeing them? That is
That's 21, I think.
Not them. Yes, that did look like the 21. There's the 38, just going past. They are bumper to bumper. There you go. You can see the timing gap, 0.1 seconds. They are right up behind Luft and Loaded.
That's a changed position, isn't it? Luft and Loaded have overtaken them on that lap.
Yes. And Rexy Racing not dropping back too much, but they have lost a little bit of time on that lap. Meanwhile, Coventry, I would assume, are working with number 26, doing. considering that gap. Either that or they're in the midst of a fierce battle, but I believe it's Ben Southgate in the Coventry cart. I know he's out there, so I'm assuming he's in the Coventry cart. Wherever he is. There he is. Oh no, he's in the Rexy. Is that Ben Southgate?
The number 42.
Yes.
Let me double check. Yeah, if Ben is on that squad. There's a Coventry card.
It is.
And it does have Ben Southgate in the team.
Very distinct helmet. And obviously the Rexy nod to good old Le Mans, as I'm sure some of you are watching that as we speak. You were saying earlier, nice to support the lesser endurance teams.
Yeah, not sure why you'd watch Le Mans when you've got the BUKC 24-hour OT side, but not quite sure you go to Le Mans either. The weather up here is positively tropical at the minute.
It is. It's very windy though, I'm actually just seeing from the trees, which is going to give
that to cool you down in the hot sun.
Exactly, but it's going to give them a push down the back straight, I believe, judging by the way it's going. Which it's good fun when you have it coming towards you down that back straight, because obviously you can tuck in and the slipstream. You do really get a slipstream with these carts. Not a huge one, but it does make all the difference as you're chipping away. And working with people, you can bump draft them, help them sort of push along. So, yeah.
I'll tell you what else helps. Going out under weight. Which is, I was just looking as we were talking about pace to see who the fastest lap currently sits with, and it's Paul Gokartney, one of the Liverpool carts. But a number of the Liverpool teams had calculation issues, shall we say, with the lead earlier on, and yeah, I'm not sure if that fastest lap is very representative of quite how fast they have been able to go in a legal fashion so far.
Well, it's all been quite close. There's been a few people in the low 21s. No one breaking into the 20s yet. But, I mean, that's a surprise, actually, because it has been pretty good conditions in terms of what you want for karting. It's not too hot, but sunny. Maybe the wind is hampering them. I don't know. Maybe they're not driving at their fullest, but it's still very good pace from the top drivers. But plenty of people in the 21s.
Yeah, we're back to following our friends from Nottingham.
Yes, the
Coming
pair.
around the start finish now. They are having a good old ding dong with the number 9, which is another one of our St Andrews mixed teams, I believe.
Yes, they've all got similar Bigfoots actually, just different colours.
Gurney's Gang is this one. So Gurney's Gang were the ones that were disadvantaged from the start. Don Bessel's racing for them. I haven't seen Don Bessel. He's been hiding from me.
Could be doing the night shift.
But yeah, the team that they started next to tried to get into their go-kart at the start. Lost their heads in the very short sprint from one side of the track to the other. And yeah, had to shove someone out of the way.
That's yeah, you expect fighting in a 24, but not before you've got in the cut. That's quite rare, that.
So inside info from the Swansea Grads team. Engine bolt came loose, which is why they've dropped down the order. Have they come back out yet? Is the question. But yeah, Sam Taylor's in my DMs regularly,
still in
to be fair. But this time to let me know why they are down as far as 38th.
I think that, yeah, it does look like they're back out though, because I'm 38th when we checked back in them last time. So it could be worse. Engine bolt is a pretty fundamental thing to lose, and they've not lost a gigantic amount of time.
No, I'm sure they'll be back later on.
Still within 10 laps of the lead,
They've got the paces. Someone at Ocean Beach side by side.
Someone's
through the
going over the
hook, and I
curb.
think that's Matt Tordoff behind
As
him
you can
actually. Back out on track. I'm saying Matt Tordoff, so I've got confirmation that it is Matt Tordoff. I'm sure Sam will be messaging me very shortly if I've got that wrong. But
Yes.
I do have a memory of Matt Tordoff in a all
Look
blue
at that.
get-up.
There's a lot of squabbles going on in these few packs. Look at that, now we're going round the outside with a little bit of contact to let him know he's there. Up the inside, going round the corner before the main straight as they tuck back in. This is quite a big group of karts actually for this long into the race. Couple going side by side there as we come into the chicane. It is one line through there really. You have to sort things out before you get there. Obviously you can always go for a dive into the hairpin, but not during the chicane. You can't set it up early. It's got to be a late move.
Yes, I think behind this 5, that's the Swansea Grads car, the blue one that you can see getting his
Oh,
head
yep.
down by there. Behind him then is Ocean Bates driving for 15, currently in 2nd place in this race.
Oh, yes, they are.
Lots of traffic for them to contend with over the next few laps. And if we look now, we'll see them coming through this shot here in a couple of seconds' time.
Just exit the chicane.
There's Adam Natha.
Oh.
And we're down to turn 1. That's Sam Spinell going through turn 1, I think.
Ah, so that's our leaders.
Our race leaders,
Yes.
yeah. And here's that big gaggle of carts as to the inside. I think that's Gooney's gang, number 9. Or it's one of the bright blue Bigfoots
Yes,
of
number
the
9.
789 group of
Yes. I think it is the number 9.
conglomerates. Should we call them a conglomerate?
Rather official name, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're giving them too much credit. Sound like you're giving them political power, which I don't think they should have.
Coalition would be more
That's not
political.
bad.
Coalition of drivers. Coalition of universities. Do
Yeah.
let us know in the chat what your preferred term for a group of drivers from different universities. Sam Taylor has indeed confirmed my suspicions that Matt Hordoff is back out for the 38 Swansea graduates team and trying to make up for lost time with
Yes.
that engine bolt.
This is, we can see him at the right of your shot there. It's a good opportunity as well for Ocean to tuck in behind Sam and work with him, because he's only a couple carts. There's one cart in between the two of them. Obviously, they're on completely different laps, but the pace is very similar. So it's a good opportunity to work with someone who's on a similar, if not better pace, learn their lines even. I doubt that's really the case, but it could be some good progress coming in from Ocean. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Some comments coming in on the YouTube channel. Matthew Long says, is it legal to watch Le Mans instead of our driver? Yes, it is. You can be arrested for that. I think the minimum sentence is 3 years in prison.
Yeah, we'll find
Some support for Metal Gearbox Solid.
Great.
From Orla Morris. Go Yuki Spinoda. Go Josh specifically. Viva Mexico from Byron Murray. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to, but yeah, why not?
Gotta love Mexico.
And Endurex Go 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 from Rico. So yeah, thank you guys. Nadia Manua is supporting Coventry as well, here for a win. And
It's a
why
bold
not?
claim. It's a bold claim, but they are actually saying that the lead Coventry car is not in the top 10 anymore. I think they've pitted because they're down to 28th. They did pit early on the first batch of pits, so I think it's because we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. So yeah, that's probably a timely pit. I don't think they've had something go wrong, but I can't say for certain. It's very hard to keep track of these things.
Just looking at this group that we're following
Goodness
now
me.
of 7, 8, 9 carts. I think that's George Lawrence at the back of it, and one of the Liverpool carts we saw earlier loaded onto the back of a trailer, so good to see them back out.
Yes.
Looking a bit feisty at the
Ooh,
minute.
move down
George
the
is
side.
going to pick and choose his times to go through this group here. Into turn 1 they go. And we'll eventually see them coming now down this hill onto the back straight. Big gaggle of carts appear in the top of your picture. There we go.
Side by side. It's good, very good place to get an overtake done on the exit coming onto the main straight. They're side by side. They could have a good chat and a coffee while they sort out who's going to go through, but they do sort it out, thankfully. Driver going quite wide into the hairpin, losing a couple spots. Aforementioned George Lawrence making a move around the outside, very nicely done. But yeah, this group is getting quite feisty. There's not too many big moves going on, but they're jostling for position quite often. And as I say that, they go 3 wide into the final of the first of the final 2 hairpins. But all staying quite civil for the time being, but good moves from everyone. Obviously, you're trying to make up time. Person in front of you isn't necessarily actually in front of you in the pack, but it's, you don't really know. You're just going to go for the move and hope. But good racing from everyone so far. I'm impressed.
So it's 3:15 already. I've been here for 45 minutes, and it feels like I've just started.
Have you?
Yeah, it's madness, isn't it?
Ah.
It goes quickly. I always find BUKC days seem to go on forever because we have so many races during them, and then the 24-hour, all of a sudden you turn around and you're
Yeah.
nearly 3 hours into the race.
It's a really good point, because as you sat there and you know someone's out for their stint, if you're not checking the watch,
Yeah.
you could be having to get ready. Obviously, you need to be ready. A lot of the teams are pitched up on these bankings. It takes quite a while to get down to the pit, so you need to be aware. Yeah, you are right. It does go very, very quickly. So if you can hear me, look at your watches.
Keep checking. Keep checking. Let's have a look at who's mixing about in this one. George Lawrence is making progress through this pack. Who is that in the green ahead of them? I really should recognise that suit and blue helmet combo.
I think the green suits are a new suit for one of the universities.
Clock them as they come past their timer box now.
I feel like it might be Nottingham, is my guess.
It's not Nottingham. They got a bit more yellow. It's the 28, and it's an Edinburgh. Is it an Edinburgh?
Ah, yes, it is Edinburgh in that green.
Yeah, that is. It's Cambridge. Sorry,
Oh.
Cambridge. Yeah, Cambridge with a team of 9 in this one.
Oh, they're 3 wide coming down. They've tucked in a bit and sorted it out, but I thought they were going to go 3 wide into that corner then. There's a couple of lines through there, but not 3.
Coming back at them into this
Yes.
corner here and up the inside of George Lawrence. Yeah,
Good
one of
battle.
9 drivers. I'm sorry to say I can't quite remember which of Oliver Sear, Adam Ormondroyd, Jack Hepworth, Yassine Alkazi, Richard Cassetta, Luna Ray Wang, Rahul Sharon, Nathaniel Tung, and Alex Wilkinson it is.
I think they do have their name on there, so we might.
We'll have a good look.
Yeah, we'll try.
If I had to bet, I'd be betting on Alex Wilkinson, but I don't have to bet, so I'm not going to commit to that. As Adam Nath, I've just seen forcing his way through at the carousel there.
Oh, cheeky move up the inside there, but I don't think it's going to stay. There's a lot of corners on this track. It's quite similar to Buckmore in that it's not optimal to try and do an overtake on that corner. You need to set it up for the next one. And there's a lot of big straights after corners here, so you have to really pick and choose your moments.
Round we go for another lap then. And we've picked up here someone who was in the wars earlier in that grey suit, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
The number 27. Let's remind ourselves of who that is. It's Endurex. Maybe it was someone else we saw on the wall. Endurex, I feel
Yes, it wasn't a grey suit. It was a... I can't remember. This is the trouble. It doesn't feel like that long ago, but...
I think it was a grey helmet that I'm thinking of. Black suit, grey helmet. Endurex are in 10th overall. As, that's...
Oh, that's quite feisty, and they're bringing other carts into it. 3 wide. It's an opportunistic move from... I believe that's a lead suit, but that was quite rough. It's a very, very tight chicane, that. You can't really make a move there without making contact. And they're still 2 wide into the chicane. Driver just about keeping it together, and they're still battling. You can see them just gathering the cart up. That was well held from all of them, I must say, but that could have been quite bad. Still giving them a little tap wide onto the curbs. Manages to keep it. Little shoulder check, and again. Driver in the number 5, which I think is one of the other mixed groups, taking an opportunistic move from that cart's
Yes,
bad
number
exit.
5 is our only all-girls team this year. The
Oh.
Iron Dames. Mixture of girls from different universities. And the wild card, I believe, is Lily Mae Watkins, who races in GB4.
Wow.
Yes, we got Anastasia Terenchenko, who is captain of St Andrews. I think she won a race last time we streamed BKC at Clay
Yes.
Pigeon. Abigail Perry from Loughborough, Georgina Edwards, who is also Loughborough, but Christ, it was a while ago that Georgina was there now, which is my saying. Samantha Seward from Birmingham, and Catherine Hardwick, or Kate, as I believe she prefers to be known, who's one of our Edinburgh drivers.
There's still a lot of... this sort of section of carts is having quite a good battle. I think there's something in the air in this part of the track, because there's a lot of moves going on. These side by side going down the main straight. No moves going on into the hairpin, tucking in behind each other. This is quite feisty for a 24-hour race, I have to say.
Speaking of feisty, it's time to launch our first social media competition of the day. I am going to be putting out calls on Instagram. In fact, as I say that, I've got an Instagram message from Sarge, who's with the current second place team, the Lap Dancers, submitting their entry for best kart design, replying to the story of myself in the seductive pose. And the last thing Sarge had messaged me was a spreadsheet from the race 3 years ago even. And that's the competition we're launching now, the first competition of the day. Social media, win yourself a big prize. Those of you here at the track, those of you watching online, send us screenshots, send us the file if you want, send us your spreadsheets. We want to see how you're organising your team. Is it Excel? Is it an SQL database? Is it a whiteboard with scribbles on it? Is it a piece of paper at the back of a fag packet? We want to see your spreadsheets, your team organisation systems. Send them to me, send them to the BUKC on Instagram, or show any of the members of staff, Club 100 staff, self, Will, Dante, or Harrison knocking about. We want to see how you're organising the teams, and there is a prize for the best one as usual. Send us your best spreadsheets. I'm going to put that on the Instagram story now. Yeah, we love to see your intricate plans for the 24-hour race.
Idea for you. Me, Reeve and I had an idea of what we could use the mysterious... We've not actually still told them yet what the mysterious item that you bought and don't know what to do with is.
Yes, I mean, there's a few of those in my weekly shop every week. I go a bit wild when I get a trolley in my hands. But
we've never had a best pit board.
We haven't.
There's quite a variety this year, so it could be... But we said the prize could be put it with the pit board, so it's more visible, or the least visible pit board. There's a few different options.
I'd be up for that, actually, yeah. We'll squeeze that in the schedule somewhere.
Because I've noticed a fair share of sort of funky pit boards, because not everyone, can afford the big ones, but a lot of people have very similar looking pit boards, so don't really need that much complicated on it, especially if you've got radios, so you just need a little signal thing. But
what was your pit board that you used for Warwick?
I think we've got our own Warwick pit one that's probably older than me, but that was quite simple. Didn't have any flares or anything like that. But I think there's a Lidl flag. I think someone had a mirror, it looked like.
Interesting.
I don't know.
I'm not
the
quite
back
sure.
of it was a mirror. I don't know if the whole thing was a mirror.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how well that would work.
No.
If you're holding it up and... It camouflaged itself, really, around here, wouldn't it? If you're like pointing it towards the grass and you're holding it with the backing of the grass or the trees, then yeah.
I don't know. But there's a bit of a scuffle going on here. Driver going up the inside. It's our grey suit man from earlier. It's still the same pack. Having a right tussle. But yeah, it's when you don't make a clean and decisive move, especially when you've got a group of people like this, people are going to take the opportunity and try and make a move, because it means they don't have to do one themselves and risk too much. So it's really important to make your moves clean, obviously for time loss as well. But I was going to say staying in formation, but Cart at the back in the orange, making a move down the inside. Nicely done. Cart going wide as well. He might get another one here, and he does. Cart staying in formation. That is a black and orange suit. He's just made the move. I can't... Yes, you'll have to excuse us, because we're quite far away from the part of the track we're watching here. Couple more drivers going too wide down the main straight, tucking back in, using the slipstream. You do have to get quite a good run to get a move down the main straight. You can't just tuck in, and it's not like having DRS or something silly like that. It does take a good move.
You can't just get your head right the way down and
still
pray
try,
that
though.
you stay on the tarmac.
Definitely still try. I think that's a Coventry cart, if I'm not mistaken, in the black and orange. Maybe not. I think it looks like someone that I think I know, but I can't. Oh, and another move up the inside. These two having quite a long battle, and switchback manoeuvre. Swapping positions constantly, and it is Coventry because it is Lightning McQueen in the black and orange.
In they come to the pits.
Yes, purple
with
cart.
Zed living to race another day. Zed's very distinct. He's got a great helmet, Zed. I'm gonna ask, we'll have to ask him about it when he's on comms. But yeah, when you get a good look at that helmet,
Yeah.
it is very, very nice piece of kit.
Too wide. I'm not sure what happened to those drivers, but they went too wide in there. Too wide for these two as well. Commentary going all the way around the outside and tucking back in on the inside. That was a tidy move. That was very well placed. Not easy to keep the revs up, making that sort of line, because it is a very steep hill.
Yes.
Can't really see. You can see it quite well because of where the camera is, but it really does bog down.
I think that's what surprised me most about driving around this track, is
Yeah.
just how steep it is when you get around there.
Yes.
So at the point in which I went out for the first time, I'd commentated, but I'd never driven this track, and yeah, I got up there. Wow! And then as a heavier lad, it wasn't too comfortable. I've just seen Ocean Beach come into the pit lane. That's our leaders currently.
Ooh. Yes. I think the checkered flag on our little timing
Means
screen
that they're
might
in
be
the
a
pits.
pity. I wasn't told this. This is
just
information that would have
figured
been
it
good 3 hours ago, but here we are. And yeah, leaders in the pits and Gaslight. At
Yeah,
the
so
time
I've
that they
got-
went across the line was only 4 seconds back.
So I've got 15, 5, and 52 were in the pits, but yes, you can see there 5. So the checkered
Aha.
flag on your live stream means that team's currently in the pits.
Yeah.
I think we'll see the lap dancers drop down next lap, as you can see. It's going to take them at least a minute to get back out, so we'll see Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go-Kart take the lead. Bristol doing very well for themselves, and Bristol, one of those teams that always do the 24-hour. There's a few. I would have said the same about Warwick, but you're sat here next to me in the comms box. They always do the 24-hour, and I love that. There's a few that drop in and out, like Exeter, for example, who
Yeah.
won it last year, decided not to enter this year, but there's a couple that just somehow it always maintains. Cardiff never used to do it. It was never an option for me when I was at university, but very recently they've become one that keeps going year after year, and always has a Cardiff University Motorsports themed name.
Yes.
Um,
We'll let you figure that one out.
yeah, he's started.
Cambridge have
Back
taken
in
that
Cambridge have gone for
title
the same
from
kind of theme. Yeah,
in their absence.
less effort with theirs, I will say. I'm sure they don't mind me saying, because, well,
Short
you can
and
see it on your
sweet, though.
screen.
It's elegant. Actually, no, it's not elegant.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough about them. But yeah, leaders are now down to second on your timing screens. Are they back out on track? I don't think they are. No, they dropped down to third again.
Yeah, so as I said, they'll probably drop down possibly as far as 9th if they lose a whole lap in the pits. I can't imagine they'll be too slow. Ocean and the team know what they're doing. But it'd be interesting to see who goes out for them, because I think that's a double stint from Ocean, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it would have been. And I think number 14, the Bristol team, I'm not sure they've pitted yet. They are running well.
Just the once so far.
Just the once, yes.
Whereas Baguette Motorsports twice, so Sam Spinell's been in
They're back in the lead.
twice.
Goodness me.
Senna Squadron are in the pits as well. You can see on your screen. That'll be for the second time. I'm not quite sure if the two on my screen includes the current one. Left and Loaded in 4th as well. They've only been in once. I still have trouble reading. I still have trouble reading. It's hard to say that. If you
It's a clever pun.
on the go, I still have trouble reading.
The fact that we're stumbling on it is, I think, the point.
Yes. They're 2 pit stops in and recovering as well. So once the pit stops even out, it looks like Baguette's Motorsport are in the pound seat, the number 47. Whereabouts are they on circuit? They're coming around now. Let's have a look out the window for them. Here they are. Yep, there's Sam Johns in the white helmet, blue, white and orange suit going through. So yeah, Sam Johns in the net lead once the Bristol team
And we have
decide to take their second pit stop.
we have yellows out for a driver in the pit entry. I think the two came together because they've just.
That's a York driver.
There's a York driver, and I didn't see the other driver that went through. But that's a very weird place to crash on the pit entry.
There's 2 crashes we've had there now today. The other time, though, it was raining a little bit, which I don't think it is currently. It's very sunny.
No, it's been the weather is holding out for the time being. I keep checking the weather, but I'm not going to bother at some point because at one point we looked earlier, it was 100% coverage.
Lap dancers are back out. They are in 6th place. I think they've benefited from the 2 pit stops you can see on the screen there, Senna Squadron and Brumdog Millionaire. The Pod Hub have stayed out, but they haven't benefited from Lap Dancer's pit stop. We'll keep an eye out to tell you who has gone out for the number 15, if I can spot them on track. The team of BUKC All-Stars. I think they were once called BUKC All-Stars. Or at least there was a team called BUKC All-Stars. They also were Yusuf's Goat Farm at one point as well. But they've gone for the lap dancers this time, as I said, with a picture or 2 of me in some very seductive poses.
A couple of Liverpool carts having a bit of a battle in front of us.
That's an Imperial one. It was the second one. Was
Oh,
Imperial.
sorry, yes, they are. Very similar coloured suits. I've never noticed that before.
Yes.
But we are now 3 hours into this race. How quick that has gone. We still have some very close battles, but we'll give you a run through the order as we get another yellow flag. Another driver spun. There's something going on with the pit entry because there's a lot of drivers spinning. Anyway, 3 hours in. Your leaders, not your net leaders, due to them only pitting once, is Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, followed by Baguette Motorsports, who are your net leaders. Lufton Loaded follow them. I still have trouble reading. We'll get that right at some point. Rexy Racing, Lap Dancers, Pod Hub, Endurex, Doohan, I'll leave the rest of it, and Edinburgh B rounding out your top 10. Senna's Squadron in 11th, followed by Ix's Icons, Brumdog Millionaire, Never Overtake Sheffield. Number 49, I'm not going to say that one aloud.
You say minecart.
Okay, yeah. Cambridge team. You guys are not making this easy. Imperial B, Brumbacart. That's not one we've mentioned yet. That's brilliant. I quite like that one. And not in my accent, though. I'm too posh for that. Covinism, Yuki Spinoda, Paul Go-Cartney, Late Breakers Anonymous, Iron Dames Racing, Edinburgh A, Joe Us Your Baps. That's another one we've somehow not mentioned. That's great. Coventry R, Ringo Kart, Franz Herman from Wish, Gurney's Gang, rounding out the top 30, and then we have Reading Between the Lines, Burger King's ex-Swansea Female Dogs, Nottingham Smiths Racing, 2 Girls, 1 Piston Cup. We thought this was a sprint.
Cardiff Uni.
Cardiff Uni. Oh, that's the Cardiff team.
Yes.
Ah, I was
Cardiff Uni Motorsport.
Yes. Yes. The Miles Shelby squad. George Harrispin, Portsmouth. That's it's not even
No
A.
nonsense.
Portsmouth. Rounding out your top 40. Leeds G for gentlemen in 41st. Metal Gearbox Solid in 42nd, followed by Imperial A, DM Useless, Brump and Pass, Woo's Your Daddy, Automobi Leadsters, Edinburgh Napier, BUKC My Life, John Lemon, Spin and Tonic, and Chick Flicks rounding out your pack. Going through that, I've noticed a lot of the Liverpool teams have dropped significantly. They had a very, very good start.
They lost laps for coming in underweight, so they've been penalised.
They've been deducted then. They must have... Who's in
yeah.
the cart? Is there anyone in there?
Well, that's what we wondered. Is there anyone in there was what I was saying when they were knocking on their skulls, trying to figure out why they were all coming in underweight. Yeah, not a great time for Chick Flicks so far. That's one of our commentary teams.
They
Eamon, Slayer, Max Ludgate, Luke Burrow, Finton Starkey, and Max Hawkins of Leeds Beckett in that one. They are towards the bottom. I say towards the bottom. They are the bottom of the time in 5 stops, which is more than anyone else so far.
Okay.
They're winning in that respect, but you didn't turn up today to win the most number of pit stops award. However, we do have a wooden spoon, which will be presented
You're on
shortly
track.
before the end of the race.
You're on track for a prize. No, they did come in and explain the mechanical issues they had at the start. So I believe they've changed the whole cart, which is only available if it's like unrepairable.
A lost cause, indeed.
Exactly, which is you don't actually see that often in this.
No.
The mechanics are very, very good here, and even if it does take a minute, they will get it fixed. But yeah, something catastrophically wrong with that one, and the leaders are into the pits. It's only a 36-second gap back to Baguette Motorsports. They can't physically do a pit stop that quickly, so reckon with a really good pit stop, they'll be coming out back end of the top 10, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they come out in terms of 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. We got I Still Have Trouble Reading a minute behind the lead, Rexy Racing 3 seconds behind them, and then Lap Dancers a further 6 seconds back in 6th. So Bristol will be looking to come out around about that kind of area. Confirmation that if you are watching on Alpha Timing results, live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC or results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC/live, your pit stop counter, which is available on that screen, includes the current one. So Bristol are currently in for their second pit stop, and the pit stop counter is showing a number 2. So yeah, Baguette Motorsports also done 2 stops, will inherit the lead next time round. Lufton Loaded, only 1 pit stop, but they'll be in second. And then I Still Have Trouble Reading, who've also done 2 pit stops, will jump up to 3rd.
But while they are in the pits, they've also got themselves a black flag.
Oh dear.
Number 14.
So they're also being summoned to race control. So Team 14, if you are listening, Team 14, we need to see someone in race control. That's Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, Bristol. In comes their driver into the pits now. They've gone straight out and straight back in. Yes, can we see someone from Bristol in race control, please?
Gaslight, Gatekeep, get over here, please. Sounds like you're in trouble, unfortunately, but yes. Curious. I know they were the leaders, they weren't the net leaders, but that's still, it's a lot of time you waste. I imagine it's some sort of pit lane infringement that they've got, considering the timing of it.
Yeah, well, they've managed to come back out in second, but obviously gone straight back into the pits for that black flag, which is less than ideal.
And they won't be able to, they would have probably gone straight through the pit. Yeah, they would have. Can't have stopped with the Terrio 4. Now they're going to have to do their black flag stop and then come back and do their fuel stop. So they're going to lose a big chunk of time here. So, bit of a fall from grace there, but as we say before, it's time to make it up.
Speaking of breaking the rules, though, contact warning for Baguette Motorsports. Sam John's not behaving himself out there. I think he's coming through the carousel. Is he in this pack here, or is he slightly behind? He's in the middle of this pack here. So we're following our race leader. He's the middle of these 3 cards, and he's had a contact warning just now.
They've racked up quite a few warnings over the course of this race. Is it 3 laps they get reset? 3 hours, sorry.
Yeah, it's only been 3 hours.
There is a grace period for the penalties. It's not like if you get 3 contact warnings over the whole race.
Is that
there is
back out? Yes.
Yes.
They've lost a lap to our leaders.
Yeah. So that means they're at least
Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast.
That was their black flag stop.
Still waiting to see those guys in race control. If Bristol are listening on the tannoy, Bristol, please send someone to race control. But out on track, their man is trying to avoid being lapped by Baguette Motorsport. So are they still on the same lap now? But
no, they'll start dropping down now. I imagine they will be around 9th.
Yeah, so Sam Johns clears the back marker between them.
Yes.
As they head down to the carousel. The back marker is, doesn't fancy it, that's number 27. It's Endurex, actually. So a team with a bit of pace themselves,
was
the
that
27.
for position, actually? No.
No, so that was putting a lap on Endurex. You can see there, they're 1 minute 23 behind the lead last time round, which is roughly a lap time. That's Sam Johns putting a lap on the 8th placed team from University of Central Lancaster. And into the pits once more come Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast.
3 laps, 3 pits. It's not really what you want to be doing, but yes, that's a big blow, that one.
As Hayden from Bristol makes his way to race control. He's about to find out what's keeping his team out of the lead of this one, actually, from our race director.
Doesn't look like it was him that did it. But
no, he doesn't look like he's just got out of a go-kart. Support coming in on the track for Seb Anstey from Luca, who I assume is a relative of some sort, having the same surname. Not that I don't have friends called Harris. And Rebecca Bellingham is supporting Luft and Loaded. Luft and Loaded are currently in second place, having a great race, actually, for the Loughborough team. Former BUKC champions, multiple former BUKC champions. Actually, Loughborough, they've not had the most successful of years in the last 2 or 3 seasons at the BUKC, but second place, although only 1 pit stop so far. They've done well to get this far into the race with only 1 pit stop. Typically these karts will run an hour and 40, hour and 45 minutes. So you'd expect them to dive into the pits probably in the next 10 minutes or so. But that kart can run and run. We've got a gaggle of karts here coming over the start of finish straight. A couple of Liverpool drivers in there, the Cardiff University Motorsports team as well. Through the start of finish they go side by side. Are those 2 there? Do send us your spreadsheets for the best spreadsheet competition we are running. At the moment, we've had just the 1 entry so far, who is net lead of our best spreadsheet competition, which has been hotly contested in the past. We've seen some excellent spreadsheets, all sorts of scripting, VBA, formulas, and bright colours. Bright colours get you extra points in the best spreadsheet competition. Pod Hub in the pits. That's the number 17, currently in 6th place overall. Lancaster made themselves an Instagram just for this race, Pod Hub. They pit for what I think is the 2nd time in this race. So if you're leading 10 drivers, or teams rather, just Left Unloaded and Rexy Racing were waiting to have their 2nd pit stops. Going all the way down to Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast for any more than 2 pit stops. They are back out on track now, haven't had that chat with Race Control. They're down in 14th, so not a lost cause entirely for the Bristol team, but work to do to make up for that spot of bother they got themselves into. Imperial B just behind them with 2 stops, and Communism are on 3 pit stops. The other team who've hit a bit of bad fortune, should we say, but still doing all right. As we see Left Unloaded then come into the pits, they were 12 seconds off the lead before they came in, but now they'll start dropping down the order. I still have trouble Reading. We'll leapfrog them up into 3rd, as will Rexy Racing, I think, although Rexy Racing themselves will be stopping soon. So Baguette Motorsport, Sam Johns out there lapping in the 123s at the moment, which will probably want to go a little bit faster than that, Sam, to maintain that lead. We are watching on your live stream Liverpool, Cardiff, and a blue and yellow suit, which I don't think is a custom design. But as they come through the carousel now, we've got Cardiff team pitting by the looks of things. Indeed, there you go. You see them peel off to the left-hand side into the pits. So yes, confirmation there then. I still have trouble Reading up into 2nd place. They're 20 seconds off the lead. Rexy Racing a further 6 seconds behind them. The lap dancers are in 4th. 4 karts on the lead lap. And Durex, as we mentioned, a couple of minutes back, got lapped. Sam Johns getting by there on similar pace though, those 2 drivers. We are 3 hours and 15 into this 24-hour race. The sun is shining in Middlesbrough this afternoon. We've had spots of rain, but it's not stuck. We are now in the prime sunshine of Northern England. Pick up another battle here towards the back end of the circuit. A nice distinctive lime green Bigfoot. I think that's the number 9, or is it the number 8? I'm missing. It's one of the luminous coloured mixed university teams. We've got 5 entries on the system as St Andrews, but in terms of St Andrews drivers, I think there's 2 or 3 here today. Iron Dames Racing, Miles Shelby Squad, X Icons, Senna Squadron, Gurney's Gang. All do we agree to call them a conglomerate or a coalition of drivers? But yes, they're the distinctive green livery make their way. There's a bit of traffic up ahead of them at the moment. Through they go then. It is indeed the 8 Senna Squadron. Senna Squadron mint.
Well, 2.5.
Yeah, so just to make it confusing, we've got another Jake joining this
Oh, lovely.
one. So you're currently listening to Jacob Harris and Jake Palmer. Shortly be listening to Jake Connellan and Jake Palmer, because this Jake is getting out of here. I'm not getting out of here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm working. As well everyone knows. I'll still be knocking around. I'll be cajoling you for spreadsheets. For our best spreadsheet competition, and taking some pictures of your whiteboards. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing in 40 minutes time.
We had some good submissions yet on the spreadsheet front. Reminder to get them in.
Would I call them good? Don't know.
Speaking of not good, black flag for Imperial A. That is whereabouts are they at the moment? They were running quite well. Actually, no, they were near there.
They're in 41st.
Still, doesn't matter where you are, a black flag is still going to affect you the same way, and that is not what you want to see. And if I'm right in saying, Reading are in the pits.
Yeah, 3rd pit stop for I Still Have Trouble Reading.
It's an early pit stop. So it's early in the cycle, but it can work. There's a lot of different strategies you can use.
Well, interestingly, they're on their 3rd pit stop. Rexy Racing, who are in 3rd, behind them, still only done 1 so far.
Huh.
They're running quite long in that Rexy Racing car, aren't they?
What is that? 3 hours 20 on? That's really impressive, especially considering the first one's shorter. You see the black.
Yeah, you think an hour and 40, any beyond that, you're pushing it, aren't you?
Yeah.
But a lot of teams will go out in the 2-hour practice session with the intention of just finding out just how long it can go.
Yes, good point, actually.
So maybe they've done that. Maybe they sent that out for just the whole time. They all got their practice in yesterday and worked out exactly how long they can drive for, and it's paying dividends now, if that's what they did.
Very difficult thing to calculate, though, especially when you're not in control. Obviously, the marshals here are brilliant, but it's all done by hand, so the fuel might not be bang on what you thought, and when you're pushing it that far, that little bit of extra drip from the fuel tank might really make the difference. So it's a risky play, but it's working. I mean, they've only stopped once, and they're in 2nd. They're due another stop, but even when they come back out, they'll be in the top 10. And looking at it, the top 10 are very neatly 1 lap behind from 4th until 10th.
Yeah, so we got just 3 on the lead lap now.
Yes.
Forget Motorsports, Sam Johns, Will Stacey, Rexy Racing are in 2nd, and let me try and identify that 42.
I believe it's a Coventry car.
It is indeed. You said Ben Southgate earlier, didn't you?
Well, he must still be in it, actually, given the fact that they haven't pitted.
Yeah.
And as we say that, on cue, in he comes. Oh no, that was a 1 lap left. Sorry,
yes.
That was a finger in the air.
Perhaps he's got a bit of a feel for it, you know. When a go-kart starts running out of fuel, you feel like cutting out almost on. You know, there's no petrol in it, and perhaps he hasn't felt that yet. Perhaps he's saying, "Oh no, I'll go around one more time. If it starts cutting out, then I'll come in."
Yeah.
But yeah, it was Ben Southgate in the Rexy Racing 2nd place. Yeah, the lap dancers. What happened to the lap dancers then? I swear they were 2nd at one point.
They were, but they pitted again, didn't they? Ocean stopped a couple times.
Yeah,
It's a good point, actually.
I think it might have been. I was looking at. I Still Have Trouble Reading. I think they were closing down. They cut a 2nd out of the lead at one point, and I've got them mixed up, which is not very professional of me. But
I'm watching.
I'll endeavour to do better.
I'm watching Southgate very closely because I'm aware of where we're sitting, and the fact that we're broadcasting, and the fact that you said he's probably all right. He's going to get through another lap. I was very He's not quite got round yet. I was expecting it to never come round, but
There
he
he
is round. Is he? Oh, you might see him on your screens, but I would assume are coming in now. Oh no, shake.
Big shaker there.
That was a theatrical shake of the
Like
head.
he's trying to
which
get a bumblebee out of his helmet.
sadly, you didn't see that on the stream, but. God.
So last time he gave a very clear one more lap,
Yeah, and then that's a no.
and that was a very clear no. What's he going to tell us next time round, Jake?
I don't know. That depends if he gets round, first off. But
Yeah.
because they're evidently pushing it, regardless of whether they've got a feel for it or not. They're really kind of approaching the limit of how much distance you can go in these karts on a single stint. But they're executing it well so far.
Perhaps he's got a little flask with him of petrol.
Little hip flask.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just
You
in
get
his breast pocket.
It probably would run on what you normally put on a hip flask as well.
Yeah, exactly. You'd imagine they'd be going quite fast. What kind of lap times is he doing? He's doing 22.9s, which isn't especially fast considering there's barely any weight of fuel in there. What you've got to remember as well is that the weight minimum is an overall minimum.
Yes.
As you said, 232 kilos.
Yep.
And the less fuel you have, the more you better have on your person.
Exactly.
And Ben's not a very tall lad.
Yes, and there's only so much space for ballast on these karts. He's just making his way through some back markers now,
And
and
there
he's
it is.
coming in. That is incredibly well executed to go 3 hours 23.
Well, provided he is above the weight minimum. We'll find out shortly, but you don't want to be losing laps. Yeah, that is... they've nailed that, haven't they, in terms of timing?
It's a very hard thing to get right. We were saying earlier, the fuel, obviously you can get a feel for it, but a lot of drivers check the actual, where you can see in between your legs, you've got the fuel, why can't I think of the word for it? Tank.
Yes.
There we go. You
Box.
can see the level of
Container.
it. Fuel box. But you can see that if it's bright like this, but at night it's very difficult to see.
Oh, yeah.
And especially some of the fuel tanks are quite clouded up, so with age. So it's not the most reliable thing to do, but evidently they've got the knack for it, and they've executed that very well. Got a little battle going on here. Oh, over there. Nice move up the inside. I think that was sort of letting him through, because he's let him go quite long there. And another driver up the inside.
It's a dive. I think that's Matt Tordoff.
It
in
is
the
indeed.
recovering 34.
I think that's what we'd call a distance for the drivers.
So, BUKC Motorsport still out in the lead of this one. Sam Johns has picked up the pace a little bit, and he's extending the gap to the lap dancers. You've got Will Stacey at the wheel. Endurex in third have just had a contact warning. They are a lap down. In fact, we saw them get lapped earlier on in this commentary stint. But yeah, the gap now 31 seconds between the two coalitions, conglomerates.
One of those
what other
things.
words would we use for a mixture of people?
Communities.
Community, the UKC drivers, yes.
Send in your submissions of what we should call these people.
And yeah,
These unions.
they are the two then, the remaining two on the lead lap.
Are we
Haven't seen Rexy Racing come back out in 7th place. Everyone now, other than down in 19th place, Yuki Spinoda have been to the pits at least twice. Yuki Spinoda's somehow still out there and still lapping the number 10 card
Wow.
without having pitted for a second time.
Well, they
I'm
had
not quite sure how they've done that.
I had a mechanical very early, so I think they've
It's
got
Brighton.
less.
Yes,
they've got less
that
running.
was a mechanical.
was about
Josh
10 minutes in.
Gollin launched it over a curb, I'm told, making a move that he shouldn't have done. Not my words, words of his teammates. But yes, Josh Gollin, his brother Nat are in that team, Morgan Jones and a couple of the other Brighton boys, Easy, and I want to say Alex Mitchell. Yeah, Alex Mitchell's in there as well. Reece Pancott in the team too, and Oliver Chipley in that Yuki Spinoda kart. So yes, they have had an extended turn in the pits.
Not too bad going. They're having one stop even at that point. Because they weren't in the pits for hugely long.
Definite hip fast potential from those guys.
Got a direct feed.
Collins of the type.
Could be throwing it at the back of the circuit. They've got little cups to chuck into them.
The blind spot on the live stream.
There
That's
is
how they
it.
do it.
I mean, I'm not that attentive, to be I wish I was, but if they were back there doing that in the back of that shot, I would not have noticed. But, little side by side. I said this earlier, but this is a brilliant shot because it's kind of a circuit of two halves here. You've got the first section, which is downhill, big sweeping corners, big straights, and you come out back into the sort of main complex. It's all flat, technical. All of it's technical, but it's very different, the two sections of the track. But it makes for some good racing, and it varies a bit. Having different conditions during the lap definitely mixes up the racing and also your experience, so you don't get bored.
Yeah, certainly enjoying it. These two, the number 1 car and the 33 battling out there. That's Brumdog Millionaire, the number 1, and the 33 is car we've seen quite a lot on the live stream. Nottingham Smiths Racing. They seem to pop up almost every lap.
I think they might have paid the cameraman.
In shot, yeah, the cameramen love a bit of Nottingham. It's
Little move there.
inside. Yes,
And
keep
another
sending
move.
us your spreadsheets. We want to see the best spreadsheets available. We want to see who's planned their race to perfection. Send us your spreadsheets. Instagram DMs will be fantastic. You can email me if you want, jacob@bukc.co.uk, or you can come and show me, shove your laptop in my face. I will be out of the comms box in half an hour and ready to be wowed with your sheets.
Don't have to be good either.
No, we've given some very bad spreadsheets in the past.
We won it 2 years ago.
I get
with the
dazzled
cardboard.
by the colours sometimes, Jake. They do funny things to me.
People
What
do
was
like-
yours like then? Describe to us your winning spreadsheet.
It was a piece of cardboard written on Sharpie.
There you go. There you go.
Because we did have a proper spreadsheet, but the night before, over many beers, plans changed, and that was the only thing we had access to. I think it might have actually been the back of a cereal box that we just tore off.
That does ring a bell, actually, yeah.
It was something like that. So, yeah, it doesn't have to be something fancy. So good luck. Send in whatever you've got. It might win. But yeah, race is settling in nicely now. Another contact warning. Is that the same one from? Oh no, that's Endurex. No, I feel like that's been there for quite a while.
Yeah, that was
actually.
the one we mentioned 8 minutes ago.
So
Yeah,
it's still flashing on the digiboard in front of us.
Perhaps
That was
they,
threw me off a bit.
haven't cleared it. Sometimes the digiflags need to be cleared rather than. Yeah. Oh, someone's dropped something behind us there in the comms box.
Some of the comms box, I think.
Some of the comms box has dropped itself.
It's falling apart around us.
Yes.
So if we're not here, if you go to sleep and we're not back in the morning, then send your prayers, because yeah, Big Bad Wolf might have came and blown over the comms box. There might not be any left of it.
Yeah, so you can see here the size of this track. It is. You were just talking about all the different carts going around.
Fantastic image, that.
Absolutely.
It's quite compact as well. It's very nicely sort of laid out in that section of the track is sort of inside the other section of the track. You get to see a lot of the racing from where we're sitting, but also from where all of the teams are sitting up on the banking. Just see to your left all of the little gazebos. That's where everyone will be posted up for the foreseeable future.
I'll be
Yep.
back in a second.
But we're following a little battle here up the inside. And up the inside again. 2 in 1. Maybe holding it around the outside. I believe that's one of the Cambridge suits. Number 45, 10, 33 and 14. So none of those... Well, the Brighton cart number 14 up in 11th. But none of those in our top 10. But good battling nonetheless, as we see another move up the inside. It's a good place. Good place to overtake that. It's quite a sharp braking zone, but you let off and then turn in. So if you kind of put it on the inside, you can get a good move done nice and cleanly without, catching the other person off guard, which is not what you want to do, because then they won't see you coming and you'll probably make contact. But this is group starting a form here, coming along the main straight. Number 45 in front of you, going for a move in the hairpin. That was a lovely move. Another good place for an overtake there. Late on the brakes. Really, really grippy, that hairpin. It's a very good place for a move. It looks risky, but it's actually quite a simple move to do.
Some people still manage to crash, though.
It is, yes. That's mainly from going wide and getting a wheel on the grass, as we saw earlier. I'm not sure if you saw that.
We saw Zed in the barriers. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll have to ask him about that when he joins us in the box later on. I think he's scheduled for later on this evening. Let's have a quick look at
Zed is not dead.
timetable. He will indeed be here for the bedtime story at 10:30.
Forgot about bedtime story.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear him do the voices.
Oh dear. Potentially an issue for car number 10. It's going quite slowly.
That's Yuki Spinoda. Perhaps they ran out of petrol.
Ooh. Very well timed.
The team were just down to the left of our comms box, but they've disappeared, so that might be a planned pit stop. Let me stand up, actually, just double check they haven't ducked down. They haven't. So yeah, they'll be in the pits ready for that. Maybe it was a planned slowdown. Maybe it was a... they ran as soon as they saw him going slow. But into the pits is Yuki Spinoda, the Brighton kart. Mostly Brighton. They are majority. Yeah, it's majority of the Brighton team. Josh Golling was Liverpool when he raced eligibly many years ago, probably before your time, I'd say.
I'd imagine so.
But racing with his brother's university. Nat was a Brighton student. I think he graduated in the last 2 years or so, if I remember correctly. Into the pits, though, from 19th place for them.
Another car in the pits as well. I think that was 23. Not one of our front runners, but sort of approaching... How long are we into this race? 3.5... A little over 3.5 hours.
Yeah, that's Portsmouth in from 33rd.
It is.
The no-nonsense team name.
Portsmouth.
They're getting my vote for best team name, I think.
Is it the Portsmouth team? I'd love it if it wasn't Portsmouth.
Maybe Imperial B or Edinburgh B as well, because this is the opportunity they have to not label themselves a B team, and they haven't taken it.
If it was just
They've owned
Portsmouth that did it,
yeah,
then I'd agree with you. But where you've got a few teams, I just feel like it's laziness more than anything. Which I don't approve.
A lack of creativity.
Exactly.
Which you don't want.
All of you economists and maths degree students, this is your one chance to be creative, and you've blown it.
Exactly. So yeah, there's still a fair few teams who'll think they're in with a shout of this one. You got to consider that even the teams 3 or 4 laps down will still be eyeing up overnight recovery.
100%.
The Swansea grads specifically we mentioned, they were up there at the start before their mechanical earlier on. They're currently down in 24th. 4 laps off the lead, but they won't think they're out of it yet. Indeed, Yuki Spinoda, who we've just been talking about, in a similar position. Iron Dames Racing, I'm sure, will be thinking of positions higher than 21st. Coventry R, which isn't necessarily the Coventry A team. I think Coventry A team is, remind me, where's my list?
Rexy.
Coventry A team, Rexy Racing, but Coventry R.
And there's
Coventry R is this year's. Well, it's got Ed Poser, who was Coventry A this year. Pavel Denishenko, who's been in Coventry in the past. Andres Moreno, who's been Coventry A. David Manua and Dan Skelton as well. So you could say there's 2 Coventry A teams. There's Coventry R and there's Rexy Racing. Rexy Racing forming of Alistair Craig, Ben Southgate, Ewan Ritchie, Kevin Taylor and Jack Collins. So, both teams have quality drivers across them, not to mention the Coventry team, which is technically not a Coventry team, currently leading the race with 2 Coventry graduates, also graduates of other universities, and currently being driven by a graduate of University Trinity Wales St David. Complicated, that, isn't it? In fact, that man himself, Sam Johns, come round to complete another lap. So there we go. Half a second lead over the lap dances.
There is a lot of Coventry people these days in the BUKC. They had 7 teams this year, which Brooks normally have 6, albeit all in the mains, pretty much. But Coventry had, I think, 4 teams in mains, 3 or 4. But it's we struggled to get 4.
A depth of talent for them this year.
It is, and it's not been just some people. They've had some very, very strong drivers. They always have had strong drivers, but there's definitely been some that have come out of the woodwork and represented them this year.
I'm glad to see it as well, because Coventry were perhaps the uni most affected by COVID. And I don't mean that in terms of infection rates. Who's that in the gravel? That's the 53, is it?
That's a tricky place to go off. They've recovered it quite quickly.
Yeah, Reading between the lines. That's the B cart, if you will, for Reading. Jake Yilmaz, Nathan Marriott, Oliver Bevan, Jack Caton, and James Boxer. One of those is getting going again, though.
Yep. Not too much of a time loss, actually, considering there's a very thick gravel trap down there.
Yes.
It's not an easy place to get out of.
But yes, Coventry, badly affected by COVID. They were effectively banned from attending BUKC, and we had to get in touch with some of their chancellors, vice presidents, things like that, until one of them was very sympathetic to the motorsport cause, shall we say, and allowed that team that Tom Fox and Sam Spinell took to victory to compete in BUKC. But once they graduated, there was a bit of a gap, because they didn't let anyone else compete. They were like, right, well, we'll let them compete if they're in for the championship, but other than that, we'll stick to the rules. And so they had a down year, I usually call them, where not many people showed up, but they've bounced back incredibly.
You do tend to get that. Maybe not all unis, particularly Brooks. Obviously, they're always going to have a crop of motorsport-focused people coming in, and Coventry as well, actually, because they're quite heavily focused as a motorsport uni. But you do tend to get it. It does ebb and flow.
Yeah, I mean, this year was probably a bit of a down year for Warwick.
Yeah,
in terms
of, did actually finish better, but we did.
But in terms of numbers overall,
yes,
yeah. You think with yourself graduating and Hushrav obviously taking over the team.
It is.
It was a bit of a transition.
It's tricky. It mainly wasn't too much of a transition. It was more that out of the sort of 10 mains like quality drivers we had, about 7 of them graduated all at once.
Yeah,
which is there's not really much you could do unless a British kart champion suddenly joins Warwick and finds out about BUKC. There's not really much you can do about that. People get better over time, but it's your rare cases where you're going to start winning races. And we do have drivers of that quality, but it does ebb and flow. It's strange, but people leave uni and they join uni, so what do you expect?
It's the nature of the championship.
It's getting quite feisty, I've noticed, at the moment. When I've been looking at the stream and out of our comms box window, there's quite a lot of battles going on, which is surprising. It is a bit of an interim period with people pitting and not pitting, so different strategies, mixed bag. You're going to have a mixed bag in terms of order anyway. There's, as you can see, if you're looking at the timings, there's only about 10 karts on the same lap tops at this point in the race, and that'll only decrease most likely.
Yeah, it's close between 3rd and 9th.
Yes,
really.
Yeah, all on the same lap.
Luft and Loaded are just 2.5 seconds ahead of Endurex.
Ooh.
For 7 seconds back. I still have Double Reading, and another 7 seconds to Duan Yorma. 15 seconds realistically back to the next closest competitor. 3 seconds from Rexy Racing to Senna Squadron, and Brumdog Millionaire are just a second behind Senna Squadron, the number 1 chasing the number 8 for 8th position. So yeah, lots to compete for still for the drivers out on track, but realistically better off working together. There's kind of a balancing act when you're out there. You're out there for an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes most, and realistically the best hope you've got is working together, bump drafting each other down the straights and staying single file. But similarly, you want to have a bit of fun. You want to enjoy yourself to help you stay focused. And also, you don't always know who you're racing.
No.
Especially not in these early stages of the race. Later on, you will get a feeling for that's one of my competitors, or that bright green Bigfoot, I want to keep ahead of them, or I kind of want to gap this certain driver who I know from another university. But at this point, you might be thinking, oh, that guy who's just got past me, I really need to keep up with him.
Yeah.
Or even see someone coming out of the pits and think, I need to get ahead of them.
Yeah.
Who then think that they need to get back ahead of you, and you end up battling rather than working together with someone who could well be on bang equal pace with you.
It's very easy to talk 24-hour tactics and working together and all this, but it's university go-karting drivers out there. The red mist is not far from descending at any one point in time. So if they, like you say, see someone come out the pits, they're probably going to go, right, I'll have him. This is my chance. You can't help yourself from doing that. It's your nature. It's the whole point of racing, but it's never always to your benefit in this kind of race.
More progress there from Matt Tordoff up the inside, and
it's a good gap back to Endurex now. I think they've got 3.3 seconds on them now, which was not. That's a lot bigger of a gap than it was a couple laps ago.
That's,
another
inside for Tordoff on who's that in the red and white? Oh, bit of a fight back there. Not giving that place
shoves
up.
him wide, and they've got Lufton loaded behind, taking his opportunity up the inside of Tordoff.
Yeah, so this is a previous race leader or previous race leading team in the Swansea grads going to the inside. Oh,
that was opportunistic.
With a contact warning on the board already, you think he'd stay out of trouble.
More than one, I think, as well.
But yeah, a hand in the air from Matt Tordoff just to say, right, that's the battling done. We'll get on with it now.
Yeah.
And yeah, the 38, as you mentioned, left and loaded, third place overall. They don't want to waste any more time. No. Both of those cars want to be pressing on left and loaded to close down that gap to the race leaders, and the Swansea grads to get back involved with the race leaders.
Exactly. Building a gap, but Left and Loaded have started to build a nice gap to Endurex behind them. Lost a little bit there in the battling, but that 3 seconds is something you can work with. It's enough of a gap that you can start to pull away. You're not kind of... It's strange, when they're within 2 seconds, you kind of have that push-pull thing. You can see them in front, you think, yes, I can get them. A lot of people prefer following when they're racing. They don't like being out in front, and they do quicker laps when they've got a target to get to. So when you break that gap, you tend to either lose that, or many things can happen, but it's something that Luft and Loaded can work with and extend their gap and solidify them being in third, which I think is net third as well, because we've all had, pretty much everyone has had 2 pit stops.
Yeah, I'd say your top 10 is pretty much where they should be, although as I say that, Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast make their way back into the top 10. So decent recovery from them from that black flag catastrophe a couple of minutes ago.
They are on the naughty step, though.
They are on the naughty step. They're doing very well at Bristol. I'll say that much. Doing very well in racing terms. Doing very well. Not doing so well in terms of staying within the rules, but Imperial have had a black flag as well, so they're not the only ones.
No, certainly not the only ones.
So yeah, Left and Loaded's quite quick at the moment. They've managed to start working together with the Swansea graduates. 21.9 is their fastest lap last time around, so that'll probably be with the help of a draft from the Swansea grads, who've made their way back up to 22nd and are on pretty decent pace. Tordoff in the low 21s, which is top pace really for this race. I think he might be, he's the fastest man on track at the moment, really making up for that mechanical.
He's put a lap on Luft and Loaded, because they're starting to drop back, so there's side by side in front of our comms box, getting very rough. Sorry, I switched to that as I thought they might.
Pod Hub and someone else, wasn't it?
Ironically, pod to pod with Pod Hub.
Yeah. Some podding action from Pod Hub.
But yeah, on your screen, there is Pod Hub going through, and Sam Tordoff in the
Matt Tordoff.
Matt Tordoff.
Yes.
I'm getting mixed
It's
up.
alright.
with
He
names.
was at university way before your time.
Yeah, I can't say I recognise the name, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tordoff is.
He's
And
about my age, so yeah.
Tordoff is a name in British touring cars, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I haven't watched BTCC in a long time.
Oh, I think BUKC is rough.
BTCC is far better entertainment.
But
Yes, there they are going down. You'll see them coming into your shots now. There we go. There's Matt Tordoff. You can see, got a little bit of a gap on left and loaded, and charging through the field positively. I did see their driver order, actually. I'm going to take a picture of that for my next commentary stint,
that's a good shout.
because then we'll be able to figure out exactly who's in the car at what times. And it looks like they might be a contender
I feel
in
like
this race if they can recover from that misfortune they've had.
you might be relying on it more than they are, though. 'Cause
Potentially.
these things, they're never certain, especially.
Yeah, but the kart's got pace in it, or at least it does in the hands of this man. As I said, best laps in the low 21s and probably the quickest on track at the moment. Paul Go-Kartney, the Liverpool team, have got decent pace as well. Hopefully they are now above the weight thresholds. Pace at the front. The lap dancers are putting in some decent laps. Will Stacey's got into the groove and was 0.8 faster than Sam Johns on that last lap. The gap's been consistent half a minute, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty much for the last half an hour or so. But Will Stacey's just done a personal best for those guys. Sam Johns has been steady. I think probably at this stage of the race, keeping off the curbs and making the most of being out in the leads. The big gap that Sam Spinell built up in his double stint from the start.
Wouldn't be the first time today that the leader has a mechanical issue. So, doesn't matter where you are on the track, you're still just as likely to end up having a gut punch, ending up in the pits for a few minutes.
So I'm going to give one last call over the tannoy, over the live stream for your spreadsheets. We have a prize ready and waiting for the best spreadsheet of the day. We want to see how you're organising your team, you're planning your stints, you're adding your numbers together, if that's what tickles your fancy. I saw one once which accounted for the drop in temperature and the effect that would have on fuel consumption. Bit too much if you ask me, but still very, very impressive. Really set the cogs whirring in my head. I think that was a Hertfordshire effort. We haven't got Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire, another team that you almost always saw. We see Ben's Southgate, is that?
Yes.
Battling with, well, I'll tell you now as they come past our comms box.
43.
It's the 43.
It's the sister team.
Oh dear.
It's the Dynaco. They've. I thought they'd gone full Lightning McQueen. Sorry, Cars. Movie's not called Lightning McQueen because they've got Lightning, Chick Hicks, Dynaco, but then Rexy. I think that was a disagreement, probably.
Is Rex not a character in Cars?
No, it's based off.
I've
the
only
Le
seen the
Mans-
first one.
It's
It was
based
a
off
while
the Le
ago.
Mans Porsche.
Okay.
It's got a big. It looks like that basically.
There it is. Yeah.
But it's very,
Perfect.
very popular.
Hopefully they're working together though,
Ah.
or at least not sharing a car ride home.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the two that we're
Yeah.
hoping for. It is a good design, that Rexy. They've done it well. Because you're going to take inspiration from anything. It's quite hard to come up with an original design.
I look forward to receiving their pictures.
Yes. But yeah, good little battle going on. They're pushing the teammate through. They are working together.
That's what you want.
They put a lap on a driver, or undo a lap, as it may be.
My favourite example of working together actually was from your university. Might have been before your time. Might have been when you were a fresher. In the qualifying session, bump drafting each other to, I think it was first and
Yes.
third.
Yeah.
Were you?
That was the
early
year
in your
before I did this, so I think that was 2021 they did that.
Yeah, I want to say Alistair Irvine and Sam Cobb
Yeah, that was
drafting each other in qualifying to great effect.
Yeah, they absolutely did that to perfection. Oh, well, not perfection because they could have been first and second, but
I mean, first and third is as good as it gets, really, in real life.
we do have some incredibly talented alumni, I'm proud to say. Alistair's been running in the Club 100.
He broke his Club 100 experience or Sprint 40, yes. His brother's
Sprint
out there
40,
today
yeah.
for Brunel.
Yes, Ewan.
Yes, very similar looking chaps, I will say that. But they don't like to be called up on it. Ewan, if you're listening, you look just like him. But yes, they are in kart number 18. We thought this was a sprint. Down in 38th place at the moment. They finished 52nd last year, Ewan told me earlier. So up 14.
There's
So
someone that
far,
we actually
so
beat.
far.
And we got disqualified, so they must have been disqualified as well.
I'm sure they did nothing wrong at all. Another one of the commentary teams in the pits, Communism. You've got Imperial A in there as well. 2 Guild, 1 Piston Cup. As a contact warning comes through for Nottingham and Late Breakers Anonymous. 37. We haven't spoken about them at all, Late Breakers Anonymous. Down there in 27th, but a contact warning for them comes in over the system.
The late braking evidently rearing its head. They're getting the contact warnings. Maybe too late.
Yeah. So, interestingly, the lap dancers in second place are coming up to lap. I still have trouble reading or reading. Where are they on track? Let's get ahead of the window. So Will Stacey's in for the lap dancers. I'm not sure who's out for the Reading team. But yeah, that is second place, putting a lap on 5th and hopefully 4th. 4th have just come through now. And yet the lap dancers have indeed put a lap on I Still Have Trouble Reading.
Yes, they just came through.
So yeah, those guys will be on similar-ish pace.
Cool.
I think Will Stacey obviously has a little bit of an advantage there, lapping in the low 22s. Reading team in the high 22s last time around, so not as fast as that car can go that we've seen so far today. But yeah, they'll be coming down the back straight in the next couple of minutes, I believe. Yeah, is they in that gaggle of cart there? Gaggle of carts
I believe
there.
they are.
Not the first couple of them, but yeah, that's Will Stacey there, going into the hairpin, and that's the Reading one, I believe, with the distinctive white, red, and blue Bigfoot. So yeah, another car lapping them, still on 1 lap down from the lead. Well, everyone down as far as 9th, Senna's Squadron.
Gaps up on the screen now. Close battle for 8th and 9th. Senna's Squadron only half a second behind the Brumdog Millionaires. They're not teammates, are they? Brumdog. I believe that's the only
Brumdog
team,
are
isn't they?
Birmingham, indeed.
Yes.
And Senna's Squadron, a mix of
yes.
several different teams.
Not friends with anyone.
Yes. Come on, Dodsies. Rebecca Bellingham says on the chat, do keep your comments coming in. We keep an eye on the chat if you've got any questions for the comms team, or indeed any messages of support for the team. Messages for me, though, send them on Instagram, because I'm getting out of here. I've done my time. My 2 hours is up. I can't believe it's been 2 hours. It genuinely feels like I've been here for about half an hour.
That is terrifying.
But I am passing you over to Mr. Jake Connellan of Loughborough University, who will be taking you through the next 2 hours of the race. You're here for another hour, is that right?
I am indeed. Well, around about that.
Or thereabouts, yeah. All right then, cool. I will see you later.
So, following some good battles here. It is a very, very good opportunity to overtake these couple corners here. Down the back straight as well. Couple carts side by side. A little bit of contact. Not sure who we're looking at here. It's quite hard to see. The sun is starting to gradually set. Obviously, we're not going to have sunset for quite a while. But do you get a bit of the glare in this? I will welcome from one Jake to another Jake. Welcome.
I know. Thank you very much for having me. It's an all Jake commentary box for the next hour. But yeah, I'm very, very excited. Thank you very much for having me. Of what has been a very, very interesting BUKC 24-hour race so far. I myself have been watching from completely impartially from the Loughborough tent, cheering on the boys who have
doing
had
well.
Incredible race from last to third so far. So
It started last.
They did start last. They had a mechanical, I believe, right at the end of the practice session, which meant they couldn't complete qualifying. So they started this race from last place, and now they're up into third. So, but anyway, that's my obligatory plugging out of the way. But no, it's been a very, very interesting race so far. We had a little bit of rain earlier as well.
It was a splash.
A drizzle.
A quick splish splash.
Exactly. It didn't seem to affect the drivers so much, but we're really getting into the meat and potatoes of the race now, as they say. This is when everyone's enthusiasm starts to just
everything
down.
starts to get a bit real.
Yeah, exactly. 4 hours in and you go,
yeah,
still got 5-6 of this race left to go.
Well,
Indeed.
Jacob and I were saying it has gone quickly, but at the end of the day, it's only been 4 out of the 24 hours. It's still a long way to go. Everyone's thinking about dinner. They're thinking about who's in next. They're thinking about when am I going to get to sleep. There's so much to think about in these races. You think you've got loads of time to, but you just don't.
It would seem the question of when am I going to get some sleep is probably the most common one that's drifting around this paddock so far from my experience. I've had the opportunity to chat to quite a few of the teams along, just seeing how they're doing. I managed to speak to Tom Fox of BUKC Motorsport earlier.
Oh, yes.
Actually before the race, qualified 12th, I believe. Tom Fox, incredibly fast individual, part of the Premier winning 2020 Coventry team. So I chatted to him, and that team, he said, that team's full of drivers who have done BPEC, guys of huge experience, and Tom himself is a very quick customer, but he took no delay in telling me that he was the slowest guy on that team. So that is the kind of caliber of drivers that the rest of these teams are going to have to compete with, and so far BUKC Motorsport really showing their class. But
very much.
Well done to the number 15 of the lap dancers as well. Again,
strong showing so far. Another smattering of experienced drivers as well, isn't it?
Oh, indeed.
I believe so. Yes, because you have Ocean, who, mostly. This is the thing you get with the BUKC 24 that you don't normally get in the normal BUKC, is all of these drivers who have graduated, but still have that ability and the skill, really, really getting to show it off. And it does show. The 24-hour endurance is definitely something where experience really, really shows.
I mean, even after almost 5 years for some of these drivers, they just can't stay away from Teesside at this time of year.
Oh, 5 years is a conservative guess. I'd say more like 10.
No, some of these...
There's some PhDs in there.
No, yeah, absolutely. Well, I know for a fact that Giulio Peroni, who raced for Loughborough this year and is racing next year, is going into his 10th year of the BUKC as a student. Has been there from undergrad all the way until he's just finished his PhD, but obviously he's got that one last year to do. In that time, seen some good success. Finished runner-up a few times, and various race wins, but still yet to get that elusive championship that he's been searching for.
Not easy. It's not easy in the BUKC. It's incredibly competitive.
Even more so every single year. Definitely since I've been at uni, I think the standard's just gone up and up and up. It's not just about having quick drivers anymore. It's about really executing your race to the highest standard you possibly can, and that's what separates those Premier winning teams from those who are just middling around in the middle. As we see a little move down into Turn 3, I believe, as that's officially called.
Popular place for the moves. Yes, it is. There's either no turns before that or 4. There's not really any in between.
If you use the F1 interpretation of a corner, then there's about 16 before that one.
I've been calling it Turn 1, but it's not really the first big turn.
Yeah, when I was racing in this, I always saw it as sort of Turn 3 in a way. Obviously, notorious as the spine breaker, that corner for the huge bump on the inside.
Not as bad as it used to be.
Not as bad as it used to be. They did smooth it out a couple of years ago, but it's still one of those corners where, you know, the fastest route is to go directly over it. So
clatter the curb.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
There's a lot of camber on that corner. That's why it's such a good overtaking spot, because it's negatively cambered into the corner. So if you get it up that inside line, it will grip. You're not going to understeer into it. So that's you've been seeing pretty much every time we cut to that camera, there's been someone making a move down there.
No, absolutely, and that's a huge theme of this race as well. Is, you know, because obviously the karts they've got the twin engines, but they really need a bit of momentum to really deliver the maximum amount in an acceleration zone. It's just about hooking up those apexes and really carrying that speed, not just through turn 3 as we previously mentioned, but going into this section of the track that we're seeing right now, the biggest elevation change on the track, nice and uphill before obviously the longest straight on the circuit. If you can hook up that area, then you can gain many tenths or even whole seconds on your competitors. And also heading into the second half of the lap, you've got the hairpins where, you know, every half of a mile an hour that you can carry on those apexes, it's going to be worth so much when you come down towards the last half of the lap. And there is no better feeling in this race than when you know that you're one of the fastest guys on the circuit and you're just passing people left, right and centre. Happened to me just the once, but it was fantastic when it was happening. So
I think my favourite memory of this was about 2 a.m. It was my third stint. Basically, everyone had gone home, but we had the radios in.
Yeah,
made it. You know when you make a move and you think, "Oh, that was brilliant! I hope that gets on the stream or something." With the radios, made the move, and then guys in the pits just went, "Good move." That was the best feeling I've ever had karting. That was.
Oh well, you're lucky you got as much as that. I remember I was for the 2 years that I did this race. I always made a point of taking the stint immediately before sunrise, because, you know, that's just, I think that's really when this race comes into its own, is when you're out there, you've been out there for, you know, an hour or multiple hours, and you just see that first bit of daylight starting to break, and you've conquered the night, and you know. But at that time, I remember coming around the track after I'd been out for a long time and looking at it's not actually that much fuel left. I wonder if some of my teammates are awake. So for about 10 laps, just going past the flat out, hands waving in the air, trying to get their attention. And it was obvious that they eventually found me, but or they eventually managed to find a replacement for me. But that is just part of the magic of this race, isn't it?
Got lost in the beauty of it.
No, absolutely.
It's not hard to do. It's weirdly kind of not enchanting. That's what am I on about? But we've got yellow flags here. Hold on, I'm trying to see if no one's off. Never mind. But it is. I mean, I've got some of the stats from the last few years. Obviously, we've had rain in the last couple of years, but 2022. 1,034 laps of this track, and it is a big track, but 1,000 laps, it's a lot of laps.
No, it is. No, absolutely. I mean, also, you know, you not only talk about rain, but you also talk about the amount of full course yellow periods that happen during a race. Because if you have a long one of those, I think it was 2022 where there was, or 23 actually, where there was a full course yellow that lasted about 3 hours. I remember.
Yes.
At about this stage in the race, if I recall, because there was quite a big incident just coming up to this section of the track, and they actually had to have an ambulance on circuit, if I remember. But you know, nothing stops the show, and that driver was okay in the end. So
the show was slowed down for a good 3 hours.
I tell you who I felt sorry for at that moment was the 52 drivers who are on track, because they're having to circulate at half speed in single file for multiple hours.
Well, people did their entire stints as that. It was that long.
And also, because you're going, you know, slower, you can make the fuel last longer.
Exactly. So
you know, it's not really. I know it's not really in your team's interest to bring you in, is it? Oh, we got a little bit of a spinner down at the hairpin 1.
Quite quickly recoverable, I'd imagine. I think that was a lock of the brakes there. Perhaps
easily done. Needs to make sure he doesn't beach himself on the outside of the track. Oh, I wonder if he's lost an engine actually, because he's going away quite slowly.
Yeah, I would imagine
That
so.
does look like an engine has been lost to me. Just
Pulling
out
over.
a shot from where we are now, heading through hairpin 2.
There he is.
There we go. Marshall trying to sort him out. Contact warning for the number 51 as well. It's currently on the board. I've seen quite a few contact warnings actually for the first sort of 4 hours of this race.
It's been the most frequent one. It's been more than you'd expect, but not too many penalties off the back of it, which is kind of... It's not the only thing that matters, because obviously getting a contact warning, you're closer to getting a penalty, but the penalty is the punishment. Warning's just a warning, so as long as they keep it that way, then they'll be fine, but yeah.
Obviously, like even in a race that's, a shorter endurance, like a 6 hour or a 3 hour or something like that, the warnings, they may not play as much of an effect, but 24 hours is a different beast entirely, and that's actually a contact warning for the number 51 of I Still Have Trouble Reading. Again, one of my favourite team names. One of our front runners. So they need to be careful that they don't get too many of those warnings, because they're having a very good race so far. Our pole sitters, of course, currently running in 4th place. Meanwhile, towards the front, the lap dancers just closed that gap by a couple of seconds to the 47 of BUKC Motorsports, but still
Chipping away.
That's all you can really do, unless someone makes a big mistake. And if you are one of the front runners, you're imagining they're not. Potentially overnight, when fatigue is coming into play, then yes. But at this point in the race, you're expecting them to bang those laps in, nice and tidy.
I mean, absolutely. At this point in the race, all the teams, they've sort of got all their cards on the table now. We now know roughly what teams are going to be there or thereabouts. Barring any penalties or mechanical issues or that kind of thing. I mean, the lap times we're seeing now, mid 22s, a lot of teams in the 23s as well.
You're getting the tyre wear come into it now, definitely.
Absolutely. So, as much as a second or even more than a second off the fastest lap times that we've seen so far in this race. And of course, they only get the one tyre change, don't they, at the mandatory service pit stop that will be conducted throughout the night.
Yes. From 10 until 2, I think.
From 10 until 2, so...
big shout out to our mechanics.
I know.
Who are doing an overnight shift for that.
Absolutely, big shout out to all of the staff here doing the night shift as well. And you'll be able to join me as well. I'll be your night shift radio manager from midnight. So looking forward to that. The night is often where most of the carnage occurs.
Yes.
People maybe on their second or third stint starting to get a little bit tired. The mistakes just starting to creep in, maybe going for a move that they wouldn't otherwise go for.
You get fewer teammates as well. So this is the thing, though. If normally at this point, say something goes wrong, you're going to have your team flock over into the pits, come and help you out immediately. But when it's overnight, there might only be you and one other person there. So
absolutely.
There's fewer hands to help sort the problems out. So.
And you'll find that the number of teammates who stay for the night is often inversely proportional to how well your team is doing. So, if you're running in the top 5, your teammates will, stick out the night for you. But, if you're 27th with 13 hours to go, then most of them will probably go to bed in their cars or tents or likewise.
You do make a very good point there. You don't like to think that, but
it's just the nature of these things, isn't it?
Yeah. But no, everyone getting along quite well. From what we've seen, we've not had too many big incidents or mechanicals.
No, the teams, of course, being told the reasonings for mechanicals. A lot of them being caused by excessive usage of the curbs. So, in a way, the way that you treat these karts, they're going to respond to the treatment you give them. So if you're abusing your car in the first sort of 4, 5, 6 hours of this race, you're really gonna feel it towards the middle and later stages. If you've managed to sort of just build into this race nicely, not take too many curbs, stay consistent, because at the end of the day, that is what this race is all about: is being consistent and having that good reliability.
100%.
This race, I'd say probably in every single year that it's been run has been won on the reliability and the team's ability to sort of stretch their machinery.
Yeah. It is obviously in part some element of luck that your kart doesn't have a mechanical fault of its own, but at the end of the day, there's so much you can do to negate the possibility of that. You know, staying consistent, not using the curbs, not getting into crashes, not breaking down with like lack of fuel. There's tons of stuff you can do.
I mean, what goes around comes around at the end of the day. So sometimes, you know, this kind of stuff will average out after a certain period of time, but you know, sometimes you can just get unlucky. I remember the second time I competed in this race, we were 17 laps down after the first hour because we had to have a carb rebuild in the mechanical. So
tough one.
Yeah, that was a long old race. But to be honest, that's kind of the toughest place to be, is sort of mid-pack, because you're sort of there or thereabouts, still fighting for stuff. But you know, the teams towards the bottom of this order, you know, they already won't care about the final position. They'll just be going out there to have some fun, and
exactly,
they'll be mixing it in with the leaders, who will be trying to get them out of the way as quickly as possible. So
who are we looking at now? We've got, I think it's quite a mixed bag who we've got on your screen. We've got number 20, Paul Go-Kartner, who've made some places up after being penalised for being underweight earlier on. You're still your current fastest lap holders, probably because of the weight. And there's good old Rexy in there as well for Coventry, currently running 6th. And who else? Too far away to see, I can't see them. But nice and tidy, they're not really close enough to go for moves, but none of these guys are racing for position by the looks of it.
I mean, it is fairly cool out there on the track, but I tell you where it is heating up is in this commentary box, so I'm going to take my jumper off very quickly.
You smooth man!
Some epic commentary action going on.
Making me feel hot with smooth ones like that, Jesus. But, yes. Here is another of those places that is one of the cart-killing curbs. Everyone taking it nice and smooth that lap, though. Letting it run wide as we come down to the third corner. Move up the inside there. Not sure who that was. And they're side by side again. This is getting a bit heated. Having a look. Not quite a move into the chicane as we come up the hill. Rounding it onto the main straight. And down the main straight we go. Side by side there with these two drivers. When they come back around to the start-finish line, we'll be able to tell you who they are, because we can't quite see at the moment. Number 33 is leading this pack. One of the Cambridge? I think Cambridge and Lancaster have got very similar.
It's one of the Nottingham
suits.
carts, actually. The Nottingham Smiths Racing.
Number 33.
The distinctive green and yellow of Nottingham Uni. Not to be confused with Nottingham Trent Uni.
Yes.
This is University of Nottingham. Currently running down in 29th. Also just got a contact warning as well, so perhaps
didn't look too bad down there, but I think that might have been
perhaps being deemed by the marshal there as a little bit spicy. We'll be able to tell you who is in the rest of this group as they come past the commentary box. So being led by the 33, followed by the
25
25
and
indeed.
44. So we have none of those are in the top 10. 25. So we have
the 18 of We Thought This Was a Sprint, which is currently running in 37th. They're in the Ukrainian colours, I believe.
Support as always. Still a tough time for them, isn't it? It's not a tough time. That's not really.
Of course,
it's a bit of a light way to put it, I will admit. But
I mean, very very poor of me to not actually remember the name of that driver, but he is often splendid in his Ukrainian. I can see you searching for it in the filing cabinet at the back of your brain, trying to find it.
Ends in Co. I
think it ends in Chenko. So we're slowly building the name.
Slivchenko? No.
But
no, I'm mixing him and Slepčević.
But of course, very very distinctive. And
I
think there's a
making a move.
Is that a Leeds Motorsport Uni driver mixed in there as well? They've got quite a distinctive colour scheme: black, green, and red.
I think there's 2 Leeds drivers in there. Yes, one of them making a move on the other, and yes, so our Ukrainian friend making tidy moves, steady progress, and we've got 2 of our top 5 in the pits. BUKC Motorsports, your leaders are in for their 3rd stop. Duan, your mum, are in 5th, and they are
incredible team name.
It is a great team name, but I just feel bad saying it.
I mean, speaking of team names, in about 40 minutes, the first round voting will be open, of course, for
good plug.
Yeah, exactly. Very professional there for the best team name award of the which is given out every year. So in about 40 minutes, the first round of voting will be open before the final round of voting later on.
It's a tournament process, that one, isn't it? I
Indeed.
quite like all 3 wide going over the hill. This is the same group we were following earlier with the 2 Leeds drivers, I think. 3 wide coming out onto the main straight as well.
I think the number 12 of Automobile Leadsters involved there. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is... No, I thought for a minute it was Yorgos Meliotis, who is a grad racing for them. I knew he was out when we took over, when I took over in the commentary box, but he's obviously been replaced. But they're quite far down the order. But yeah, BUKC Motorsport currently in the pit lane, still maintaining that lead, but that is, as I literally say that, taken by the lap dancers.
But they
but you'd have to say
stops.
They have been generally quite early on the stops. You'd have to say. Stint time for that last one, 1 hour and 26 minutes. Speaking to some of the teams, they definitely think these tanks can go at least 90 minutes. So obviously, in an ideal world, you want to be stretching out those stints as long as possible. Just gives you a little bit more flexibility if there's an unforeseen, full course yellow period later in the race.
Yes.
In fact, actually, the 38 of Lufton Loaded, I believe the reason they've been able to make up so many places is because they are one of the latest teams to take their pit stops in terms of the pit stop cycle. They really have been stretching their stints. I think the most recent one was 1 hour and 38 minutes, I think their most recent one.
It's pushing it.
Yeah, definitely pushing it.
But it's a good stop as BUKC Motorsports with a 2:24.
Very good stop. Very good stop. 2:24. I was talking earlier about they're such a slick unit down there at the 47 BUKC Motorsport. So much experience in that team as well. So
yeah, and it's showing there. I think we saw a 249 from them, and we thought that was sort of in the range for a good stop.
Well,
224.
Anything in the 240s is regarded as a good pit stop. So to be in the 220s, it's pretty outrageous.
Maybe did they not fuel? And lap dancers have just gone PB on that lap, taking advantage of being in P1. Trying to push so that they don't get undercut, but with a pit time but they only lost 1 position. BUKC Motorsports. I know they were only them and lap dancers on the lead lap, but to stay in second after your pit stop is a pretty good achievement.
Yeah, it bodes very well for them, doesn't it? We've got a huge group going into hairpin 2.
And you're seeing this; they're going 2 by 2. I just looked out the comms box window and saw a trail of 7 carts. All taking some different lines into the carousel.
Now they're almost formation flying into the into the third hairpin.
Red arrows can eat your heart out.
Absolutely.
3 wide, keeping it safe.
I think that's the number 4, the Marlborough kitted out Bigfoot.
There's always one in that. Mercedes was the usual Marlborough style, but I don't think. Well, not in that name at least. They're not here. Coming through the chicane, all nice and tidy, single file. Not really a place you can go 2 wide. 3 wide coming into the third corner. Everybody's sorting themselves out before they get to the apex, though. But this is scrappy. They're definitely taking the chances here.
I mean, there's a little of a late move right at the end of that train as well. The Marlborough Bigfoot may get into the finals for best design, but they definitely wouldn't win any awards for originality. That's for sure. We've seen that one quite a few times.
Do you have a favourite so far?
I liked the one with the googly eyes. I believe it was the number 20.
26.
The 26, yes, the 26. They they might get an unprecedented double for best team name, best best Bigfoot as well, and running in the top 10. So they're, or as I literally just say that, they've been demoted into 11th.
Paul Gokartney coming through strongly, but lap dancers in the lead. I'm just seeing BUKC. I'm assuming they've had a driver change because they're pulling in a 23.9, albeit with a fuel tank, but that's a bit off the pace, and lap dancers are putting in a 22.1, which at this stage in the race is pretty quick given the tyre wear. So
yeah, after the pit stop, it will take a few laps to get those tyres back up to temperature. But 23, not really setting the world alight on the LR. I'm I'm sure they'll be down in the 22s again. But actually very impressive from the lap dancers, the pace that they're showing right now up front. As you said, fastest lap of the race for them, a 1:21.9. Not outrageous compared to some of the other teams in terms of overall best lap. And actually, they've just improved again, a 1:21.80.
I think they took offence to that.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they're getting right to the end of their stint now, so they'll have a pretty empty tank of fuel. So if you are going to set some green sectors, this is the time to do it.
It is indeed the time to do it. And who are we?
But of course, they will rescind that lead back to the 47 of BUKC Motorsports once the third pit stop of this race has played out.
But pending a good pit stop, obviously 2:24 is going to be very, very hard to beat. But with a good stop, they could have taken a big chunk out of the lead that BUKC had. So we'll look forward to seeing when they stop.
BUKC Motorsport now back down in the 22s, so they're just getting back up to speed. They're
settling in.
Their driver. You have to remember that we're about 4.5 hours into this race now. Some of these drivers will not have sat in the kart for about 8 hours since this morning.
Or potentially longer.
Yeah, potentially longer since the practice session. So can't blame them for taking 1 or 2 minutes to catch up. Just going through turns 1 and 2. A couple of Liverpool karts and a couple of Loughborough karts actually back there. The 38 getting involved. Driver at the helm of that, Maxwell Dodds, actually professional racing driver himself, currently competing in Europe in prototype karts. So, prototype cars. But I did speak to him earlier, and he said that there's nowhere that he'd rather be than at the BUKC 24-hour. Oh. Says this is the event that he's truly been training for over the last 6 months.
Oh God, I really hope that's not true.
But again, lap dance, very, very impressive that they're down in the 21s because, again, the tyres, they've been on for about 4.5 hours now, not delivering the pace that they were at the start of this race. The fastest lap of the race still held by the number 20 of Paul Gacartney at a 21.089. But you'd have to say that given the theme that we've seen so far in this race does have the potential to be right up there in terms of total laps by the end of this one.
Weather permitting. Full course yellow permitting. But at the pace everyone is going, I am 100% with you, especially if they're doing lap times like they are. But yes. Oh, the 3 wide. Move up. Double overtake into the first hairpin after the main straight. That's not one you get to see too often.
Absolutely. We're just checking back in with that driver. One of the Leeds Motorsport drivers not happy with one of the others, gesturing frantically to the marshal there.
You can use your imagination there. I'm sure you know what he was doing.
And he goes back up the inside. A little bit of contact actually. It's the Ukrainian suited driver just getting a little bit wide. Leeds Motorsport driver back at the inside as we are currently looking at couple of karts going side by side. The group we were talking about just through there, the final hairpin. So a little move. What would you describe that corner? Hairpin 3? Hairpin 3 of the 4 or 5 that are on this track?
I think it does have a name, like Dogleg or something. Is it Dogleg? Yeah. Yeah. I was correct. This is the Dogleg. I should have.
Well, Dogleg's the ones coming directly towards us.
I drew a bloody track map, and I didn't put the names of the. Where's all the names of the corners?
That is an appeal to the race director, not to not to anything else. Sitting right next to us.
You need it on your website. But yes, who are we watching now? Again, a move into this. This is a popular overtaking spot. This third part, and this pack is getting a bit feisty as well. I love it when you see the karts just disperse as they come out of a corner. Everyone, oh, that was a chop.
Nice late dive down the inside there.
It was a bit of a bold move. Another driver up the inside going into the chicane.
Oh, a little bit of contact actually from the driver in the white suit.
No harm meant there. I think that was just mistiming of the braking.
This section of the track, so underrated, I find.
Very hard to get right.
Yeah, absolutely. The rest of the track is quite flat, quite traditional types of corners. Just helps to break that monotony. And when you hook it up right, it just feels so good. You can carry all that speed down onto the back straight.
Yeah.
Especially actually during the night, as the air starts to get cooler, starts to get denser. The the engines will be working a little bit better, and some of the slipstreams that you can get during the night stint, especially as the speeds go up and up, are absolutely filthy, if I do say so myself.
Yes.
But of course, all set up by that section heading down onto the straight.
They do have a tailwind with them going along the main straight today, though, so it might be dampened a bit. But you are right. Were you the team that did the spreadsheet with all the air temperature calculations? Was this you? Is this you lot?
I can neither confirm nor deny that. So,
bringing air density into this. I appreciate the insight, but
a couple of teams in the pit lane. The number 8 of Senna Squadron pitting from 7th, and the number 20 of Paul Gacartney now down into 14th. They were running just on the edges of the top 10.
Still in the pits though. Paul Gacartney. They've been in there for quite a while. So I saw they were in the pits recently, potentially a mechanical issue.
Very long stint, actually. 1 hour 41 minutes by that team. So
Ooh.
I wonder maybe if they've run out of fuel. Maybe they limped back to the pit lane, or they had a running out of fuel connected mechanical somehow.
The four.
And of course the number 8 of Senna's Squadron coming in there as well. Still in 7th position.
Just being told we've had a cart with no chain coming in the pits. Number 4. It does have a chain. Yes. Oh, clutch, sorry, not chain.
Clutch issue.
Yes, clutch issue, which is
the number 4, the Edinburgh Napier team, currently running second to last. So their day going from bad to worse.
Ah, it's unfortunate. I think that was no, that wasn't Mercedes. I was about to say, as we were talking about the clutch thing, it's something that a driver can't really brake themselves because, you know, there's no gears on a car unless you're riding the pedals.
Absolutely, you can brake them by riding the pedals.
It's quite hard to, but as I was saying that, someone absolutely clattered the first curb, so I stopped.
Edinburgh Napier, of course, were in an epic battle for third to last place with the 32 of Woo's Your Daddy. So they've currently overtaken them now up into 50th. But I imagine if it is clutch, that is going to be a long mechanical stop for Edinburgh Napier.
They're simple engines, these carts, but there's a lot of things to take off to get to the clutch.
Well, that's the fact, is that, you know, there are 2 of them, so that's double the number of things that can go wrong during a race distance. We've got a yellow flag actually on the start-finish line gantry.
Someone clipping the barriers.
Yeah,
again.
just a little bit of barrier repair there.
I'm not sure this didn't really happen that much last year. I'm not sure why this is happening so often.
Interesting that it's the barrier on the pit lane entry. I wonder if someone's just gone straight through it.
No, I think they're hitting it and it's just dislodging the little blocks. Gaggle of 4 carts on your stream. Again 2x2. Oh, not quite 2x2. Opportunistic move there from... I can't see who that is.
I think this is again the same group we were looking at earlier with one of the Leeds Motorsport drivers getting involved there as well.
We have our first penalty.
Penalty for the 15.
4 hours 30.
That's the leader.
Oh,
it's
the leaders! Who are also in the pits, but they have a penalty.
I wonder if that's a speeding in the pit lane penalty.
It could be, but that is a... Oh, it is a penalty. It's not a black flag. Speeding in the pit lane is 1 lap deduction. So the lap dancers are going to be the lap deductors.
That of course, is going to give at least a lap lead for the 47 of Baguette Motorsports.
Well, given how close the pack is in the top 10, that could knock them down. Not quite outside the top 10, but pretty far. So we'll get confirmation. There's not many things. I think all the things you get penalties for are a lap off. So... that's pretty
I would estimate it's probably going to drop them down to just the bottom edge of the top 10, so about 9th, 10th position. Round about the sort of never overtake Sheffield area. Baguette Motorsport retake the lead then in the 47, while the 15 are in the pit lane for what I think was a scheduled pit stop.
Yes. But luckily not a black flag, so they had to go round again. But still a big loss for them nonetheless. Running in second. This is how quick it can turn around.
Absolutely. It's moments like this that really can alter the course. The 38 of Lufton Loaded from last on the grid, now in second place.
Wow. Brilliant showing from them. And what is their gap? 23 seconds?
Although they have yet to pit. They have yet to pit for their 3rd pit stop. So that's actually a pit stop plus 23 seconds. So that just goes to show the leading margin at this early stage in the race.
The lap dancers are due to get their penalty, won't have come through on the system. This is still them taking their pit stop. So we'll have to see where they come out, and then...
We're still waiting to hear for what that penalty is for, though.
Yeah. Hold on.
But that puts the 47 of BUKC Motorsport then back into the lead. And we'll see if... and actually, the 51 of I Still Have Trouble Reading now up into the podium places. So the lap dancers dropping out of the top... out of the top 3. And actually, the lap dancers there in kart 15, a very slow stop as well, 3 minutes 26.
Well, I think that might be in part. The reason they got the penalty, I've just found out, is the fact that they were the ones who hit the blocks.
Ah, well, that would explain that.
Yes, so
not a very good end to the stint for that driver.
I'm not sure it could have been... Well, no, it could have been a lot worse, actually, but yeah, not ideal, so to speak. Quite a lot of drivers in the pits, actually.
Yeah, the 49 of mine kart down in 23rd. The 31 of Franz Hermann from Wish, the 45 of Edinburgh A, all in the pit lane. Actually, 4 karts in the bottom 12 places again, all in the pit lane. So there's going to be a good amount of queuing for the fuel Bowsers as it currently stands.
Mechanicals most of the time. Quite a big pack forming here as well. Driver cleanly up the inside. I think at the front of that is Doohan, the number 26, Doohan, your mom.
There we go. We can see some of those.
Wow,
things
it is
that
very
have come
busy.
in. Yeah. But of course, this is
the driver changeover. There's no limit, really.
Well, this is the we're 4 hours and 36 minutes into this race. So if you're going off of 90-minute stints, this is about when you would pit. So hence why we're seeing quite a few teams coming into the pit lane. And this is, again, another advantage of trying to stretch out that stint as much as possible, because you get the pit lane to yourself.
Yes, exactly. Obviously, you want to try and do fewer pit stops, but you have to really, really stretch them out and be lucky. Obviously, you get stuff thrown off with full course yellows and mechanicals, but if all goes well, you can time it so that you do one pit stop less.
No, yeah, absolutely. The difference between having 90-minute long stints and 95-minute long stints is an entire pit stop throughout this race.
Good maths.
Wow. I don't claim to have done it just then. I was told that by one of the team, a team strategist earlier.
Team strategist.
Yeah, they do have them.
You guys are very official about this stuff.
No, well, a lot of the teams I
respect it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I respect it. Little crew chief, as they are called. Look at a lot of karts going in. There's some very popular overtaking spots. Normally, I'd expect them to be doing at the hairpin here or that hairpin, but a lot of the time, it's that last set of hairpins and the third corner.
Yeah, it's actually quite a tricky move to get it done into hairpin 1, because you have to slot in single file through those chicanes, and also you're arriving at such a speed that there is a much higher risk if you're trying to outbrake someone, that you just lock the brakes and you go straight on, and you're going to lose a huge amount of time. Whereas if you just cheekily slot it up the inside of some of the slower hairpins, then you're going to lose less time, and also it's a less risky move as well. So definitely makes sense. We're actually watching the 47 of BUKC Motorsport right now in the all blacked out Bigfoot. Not sure whether that's a stylistic choice or whether they actually just couldn't be bothered to design it in the first place.
Probably both.
Probably a little bit of both, you'd have to say, yeah. And actually, they've got Tom Fox currently at the wheel, so the driver who was part of the 2020 Coventry Uni Prem winning team, currently at the wheel.
You're looking at the second pack of karts. He's leading.
Second pack of karts, third kart, is your race leader of BUKC Motorsport.
Got a whole host of battles going on in this little section of the track. And Tom Fox, who is that making a move? That is Tom Fox. How was it? Oh no, it wasn't. They've got
Tom Fox did make a move, and then he was sent back by the green big-footed.
He's lost. Yes, he's lost.
So he's battling with the 42.
There's two drivers in the same pack that don't have a Bigfoot design. That's confusing.
Well, it's the black suit and the rainbow lid.
Can't see that.
Coming around to lap the 42 of Rexy Racing for the second time. So only the top 5 within 2 laps of the leader now.
Wow. What is our gap? Lufton Loaded still yet to do their pit stop. This is a good extended stint, we have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Only a handful of teams yet to do their third stop. Lufton Loaded, of course, one of them. The aforementioned Rexy Racing in the 42, again, haven't done their second stop. And then you have to go down to the 17 of Pod Hub, also have yet to do their second stop. Some fantastic names in this this field.
Trying to decide my favourite. I haven't got a favourite yet. Jacob said his was just the Portsmouth one, which I do like, but
No, you have to have a bit of edginess to the
Reading
to the
ones
team
are good.
name.
The battling going on with this pack that we're following is not stopping. They're constantly too wide. Oh, driver getting forced a bit wide. Move coming in from the Coventry Rexy car. Oh, that was Tom Fox getting forced wide. Your leaders. He's pushing
So Rexy
Ooh.
getting back on
Over the
second lead lap, you'd have to say.
Yes, good point. Actually unlapping themselves, you're
Yes.
right. But I don't know if they've been caught up. But oh, and Tom Fox up the inside. It's not a done move yet. But they are up the inside of Rexy.
Ah, there we go, he's got it done now.
Through. And I would imagine driver of the Coventry Rexy car is going to tuck in. They've probably got a radio, given the fact that they're one of the Coventry teams who are in 5th. You'd hope they have one. But looking to work with them there, you would hope.
Well, the Coventry driver with the Birrell Art suit, so
Yes.
obviously done a bit of owner driving. Probably not used to being overtaken very much in rental karting, if he's done a bit of owners, but you might have to just cede that position for now. Woodham Spoon Award for the most pit stops in this race, currently held by Imperial A, 24 in 40, 7 pit stops so far.
compared 24 pit stops.
No,
Not yet.
not yet anyway.
It's on the cards.
So 7 pit stops compared to the 2 from the 38 of Lufton Loaded, who currently run in second, and a new personal best lap as well from them,
Ooh.
from Maxwell Dodds in the 38, 121.856.
Meanwhile, our pack we're following, Rexy getting overtaken by the sister Coventry team. Bad team tactics going on there. That'll be a rough ride home if they're in the same car. If they kick that up, because they are losing ground to the leader. Oh, actually, I think the leader has just pitted. Very slow lap, 1:36 for BUKC Motorsport. Potentially,
They are in the
issue.
pit lane,
I just saw him coming through, and he was with Rexy.
and this is not a scheduled stop. He's
No,
only
he only
21 minutes into this stint,
Yeah.
so could be a big moment in the race. This one.
1:36 is not a dire lap. Well, it is obviously slow relatively, but that's not a catastrophic issue.
But we can see on the timing screens he is in the pit lane, so
So,
I wonder if we can get a little look down into the pit lane to see if that is a mechanical or somehow a scheduled fuel stop. I highly doubt it's the latter.
no. That'll be some kind of mechanical potential. No, it wouldn't be one of the engines dying 20 minutes into the stint.
Meanwhile, Lufton Loaded another new fastest lap for them at 121.7.
Who will become your leaders, but they are still yet to do their third stop. I think they're one of the few people left who actually has to do it, but they're...
No, I think it's actually the Reading team, the 51, who will become the leaders once the Loughborough team have taken their stop.
The net leaders, yes.
The net leaders, yes.
Actually, what is their gap to them?
It's 57 seconds at the moment, so
That's doable in a pit.
I think
really quick.
I mean, we were talking about 1 minute 22 being a
1 minute 22 lap and then 2:24. It was about a minute extra.
oh, sorry, a 1 minute pit stop being rapid. So if it was anything in the 50s, then
Yeah.
that would have to be done. So there we go. The 38 Lufton Loaded from last on the grid is now your on-track race leader. So well done to that team.
Net lead or not, they are in first. So enjoy it, chaps. Where are they on track? Are we looking at them?
They're down at the far side of the track. You're just going into the uphill.
I've just seen, if any of you are following on the live alpha timing, I've just seen the little track map that we've got isn't quite big enough. As the section complex in the middle just becomes
A mass of dots,
looks
basically.
like Kaplunk. If any of you remember playing Kaplunk, it looks like that. God, I think I've dated myself there with Kaplunk. But, Yeah, who are we following out here? 33 of Nottingham, was it?
I may still point out to you, Jake, the 47 of BUKC Motorsport still in the pit lane. So this is not a good stage of the race for them.
There we go, dropping down.
Out of the top 3.
And the dropping down is not worse than you think, but where they've crossed the line to enter the pits, them coming back round and getting demoted means that that driver overtaking them has just started a new lap. So they're already a lap ahead. I think I'm doing that calculation right, because they've had to do a whole lap.
Yes, that's right, because once you come out of the
timing.
pits, you have to wait for them to come all the way around for them to cross the timing line again.
Yeah, I can't explain it. And there's another personal best from Left and Loaded.
Left and Loaded.
They've got star driver. Shoot us a message on the YouTube chat. Tell us who that is, because they are.
Well, I can tell you who it is. It's it's Maxwell Dodds in there. Aforementioned. Was actually taking a year of absence from university to pursue racing full time. We got a little spinner down towards hairpin 1.
Curious place to spin, but managed to recover it.
No, quite an early place to spin actually.
Very early.
But,
all controlled, no one in the wall, no one hitting each other.
They're back underway.
Just Dan inadvertently giving shout out to both of us.
That's the thing, if someone were to write, that Jake is a very good commentator, you could both take the compliment.
Or is it? No, I'm not going to say. A
few more of our top 10 teams coming into the pit lane. The 14 of Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast are in, as well as BUKC Motorsport about to drop out of the top 10. So
still in the pits.
Still in the pits.
Crikey. Out of the top 10 now. Is that third stop for Gaslight? Well, actually, it probably doesn't register properly because they've pitted. Yeah, finally picked 3 times for 1 pit stop. So this is actually their 3rd, if it's counting this as the 5th.
I would probably say 3rd scheduled stop, yes, because I wonder if they've had a couple minor mechanicals earlier on, in which case...
They had the black flag. So they sped in the pit lane, got told to go out, then had to serve the black flag, and then had to serve their pit stop.
Silly Billy, whoever that driver is.
There was a dire end to the step, but they've recovered actually quite well, to be fair. They're not doing too bad. Not a big gap around them, considering it's about 2 minutes they must have lost at least, going in and out of the pits.
Well, we got contact warnings for the 52 and the 11. Again, these contact warnings continue to trickle in, but one thing I want to point you out, Jake, is that with BUKC Motorsports now dropping out of the top 10, this has really opened this race up. So the top 3 are going to be very close. And Loft and Loaded, the times that they're putting in at the end of this stint, that gap is now a minute. So it was 55 seconds just a few laps ago.
Albeit still a pit stop down.
However, if they have one of those rapid pit stops in the 220s that we saw, they are going to be neck and neck as they come out of the pit lane, having done an equal number of stops.
But also, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are separated by 9 seconds. 1 second in between 3rd and 4th, and then 7 seconds up the road to 7th. 7 seconds to 2nd.
So even an average stop for the 38, we'll see the top 4 separated by 15 seconds.
Yeah. It's a crucial moment. They must be pitting soon, given the...
Well, they've now crossed 92 minutes into this stint, and they won't be able to get much further than this.
No, I imagine they'll be coming in soon, regardless of if they're stretching or not.
However, that being said, just notice that the 3rd and the 4th of I Still Have Trouble Reading, and the 42 of Rexy Racing, and the 17 of Pod Hub, all yet to do their scheduled pit stops for this stage of the race. So the lap dancers, as we saw earlier, will be in front by a dominant margin now. So
Pod Hub in the pits as well. Brief stop. Oh, driver clatter in the curbs there.
That's not something you want to do too many times. I've just seen there's a purple Bigfoot just coming towards us now. The left side has a little section hanging off of it, so I wonder if they're going to get a mechanical for that. Just this orange helmet coming towards us now.
What is that? Is that part of the pod, or is that...
It looks like part of the bumper, maybe.
3rd place in the pits as well.
Yeah, that's a scheduled stop for the 51 of I Still Have Trouble.
Oh, they had an early one.
Reading.
So, where are we? Move down the main straight. That's a rare one. Are they passed? I think they might be.
Trying to find the number of this this purple Bigfoot. I think that's. I think they've already gone past us.
I think they'll be coming around the hairpins, actually, given where we saw them. It's deceivingly long, that section, isn't it? Down the bottom of the hill. You always think you're going to see the car, and then it comes about 10 seconds later. It's very hard to keep track of.
I mean, you just have to look at the some of these wider shots of the carts going around the far end of the track. It is an enormous venue here at Teesside. We're very lucky to be racing here for the 24 hours. So it's the number 1, yes, and that is a section of the rear bumper. I think that's just a clip has just come loose.
It's the wheel cover, so it's just a bit of plastic flapping about. I don't know if they'll pull them in for that. Obviously, it's not good if it falls off. I do also have a contact warning, though, which is interesting.
Maybe
no, that's the 11, sorry, not the 1. Wrong number, but...
Well, it's the right number, just one too many of them.
One too many. One
That's the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire. So they're in 5th. So if they were to get a mechanical flap for that, then that would not be ideal for them. Especially the fact that they are only 8 minutes into their stint.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a blow. There's a lot of drivers, luffed and loaded, are in for their stop at last.
An hour and 35 minutes, that stint.
Crikey.
So again, luffed and loaded, just stretching out these stints. It's just going to give them a little bit more flexibility as we head further and further into this race. Slowly building that delta.
But you can see already where Reading pitted early, luffed and loaded are already a pit stop ahead. Which is impressive, but also arguably more impressive that Reading are in 4th, considering they've done an extra pit stop. Obviously, it's timed differently. It doesn't quite work like that, but still impressive.
Was that a pit stop or was that a black flag?
For Reading, no, they've not had a black flag yet, as far as I am aware. Yeah. No black... Oh my god, the amount of... the warnings
as we slowly scroll down the huge list of calls that have been made so far in this race.
Oh, someone across the grass there. That's the furthest off I've seen anyone go off for that chicane yet. It's a rough ride if you do that. And not good on the chain or your arse. Really either. So, yeah, it's the one you want to avoid.
I would say that loose bit of bodywork for the number 1, probably either from a little bit of contact or from excessive use of the curbs. They're normally held in by just a little metal clip. I imagine that's just fallen out. Definitely something that can be quickly amended at the next pit stop if they make it to that.
Yes. Yeah, that'll be a quick fix. I imagine one of the mechanics will just go pop it back into place.
There you go.
So, where are we after these pit stops?
Well, we're still waiting for Luft and Loaded to come out of the to register for the next time they cross the line.
The lap dancers are still in 2nd. I'll check in a minute if they've served that penalty, but Rexy Racing up to 3rd. Having already... Oh, no, they haven't. They are still waiting to do their 3rd pit stop as well. Lap dancers are past Luft and Loaded, so they've not...
So the lap dancers have yet to serve that penalty then?
I think so. Oh, and someone off at the chicane. Kept it going.
Now, that is not often a place that you see people go off.
That was very early in the chicane. I think you might have caught that on the back of your shot there. Not typical that someone goes off there. But yeah, we'll check soon if lap dancers have served that penalty, because if they have, then they are clearly in the lead, because Rexy Racing are still yet to pit for their 3rd stop.
Yeah, whether or not the lap dancers have served this penalty is the difference between them leading the race outright. We've got a stop car actually on the exit of hairpin 3, but I was just about to say that the lap dancers, whether or not they've served that penalty, is the difference between them leading the race by a lap and not.
I think they might be leading regardless, to be honest, because Rexy Racing is still due a pit stop.
Yes, but if they've yet to serve that penalty, then they won't have a lap advantage, is what I'm saying.
No, but they'll still be ahead, which is
true.
Quite impressive this early into the race, considering how well everyone's been going.
That stop car, by the way, at hairpin 3 is now underway again.
I believe it's still got the same issue. It seems like an engine is down. Coming towards the pits, though, so there'll be no need for full course yellow, provided he makes it.
Oh, it's Luft and Loaded. It's a 38.
Oh.
It's just come out of the pit lane.
I imagine that is they've not got an engine running at the end of their pit stop, but that is a nightmare pit stop. 3 minutes 59 for that lap.
Wow.
Oh, that's a big blow. That is a very big blow.
Well, no, because they'll have come out of the pit lane and then they'll have died. Their car will have died out on track, so that will be the cause of that super long lap.
You do plod a lot. It is painful when you've only got one engine going, especially the noise.
I know, the one engine going, I need to do it all by myself.
Yes, but it could barely get up the hill that you are seeing on your screen right now.
So big drama then, and just the last 20 minutes or so, the long-time race leader of BUKC Motorsports, they are now back underway as well. They are in 11th, but the 38 of Lufton Loaded running into some trouble as well.
So it's been deducted. Cool.
So the lap dancers lead, and we've just heard from the race director that they have indeed served that penalty. So
Impressive
lap
stuff.
dancers leading on track, and it will be by at least an entire pit stop at this point. Do we know what university they're from, the lap dancers?
I think they are a mixed bag. I think Jacob's got a document up here. Apologies, we've been less on this than Jacob. Jacob actually works for the BUKC. We don't. So we've
Well, and the fact that he has had at least one conversation with every single driver who participates in it.
yes, particularly, and a hug with those who win. But yes,
The most coveted prize in all of the BUKC. A hug from Jacob.
amen to that. But yeah, approaching the end of the 5th hour already. This has gone incredibly quick. I have had an absolute blast doing this. It doesn't feel like it's been 5 hours, which is crazy. Bless you. It's crazy that this has gone this quick. But yes, I have had an absolute blast. I am going to go home now because I need to drive home to Essex. So
all the best to you. I'll be driving home to London at some point tomorrow, depending on the amount of sleep that I have, whether it's in the morning or the afternoon. But again, thank you very much for joining me. I think I'll be running a solo operation here
for a few minutes
until I'm joined by either Dante or Will. I
think
believe.
Molly May's coming in next. Not that Molly May. Don't get excited. Oh, on cue.
Speak
in
of the
she
devil.
comes. But I shall wish good luck to all of the drivers out there. I hope you don't get mechanicals. I hope the googly eyes win the Bigfoot. And yeah, hope you all have a good day. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Jake.
Pass
Pleasure.
over to my other Jake.
So as Jake just quickly exchanges over with Molly, as we just finish off the 5th hour of the race. Let's have a little run through the overall order. So the lap dancers in the lead and by a distance now, or at least it will be a distance once the 42 of Rexy Racing has taken their pit stop. But Brumdog Millionaire now the number 1 in 3rd. I still have trouble Reading in 4th, with Doin' Your Mum in 5th. Senna's Squadron and Lufton Loaded. Lufton Loaded, a really nightmare last 10 minutes for them, with a Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast in 8th, Imperial B 9th, and Endurex in 10th. Previous race leader, BUKC Motorsport, after a mechanical, it would seem, in 11th, the number 47. Paul Go-Kartney in 12th, with Communism, Team Ocock, Pod Hub, X Icons, Never Overtake Sheffield, Coventry, X Swansea, Explicit, Ringo Kart to round out your top 20. Moving out of the top 20 is Cumbridge with Minecart, Brumber Kart, Iron Dames Racing, and Two Girls, One Piston Cup is your 21st to 25th, with Yuki Spinoda, Lake Breakers Anonymous. Oh, we've got a little driver broken down. Where on the track is that? Oh, it's just on the outside of Hairpin 1. So I wonder if they've had a little spin and struggling to get back going again. So needing the help of the marshal. But let's just run through the rest of the order. 26 Yuki Spinoda with the 27 of Late Breakers Anonymous. 28th is George Harrispin with Nottingham Smith Racing in 29th. Franz Herman from Wish in 30th. The 31 of Edinburgh A. 32nd Gurney's Gang, with the Miles Shelby squad coming bad, and Portsmouth in 35th. Then comes Burger King's Metal Gearbox Solid, Imperial A. Reading between the lines, show us your BAPs round out to the top 40 with DM, Useless, Brump and Pass. We thought this was a sprint. Edinburgh B, Automobile Leadsters, BUKC My Life, John the Man's Leeds Gentleman, Woo's Your Daddy, and Chick Flicks the top 50 with Spin and Tonic, and then the number 4 of Edinburgh Napier currently holding the Wooden Spoon Award. So as we approach 5 hours into this race, I am joined by now tell me, Molly, mate, you might not have given away, are you part of the Leeds Motorsport Society?
I am. I'm in my full kit and everything. Yeah, my name's Molly, and I'm the president of the Leeds Motorsport Society, and I'll be commentating for the next few hours. So very excited. Yeah,
fantastic to have you with us. And how many teams have you guys got?
So we've got 3 teams. We've got 2 main ones, which are our A and B teams. They're quite far down the runnings at the moment. So we've got Automobile Leadsters, which is our A team, Spin and Tonic, which is our B, and Leeds Gentleman is our grad team. Unfortunately, we're quite near the bottom, but we're having a good time so far, so it's all been fun.
Well, that's all of it about, and we do like to say that we provide completely unbiased commentary here for the next period or so. I'll be with you for the next hour, Molly for the next 3, I believe.
How's it been so far? Any interesting moments from here?
Well, actually, in the last half hour, we've those of you who've been watching will have seen we've had not 1 but 2 mechanical cause changes for the lead. So Baguette Motorsport, the number 47, who were leading at the front of this race, very strong team comprised of BPEC drivers and ex-Prem Championship winning drivers. They fell from 1st all the way to 11th, and then the Loughborough team, who started in last place in this race, who did get up into the lead, had yet to make a pit stop, but then on their outlap had an engine die and had to make their way back to the pit lane. So now it is the number 15 of the lap dancers who lead by 17 seconds from Rexy Racing. However, Rexy Racing, the last team in the top 25, yet to make their 3rd pit stop in this race. Very nicely stretched out stint. 1 hour 35 minutes so far this stint.
They're cutting it fine for that.
Yeah,
the lap dancers have a very strong team. I think they've got Will Stacey, Youssef, Ocean, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them staying in 1st place.
Yeah, definitely going to be using that experience. Just having a look down at some of the battles heading into the final few corners of the lap. So the lap dancers, we got eyes actually on the 47 of Baguette Motorsports back up into the top 10. They've now got a mountain to climb to get back to where they were.
Oh, I think someone's got a bit of bumper hanging off on the back of there. Can
I
catch the cart number?
Yeah, that's the number 1. The number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire, who are currently in 3rd. We did notice that a little bit earlier on. Race control seemed fine to allow them to keep going. I imagine that's just a clip or something that's come loose. As I believe that's the got eyes on. Is that the 38? No, it's the other Loughborough team, I believe, coming down towards the very fast chicane section, which you have to have large cojones to do too wide with another kart, that's for sure. As we look back, this group now sort of broken into a few groups. Baguette Motorsports, Tom Fox still at the wheel at the front of that, just trying to put the pressure on. Not quite able to make out the kart number. New personal best lap of the race for the 37 of Late Breakers Anonymous. So Rexy Racing in the 42, still continuing to extend this stint. They'll have to come in at some point, you'd have to think. What's catching your eye on the circuit, Molly?
I'd have to say that the lap dancer's Bigfoot is very detailed. But just having a look, yeah, it's kind of got a couple groups going down here into the last few corners. Tend to cluster in 2s or 3s and having some battles. Oh, we've got someone coming into the pits, number 42.
And that is the number 42 of Rexy Racing. From 2nd position, finally making their 3rd pit stop. The the last team of anyone, I believe, to make their third pit stop. So they've managed to extend that very nicely. Nearly an hour and 40 minutes, that stint. So well done to that driver. So that will promote the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire into second position and the Reading team into third. However, crucially, it also means that the lap dancers in the 15 will be at least an entire lap ahead of the rest of the field, despite the penalty that they had to serve in their last pit stop for driving through the barriers and not around them.
I did see that. I believe that was Will Stacey managed to make a bit of a mess of the pit entry. You have to hit it quite hard because they've changed it from last year that it's no longer just plastic. They are quite hard. So watching them scatter has been quite entertaining because, you know, every hour there's always a team or so that does it.
Yeah, absolutely. For a man of Will Stacey's experience, you'd think that he'd know that going around the barrier is perhaps less problematic than going through it, but it's obviously not affected them too much. The number 8 of Senna's squadron now getting past Doing Your Mum into 5th position. And I believe now that it is just after 5:30 local time, we can announce that the first round of voting for the best team name is now open. So you should be seeing that link in the live chat and on our socials very, very soon. Should be on the BUKC Instagram accounts, I would imagine. We do have quite a few standout names this year. Previously mentioned the Doing Your Mum team is one of my personal favourites. I think what would you say is the key to a good team name at this event, Molly?
I would say it's got to be original because this is my third 24-hour race now, and there are still some names that I've seen that have been used multiple years in a row, and I think that's a big no. Obviously, I think it's nice to include your university sometimes, have a little bit of a pun. I think Birmingham has done quite well this year. Coventry have done the same thing. Sheffield, never ever take Sheffield. Okay, but I think I've seen that before. Definitely last year, if not the year before as well. So yeah, a few kicking around. I'd definitely say be original, be a bit funny. Include your uni's name if you can. But yeah, I think, Birmingham have done quite well this year. I think all of their teams have been named something Birmingham-based. And they're quite funny and original.
Yeah, absolutely. Purely from a selfish perspective as a commentator, it's nice to have to have an inkling as to what university that team is from. But if you can use your university name in an interesting way, then that is always going to score quite highly in my books. Obviously easier with some university names than others. But what would you say, as we've got a black flag actually for one of those aforementioned Birmingham teams, the number 3 Brumbricart. They've gotten a black flag, I believe, for multiple contact warnings.
Wow.
So again,
A little bit too aggressive for them.
but just over 5 hours into this race, and they're already getting a black flag for contact warnings. So this goes back to what I said actually about an hour ago when I took over from Jacob, when I was opposite Jake, is that these warnings over such a long race, they will pile up
They do
after
stack
a while.
up. You've got to play the long game. Too many contacts too early, you're getting black flags, and it's adding so much time.
No, absolutely. It's all about really maximising the effectiveness of your stint. So if it's the difference between having a stint where you lose 5 seconds to what you would otherwise, but perhaps you get 1 or 2 less contact warnings, that might be worth it towards the end of the race. In terms of your team names for this year, Molly, what are you looking at as some of your front runners for this vote?
Ooh. Having looked down there. I do quite like Doing Your Mum. It's quite funny. It is quite funny.
I think it's made even funnier by the fact that he's not in F1 as well.
No, yeah. That really does it. I actually do really like, is it Metal Gearbox Solid? I think that's quite funny. I like that. It's a good pun. There's one university that has all the Beatles-themed names.
Yes.
They're all very good. Those
George
are probably-
Harrispin, one of
Yes,
them, the one that I've noticed
they're all
immediately.
Spectacular. So I'd probably put those among some of the top ones.
Paul Gokartney, I think, is the highest of those ones, currently running in 11th. And actually holding the fastest lap of the race as well, a 121.0. So after those third pit stops have all filtered out. All of the teams have now done at least 3 stops. The lap dance is leading by over a lap now from the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire. Alpha mentioned they're just going past the commentary box now. That rear left panel still flapping about in the air. But
it did look like he was raising his hand. Might be pitting, might be just signaling that he's okay. So we might see them trying to sort that out at some point.
Well, if he's pitting, it will be an unscheduled stop because he's only 27 minutes into what I imagine will be about a 100-minute long stint at the very most. But just dropping back by a few tenths a second a lap from the lap dancers in 15, just pumping in those lap times. Fastest driver on the circuit at the minute is, I believe, the 43 of Coventry. They've got a few quick drivers, Coventry. Eduardo Pozzo, of course, was battling for the lead very early on in this race. Has done a lot of, been very successful in championships back in Spain. New personal best lap of the race for the 49 of Minecart. I've just noticed the last of those Beatles names as well.
Someone catching a bit of grass on the exit of the final corner. Maybe that was one of the lead drivers, not sure.
Very distinctive in your black, green and red colour scheme.
We did go for sleek and simple this year. Bit of contact in that corner.
The Leeds team having a unique ability to make everyone else dislike them as soon as they go Leeds, Leeds, Leeds on the podium.
I think Jacob loves it though, personally. Makes us very distinctive.
Oh, we had a driver going slowly exit of hairpin 2, but they're back going again, just out of frame on the right of that shot. So the number 38 of Lufton Loaded are back underway, but they are in 8th position now. So going from what would have been a net P3, P4 down into P8 could be worse. Could be a lot worse. If that's the only mechanical that they have during this race, then they'll have done well. Oh, we've got another the same driver going slowly, actually. He's definitely lost an engine. Driver going slowly on the exit of hairpin 4, just at the bottom of the shot now. There he is on the right-hand side of the screen. See if we have a number.
Number 51.
The 51. I still have trouble reading. So they were in the top 5, the 51. So I still have trouble reading. Were 3rd at the start of this lap, already down into 8th. Just goes to show how close together that group behind the 2nd position Brumdog Millionaires are. In fact, actually, just goes to show both how close it is and how big of a lead the leaders have. The lap dancers, again, as I said, the entire lap and some change ahead of Brumdog Millionaire, but a lap after Brumdog Millionaire, you'd be looking down to the 47 of Baguette Motorsport. Little puff of dust there. We've got 2 people off simultaneously, one at hairpin 1, who I believe has lost an engine, that driver. Pink Bigfoot trying to get going again. We also had a driver go off exit of the first chicane as well. The 37 of Late Breakers Anonymous, currently being helmed by Dante Dillon, the kart tester, of course, for this year's BUKC season. So he's making a one-off appearance, formerly of Nottingham Trent University. So that mechanical issue for that Reading team has dropped them out of the top 10. It's promoted Imperial B up to 8th, Baguette Motorsports up to 9th, and Paul Gacartney up to 10th place. But the lap dancers, as it currently stands, in a class of 1 at the moment. The only team lapping in the 121s. See if we can find any more battles on track. See See, all relatively well behaved. Single file through hairpin number 1. Just a driver getting a little bit out of shape, going wide there. Oh, getting a little bit of air over those curbs. See, on that chicane heading down towards hairpin 1, if you take to the grass, especially on the later one, there's a huge lip there that can get you a huge amount of air. I myself actually had a very bad incident here a couple of years ago on that corner. Oh, late move actually from that driver.
Aggressive, but pulled it off.
Be interesting to see if we're at the point of the race yet where the marshal is still caring about these incidents. He's going, oh,
After 5 hours, we'll find out.
Oh, I've been here for 5 hours. I don't care about these incidents anymore. He can just take the place if he wants. Oh, black flag for the number 23. Just lost access to the live timing for now. Jacob just doing a little bit of the number 23 of Portsmouth. Now, are they actually Portsmouth Uni, or are they another uni pretending to be Portsmouth? I've got the nod from Jacob. It is Portsmouth Uni. I don't think they'll be winning any awards for best team name today.
No.
I actually saw a post in the BUKC Facebook group. Someone expressing their frustration at the decline in the quality of the team names.
They were calling out many universities. Unfortunately, one of them was us because we didn't put through our team names yet. But I think there's a bit more variety than originally suggested, which is nice.
That's a very good excuse. So for not doing it and then sort of going back on it.
Exactly. I mean,
I'll take your word on that.
Maybe we shouldn't allow teams to compete if they don't come up with a great name. If you enter yourselves as Uni A, then you can't race.
Well, maybe not that they can't race, but I think it should be a 5-lap deduction at the very start of the race.
Definitely.
If your team name doesn't get at least an expulsion of air from your nose when you read it, then should be worthy of a penalty. Side by side, heading out of the first chicane. And Jacob just having a look at some of the team names, because I believe the first round of voting for the best team name is currently underway. And just being informed by Jacob that it will be on the Instagram, the first round of voting. So let's see if I can pull up some of the team names that have been selected early on. So we've got BUKC, as you previously spoke about, Molly. They will be up against the Spin and Tonic team for the first round of voting. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast against Metal Gearbox Solid, again, one that you pointed out. And then the three Beatles team names all in there. Paul McCartney, Ringo Kart, and George Harrison. Doing your mum, I would have to say, probably the favourite for this award. They're in there as well. 2 Girls, 1 Piston Cup. That's an old reference by now. With Mine Kart, a classic. Definitely seen that one before.
Definitely.
So we've got a few more teams in the pit lane. The number 10 of Yuki Spinoda, pitting from 21st. I still have trouble Reading in the 51. Definitely do still have trouble because they have they've gone from 3rd after that stoppage out on track. They are still in the pit lane in 24th place. And Molly, when you're part of a team, how demoralizing is it when you've been in such a good position and there's so far left in the race to go, and that possibility of a top 3 is just slips out of your hands so early?
Yeah, it is. We've had a little bit of that today with all 3 of our teams sadly underperforming. A lot of running around, a lot of waiting for the lovely mechanics here at Teesside to try and do something. But for a top 3, that is pretty crushing. They're still in the pit lane, and now they're almost in the bottom half of the order now. Is pretty demoralising. But you never know. We've still got 18 hours to go. I've seen teams climb from almost last, right back up in the top 10. So it's all to play for, really. And being consistent, being clean, we'll see how it goes. But hopefully that cart gets fixed. I do wonder what was wrong with it.
Yeah, the big phrase I've heard chucked around the paddock so far today is "see where you are when the sun comes up." So
exactly.
If you're still there or thereabouts in that top 10 with 6 hours to go, then anything can happen. It's just about getting there.
Ooh.
We've already seen some of our... we've got a yellow flag out at hairpin 1. Can't quite see what that's for. Right in the blind spot of the corner of the commentary box.
Oh, there is someone there.
There is
behind the Monster Munch.
Behind the Monster Munch that's been propped against the window. There they are. Can't quite see the cart number from there, but they gave a little wave to the marshals just to say, "Hello, I'm here. I've decided to test out your tyre barrier, but I'd now like to get back underway if that's okay."
A couple of helping hands seem to be going on the way.
Seems like they've gotten at least one of those engines started. But one of the most common mistakes we see actually at this race is such a fast corner. And actually, we've seen another driver make that same mistake.
Same place.
Now, it'd be interesting if they get a penalty for that one, because there were yellow flags being shown down at that corner. So they could get a one-lap penalty for spinning under the yellow flags. Yellow flags, you have to slow down, maintain single file.
And that driver has his hand up, and he's completely stopped on track now. Yellow's still going, Marshall's running over, so we'll have to see what the problem is.
Yeah, and that's often the case with this race, is that a small incident can then turn into a big time loss, because a spin could perhaps cause one of your engines to cut out. You have to get Marshall over, get them to sort it out for you. We've got a black flag for the 46, so I believe that is that driver who has spun out. So this is what I mean.
Little things, little things.
So we had that original driver who went into the barrier. That's fine. And then a yellow flag came out. At that 46, he spun under yellow flags. And in doing so, he's also cut out one of his engines. So not only has he had a big time loss, but he's also got himself a black flag. So almost impossible to imagine a worse or a more efficient way of losing yourself as much time as possible while out on the circuit. Special mention to the number 15 of the lap dancers out front. Their pace is pretty much in a class of one in the context of this top 10. Last lap, a 122.1, which is only 0.3 off their personal best. Meanwhile, the rest of the top 5 lapping in the 123s, 124s for the lower part of the top 10. 123s and 124s for most of the field. A couple of 125s towards the bottom end of the top half. So this pace from the 15 of lap dancers, really, really impressive at this stage. Only matched, you'd have to say, by the 20 of Paul Gacartney. However, they are down in 10th place, but they do still hold the fastest lap of the race. So that car obviously does have good one-lap pace. A 3 wide exit of hairpin 2. And actually, just going back 8 minutes or so, the 23 of Portsmouth managed to get 2 black flags within 20 seconds of each other. So I don't know if that's a timing issue or whether or not they did actually get 2 black flags. That would be very impressive if that was the case. Curb warnings and contact warnings continually coming up here.
I think you've got to be very careful using any curbs at all, really, in this prolonged race. See many drivers that take those curves and then they end up in the mechanical bay right at midnight. So ideally, even a curb warning is not good, but you shouldn't really be taking any at all. Seen quite a few airtime moments right there on the first few curbs, getting launched into the air. It's not good for the health of your car. You've got 18 hours to go. Shouldn't be touching them.
Oh, big spin at hairpin 1. But just going back to what you were saying, Molly, it's, for these top teams, it's a bit of a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because, you know, some parts of this track, you do have to take those curbs to get that top lap time. But then, you know, if you take one too many, that could dislodge a chain. It could have any sort of mechanical issue. And what driver is that down at hairpin 2?
I think kart 2, but I'm not positive.
If it was kart 2, that would be the 2 of Brumpen Pass, another one of those Birmingham teams. Currently running down in 40 seconds, so full due respect, probably not going to be of that much consequence come in the overall picture of this race. Oh, a little bit of side-by-side action heading into the first chicane. 2 wheels on the grass, all parties still going then. Good driver coming out of the pit lane. Little gaggle coming down towards turn number 3. Or the spine killer, as I like to call it.
Ooh, bit of contact over there. Driver's going 3 wide.
As this battle continues into the uphill. One of those Nottingham drivers getting involved, the Liverpool team in there as well. And in just 35 minutes, we will be at the 1/4 mark of this race. This race always held on the summer solstice weekend in the UK, so just to give us the maximum amount of daylight possible. So I highly doubt it will be fully dark until about half 10 this evening, and then it will get light from about 3:30 tomorrow morning. So only about 5 hours in pure darkness, but can just see that it is starting to get that distinctive light when we are getting a bit later in the day. Local time just coming up to 6 p.m. So we got a couple of warnings coming through on the timing, in fact quite a few. Curb warning for the 40 of DM Useless, contact warnings for the 45, that's Edinburgh A, the 31 of France Herman from Wish, and another contact warning for the 45 of Edinburgh A, and a curb warning for the 30 of Never Overtake Sheffield. We were talking about the pace of the 15 of the lap dancers, but the number 1, whoever is in the driver of the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire, I should say, has managed to respond. Last time a 22.0. And Senna's Squadron in the number 8. They've been there or thereabouts, that team, in the top 10 for most of this race, but they're now up into 3rd position on merit. So we are now in the gap between these pit stops, between the 3rd and 4th stop of this race. The lap dancers just crossed the halfway stage of this stint. But it will be the number 26 of Doing Your Mum, who will be the first of this top 5 to make that 4th pit stop. Expect them to come in about 20 minutes or so. It's really interesting, Molly. Even though we're only about less than 6 hours into this race, we've seen huge disparity in the amount that these teams have been able to stretch out the length of this stint. What do you think is the reasoning for that?
I definitely think it comes with experience, but also a bit of risk. As you can see, the lap dancers going ahead very fast. Because I think if you really wanted to, I think the fuel could probably go to about 150 if you really wanted to. But yeah, I think most of the top teams do choose to run 15 stints, whereas most of the lower teams tend to do 16. So you're keeping your stints around 140, which is a risk. But you'll start to run out of fuel at the end, but you're really maximising all the fuel that you're getting. So it's definitely a choice that each team wants to make, but I think the stronger the drivers, the higher risk they can take.
Absolutely. And also, when you get further on into this stint, you know, we've got a huge variety of experience. We've got drivers here who've been car racing for decades, you have to say. Some of these drivers have only stepped in a go-kart for the first time in September last year when they first came to university. So some of those newer drivers, it's not only going to be experience, it's going to be fitness as well towards the end of this race. I know from experience, the first year that I competed in this race, this long right-hander just at the bottom of the screen. After towards the end of your third stint, your neck does start to give way, and you just wish for your stint to be over more than anything. And the worst case scenario is if the kart is fine, but you have to come in to change the driver. Oh, there's a 27 getting all over the curb. It won't do his machinery much good.
Oh, and a black flag for 45. That's Edinburgh A. Potentially from a lot of contacts. They've had a few warnings.
Yeah, they have.
Not
That
good
was
for Edinburgh A.
that was a third contact warning there for Edinburgh A in the space of about 20 minutes. So currently running in 30th. That's going to drop down. And just like that, coming in to serve their penalty. Scottish flag on that driver's helmet. Meanwhile, unrelated, the 24 of Imperial A is in the pit lane. I believe that is for a scheduled stop. Yeah, it will be because they've gotten to the end of their stint, hour and 32. So they must be running in the gap of the stints. Side by side heading out into hairpin 3. The 11 not quite able to get that move done. The 11 of the Burger King's team. Got one of the smarter liveries. I believe you can get these liveries custom made, can't you?
You can. There are a few companies that do them. They do cost quite a bit though, and I am quite a big fan of some sticker bombs that I've seen. I'm not entirely sure whose Bigfoot it is, but I have seen a Squirtle plush toy taped to someone.
Yes, I did see that.
Which is very creative, just with some Pokemon stickers, so I think that's quite entertaining. But yeah, some of them are very, very smart, very professional, usually for the A teams.
You'd have to wonder over the course of the race how much race time they will lose by just from the drag of having that Squirtle.
Yeah, the air is out the window, exactly.
On the taped that Squirtle plushie taped to the Bigfoot.
But if it's your team mascot, it has to do every lap.
It has to be that, of course.
Oh, someone gone off in the middle sector, a little yellow, but all good. Back on track.
Just to show the difference, I remember a couple of years ago, the Loughborough A team had bought one of those ones, and it was metallic purple, and they'd fashioned it to look like a Cadbury's bar.
Oh wow!
On the front,
very creative.
Meanwhile, the B and C teams went to the nearest hardware store to the hotel and just got some coloured tape and did it in the hotel room.
Classic.
So there are multiple ways of doing it. The B team, I remember that year, fashioned it to look like a VK bottle.
Lovely, lovely, very fashionable. Maybe learn them a sponsor. Who knows?
I know, manifesting the sponsor, of course.
Exactly.
So are you racing today, Mike?
I'm not. I am team principal for Leeds B.
Team strategist?
Yes, yeah. I've done that the last few years with mixed results, but I do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun, even if it's a lot of stress. And also a lot of exercise running from spectators area to the gazebo to the pit lane and so on. But yeah, so it's a lot of fun. I do like it, but I'll be looking out for all teams and our Leeds teams as well. Have you raced here many times?
Yeah, so I've done. I did 2 races in 2022 and 2023. Just missed out last year. Was invited to be part of Loughborough's team, the number 38 of Loughton Loaded, but I got a phone call from my chair saying we're putting together a good team. I was like, that's fantastic. That'll be great. Love to do it. Put down the phone. Oh, how much money do I actually have? Open the Santander app.
The overdraft.
The balance started with a negative, so
lovely. Off to a brilliant start.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I had to decline.
Not this year.
But of course, you got to come to show some moral support and to lend my voice to give the likes of Jake and Reese, Reeve and Jacob a bit of a rest, and to get the night shift pawned off, of course. But Huge well done to all of the drivers and all of the spectators as well, all of the supporters that have made their way up here. It is a weekend that's a huge amount of fun, but you are knackered by the end of it.
Yeah, you need a lot of sleep on the Sunday. Get home, have a nap, get some food.
The local shops will no doubt be sold out of White Monster.
Exactly.
The drink of choice for the modern university student. So, a little bit of a update from everyone's favourite Jacob Harris. He said that the best team name quarterfinals are now on the Instagram story. That's the BUKC Instagram at the BUKC. So if you'd like to vote for the best team name, please make your way over there. Personally, I'm rooting for the Doing Your Mum team. I think that's our favourite up in the commentary box, but definitely some good choices in there. So just gone 6 o'clock here at Teesside. We're now starting to see a few more teams coming into the pit lane. But this is getting to the point of the race now where the all of the pit windows for all of these teams are starting to blur between each other. So there's not really any more a pit window per se, as just when a specific team feels they need to come in, as is the difference. So once again, head over to at the BUKC on Instagram to vote for your favourite team name. We'll of course be voting for team name, best team name and best Bigfoot award throughout the course of this broadcast. Again, the 23 feeling the need to take the escape route, the very bumpy escape route on that first chicane. The 47 of BUKC Motorsport now getting a contact warning, as has the 21 of Ringo Kart. As Molly going into the Instagram to vote for her favourites.
I've already voted. I'm very biased, but yeah, we'll go through. Why not? Let's go through the quarterfinals. So the first one you'll be voting for is Spin and Tonic versus Brumber Kart. The second one is Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast versus Metal Gearbox Solid. On the next one, we have the Beatles names versus another one that I can't seem to get up. And finally, it is Two Girls, One Piston Cup versus Mine Kart. So get your votes in, everyone. Have we decided which one of these lovely prizes will be going to the winner of Best Team Name?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my, we've got some lovely
That's
things
way
here.
above my pay grade.
Yeah, I think we've got some things kind of littered around here that there's some lovely things that you could win for best team name. So get voting, guys. Vote for your favourites. Even vote for your, if you're biased, vote for your own uni. Whatever you want to do.
Whatever it is, it will likely have been hastily purchased from a nearby store. So if that sounds appealing to you, then please put your votes in for your favourite team name. We'll do a full read-through of the results once we get to 18 hours left to go. However, the top 10 still as they were. The lap dancers leading the way by a lap, but lapping within 0.04 of a second on the last lap of the number one of Brumdog Millionaire. Senna's squadron having a very good last hour or so of the race, up in 8th. The 26 of Doing Your Mum in 4th. With Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast in 5th. Luft and Loaded, after that mechanical issue, now back up into 6th place. And actually still on the same lap as the second place car of Brumdog Millionaire. So they're still there or thereabouts. But this group of 2nd through to 6th all separated by upwards of 10 seconds between each of them. So now getting into the not so glamorous part of the race, the settle down, pumping those lap time section of the race. We can see Dante Dillon making his way through in his distinctive red and gold metallic helmet. Multiple British indoor champion. More recently, kart tester for Club 100. Also racing their sprints championship as he goes down the inside 2 into 1 into turn number 3. As there's quite a late move from one of the Liverpool drivers. He's got that move done as well into the start of the uphill complex. And the 20 of Paul Gokartney has now got past the 47 of BUKC Motorsport. So BUKC Motorsport, despite having the race-leading pace at the start of this one, after that mechanical failure, is just lounging in the bottom of the top 10, not quite able to make any moves. So Rexy Racing just a second and a half now behind Lufton Loaded. So actually between 6th and 10th is only about 20 seconds or so. So that is the closest group on track at the minute. What's catching your eye out on the track at the moment?
Yeah, I'm just having a look. I've got bit of contact there for catching my eye.
For the 11, yeah?
Yeah, for those karts battling it out. I've got to say, I do love the googly-eyed Bigfoot. I think it's absolutely spectacular.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I hope that does make it quite far up the best Bigfoot vote. I do love that.
I think that, I mean, we've talked about what makes a good team name. What makes a good Bigfoot at this event?
Ooh. I think, as we were saying earlier, there's kind of two ends of the spectrum if you can go for...
Oh, we've got... sorry to cut you off, but just in the back of shot there, we had a driver stationary in the gravel trap. Just caught that at the very back of shot. Can't quite tell what that number is. I think it's the 48.
Yeah.
The 48 of Chick Flicks. They're currently down in 50th place out of 52, so not having a incredible running so far.
A lot of force needs to get it out of the gravel trap. Wow, buried right in there.
The T-side, unique probably among karting tracks, that actually has gravel on the outside of some of the corners. T-side not just used for kart racing, of course, also a drift circuit. Very much a multi-purpose venue. Will be host to the British 24-hour race in just a few weeks' time. This BUKC 24-hour, I've been told, has been always used by the track as a warm-up for that event. That event which has many different categories of karts. This team's using these karts, the rental karts, the bottom tier, but then you also have BPEC drivers, or BPEC teams, I should say, in there as well. So number 1 goes past our commentary box again. That rear left quarter panel is still flapping about in the air, so it'd be amazing if they were allowed to run that for the rest of the race. Closest battle on track at the minute is between the 47 of BUKC Motorsport and the 20 of Paul Gokartney. They're just making their way down into... In fact, they've just gone past the commentary box down into hairpin 1. I'll tell you what isn't a good suggestion if you want to win Best Bigfoot is to just leave it all black, because
exactly.
As cool as it looks, it's not very in the spirit of the competition.
It is very difficult if you do pick it up on the day to try and get it done that quickly, but it's nice to have it decorated if you do have them. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, you kind of have two ends of the spectrum of teams that go for really professional ones, very vinyl lovely wrapped, which are lovely. But then if you look on the other end of it, you have the googly eyes, which is spectacular. Sticking the Squirtles to the front are also very funny and very creative. I think are a bit more fun. I think they're more recognisable and memorable, even if they're not as sleek as some of the very, very nice uniform ones.
I think there's I think there's definitely something to be said about doing something simple but doing it well, because
Absolutely.
you know, as we got a yellow flag now into hairpin 1, we just had a spinner down there, but they're back underway. Again, we're seeing quite a lot of spinners there. Very easy to just lock a brake going into there and introduce yourself to Mr. Barry R on the outside there. But you might have a clever design for your Bigfoot, but if you're viewing it from 100 meters away, then you still need to be able to see it. Otherwise,
Makes it easier for your trackside spotters as well, if they can find you more easily. Especially, oh, we've got someone gone off.
I think that's a frozen camera there.
Never mind.
Unless five drivers had gone off simultaneously.
Yeah.
Shadows just beginning to lengthen now. So the closest battle on track at the minute. So we've got the 38 of Lufton Loaded in 6th, and then the 42 of Rexy Racing is battling for 7th position with the 20th of Paul Gokartney. But the 47 of Baguette Motorsport was in and amongst that battle, but they've actually just come into the pit lane for what is another unscheduled stop, Molly.
Wow. They definitely had their on-track battle cut short.
But be interesting if that is another mechanical issue for the 47. Our previous race leaders, of course, led in the early stages of this race, qualified in 12th position. But this just goes to show how, let's say, unconsequential qualifying is.
Absolutely.
Because if we run through the qualifying order of our top 5, they qualified in 5th, 42nd, 29th, 10th and 11th, respectively,
Wow.
did our top 5. And, of course, the 38 of Lufton Loaded starting 52nd and last, now running in 6th position.
There's so much time to make up positions, especially I think qualifying was very strange with the different weather. It was raining for a little bit, raining for not much of it as well. So it was a bit difficult for teams, and I think genuinely the order that people went out in probably made quite a big difference if there was rain or not as well.
Yeah, there did seem to be a big shuffling of the grid in the early stages of the race, but it did stay relatively close between the top 6 until the first round of pit stops, and then it sort of evolved back more into what we would typically expect to see. So Baguette Motorsport, that was not a scheduled pit stop, just to reiterate, and now they're going to drop again out of the top 10. So Baguette Motorsports, they had a very, very good first few hours of this race, but the last 2 hours or so, it's just unraveled a bit for them. So Paul Gokartney now in the number 20 has now gotten ahead of the 42 of Rexy Racing. In fact, Rexy Racing now on screen. The Rexy livery, of course, inspired by the GT3 Porsche WEC kart. Of course, of the two 24-hour races occurring this weekend, this is the more important of the two.
Of course, of course.
There is a piddly little race going on in France at the same time, but
I'm not sure. Never heard of it.
I doubt anyone's tuning in to watch that. So,
no.
oh, that's a
dear.
very interesting. Oh, that's one of your drivers.
Oh dear.
That
A
is
bit
a
of spin.
that is a very interesting place to spin that one. That's on the right-hander about to go into the uphill complex. It looks like they've lost an engine as well. Now, that isn't even a braking zone, that one, Molly.
Yeah.
So that is a very,
I'm not
very...
sure. That is definitely my team.
Oh, and they've... seems to be struggling with the turning circle. There we go. The driver working out that if he turns the wheel more, he'll be able to turn around faster.
Oh, good.
Or tighter, I should say. But yeah, that little right-hander... It's not a huge braking zone, if it is a braking zone at all, to be honest. So I would imagine that's come about as a result of some kind of contact there.
Perhaps, yeah.
But don't know if we'll know who was at fault for that one. So the 38 of Lufton Loaded has just gone past the commentary box, and as well now has the 20 of Paul Gokartney. Now what we're seeing, Molly, is that these lap times, because these tyres are getting older and older, are generally speaking getting slower and slower. Fastest up of the race at 21.0 from the 20 of Paul Gokartney, currently in 7th. The leader of the lap dances, they were in the 21s, now in the high 23s.
Definitely dropping off. Of course, there's no tyre changes until the scheduled mechanical stop, which will be starting
10 p.m. I believe.
Early morning, depending on your
between 10 and 2 is what I heard earlier.
Yeah.
So at the very least, another 3 hours, 30 minutes left to do on these tyres. But again, it's not really a race where you can sort of do any kind of effective tyre management. You just lose too much time. So
exactly.
And actually, when all the teams are pushing at roughly the same rate, it sort of evens itself out eventually. Oh, a bit of contact between the 53 and the 9. Just managed to catch that on your screen. Still managed to keep it pointing in the right direction.
And is that BUKC Motorsport now out of the pits?
Yes, I believe they are, yeah.
A few laps ago, I think they returned. So we're hoping, if it was a mechanical issue, it's fixed, at least hopefully it is, but we'll see. Oh, someone's just gone off the grass into the middle section, first happen, but rejoined quite gracefully. No contact.
But there seems to be...
apart from on the other side of the track, on the back straight, we've got someone who's
just on the right side of this shot. I wonder if we can just pan over to the right. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Dear.
That is a single-digit number. Is that the number 5?
5, yeah.
The number 5 of Iron Dames Racing, I believe. Oh, I believe that might be the all-women team that are racing today.
That is unfortunate.
So they've had a mechanical on the exit of hairpin number 2. They were running in the top 20 as well, or just on the fringes of the top 20. So they were having a good race. We are hearing that they've run out of fuel. So
that's gutting.
That is the first instance today that we've seen of running out of fuel for a team. But very interesting. They've only been out there for an hour and 24 minutes. Now, we've seen teams do an hour and 40 with this amount of fuel on.
I can say that one of our carts earlier did actually run out of fuel, unfortunately. There was something that we believe the engine was consuming far too much fuel, and it was only getting about 115. So maybe there could be a problem with theirs as well, that the engine is running too rich, taking in too much fuel. But I think that's going to mean that they're going to have to recover the vehicle potentially with another cart, and that adds a lot of time because they've got to wait to get that cart all the way around and push it back into the pits and check if anything else is wrong with it. So that's pretty gutting for that cart right there, and could mean that they drop down the order quite significantly.
Well, they have, and they've already dropped down into 25th place, and I expect that to continue going. But even if that is a very good point you raised, Molly, that even if your fuel flow is just 10% too rich over the course of an hour and a half, that could do the case. And coming from the race director, we are now full course yellow, so the Battenberg flags are out. So the drivers forced to stay single file. No overtaking are going to be formed into a few lines dotted around the circuit. And this actually is coming at quite an opportune moment for some of these teams if they wanted to make a cheaper pit stop, Molly.
Absolutely. Under these yellows, it could be very valuable. and you save a lot of time. Unfortunately, that car is still waiting for a recovery vehicle. And how far have they dropped down the runnings now?
Iron Dames, well, they're now into 27th. See, by the time they get back to the pit lane, refuel, I highly doubt that they'll still be in the top 40. So that is such a frustrating occurrence. Yeah, there is always one. Oh, there we go. A little bit of a bump from the recovery vehicle.
Yeah, get it started.
Previously, they'd hook it onto the back bumper of the car, but I don't think they're even bothering now with this. They're just going to push it round.
Going to Parabolica.
They're heading around at a fair pace.
And not the worst place that could have happened, actually. Quite convenient for the recovery cart to swing by, give it a little push.
I would imagine, actually, the kind of sector time that they're doing now with the recovery cart pushing not too far off what they were doing under green flag.
Wonderful. So speedily coming into the pits. Hopefully at least refueling, if not figuring out what that problem was, if you said it wasn't even making the minimum stint time.
So, in fact, we have had a few of our top 10 teams coming into the pit lane. 52 of Team O'Cock and the 26 of Doing Your Mum. Both of those drivers have been out there for at least 90 minutes, so longer than the cart that ran out of fuel. So just goes to show the difference perhaps in fuel flow. That full course yellow coming at the perfect time for those two teams. So they wouldn't have gained a huge amount, maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds for an average if they end up having a quote-unquote average fuel stop. But, every little helps in a 24-hour race. The 52 of Team O'Cock still in the pit lane, and the 43 of Coventry came in as well.
Oh, a yellow in the middle sector. Unfortunately, car has spun off. Slowly rejoining.
Yeah, there we go. Just on screen on the outside of hairpin number 1. They managed to get going again. So now we are going to see a bit of a shuffling of the order as the teams that pitted the earliest are starting to do their pit stops. Starting to do the 4th scheduled pit stops of this race, I should say. So at the moment, it is the lap dancers who have continued to lead throughout this stint. So just seen under the full course yellow, just about 8 or 9 seconds a lap slower. So if that yellow flag was out for 2 laps or so, then yeah, you would gain about 18 seconds or so in the pit lane. Oh, huge spin out on the exit of hairpin 1. Three all going off. It's just on the left-hand side. There we go, just managing to pick up the aftermath of it. So we had one driver go off, and then the driver there in the blue suit going off even more so. And then a third driver spinning in sympathy as well. You can see the indentation into that barrier. So as we approach the a quarter of the way through this race, this is where I leave you, Molly, for at least a few hours. I will be back at midnight.
Wonderful.
For the chilled out night shift.
Yes.
But otherwise, it's been fantastic to be commentating first with Jake and then with Molly for the last 2 hours. But I'm going to be handing it over to Reeve and Molly, who are going to take you through the next 2 hours of this race.
Magic, thank you. So currently after that full course yellow, we do have quite a few cars now bunched together. Some racing for position, but some not. We've got a yellow flag because someone's gone off in that place again where we just saw that incident. Got the cart number 32 just rejoining very slowly. believe they're from York. Yep, just rejoining. Yeah, we do have quite a lot of bunching of cars after the full course yellow, coming down, just making their way into the last corner for the start-finish straight. With kart number 27 leading the pack. Hello.
Hello there. Reeves back. It's all downhill from here, everyone. Pleasure to be sharing the commentary box with you, Molly.
Magic, you too.
So, what have I missed?
A few things. A full course yellow. A lot of spinning into that hairpin there. A lot of
Standard
people
stuff,
going
yeah.
off. Yeah, standard stuff. Unfortunate mechanicals for quite a few of our top 10, unfortunately. We saw BUKC Motorsport lose quite a few positions. Loughborough loaded in for a little bit, but quite fast. So yeah, a couple of moving up and downs, but definitely some teams have been taking advantage of that full course yellow almost perfectly with their scheduled pit stop. We do have a yellow on track still, just ended, but that will have made some karts slow down a little bit. But it's been quite a bit of action on kart. Oh, we've got a Leeds driver who's hit into the barriers.
Oh dear, yeah, that is going to be
Yeah.
a bit of a long wait to get the car back out on track. Now it's going to be a tricky little job there, just with two people to get that car pushed and back on to the circuit. Didn't quite catch the number of what driver that was. I'm all out of sync, I must be honest. I've barely looked at the timing system since I've last been here.
So I do know that team because that is our grad team.
I see.
That is kart 44 Leeds Gentlemen. Unfortunately, everyone into the barrier.
That is less than ideal. I think what we're learning here today is that if you are a university and you've got a racing team of the 24 and one of your team members happens to be commentating today,
yes, a lot of bad
you've
luck.
had it.
To be fair,
Yeah.
the bad luck started long before I got on this commentary box, unfortunately, but it's not getting any better. But we've got some yellows as well. I've just seen as well we've got a mechanical flag for kart 22 for George Harrispin. So we'll find out what that's for as well,
Yeah,
because that's
not
not that kart.
Yeah, not their first of the day either, as we look to
a
have.
big bit of contact into the barriers, into the middle section. Very well recovered from that driver. Just tapped the barriers and right back onto the tarmac.
Yeah, pick their moment to rejoin
No
just
yellow
about perfectly,
needed.
I would say. And I imagine Stuart's having a quick glance over to that tyre wall. All looks to be okay. Though that tyre wall is putting in an almighty effort today so far. So
it's
shout
still
out
got
to the
18
tyre wall
hours
there in
and
the
it's
first hairpin.
still going, bless it. Yes, and that's kart 44 rejoining. Unfortunately, it seems it's lost one of its wheels.
Yeah, that is
my
a driver
God. Yeah, wow.
carrying a component of the cart. That is not something you see every day, although that is
That is Cam Davies, driver for the Leeds grad team. Unfortunately, you'd never want to be carrying your own wheel in one of these kinds of races, but
nice effort from Cam there to
definitely, yeah. they'll bring it
literally
into
pick up the pieces and carry on.
Exactly. Well, they'll be coming into the pit and seeing what they can do with that.
We're heading into that phase of the race now where it's not quite nightfall just yet, but we have been going for 6 hours now. Not only have we been racing for 6 hours, people were waking up at 7 in the morning, getting to that track, getting on to practice for 9 a.m. Drivers are going to be fatigued. I'm hearing rumours or murmurs of people already wanting to get back to their hotels, have a bit of weariness starting to creep in, and we might start to see the odd slip up here or there, but they've done an almighty job so far.
Oh, kart 44 unfortunately stopped on track again. And it's brought out yellow in that sector. Still holding the wheel on top of their steering wheel.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
There, yeah.
good way to indicate that you need some assistance there. Oh, no, able to
Oh,
continue
there,
on.
Yeah. Well, they've definitely gained a bit of a souvenir from this. I don't think they'll be able to take it home, but maybe put it back on the cart would be great.
Yeah, that would always be useful. Hello to a few of you watching along on the stream as well. Good question coming in. They're asking, how long do these drivers stay in the pit lane? Well, it completely depends on why you are in the pits. If you're in the pits because I think the steering is less than compliant on that cart at the moment. But yeah, you can be in the pits for a variety of reasons. You might be being told off, getting some re-education. That's going to mean you're probably only going to be stopped for a short while as long as you are listening. It could be a driver change. That's usually going to be a minute or two if you're really good getting the driver out of the car, getting some fuel in it as well. The refueling process is very strictly monitored, and that can take some decent time. So it can vary anywhere from, let's say, just under a minute to a few minutes if it doesn't go quite your way. We're still watching this poor stricken kart heading around the circuit now into the second hairpin there. Just about negotiating. That's the number 44, as you say, of the grad team there. So let's see where they are at the moment. Well, they're down in 48th. The Leeds. I like the Leeds gentleman. That
Very
explains.
smart, yes,
that explains
yeah.
that team name. And speaking of team names, I'm sure already aware that you've been left in very capable hands that the team name voting is very much live on the BUKC Instagram story now. So the quarterfinals currently ongoing. Do get your votes in. There have been nowhere near enough votes for Paul Gokartney, I'd like to add. Not that I'm biased in any way, shape or form. But yeah, do get those votes in and we will decide who is the best named team here in the 2025 BUKC 24-hour here at Teesside.
Oh, we do have some quite clear front runners in the poll, but there are ones that are quite close as well. So remember to get your votes in, everyone. I think Doing Your Mum is a big favourite for the quarterfinal for the third one. Our previous commentator definitely agreed with that, so maybe his votes changed the tide a little bit, but we'll wait and see.
Yep, some certainly interesting names there. I quite like, but I'm going to stick to the puns. I like the puns. I'm going to stick with them. There we go, heading around the banked corner now. We're looking at some karts going at a decent pace this time instead of karts missing a wheel or two, which is good to see. Interesting to see the number 15 kart now taking the lead. I literally, as I say, completely have barely looked at the timing. Had a bit of a nap before, got some lunch, and then came back, and here we are commentating again. Brumdog is pushing up nicely. Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast were there or thereabouts. Had some early progression in this race, and here they are being rewarded with a P3. Paul Gokartney having a strong start, of course, early on, tumbling back down the order. I believe they were running underweight at one point, so they served a lap penalty. A couple of other issues as well, but slowly but surely, they've worked their way up back into P4, which just goes to show these races are definitely an endurance, not a sprint. You can still recover yourself, even if you are a number of lap downs. I believe they were quite a few laps down when they had their issues. Yep, so following on from that, P5, we've got Rexy Racing. Didn't see too much from them in the early phases of this race. We see the number 17 car there as well, showing flashes of really strong pace early on, so great to see them being rewarded with a decent showing here. Lufton Loaded, you mentioned, involved in some action earlier on. Senna's Squadron up from 29th into 8th position on the road at the moment, and that is ahead of BUKC Motorsport, you mentioned as well, also having some difficulties earlier on. They were showing
time in the pits, unfortunately, just pushed them about outside the top 10, but they are back up, so P9 is very impressive.
It is indeed. They're looking at some other movers throughout the field. Never overtakes Sheffield up into 11th position now. I must be completely honest, not quite sure what the stints are looking like, where people are in terms of what phase of the stints that they are in. But Never overtakes Sheffield had some major issues early on in this race and now find themselves back up into 11th. So impressive stuff there. Mechanical Flag coming in for the Miles Shelby squad. They're going to have to jump into the pit, get their carts checked over and bring them back out. I think we're about to see that being waived towards the start-finish straight now. That is a shame for the team that had a pretty strong result here last year. P4 in 2024 for the Miles Shelby squad, running a little bit further down and with a few more difficulties this time out. So I'm just looking around. I can see that the Jaffa Cakes have gone down well. The commentary box Jaffa Cakes are a staple, and I'm glad to see that they are being fully utilised.
Got a lot of. I think these are the prizes for the lovely competitions that we've run.
They are indeed. Some competitions certainly coming up. We mentioned, of course, the team name competition, the Bigfoot competition coming up as well. So we'll announce it properly in a bit, as we already had a couple of submissions, but at some point we are going to ask you to all get your submissions in for your favourite Bigfoot of the event. Another competition coming up in a minute, the best spreadsheet that has already been announced. We want to see your best team spreadsheet that shows off your strategy, that shows off your plan for your race. Get those submissions in to Jacob, and we are going to crown who is the best spreadsheet as we alluded to earlier, it was won by a cardboard cutout last time, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a .xlsx document. Either way, you will be rewarded. I'm going to reveal it now with literally a fitted sheet. That is going to be the prize. You will get a bed sheet with the Excel logo printed upon it.
A single fitted bed sheet that is blue, I believe.
Yes, a single fitted bed sheet.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's quite apt, actually, because if you're a spreadsheet enthusiast, you are only going to need a single bed sheet.
Exactly. So thoughtful.
Yeah, exactly. Jacob thinks of everything. So, yeah, Excel logo on that. Yet to be drawn, but don't worry, I'm sure we can work that one out. Seeing here our race leaders currently in the pits, the lap dancers there. I know Mr. Yusuf bin Sahel, commentary extraordinaire, will potentially be dropping into the comments box at some point, I believe, for a bit of an interview. So, Yusuf, this is your call. If you're hearing me now, come on over. But I believe that might actually be him coming into the pits now. So, yeah, they've had a great showing, have the lap dancers. Again, early issues, but keeping the head down, keeping the nose clean, and they're rewarded with a race lead at the moment.
We were saying they have got an incredibly strong team, though. Will Stacey, Ocean, Youssef. I mean, it's a dream team, to be honest, running in first.
Yeah,
can't ask for much more.
Some really experienced karters there. We're looking at a battle heading on to the start-finish. Not so straight now as we start the next lap here.
Well, we've seen the kart number 6 pitting for their mechanical. Nothing visually wrong with the kart, but we'll find out when they spend some time in the pits what was wrong with the kart and if they can get it fixed quickly and back out onto the track.
As if prompted by the PA system, we've just seen Jacob Habrix enter the commentary box and realise I haven't drawn my Excel logo yet, so he's quickly on the case there for a brilliant prize.
Going on in the corner.
Here's one we made earlier.
You can see, for reference for our listeners out there, we've got Jacob is currently pulling up a Excel logo on his laptop, so we're expecting some expert quality here, guys. So I hope you got your spreadsheets together, because this will be a gorgeous surprise to win. Yeah,
this is what everyone's not going for the trophy really. It's all about the giant unicorn balloon and the
I mean, that is
and the fitted sheet. We still haven't found a use for the balloon yet, but we will. We definitely will.
Of course, of course.
I might just about 3 AM just start wandering around the track with it.
I mean, that's when I think
outside of the limits, I should add.
That's when it starts getting a bit crazy. I think the delusion, the delirium really sets in about 2:30, maybe going on 4 for those that are trying to stay up all night. I don't know if anyone is. I would thoroughly not recommend that, but we'll see. Hopefully none of our drivers are.
Yeah, not recommended, but we have seen it. I mean, we were discussing earlier. Teams, 2-man teams, 3-man teams, and there are going to be people who are up all night, even on the likes of the strategy side, who are thinking about pit stops, who are making sure that all of their teams are out there and ready to go. Even the likes of drivers in, say, your A or your B team helping out your C team, for example, when you're not in the kart. Plenty of teamwork going on here, so there's going to be action throughout the night.
Exactly. Fueled on Red Bull and Dreams, I think, or maybe some White Monster for those who don't like Red Bull.
I've got an off-brand set of energy drinks in my fridge at the moment, which are I can't even remember the name of them, but it's something awful and completely unhealthy sounding. So I'll make sure to break them out for the midnight stint.
Exactly. Well, I don't want to say this too soon, but it seems to be quite chill on track. Not many yellows for a while. Quite a few teams in the pits, hopefully scheduled.
Yep, we're seeing the likes of Brumber Kart there. That's a cracking name. Paul Gokartney there in the pits at the moment as well, still holding that fastest lap of the race from earlier on. Jacob's getting confused and is accidentally drawing on his screen, which is less than ideal. Gurney's gang there in the pits as well. Yes, so that pit lane picking up in terms of action at the moment. Not going to be as busy as we see it. There are certain points throughout the evening where it can actually get surprisingly busy. So you really do have to time your pit stops well, because it's all well and good you execute yours perfectly, but who's to say the kart in front doesn't have a bit of a problem, say, while refueling or heading down into the main pit area, and you can find yourself being slowed down. I think we saw a 1:20 driver change early on, and that was pretty impressive stuff there to get that done.
It does definitely count up. Even a few seconds in the pit, especially for those top teams, can certainly make a big difference. Obviously, if you have problems in the pits, if there's traffic, you don't want that at all. And the quicker you get through the pits, the quicker you'll be out and back on track.
So here we are then, under 18 hours to go, already past quarter distance, or at least quarter distance and quarter time in this race at this point. which is impressive. It seems to be absolutely flying by. Probably going to start to see the sunset hours begin to kick in just under 3 hours now, and that is one of my favourite stints, I'd say. If you're a driver who can manage to bag the sunset stint, that is
beautiful. It is really beautiful. The sunrise stint is also very pretty. However, the timing of it less fun. You've got to be awake quite early for that, whether you've done an all-nighter or you've had a little nap. But it can be the sun is gorgeous. I'm hoping that we do see it actually, because there are quite a few clouds. No more rain scheduled for today, I believe.
Oh wow! Look at the brilliant award that has just been presented to me there by Mr. Jacob Harris.
Outdone himself.
That is impressive. If you're not already getting involved in this competition for the best spreadsheet from the BUKC 24-hour in 2025, now you must, because this is fantastic. Who wouldn't want to sleep upon that?
Exactly.
Probably anyone, because then you'll wake up with Excel just printed on your face. Hopefully your face. Otherwise you'd have a hard time explaining that. Either way, we head up now through Sector 1. We're watching a bit of action here at the moment. Be a really tricky corner to negotiate. It's a crucial corner, is that corner at the right hand at the top of Sector 1 there, because you've got to carry that momentum all the way back down on to the dock straight, and you could lose substantial time if you've not nailed that corner beforehand. You're going to be losing out to your rivals who are just going to be able to swoop past down through those S's, especially if they're feeling brave and they get up on the S's there and they get the nose out in front before the first hairpin. But all seems to negotiated well there by our three drivers as we head down towards the right-handed banked corner once again. The number 5 there leading our trio of pink and purple liveried karts there, which is great to see. They look fantastic. I'm sure they look even better as the night falls. I'm looking for... Oh, it's number 7, not number 5. I really need to get my eyes checked. The number 7 there of Ix's Icons. That's a good name. They are ahead of the number 36 kart. And Yuki Spinoda. We're seeing a lot of a spin theme going on with team names at the moment this year.
Hopefully not manifesting, but we definitely have seen quite a few. Well, considering how far up some of the spinning names are, maybe they're not doing too much of it, but looking further down, maybe so.
We see a bit of elbows out action here as we head up towards the top of Sector 1 once more. Drivers fighting to get that inside line of the right-handed kink, which gives you a bit of a beeline towards the top end of the circuit there. We actually saw a tiny little bit of trading of paint, shall we say, between those two cars, although still pointing in the right direction. No love lost there, really, as we continue on down towards the first hairpin now. A tricky braking zone, as you say, Molly, where we've seen a number of karts find the tyre wall, find themselves pointing in the wrong direction. It is so easy to misjudge that braking zone. You want to get the kart slowed down as quickly as possible, but these twin-engine heavy karts don't respond the best to that, and it can be so easy to scrub off all of that speed that you carry down that back straight into that tight left-hander. Currently in the pits, we've got Gaslight, Gatekeeper, and Go Fast jumping in to the pit and currently running in P3. We'll see if that is a driver change or with that just be a bit of a fuel stop. Now, I imagine a lot of our double stinters are taking a bit of a breather at the moment. Exactly. Those double stinters from early on in the race, not wanting to completely tire themselves out. They've still got a fair ways to go. Chatting to a few of the double stinters from early on, actually, in the paddock before, and the look of dread on their face when they realise, I've got to do this twice more. Yeah. Especially as well, with actually fairly good conditions that we've enjoyed so far in the first quarter of this race. A little bit of drizzle here or there.
Yeah, there are definitely worse conditions to be doing a double stint in, certainly. But then on the other side, we've got a bit of a spin for...
Second hairpin there. Not too often you'd see that. The long, dreadful wait there of finding a gap on track to rejoin. It is so painful. It feels like an absolute eternity. He is able to continue on, though, and head back onto that start-finish straight. But that's the number 50 there, wasn't it? It was the number 50 of the Zhou kart there. The Zhou is your sandwiches. Currently running in 36th position. Yeah, it can be really taxing, actually, I think, for the drivers when the conditions are this good, because grip level remains high. And it can be really stressful on the neck, it can be really stressful on your back.
But also the heat as well. I mean, I think the sun has just kind of gone away, but when it does light up the track, it's obviously if you start squinting looking at the sun, but also it gets very hot in these suits. And I'd say most suits are dark coloured, so you're just going to absorb all that heat, going to come quite sweaty. So it definitely is it's going to be very hot as well. So doing that back to back will be quite grueling, especially if you're doing maybe some drivers are doing 3, not in a row necessarily, but 3 stints will be incredibly gritting. Some of our drivers here today.
Yeah, weirdly warm here today. I spent most of the gap between commentary stints actually just sat in air conditioning in the car, burning through petrol, just trying to keep cool.
It's definitely, I do have to say, it's definitely better compared to last year, though, where I don't know what the weather was doing, but it was awful. It
was a typical Teesside summer.
Exactly. It's got its own microclimate here, I think. Raining one year, warm the other. I do remember it was just chucking it down for so long last year. I was doing a lot of trackside spotting last year, and it was not fun. This year I'm more equipped with waterproof, so happy with that now.
That is smart thinking. I've not packed anything like that. So in the dashes between the comms box and the car or the cafe, it's going to be pretty miserable.
Be well, the weather, I believe the only spots of rain that's supposed to happen over the next 24 hours have already happened. So should keep seeing the sun staying out. We see patches of the sun covering the track, as you can see on the live stream, making it glow. But some tracks still in the dark, so there'll be definitely a bit of temperature difference for the drivers there as well.
We could well be in the clear here. I mean, the worst case scenario I think we could get now is if we get a heavy rain late on after the track has rubbered up, it's got plenty of grip on it, and then we get rain following all that rubber, and it's just going to be completely an unknown territory. The tyres are going to be worn as well. That could be a bit messy late on if we do get some rain there. Seeing Brumdog Millionaire jumping into the pits now as well, so our top 3 carters, our top 3 teams who have been leading for a good number of laps now picking now is the time to jump in and get either a new driver or get some new fuel into the cart. I think at about 72 laps seems to be realistically about as much as you want to push it safely before you start having running out of fuel situations. No, we just had one a few laps ago. We had one really early on as well in stint 1. So don't want to see any more of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the one in stint 1 was my team leads B. We ran out. I think the engine was just guzzling fuel, and then we did see a few laps ago we had the Iron Dames team unfortunately ran out of fuel, but mysteriously only at about 120. So that could have been a problem. I don't know if they did get it out checked out in the pits, but we'll see in their next stint. So hopefully it doesn't happen again, because it is truly crushing, and they were running just outside the top 20 in P21. Getting that recovery vehicle on the track and getting pushed back around is detrimental to their timings now. As you can see, they're in 27th, which is pretty good, but unfortunately not as good as 21st. We'll see if they manage to make those up with the next 17 hours.
Haven't had the chance to ask this actually, Molly. Do you have much experience of driving in the 24 yourself?
I do not have any experience in the 24. My role for the last few years has purely been team principal and strategist. I think driving is not for me. I do a bit of go-karting, but I think an hour and a half straight-ish. I think I'd rather be watching. But yeah, how about you? How about yourself?
I've given it a few goes, and let's just say there's a reason why I'm here now, not out there.
In our air-conditioned comms box, having a look at other people. But
yeah, absolutely. No one else needs to see Reeve back on track anytime soon.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you know from your perspective, you know just how much planning goes into these events before we actually get here, before the chaos unfolds. As strategist, you will know exactly the full ins and outs, really. And I imagine you can weigh in quite well on the spreadsheet challenge. Probably.
Well, to be honest, a lot of it this year for us has been winging it. But
Fair enough.
There has been a spreadsheet. It is not spectacular, but a lot of it has been updating it this morning. But I can imagine some teams have gone not only driver stats for their selection, but also making sure they're led into the perfect weight. A lot of colour coding, different scenarios, different strategies. So I'm very excited to see who will win this glorious spreadsheet when it does come out.
I happen to know that one of the Liverpool squads has built a pace predictor formula.
Wow.
So that is, if they don't submit that, then they need to.
Yeah, they definitely should. I've seen a few spreadsheets where they're able to automatically take times from Alpha Live and pop them in and give driver scores and things, which I think are amazing for team selection. We've seen that through BUKC this year. I have just seen we've got a black flag for I Still Have Trouble Reading for Kart 51.
That is, that looks to be accrued warnings, I suspect. I got a contact warning just a few seconds ago, a few corners ago. See if I can look down further and confirm that they've had more contact warnings earlier on. That is going to be, I suspect, for the on-track conduct, and that is a terrible shame for the I Still Have Trouble Reading squad, as you said. That's a bit of a misnomer, that
maybe that
team
was
name,
there
because
to trick us.
it actually makes you have trouble reading
Yeah.
it. Either way, they were running very well, of course, in Super Bowl, took pole, but now find themselves 21 positions down in 22nd and jumping into the pit with a black flag for some re-education. There we go. We can add that to the tally. But that is less than ideal for the Reading squad there, with a lot to prove. But as we continue on, 17 hours and 37 minutes to go. It is the lap dancers leading from Rexy Racing and Brum Dog Millionaire.
We were saying earlier, I think the lap dancers are a bit in a league of their own here. They've got such a strong team and leading by that much. Oh, we've got a yellow. Oh, someone's just popped off in that hairpin in the middle.
Is it hairpin 1? It is hairpin 1. What a surprise.
That's been a very popular, as we said, the barriers there are working overtime and the gravel too. A lot of people going off. Oh, I think they've lost an engine, unfortunately, after that little spin into the first hairpin, but seem to have got the kart going. Yeah, we've seen a lot of damage done in that hairpin, either contact or crashing into the barriers. And if you risk losing an engine, that's going to lose you a lot of time. But luckily, that person got their kart restarted, and they're back on going to Parabolica.
Yeah, drivers have to be so careful about how they treat the karts in these early phases, because it's all well and good going elbows out, clattering the curbs and pushing them to the max. You might not feel the pain now, but in that final 8 or so hours, it's usually that final third is when the karts aren't quite as happy as they were on the Saturday. So going to have to be careful that the karts are still in good condition. Left to Daniel White there, affiliated with the Warwick squad, who says, yeah, as the sun goes down, the mechanical flags go up. That is a pretty good way of putting it, I think.
I think it might also be down to team experience as well, because when you start getting into the night, you've got to make sure that people are sleeping, hopefully, and you've got to make sure that it's scheduled, that people have them with pit stops and things. And I think sometimes things can slip through if mechanicals do go haywire. If your kart starts going, it can be very difficult to manage.
It absolutely can. Here, just looking at the times, they have been mega consistent over the first 6 hours of this race. Of course, temperatures are beginning to drop now. It's going to help the engines out a little bit. They got a bit more, a more favourable airflow, shall we say, a more favourable feed of air. But the tyres will certainly be not at their best anymore. We're about halfway to the point at which we're going to be looking at getting them serviced. And yet those cars, the brakes will be wore down, etc., etc. So to still see mid-121s from our top drivers here, that is almighty stuff. That's what we were seeing at the start of this race, and that consistent pace has remained. So well done to everyone out there so far, as we do have some yellows being waved, or at least got drivers acknowledging a yellow. Actually, no, that wasn't. Sorry, that was drivers going into the pits. There's pit lanes, Reeve, here. I've completely forgotten how 24-hour racing works within the past 4 hours, clearly. Great to see all the support from everyone in the YouTube comment section there. Thank you very much for watching. Seeing support for Edinburgh, seeing support for Metal Gearbox Solid. Still loving that name. And plenty of support from here at the track as well. We are surrounded by supporters. I'm going to look over to my right once more. Everyone in the gazebos. Yeah, there we go. I've got your attention now. Can we actually get a proper Mexican wave? No is the answer. No one cares. Either way, we continue on. 17 hours, 33 minutes to go. Lap dancers leading from Rexy Racing there. There we go.
We've got one gazebo.
Those in the red gazebo. That's the spirit.
Thank
Let's
you.
keep that going throughout the rest of the evening. Rexy Racing then on that. At the forefront of a bit of a battle potentially brewing here with Brum Dog Millionaire, because Brum Dog Millionaire pushing on quite nicely. 123.3 on that last lap compared to Rexy's 124 flat. So a little bit off where they perhaps want to be at the front end of the field. Brum Dog's going to be closing up and looking at that second position in this race. We're seeing the number 17 kart and Luft and Loaded jumping into the pits now as well. The upper midfield is going to get a bit of change here as we start to see a few more drivers jumping into the pits.
Oh, wow, that's 4th and 5th going in now. Ooh, maybe they've gone on the same lap. That will definitely cause some drama. We can see if there's a scheduled stops or not. Pole Type definitely haven't been in a while. Loughborough and Load, I believe, last time had a little bit of a mechanical issue, but did manage to solve it. I believe they were in last at one point, so they've done incredibly well to get back up into the top 5. So hopefully their stops are shift. Oh, we do have a yellow.
We do indeed. Looks like, yep, driver spun through the first chicane on the start, or after the start-finish line there. Able to get back underway though, so yellow flags disappear. As you say, great progression for the field for Luft and Loaded. Actually qualified in 52nd position, so right at the back there. Maybe a secret strategy. They made up 47 positions. Brumdog started 42, up into third now as well. We're seeing major changes throughout the field. It just goes to show you don't need to stress the karts out all that much in that one-shot Super Pole qualifying, because you can completely turn around your fortunes even in the first portion of the race.
Oh, we've got a yellow in the back section. We've got a driver gone off into the gravel, just touching a little bit. I think maybe their engine might have cut out, but the marshal's just having a little chat with the marshal. Hopefully he can restart and they should be good to go.
There we go, yeah. Visor down, look over the shoulder, and able to get back out on track. Nicely executed there by the driver. As we see, that is the Paul Gokartney squad flying past there. I'm disappointed in their performance in the name draw, I must say.
Oh, they're not doing so well.
No, they are doing pretty terribly, in fact, which is a shame, because it's definitely, I'm not biased at all to Liverpool squad in any way, shape or form, but it's 100% the best name, and I'm declaring that as such now. No, I'm not. But, yeah, strong names overall.
The problem is the Beatles names are up against Do and Your Mum, though, and that is quite a good pun.
It is indeed. I'm not quite...
That's tough competition. That's very tough competition.
I'm not quite sure if it's the most savoury, but it's certainly creative.
It's certainly memorable. Certainly memorable. Oh, I think we do have Kart 50 going slow. Seem to be looking behind them, making sure that they're not going to get in anyone's way. Or they're just being very cautious. Could be both. Could be both.
Yep, still seeing the number 17 kart and Luft and Loaded still in the pits, actually. Now, there are plenty of yellow flags being waved at this moment in time, so it's not going to hurt quite as much, but ideally they want to start thinking about getting back out on track as soon as possible, really, so that they are not...
Kart 50 still holding up their hand, and they believe are coming into the pit, Yeah,
they're looking like they're jumping into the pits. Either something that they're not comfortable with in the kart, or potential issues. They might be really low on fuel and they could be starting to splutter a little bit, so they're jumping into the pits. Now it looks like we see the number 17 kart and Luft and Loaded jumping back out on track now. So they're in 9th and 10th. Actually, given it was not the quickest stop in the world, it is not the end of the world. They are still in that mid-pack action. They can still claw it back from P10. We're still early days in this race. Here we go then, looking on to our hairpin portion of the lap. Sorry, no, we're actually looking towards Sector 3 here from the banking there. Our camera operator's doing their best from quite far. This circuit, 2,500 metres long, the longest racing when you're actually in the kart. I'll tell you what, if your visor has misted up, that certainly does clear it out. You've got that airflow heading through down towards the S's. It's a bit of a refreshing breeze, actually, to get back onto that start-finish race.
In this heat, definitely. Get a bit of a break as well. Aren't too many places you can get a break, and it's definitely hard for teams to tailor their comms, because you do not want to be telling people comms when they're going into quite a stiff corner. Definitely very distracting. So you've got to balance making sure that your driver's having a bit of a break and giving them some direction.
A couple of contact warnings coming in there. Never overtake Sheffield. We saw them putting in an almighty effort to work their way back up into that mid-pack. Started and qualified 4th. Had major issues early on. Into 15th again. They just got to be careful of that contact, because we'll soon find them picking up penalties, and those one-lap penalties, they do hurt.
We have seen black flags for multiple contact warnings, so you've got to be careful not to get too many in the same amount of time, or else you'll be getting a black flag that will take an obscene amount of time away from your stint.
I'm just looking back to the 2024 results in that mid-pack there, which is probably whereabouts Sheffield are looking at finishing as they stand at the moment. And I'm not seeing many drivers actually on the same lap, but that does mean that if they do pick up a one-lap penalty here or there, that's going to tumble them down.
Absolutely.
From like 7th to 13th, 14th perhaps. Those penalties certainly make the difference at the end of the race.
I do believe Sheffield have had some quite unlucky few years in 24. I remember that last year they had a huge technical problems with their car, with the water and the rain. It was really bad, and I think they did tumble down quite significantly. But yeah, usually their qualifying performance was very strong. Sheffield got a very strong lineup of drivers for a while, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do manage to climb up and make a lot of their positions back.
Seeing quite a fleet of cars actually heading through the final sector of the lap. A bit of battling brewing up here as we head on to the start-finish straight once more. And it's these parts of the lap where you really do benefit from a bit of a tow here as we go side by side through the first corner of the lap. Nicely negotiated. Oh, no, I was about to say nicely negotiated there, but there we saw a
Not
kart
quite.
exploring the extremities of the track, shall we say. That's how I'll euphemize it. But...
Oh, we've just got a contact warning for Imperial A.
Yeah,
I do wonder if they are probably in that pack.
it's getting a bit elbows out here as we head further through the lap, and now down the inside before we head up towards the top end of the circuit, the highest elevation point, and we drop back down once more down the dock straight. But that is about 7 karts, it seems to be, occupying the same part of the lap, and this is where it really shows. Just getting that a good exit here, getting a bit of a tow as well can make a huge difference as you run down into that S. Gives you the extra few tenths to get a kart length in front, get the nose in the correct position heading into that first hairpin, and taking control of this pack battle, which is really the name of the game in endurance racing.
And there's a black flag for Imperial A. I do wonder if that's for their repeated contact.
Haven't seen too much from Imperials so far in this race, at least myself. I don't know if I missed anything else going on, but that's a shame to see them showing up with a bit of a black flag there, which is less than ideal.
So that might be some re-education of the pits for them.
There we go. We can add that to the tally. Nice work.
Exactly. Ah, yeah. So Imperial A at the front of that pack that we were just seeing, kind of getting their elbows out. Unfortunately, must have done some dirty move to get a black flag here from race control.
Yeah,
still very bunched up. Maybe from the yellows as well. They got quite close. Not sure how many of those are for position, or if they're just trying to get past each other.
Yep, that can certainly happen. The more yellow flag running we have, especially, I know we had a couple of full course yellows whilst I was out of the box, and that does cause some form of bunching up into the pack. So we are going to see plenty of action, I suspect, over the next, say, half an hour to hour or so as those cars try to separate themselves out again. I'm just actually looking back at the standings from the overall championship. Reading A in the Prems came home 5th overall. A really strong showing, just an unfortunate, actually pretty consistent overall. It was just an unfortunate final day. Round 6 really was pretty weak for them, and round 4, round 5. So that is going to be the afternoon of... So obviously this is just how terrible my memory is. That involves GYG. I know it involves that. But yeah, they had a really strong season otherwise, and unfortunately it's not looking quite so strong for them at the moment. We know they had issues earlier on, currently running in 24th, but from first, they have those flashes of pace that they demonstrated in the main BUK season throughout. Just unfortunately, the consistency not quite there, so we'll be seeing if they can pick up pieces throughout the rest of this race. A couple of contact warnings coming in. Speaking of protagonists in the championship from the BUKC running this season, Coventry with a contact warning there. They were second in the Inters class overall, so they'll be hoping that they don't pick up too much more damage. Ringo Kart as well, one of the Liverpool drivers there, picking up a bit of a warning as well.
Also got a curb warning for those running in 3rd, Brumdog Millionaire.
Yeah, we know they're currently hunting down Rexy Racing, our Brumdog Millionaire. We saw great flashes of pace from them early on, a 122.4 compared to Rexy's 123.2, so still closing up that gap, pushing on, and maybe that's why we're seeing those curb warnings creeping in for them.
Exactly.
As they push the limits, shall we say, of both kart and track. But yeah, Brumdog Millionaire, 121.5 is their best as well, so they're on good form, they're on good pace to be closing up and bringing a bit of a charge to Rexy Racing, that number 42 kart.
Well, I'm not sure Imperial A have pitted yet for their black flag, or they've got another one.
Hours with, and that does change the balance of the kart, just as difference in fuel weight would as well. Keeping those old tyres on the back, it is going to be different to how it behaved at the very start of the race. I heard a couple of people in the paddock talking about actually the back end is often as much as a limitation as the front here. Even at such a high-speed circuit. So that is one thing to bear in mind for these drivers, that we're not going to be at full grip levels that we've enjoyed on the Saturday. Here we look on into the hairpins now. We you just see taking a tighter line into that first hairpin can really pay dividends. You can keep the pressure on, stay close to the apex, and just get into the head of the kart out in front. It's keeping that tighter line through that first hairpin as well. It gives you the outside of the second hairpin where you've got all the track length to just really kick the kart in to the second hairpin, get a good run and push on towards the banked corner, where there are a few ways of approaching that corner, particularly if you're in the midst of a battle. A brilliant section of circuit, I must say. It's really, it's not the most free-flowing, but it's very enjoyable indeed to head around, because there's so many complicated braking zones. There's so many opportunities to not only get an overtake done, but also to mess up. So it's certainly a challenge. It's one that keeps you on your toes.
Oh, we've got I think it's maybe a York driver in the middle. Had a little bit of a spin. I think their engine's cut out, unfortunately, so that means they'll be stationary for a little bit. Marshall's coming over to assist. They should hop back in their cart and off they go. No issues. We have seen a lot of drivers go off there, but a lot of them have been quite quick to get back in the cart, quite safe rejoin. We did have an incident maybe about an hour ago where I think there were about quite a few cars stacked up there, but mostly just one spin, quick restart, back on. And that's what you want, really. You want to, if you do make a mistake, it's got to breathe, recover quickly, and make as much time as you can.
Yeah, it's very common heading into that first hairpin there, to the point where I think the marshals are pretty comfortable with doing exactly what they need to do to get those drivers back out on a track now. Best thing to do in those situations, though, you do find yourself in a spin, is just keep those brakes applied, get that kart stopped as best as possible, and wait to rejoin in as safe a manner as possible as we look on to start the next lap with that driver who had those issues into the first hairpin now. Meanwhile, out in front, no change for the lead. Rexy Racing running in P2. Brumdog Millionaire just behind, currently separated by 1.6 seconds. They've whittled down that 6-second margin down to around about 1.6 now. Still posting those strong times are Brumdog Millionaire, but it must be said, Rexy Racing responding to that charge, now matching their lap time. It is going to be an interesting battle brewing up here now, folks, as we start to see, have Rexy Racing just been preserving themselves a little bit, keeping plenty of fuel in the car, making sure that tyres are happy. Have Brumdog Millionaire been pushing on a bit much, exercising themselves to close up? We will see as they come together and get ready to enjoy a bit of a battle.
Very exciting to see it's not, especially in the 24 hours, sometimes it can be that even first, second and third on track can be separated by considerable margins, but here we do have a very close battle. But again, the lap dance is just having a great time in first, lots of clean air, but yeah, Rexy Racing and Brumdog Millionaire, I think, are going to have quite a battle.
Looking on to Sector 3 here now. Side by side go the number 8 there of Senna's squadron that we're on board with, getting ready to start the... Actually, no, they've just started the next lap of the race. Clearly, I need some glasses, because I can no longer... I'm going to blame it on the fact that it's neon green. I'm going to use a racing driver excuse and blame it on something completely unrelated to myself.
We've just seen Rexy Racing and Brumdog go through there. Well, it's a bit tight battle. Oh, unfortunately, Brumdog have just got a contact warning. They're not keeping it the cleanest in these battles, but hopefully don't accrue any more of those, because we've seen, again, over the last hour, several black flags for continued contact warnings for Imperial A and some other teams.
Yeah, Brumdog Millionaire, of course, coming from our previous race victors here in the BUKC 24-hour. Contact warnings, as you say, creeping in. That is one part of endurance racing racecraft which you absolutely have to nail. It's managing that lapped traffic that might be present, because it's all well and good that we know, obviously, if you're a lap ahead, you're likely faster than the cars that you're coming across. But it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to overtake. You've got to make sure you execute those overtakes cleanly, because otherwise you will compromise your own race there, and that is what we might be seeing from Brumdog if they continue on like this. We're looking on those to see a bit more contact heading through the left-hander there, all getting a bit elbows out there. Looks like one of your Leeds drivers there now leading this quartet as we head on to the next lap.
Absolutely. That is our B team that is leading, so that's quite exciting to see, leading quite a speedy pack. Managed to keep ahead as well. So we how long that quartet sticks up. Seeing some dives, and successful dive from that kart, second from the front. Staying ahead of the kart with the orange Bigford.
We have confirmation from Mr. Jacob Harris that he is currently deliberating over the best spreadsheet of the year. Apparently it's pretty hotly contested, so we'll see what comes of that one, but stay tuned for that riveting award that will be presented to the best spreadsheeter. Those who excel at Excel will be rewarded with that bedsheet.
Exactly, with a phenomenal prize. So I'm excited to see how sophisticated these are. We need color coding.
That's not a sentence I thought I'd say, to be honest, in my life. No, it's how have I ended up here. Anyway, let's not get all introspective. Only 6 and a bit hours in to the race
we have
so
to keep
far.
our sanity going for a bit longer. That's another contact warning for Imperial A. I mean, after a black flag for contact, would you not be a bit more careful? Apparently not. So we'll see if that accrues to anything. But hopefully not for them, because they've already lost quite a considerable amount of time in the pits.
Yeah, 10 minutes apart from the previous warning. Obviously, when they jump in for a black flag, they can't jump in and change driver, get fuel back in the kart. Your black flag penalty that you serve is effectively a stop-go in the pits because you have done something wrong. You could only go into the pits to serve that penalty. You have to head back out, and if you want to pit, you have to pit later on. So that likely is the same driver. Not quite sure. Could be different in that 10 minutes, but either way, as you say, not ideal to be seeing that repeat offence. It can happen sometimes on the timing system where we'll see it repeated again, but usually that's within about 30 seconds or so. So that looks to be a separate incident there. Here we go, heading around the banked right-hander once more, seeing another group of karts beginning to form up here. We see a leading trio, but very quickly being joined by 2, maybe 3 karts here as we head through the final part of the lap.
A lot of battling going on back there. That is a lead driver in the middle, led by... Can't quite make out what kart numbers these are, but close battles going into those first chicane. Ooh. Try not to touch the curbs. Reserve your kart. Don't go off. Pretty clean from all the drivers, so we'll see how they come out onto the second part of the track.
That is one part of the lap where it is so satisfying to actually nail and carry good speed through those 2 apexes. If you can do that, it is so rewarding. But the shame, you do feel the shame as you go a little bit too wide and you ride over the tarmac infield part of the lap there. You know you've done something wrong when you're up there. You can hear it in the kart as well. You can hear the chain bouncing around. You can hear the underside of the kart scraping as you do so. As we run down the dock straight once more, head through those S's in just a moment and get ready to jump on the brakes. One of the prime overtaking opportunities on the lap in just a moment. Having a look down the inside there, nearly goes wrong, but in fact losing time, the driver in second in this battle as we head through that second hairpin now. All 3 making it through, pointing in the right direction, which is the most important thing, but this battling is going to be compromising their run on to the bank now, because all of a sudden there's 3 more karts that want to get involved in the action. While all this is happening, very small margins at the front end of the field now as we head towards the end of the lap once more. Heading through to the final part of the lap, then side by side we go before we jump back onto the start finish, not so straight, heading through the chicane we go. Your lead driver there, in all of this, staying out in front, staying in front of all of this chaos that is beginning to brew in this phase of the race when everyone's on a different strategy at this point. Everyone is out of phase, and we're seeing plenty of traffic management, plenty of infighting, plenty of battles going on here as this race continues to develop.
Pretty spectacular driving etiquette from all of these drivers. Some good dives, but no dirty moves, no contact. See if that continues for the rest part of the track. But they do seem to be very fast, keeping up with each other. Got some dives, some front of the karts popping out into these different sections. Going into
a couple of our teams jumping it in the pits, so we're in that phase of the race now where it's not like the very first stint where there about 10 minutes you see everyone hit the pits. We're seeing Reading jumping into the pits, of course. Our pole sitters currently running in 24th and now jumping in to those pits. Franz Hermann from Wish, which is a fantastic team name. Can't quite remember if that was in the quarterfinals, but that is it was not in the quarterfinals. I'm having confirmation, which is a shame because given that it is Frans Herman, it could well be the Dutchman himself. We never know. That it's also the number 27 kart there, also in the pits at the moment. Miles Shelby squad in the pits as well. They had a mechanical earlier on, and now it looks to be that they are either refueling or getting themselves a new driver out on track. So plenty of change throughout the field, but no change at the top end of the order just yet. What we are seeing is Brumdog Millionaire, who had closed right up on Rexy Racing, whether it be through traffic management or other unrelated issues out on track, dropping back nearly 2 seconds down, now back up to 1.8 seconds, so closing up that gap once more. But Brumdog Millionaire, it's not been easy plain sailing for them as they try to bring this charge to the number 42 kart.
Yeah, lap time's certainly going up and down. I've seen some, they did go a few slower for the last 3 laps, so potentially a bit of traffic, potentially leading off a little bit, but they've got back on the pace, so definitely hard to get past all these back markers. Of course, not all of these drivers are aware if these places are full position. You'll definitely get the top drivers knowing that I'll be chasing that car in front, but a lot of the back markers, they're not sure, and you definitely don't want to accidentally give a place to someone. So definitely being aware, because I assume quite a few teams will have radios, but sometimes they're very difficult to understand what you're saying. There's definitely some communication problems that can happen throughout the race. So it's not the easiest to always tell your drivers if you're battling for position or not. So, and there's no blue flags here, so you've got to be careful and make sure that you're looking around, ready to fight for whatever you get.
I do know one of the Liverpool squads, I believe it's the B team, which would be Ringo Kart, aptly named, has had some issues with their kart earlier on, and the team of mechanics were swift to act and said, you know what, it's just easier and quicker to get a new kart. So thank you for their quick work on making that decision there. But as part of that, in order to get back out on track quickly, they weren't able to take their comms system with them. Perhaps until the service stop, they're going to be running with no comms, which was not the original plan. So it just goes to show pretty much anything here can be a spanner into works. Little things like that you just can't possibly think about and can't expect heading into these races. As we head up, we're looking on board at the moment, heading back up towards the top end of Sector 1 before we run down the long back straight here, and not seeing anyone side by side for the moment, but we're seeing a lot of people using that toe to the fullest, and now we are seeing karts side by side. We're not seeing them side by side, we're actually seeing them getting in front of each other now as we run down into those S's.
I believe leading that pack is kart number 1, Brumdog Millionaires, so getting the pace, staying ahead of that pack, doing very well. And they've got to bear in mind that they are chasing the kart in front, but decent gaps are behind, but they've got to keep that position and keep that pace up. We've got kart 53 and 24 behind. 24 just getting the edge on that kart going into that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say there, Molly, it's crucial that Brumdog Millionaire have cleared that traffic and now refocus themselves on trying to close back up to Rexy Racing. I mean, the tables could very quickly turn there as we have a driver jumping into the pits. That's the number 42 of Rexy Racing jumping into the pits there. This is a huge opportunity for Brumdog Millionaire now to put the hammer down effectively, go full quali pace, try and close up that gap that they had between themselves and Rexy Racing, and put themselves in a good position on track for their own pit stop whenever that does happen. This could be a really important lap for Brumdog Millionaire. Yeah, just goes to show they don't often need to do it on track here in a 24-hour race, but Brumdog Millionaire doing everything they can, getting clear of that traffic. Now they don't have to worry about overtaking Rexy Racing, which, depending on the driver, for me that would take the pressure off a bit, I think. That would make you have to worry a little bit less. You know, I don't need to do this on track. I can just put in a good few laps and put myself in the best position possible. Whatever happens, happens after that. So Brumdog will be hoping to keep the momentum going here as we see Rexy Racing in the pits at the moment. We don't know whether that will just be a fuel stop, whether that will be a full driver change, but we'll see what that is, and hopefully for their own sake they get out on track relatively quickly. I think you've just seen something out on track, haven't you, Molly?
My face dropped a bit. I just saw a driver take quite a long trip over the grass just before going onto the back straight. Very well recovered though, I do have to say. And they joined without any problems. Definitely dirtying the tyres a bit, but they seem to have joined very quickly and very
nice long trip. I hope they had a lovely time. Hope it was a nice holiday.
Send us a postcard, exactly.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a little bit of Teesside rallycross.
Exactly, cut the grass, you know.
Probably getting piercing looks from Cat.
We do have someone in the gravel on one of those back corners, I believe. Yellow flag in that section, but again, very gracefully rejoined. So no
about as
help.
graceful as you can be when you're in the gravel.
Exactly. No, well, no help from the marshals, which we have seen quite a few times this race so far, and I believe that's where team did lose a wheel earlier. So yeah, not too bad just to get off with a graze, bit of dirty tyres, and back right on the racing.
That is one of those things that either someone's going to have a team named based upon the fact that they've lost a wheel, or it's going to be on someone's Bigfoot next year.
Oh, absolutely.
One of those two things. And if it isn't, terrible job. Saw some great Bigfoots, ones that we definitely can't show on stream featuring Jacob Harris, but
oh yes, I know exactly what you're referring to.
Some interesting Bigfoots here, and we will be running that competition later on. Interesting to see if there's any more developments on our other competitions. That's really what I've just seen it. I've just seen it. I'm trying to keep tabs on the other competitions, and I've just seen one of those Bigfoots. Yeah, that's available on the BUKC social media. Make sure to follow all the relevant parties to keep up to date with all of the action going on here and the BUKC in general. That's the BUKC on Instagram. Also, TSK-Motorsport Media. Make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you're following along, keeping up with all the latest action from the T-side circuit. I know a lot of effort has gone on over the past couple of years to really get some seriously good streaming going on here at Teesside, which is great to see, which is something I'm a big proponent of. I only live 2 hours away from here, so by all means, yeah, let's get some more streaming up here. That'd be great. But yeah, so make sure you follow along and keep up with all of the action that goes on here at Teesside. Plenty of stuff on offer here. It's not just karting. It's I've seen a lot of drifting events, that sort of thing there, which particularly interests me.
We've got a huge variety of events. They've got, obviously, as they say, largest karting track in Europe, and I think they've got another track just over there as well. They've got some kind of other track, but
plenty of layouts here as well. They've got many different ways they can configure this track.
Chicanes galore, new layouts.
Although I say I like the idea of the drifting events, it's probably best I never take part in one. Less, do you see that tree over there is where I'd end up. That one, specifically that one.
Yeah, maybe not. Thankfully, I don't think any of our drivers can quite make it over there today, but you never know.
Here we go. We're about to hit the 17-hour mark, which means we are 7 hours into this race. Do you like how much I had to pause there to think about 24 minus 17? It was a bit longer than I expected, to be honest, but I got there in the end. We are 7 hours into this race, nearly a third race distance. Third race time at least, would you believe it? Absolutely flying by is this time. So thank you very much to those of you who have stayed tuned in, who've stayed keen, stayed active in all of the support that you are giving. Thank you to all of our teams who have stayed awake, and big thank you to everyone who has put in all of the work to get this event organised, get it going, to keep it running, and to make sure everyone is enjoying themselves out there. I think I'd say they must be enjoying themselves out there more than they did last year. Purely because it's not an ocean. It's not a literal lake.
Exactly. I think if the weather's a bit nicer, people are a bit more cheery, and they're not huddled on the gazebos, huddled in the cafe, getting some warm food. Do have quite a lot of gazebos on the bank, and we can see here, and also back near the pit as well. So clearly a lot of very dedicated teams, but also spectators. A lot of spectators showing their support, which is really great to see as well, because it is a lot of fun. It's tiring, but with the weather being nice, it should be a good rest of the 24-hour.
It should indeed. We look on to the hairpin section, run through the S's, carrying all 70 miles an hour in to the left-handed braking zone, where we've seen plenty of action at this part of the track, but these four drivers negotiating it well. As we look on to our number 7 kart there, that is the number 7 kart of a Mr. X's Icons there. Leading on from the number 36 car to number 37 just behind as well. Currently lapping in the 121s, in fact, for X's Icons there. So being pushed along quite nicely. And yeah, we say, often it's overtaking, it's battling, it's putting pressure on, but often these drivers can just be working together, giving each other the toe, thinking really intelligently about how they go about these races, helping each other out and making sure that they are pushing themselves up the grid as much as possible.
Absolutely. We do see teams working together, not even from the same university, but from similar universities, or even people that just know they'll benefit so much by working together, giving a bit of slipstream. If it's not for position, especially, they can help each other out.
Heading up towards the top end of Sector 1 once more. As I say, I've managed to spin off here once. Don't know how I did it, but I did it. And
Good recovery. Or do you need a marshal?
It needed a marshal.
Yeah, okay.
It needed a marshal. It was an embarrassing few moments, shall we say? Was back underway though, and I think in that race I didn't notice that we had a seized brake. I think that was the race there where I managed to drive on. Ooh, as we have a bit of an incident.
Just seeing some contact that has caused car 20 something to unfortunately spin out and lose a bit of time.
For a second I thought I was a wetsuit there, but they are back underway.
That's exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought maybe not the weather for it, but I think one of their engines is unfortunately
looking like
restarted.
Getting some assistance from the marshals there, who are swiftly deployed into action there, getting those engines started. They can be a little bit tricksy to get started when everything is nice and hot, but they should be back on the way in just a moment. You don't want to be running along on one engine. You're wondering perhaps, why didn't they just carry on with that one engine or jump into the pit? That destroys the clutches. That is just the kart is not happy if you do that.
Too much strain on one engine, completely ruin your race. But it's good they managed to get restarted. We have got quite a pack that's just come from parabolic into the final hairpins here. About to come just outside the commentary box. Ooh, a lot of bunching up. Don't know if anyone would be willing to go side by side. Ooh, a couple of carts just switched in. We've got 19 and 5 having a bit of a battle there. Going through the curbs down there. Keeping it very clean, single file. And no one going off. So good overtaking from our drivers there. But they do start to bunch up, and I think this will be a pretty close battle for a while, as I assume some drivers are trying to make their way through traffic, but again, all that's fair in battling on track.
Look at that train forming up here as we head towards the top of Sector 1, being led by one of the Liverpool karts there. They've got about 4,000 teams, it seems, so I can't quite remember which one it is. I just see a Liverpool suit and a white helmet. That could be a number of them. As we head on to the... you think I'd know, but I don't. Head down the dock straight once more. Quite a few cars heading down there, actually. I think all benefiting a little bit from the tow. That Liverpool car looking like they are forming up a bit of a train as we head in to the first hairpin now. I believe somewhere in that train is the race leader, the number 15 there of the lap dancers. There they are, working their way through.
Following 10 right through to try and squeeze past, but can't quite make it through. Definitely going to make it through the traffic because they want to keep their lap times on point. Have to make it through, and usually front drivers are very good at that.
Nice thinking, though, from the number 15 car to pretty much attach yourself to a car in front, let them do the work, pushing way through the traffic and finding themselves.
I do believe that is Ocean driving with his signature teeth helmet. It's very
cool. Of course, good spot there, Molly. You cannot miss the shark teeth on Ocean's
very distinctive.
Ocean's helmet.
I think everyone knows that helmet now. From, of course, a very fast driver as well, who's now leading that pack. So getting through that traffic will be very good. But again, Brumdog Millionaire still in second after Rexy Racing took that pit a while ago.
Yes, I completely forgot about that, Molly. Thank you very much for reminding. Where did they come out in the running? Well, I'm starting back further down the list, and they're not here yet, so that's got to be a good sign. Nothing yet, nothing yet. There are Rexy Racing running in P7. We have been joined in the commentary box as well by Mr. Yusuf bin Sahel.
Hello.
I think we're going to have a few words from Yusuf in just a moment. Yusuf, of course, currently driving for the leading team, the number 15 lap dancers here. So, Mr. Yusuf bin Sahel, I'm quite used to this now. It's great back in a comms box with you, but how are things? How are you feeling? How's the day been going for you?
It's been a bit flip-flop. We started off, we were a bit tentative, we dropped down to 18, pulled off the best pit stop known to mankind. Next thing we know,
did see that, yeah.
We're in third.
Yeah.
Here we go. And then I've been really bored now because my team tell me I can't go out until 4:30 in the morning.
Oh.
So,
you do get the sunrise stint, though. You are lucky in that sense.
But because it's a triple stint, I need to figure
Triple.
out... Yes. I need to figure out whether I can have the Iridium on from the start of it or not. But I think 4:30 I should be safe.
Oh, in terms of battery life, are you thinking?
No, in terms of, what do you call it? Floodlights being on.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So, we shall see.
Oh, sorry, your visor. I
Yes.
thought you were talking about a timing system for some reason. Oh, you're running a timing box on the steering wheel?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I need to know when I'm doing bad laps and then my team can shout at me.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. So, was this what you expected from this year's race so far, then?
I'm going to be honest, I at least came into this very confident. I think the rest of the team were a bit measured, but we all thought we can do really well. we went through practice, we weren't happy, we managed to get a kart swap and thought this is going to go really well. Then we still weren't happy, as all drivers are. Qualifying came around and we were really lucky because we were the last group just before the rain hit. So we got good qualifying in, but for whatever reason, we've been slacking off the karts or our car on the radio. I think our car heard us and then decided to be a rocket ship, and now we're flying.
I see. So it's a temperamental, well, it's not a temperamental kart. Perhaps its driver's not quite used to a kart that is just waiting to come into its own later on.
It's a diamond in the rough, and we have shined it and polished it, and it's ready to go.
Fantastic stuff. And just thinking about the rest of the race that you're going, then we've still got 2/3 of this race to go, over 2/3 in fact, as we see a driver having a bit of an off there into that second hairpin. An unfortunate wait as we've got a huge train of karts getting ready to fly on through. Look at the long wait he's got there. That is a terrible shame. But from where you are in this race now as the leading team, what do you do at this point as we have another off heading into the first part of the hairpins now? You don't do that.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a good point. But do you just kind of sit back and let it happen, or do you just...
Yeah, I think it's the normal thing with endurance racing. You're not racing against anyone in particular, it's a race against the clock. And it's just about remembering what you're trying to do, which is just put in the laps, be consistent, don't have any drama into the pit in the pits, and we've been doing that. We had one issue all race, and if we can just have that as our only mistake, I think this would have been a pretty good and a pretty clean 24 hours and well executed by ourselves, but still a very long way to go.
There are absolutely, and of course you're not just in the mix for the race lead, there are other far more important competitions that I'm sure you're involved in. Are we seeing you in the spreadsheet competition? Have you not been paying attention to this glory? It's literally on the PA system. You're over there.
I'm going to be really honest with you, Reef. We can't hear anything on the PA system.
Okay.
You could say anything about any of those guys there, and they would not hear you.
Let me get the bleep button out. No. But we're running a spreadsheet competition for the best Excel spreadsheet for strategy.
Okay.
The team with the best.
We have got so good at running our strategies through BPEC and everything. I've just seen the prize for the spreadsheet. That is amazing.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
The spreadsheet bedsheet, as they call it.
Yes.
Yes. We don't have a spreadsheet.
Right, okay, so that's you out then, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes the best spreadsheet could be no spreadsheet.
We had that last year. We had a piece of cardboard that won the competition. Other competitions as well. I know you could be in the draw for the best Bigfoot. We're not going to discuss your Bigfoot too much on stream because I've seen it. But that is certainly, I'm sure, in the mix there. So plenty to be taken there. As we have one of the Liverpool teams, as you rightly point out, Yusuf, jumping in to the pits.
Is that a pit lane side? I thought they had finished
the race. They're that quick, they've actually finished the race. No, it is just...
We've been talking for 16 hours.
Yeah. We do often waffle on. Those of you who've seen some other Club 100 streams would well know that. But yeah, Ringo Kart jumping into the pits there. I thought they pitted not too long ago, so we'll see what makes of that. But congratulations for your performance in the race so far.
I've anything yet. I've just been watching.
Fair enough.
And
well,
consulting my drivers on the radio every now and
are you planning on getting a bit of sleep before you head out at 4:30?
I was thinking about it, but it's just become a tradition now for me not to sleep.
Yes, I remember you doing that at Bookmore.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
fair enough.
I think that's what I might do. Maybe a little 30-minute nap, but that tends to make me more tired, I find.
Okay, well, whatever your sleep strategy ends up being, wish you the best of luck, Yusuf, in your endeavours in this race. I'm sure it'll go well. You've got a good team behind you, so great to see you once again.
Thank you very much, Reeve.
No problem at all. So great to hear from some of our race leading drivers there. Lap dancers starting P5 on the grid, slowly working their way up through the order. And yeah, I think quietly confident overall. The lap dancers seem pretty chill about things. They seem to be having a good time out there. So I'm sure they are going to be rewarded with a pretty good finish nonetheless. And well, now that they know about some of the other competitions, maybe they can win some of them as well. Heading up through the top end of Sector 1 once more before we drop down the start finish straight then, back straight there. Just under 17 hours to go, 16 hours 49 minutes. And I'm joined once again by Molly.
I'm back after a short break. How's the interview?
It was good fun, always great to chat with Yusuf. As I was saying in the interview, then, very careful. Me and Yusuf can often end up waffling on about all sorts of completely random topics. particularly dangerous in a 24-hour race.
Exactly. Yeah, I did hear the Bigfoot mention, so we'll admit that for now. But they're doing great. I mean, his team's doing fabulous. I think did he say that he's not planning to sleep tonight?
No, he's not.
No,
which is
and he's not driven yet. That is that's
standard
a strategy.
Standard Yusuf. Standard
yes,
Yusuf.
Yeah, I can see that for him.
Standard Yusuf. I've commentated with him whilst he was driving multiple stints in another 24-hour race, and the man was dead by the end of it.
Yeah,
but
he keeps busy.
He did it.
He keeps busy, certainly. But yeah, I think, I assume he'll be going throughout the night or maybe early tomorrow morning then, maybe doing back-to-back stints as his team is very strong. But I can't imagine, he'll add to their strong performance.
He's actually doing a triple stint, which is...
triple in a row?
Yeah, 4.5 hours out in the kart there, which is not all that common. It's not unheard of.
That's slightly rarer. 3 stints is a rarity, but in a row is incredible. But only the top drivers here can nail those performances, and Yusuf will definitely peg as one of them.
Yeah, that will be a very tall order indeed. So, be interesting to see how that plays out. I believe I'll be commentating just. Oh no, I won't. In fact, I'll be gone. I'm next on after this stint. I'm next on from midnight till 2:30 because we've got a big roster of commentators with us for this 24-hour race. Of course, we've joined by Molly May. Molly's been doing an almighty effort for a good few hours now. You've been in the com box.
I've done
4.
3.5, and then unfortunately I've been given the graveyard shift of a very awkward time of 2:30 till 4:30, and then 6:30 till 8:30, I believe, in the morning. So thank you, Jacob, for that. But
it's not too bad. You get the
get 4 hours.
half 4. I think a lot of the drivers will say this. A kind of 3:30 to 4:30 moving into 5 in the morning. It's one of a lot of the drivers like that time of night to be driving in, at least because the temperature's perfect. It's almost quite calm out there because you're in the middle of the night. Everyone's just getting on with it, and it should be a great time to commentate there. So yes, we've got the likes of Jake Palm, who won't be joining us for the rest of the streams now. So thank you to Jake Conlon, Etienne Jones, Zed Berisha. We got Jacob Harris, Will, and Dante, and then we also have myself and Molly May joining us for the rest of the stream. Well, I think I'll just about miss Yusuf going back out on track at 4:30. That is when we will be awarding the prize for the best Bigfoot, actually, so that is pretty apt to be doing that. In the next hour or so, we will be awarding the prize for the best spreadsheet, which is an almighty award to be taking away. And then shortly after that, we'll be going down to the semi-finals for the best team name. After that as well, going to be read a bedtime story.
Exactly. I did see that on the agenda when I looked at the commentary. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
Do we have any inkling as what that?
I don't know anything about it. Don't know who is reading it.
Yeah, who is reading it?
What is being read by? All my notes say are read a bedtime story and do the voices.
And do the voices. Interesting.
So stay tuned for that one, folks. Okay. But 10:30 to midnight at some point, there's going to be some rather entertaining noises, I suspect, coming from the commentators box. So we'll see how that plays out. Looking back to the racing action, though, we see Brumdog Millionaire comfortably in second for a time in this race, but now being closed up by Gaslight Gatekeeper and Go Fast. Less than a tenth separating these two drivers as they start the next lap of the race. We're looking down on the start-finish straight as they head up the right-hander to climb up towards the end of Sector 1. And there we can see a huge train of karts shaping up now as we head onto the banked corner. This banked corner is where Brumdog Millionaire are. This is the battle for P2 brewing up then. And just like we saw over the past few laps, the past few battles that we have seen, pack battling also being occupied by plenty of back markers as well. So drivers who are on this lead lap are really going to have to pick their moments wisely.
Exactly. Yeah. Just because someone's far down the order doesn't mean that their team is slow at all. They could have had very unlucky mechanicals. Could have had some issues with the car. And I'm saying that we just have a car across from me, just about to go onto the back straight. That unfortunately stopped. And I'm not sure what's happened, but it doesn't seem to appear they're trying to restart the engines. This could be a more serious issue that does need recovery, but we'll wait and see. Can't quite make out the kart number, but it's got a purple Bigfoot. So I'm not sure. That could be a livery team. I'm not sure. They tend to spot the purple liveries. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And unfortunately, this may be a recovery vehicle.
It could be indeed, and of course, if that is the case, usually it is a full course yellow. We are looking on down towards the end of the back straight once more, though. This is our battle for P2 currently brewing up. Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast taking that second position on the road then. Brumdog Millionaire were robbed of that battle on the road against Rexy Racing, but they're going to have a fight on the road instead with Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast. But unfortunately for Brumdog, it's Gaslight who take second position in this race. Heading now through the final part of the lap. The number one of Brumdog Millionaire actually looking pretty happy out there as we head back onto the start-finish straight. And there we see the purple liveried kart in action as well. Starting the next lap then, Brumdog Millionaire just at the last moment on that lap, taking the position back. But I think Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast are going to keep that pressure right on their rear axle as we head back into Sector 1.
Absolutely, those drivers will be well aware that those are positioned, no doubt. So they'll be fighting out and pushing to the max to make sure that Brumdog can stay ahead. But we'll see, maybe Gaslight, Gatekeep can stay ahead as well. But it's all to play for. But this is really exciting having an on-track battle, especially during such a long endurance race. You don't often get these, especially now we're almost a third through. So it's really exciting to see these. And we do have a recovery vehicle, unfortunately taking that kart back onto the back straight now. Can't quite make out what it is.
They're getting a bit of a push there, which is
quite speedy, actually. We saw someone recovered earlier, and they do make some decent sector times with lap times.
Yeah, that's one thing to know. I didn't actually consider that. Usually in our main BUKC season, of course, our single-engine carts, they need a pusher cart. They need a big, torquey, twin-engine, weighty cart to move those carts out of the way. That's exactly what we're in when we're racing, so you could just use another one of the twin-engine carts to get that job done. So great to see that kart being moved out of the way now. Coventry 8 jumping in to the pits. Let's see how that pit stop goes for them. Ringo Kart, the Liverpool B squad, of course, at one point leading this race, at one point in second in this race with another Liverpool kart, will now find themselves in the pits with a black flag penalty. Overall, the Liverpool squads, I must say, quite dejected at the moment. All four teams having pretty severe issues in this race, and that is just rubbing salt into the wound. But either way, they've done something wrong out on track. They need to be re-educated for it as a result. Contact warning, so I'm going to guess it's something like penalties accrued. Either way, less than ideal, but we still look on to this battle for P2, which is showing no signs of relenting just yet. We've seen a good few laps of this now. Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Go Fast closing up to Brumdog Millionaire. Actually, a couple of tenths faster in terms of outright pace. 21.3 for Gaslight, their best lap, and then Brumdog Millionaire with a 21.5. But it's Gaslight really with the momentum swinging in their favour at the moment. Still occupying the same mini sectors as we head towards the end of the lap once more, jumping into Sector 3 now and seeing Brumdog defending with everything that they have got to keep Gaslight behind. It can be so difficult through all of these switchback corners through the second half of the lap, but they have clearly nailed it. They're looking pretty comfortable with this at the moment, and it is a completely different style of driving to what they were having to face a few laps ago, a few minutes ago, as we have a big off by the looks of things heading through that second hairpin. A huge amount of dust being kicked up. Can't see any carts though, so not all is lost, but of course Brumdog on the offence a few laps ago, closing up to Rexy Racing. There is that dust on your screens now, folks. Look at how much was spewed up, but now they're very much on the defence as we head into this phase of the race. In fact, Gatekeep getting back past now and into second position once more. Are we going to see a switchback? Are we going to see a trading of positions as we head into Sector 3, just like we saw on the previous few laps? It is going to be elbows out between these two, I suspect, and I can imagine it's going on until the stint ends, to be honest, between Brumdog and Gaslight. They seem to know each other pretty well out there. They seem to be pretty comfortable and confident in pushing each other to the max as we head late on through this stint.
Absolutely, yes. I can definitely see them battling out for the rest of the stint. But again, just to reiterate, lap dancers in a league of their own. They're at the front. They've got two people banging behind them, which could be a massive benefit as well. If they're banging on track, one little slip up could still extend their lead even further. But again, as we were saying earlier, lap dancers still absolutely incredible times being put forward by them, but it's great to see an on-track battle between second and third. Definitely going to be a lot of switchbacks, but there's only so much these drivers can push as well, because it is an endurance above all else, where you can't be pushing for too long. Just see them pass the commentary box and very in the zone, going through the S's.
just looking at the pace at the moment, comparative pace between Brumdog Millionaire and Gaslight Gatekeep, it looks like both karts kind of mid-stint in their stints at the moment. Haven't pitted within the past kind of 30 or so laps. Obviously, Brumdog starting really low down the order, but climbing their way up. But Gaslight looking like they've got the momentum at the moment. You just see that gap to kart in front, just closing down. Brumdog obviously a couple laps off the leaders in this race, as you say, Molly. Leaders checking out at this point, looking pretty comfortable. But Brumdog have had no kind of reference. They've had nothing to really to target now that Rexy have pitted, other than securing that P2, and Gaslight have had something to aim for. They've had something to close up on, and now we are seeing them hunting Brumdog down and keeping this fight going. At the moment, we are starting the next lap. Actually, no, we're not. Sorry, we're heading into Sector 3 at the moment with these drivers. Make that Sector 2 instead. No, it is Sector 3. Ignore me. It is Sector 3. I promise my brain is still actually awake. Brumdog leading a Gaslight as they head into the final part of the lap.
Oh, they are starting to come off on a bit of traffic here, so it is going to be interesting to see how they do make it through. Obviously, I imagine they are quite a bit faster, but even if one driver manages to get ahead, one driver can get stuck. So we'll have to see whether Brumdog Millionaire make it through the pack a bit faster than Gaslight Gatekeep go fast. So we'll find out soon as we watch this coverage to find out.
I should add as well that these two drivers are coming up on a huge train of karts now to negotiate. There is a massive, let's jump into some John Ratcliffe, gaggle of karts running through Sector 1 up towards the highest points of the circuit there. And these two drivers have got to either decide to, you know what, we're not going to fight each other right now, let's just work our way through the pack and then we can battle, or they've got to catch each other out with that traffic and try and build up a bit of a gap. Not quite sure which option they're going to go for, but we shall see as these battles progress.
We do see them. I do wonder, I doubt they'll try to work together. I imagine Kart 1 of Brumdog Millionaire will try and jump to the front and try and leave Gaslight Gatekeep go fast in the dust, but we will see. But there is quite a bit of traffic, but there's still some gaps between them, so they might just manage to get enough clean air and enough clean overtakes to make it through.
Slowly but surely seeing more signs of sunset creeping upon the circuit now, and this brings in another interesting factor, as you'll see plenty of drivers running there with tinted visors. At some point, I believe the crossover is about 9:30, at a time where you can't have a tinted visor out on track, and that is just a pure safety grounds really. Obviously the track has lighting, but also you can't have a tinted visor. You need to make sure that your vision is as good as possible as we head further into this race. So we've got to keep those clear visors on. Those who are running tinted visors when it is too dark outside will be reprimanded. A few curb warnings coming in as well, actually for 3 separate karts there, all within the space of 5 minutes. The most recent one being Edinburgh Napier at the moment. That is flashing up on the Digi flag.
We've had a little spin for, I think, Kart 6, just at that hairpin in the middle sector, but very well recovered, no marshal needed. Unfortunately, almost joining into that big train with our race leaders, but comfortably rejoining, no issues, which is very safe, because I can't imagine Brumdog or Gaslight would ever want to be taken out by some rejoining, but thankfully they were safe enough. And we still see this battle going out now into Parabolica, still a lot of very intensive switchbacks going on, but that second and third position karts are making their way through the pack pretty swiftly, although sometimes Brumdog Millionaire getting a little bit ahead, but Gaslight is not far behind.
Yep, spot on the Molly. Brumdog seemingly negotiating that traffic just that little bit better. All that's giving them is around about a kart length, but that could make the difference in this battle, which has been so close for a number of laps now. Gaslight Gatekeeper are just going to be a little bit precarious now in how they get past, because they've got to be careful that they don't get caught up in these battles. They're going to lose time if they spend too much time stuck with that lapped traffic, and it could completely ruin their charge, their impressive charge, which they have enjoyed for so long in this race. Now qualified 11th, by the way, now up into 3rd position. Seeing a couple more karts jumping into the pit there. Senna's squadron diving into the pit, and as I said just a moment ago, if you're sending a driver out now, not really ideal to be having a tinted visor on the helmet.
Exactly. I mean, there is a lot of sunlight going down that straight, but you do want to time it really that your driver that's dealing with this kind of sunset and the sun going low does have a tinted visor, but not too much, because you don't want to end up having either getting penalised for having a visor or running a driver a bit shorter than you would like. So kind of balancing it, but I think I can imagine most teams will plan for this as they will know what time the sun sets, so I can't see too many teams falling out of order for that.
If the sunlight does get a bit too bright for you, then just close your eyes. Don't do that.
Do not do that. We do not advise you to do that.
And we have some major news here in the commentary box. We have a declared winner of the best spreadsheet of the 2025 T-side BUKC 24-hour. Bit of a slip there. And it is Birmingham. Birmingham have been awarded the best spreadsheet of 2025. Are Birmingham over there? Are they to our right in the gazebos? So. If you are, congratulations, Birmingham. You have won best spreadsheet, and there were a few reasons for that, weren't there? That is, you got 3 teams, and you've got 2 tabs, nice and simple, effective, looking good, proper formatting, and it is as effective as you can ask a spreadsheet it should be from our own resident spreadsheet expert and artist, Jacob Harris. So, Birmingham, are they collecting that whenever they feel like, or are they collecting that at the end of the event? Yeah, if you have heard that you have won, by all means, come and collect your spreadsheet trophy. Maybe you can have a couple of words on the microphone about just how much effort and how much emotion and passion went into building that spreadsheet, and you can collect your trophy from ourselves. If not, Jacob will hunt you down and throw a bedsheet at you. Which is, again, another sentence I didn't think I'd say this year.
Like, we should have started bingo cards actually before the commentary. How many words can we get in that we wouldn't have expected? But I did see quite a lot of colour coding on that spreadsheet. So shout out to Birmingham, because I think you can see that they're doing quite well. I mean, that is thanks because of their spreadsheet. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Exactly. Yeah, you might be in P2, but that doesn't matter, does it? Really? Come on, it's more about the spreadsheet, more about the bedsheet spreadsheet, as youth have coined it.
Exactly.
Or the spreadsheet, bedsheet, can't remember which way around it was. Either way, looking on to Brumdog Millionaire, not quite sure where they are. The timing system looking like it hasn't updated with them just yet. Heading into Sector 3 in just a moment, I believe, and I think Jacob has... Oh no, he hasn't departed with the awards, so he is not going to bless Birmingham with a fresh bedsheet. Either way, Brumdog Millionaire currently... Yeah, can't see him on the timing system at the moment, but Gaslight, Gatekeeper and Go Fast are still pushing on, still showing as in third, Brumdog in second. Meanwhile, as we say, Lap Dancers clearing the field as it stands at the moment. Although we say that, I mean, as a most of the BUKC racing, I'm sure you're used to, Molly, as I'm primarily used to calling upon. 2 laps is a huge margin. You don't see that in sprint racing. 2 laps over 750 odd or more than that over 24 hours. It's nothing really. That can completely vanish.
It can go in a. It can go in a second if your fuel runs out, if your strategy's off, or even if your car decides to have a wonder of mechanicals. It could be absolutely anything.
It could be indeed. So yeah, going back to those mechanicals, please look after your karts drivers. These karts are they're abused sometimes when you clatter the curbs. They are very capable machines. They are looked after rather well, but you can only do so much if you're hitting those curbs.
Of course, and we have actually seen the last 4 warnings have all been curb warnings.
They have, good point.
Not just for safety as well, but for the longevity of your car. You do not want to be touching those curbs. You can feel and you can hear when your car is suffering if you touch those curbs, especially, see some teams get some airtime going into these S's just outside the commentary box. That is not something you want to be doing. We've seen races ruined, people repeatedly taking those curbs, maybe gaining a bit of time, but honestly, not that much, and especially if your race ends early, you do not want to be seeing that.
Hello to those of you watching along at home or perhaps here at the track as well, showing support for the friend Elliot, who is in the cart at the moment with Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast. They are certainly delivering on, well, at least one. I'm not going to say they're delivering on the other 2, but Go Fast is certainly there as we see it now, jumping ahead of Brumdog Millionaire into second position on the road. But we have seen this a number of times already in this race. Brumdog have a response on the other 2 occasions. Will they this time as we head further into this stint now? 16 hours and 30 minutes of this race to go.
Absolutely incredible. We do have three now, one going into the pits. We do have a couple other drivers ahead, but how they are so close, literally a foot between them. If you look at them, it's incredible to be going that fast. And I mean, at this point, they're sort of working. Maybe it appears that they are sort of working together, at least not nefariously. They'll definitely be looking for an overtake, but this pace is incredible, and to keep those positions high up is really successful.
Yeah, as you say, pace really strong. 122.7, 122.7 equal. They're not the fastest laps out there at the moment. 21s we are seeing from the likes of Coventry, but pretty impressive in the mid-22s and consistent with each other, as you say, as well. They are attached in terms of pace and in terms of physically where they are on track as well. Here we go, look down towards the end of the long back straight once more. Heavy braking zone coming up into the first hairpin. We've seen it go so wrong for so many drivers here so far, but it's looking good for this fleet of cars who navigate into the right-hander before you jump back on to the long banked right-hander. And that is another favourite section of it, particularly that banked right-hander. It's pretty fun to head around there. You're carrying a decent amount of speed and you really do feel the G-forces there. So you get a pretty good, you actually get a fairly decent view as well of the start of the lap and where you've just come from as well as you're going up, particularly if you take a slightly higher line through that banked right-hander. You can see plenty, maybe even see... Oh, some important news. We have got a winner of the spreadsheet competition. Sorry. Birmingham. Fantastic, there we go. Then we have the winners of the 2025, I don't even know what it's fully called, we'll just call it the spreadsheet competition. I think we did have a comms box cam, I don't know if we can jump to that, but either way, just in case, I'm now going to present to you the elusive spreadsheet fitted sheet. There you go. Do with that what you will. Maybe don't tell us all the details, but there you go. There is your Excel spreadsheet bedsheet. Enjoy that very much. There we go. Birmingham with the really important trophy here today. There we go. We're whittling down the pile of old tat that Jacob has bought from Asda today. We're doing well. We just get rid of all the rubbish that Jacob's brought into the comms box. We'll be doing very well indeed. Slowly
over our 24-hour stay. We did see a little round of applause from some other Birmingham teammates out there congratulating. I don't know how they would share that prize, but I hope it goes to someone. And I hope they have a single bed, but we will see. We will see.
Don't ask questions. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Don't ask questions. You don't know the answer.
Happens at Teesside 24 stays at Teesside 24. Either way, we head down onto the start line once more to start the next laps in carts side by side as you head into that first chicane. But drivers filtering behind each other just before that curb approaches you a bit too quickly. It does sneak up on you, that curb, I think.
Absolutely. Oh, we do have someone in the middle hairpin. Unfortunately, has moved quite a few tyres from the tyre barrier. But seems to have been getting back in their cart. Fortunately, quite can't turn it, so they're going to get a marshal to run over and help. But maybe not looking like at least both of their engines are cut out, so maybe just one. But they do appear to be making their way around. Can't quite see the cart number on that, but not the speediest recovery for that cart. So they may have lost some positions on track, but definitely a lot of time.
So here we go then. Approaching the 1/3 completed marker in terms of time in this race. 16 hours, 26 minutes to go. And we still have plenty of time to negotiate this 2.5 kilometre circuit here at the Teesside International layout here in near Middlesbrough. Well, I say near Middlesbrough, literally minutes away from Middlesbrough. It's Middlesbrough. But yeah, great to see all the efforts from all the teams to get here. Most of them, I think, getting set up on the Friday, getting their tents, getting their gazebos up, getting their pitch on their campsite. Most teams, I'm going to flame them again, most teams remembering their steering wheels, Liverpool not doing so. So you're welcome. But 16 hours, 25 minutes to go, and yeah, immense amount of effort going into this race weekend already. Seeing some gestures as we from one of the Leeds carters actually as they headed past the comms box. Not too sure what that was for, who that was aimed at. Hopefully it wasn't us, although don't blame them. Either way, as we start the next lap, 16 hours, 25 minutes to go.
We certainly have some unis get very lucky. Obviously, the BUKC calendar changes throughout the year, but T-side is, although we have some favourites every year in the BUKC calendar, T-side is always the same. So I think the northern unis do get quite lucky and they don't have to go too far. Unfortunately, teams like Exeter and any London unis do get a bit more unlucky, where it's quite a journey to go for. But for Edinburgh, I feel a bit better about them, because unfortunately I feel like they're forced to go quite far for BUKC. But this isn't too bad. A journey, but not as bad as Clay or Buckmore Park.
Yeah, I complain enough about going to the likes of Clay or Buckmore or some of the other southern circuits from Liverpool. It's quite refreshing to have northern venues cropping up. But for the likes of Edinburgh, it's pretty tough no matter what you do, really, isn't it?
Well, I've heard they fly to some of their rounds.
Yes,
it's quicker and it's cheaper, which is extraordinary. Ooh, a lot of battling with Kart 1 and 14 trying to get past the back marker, going just past us in the commentary box. Back marker taking a little bit of the curve, I think. And we do have, I believe, Rexy Racing coming up in the background, if they've not already passed them already, and that would mean that they would be unlapping themselves, I believe, and making their way up the top after they did have their pit stop probably about half an hour ago now, so doing very strong as well to be 6th, so pretty far in the top 10, so we'll see how far they can keep it up in the runnings.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, drivers more than entitled to unlap themselves, providing that they do have the pace to do so and they can do it safely. And you are trying to progress, everyone's trying to progress through the race here in the 24-hour. I'm also just looking back towards a battle we've enjoyed throughout so much of this phase of the race. The battle between Brumdog Millionaire and Gaslight Gatekeeper and Go Fast. Brumdog have got back past. They're back into P2 as we do have some waved yellows. But yeah, Brumdog controlling this battle. Perhaps they've just got a bit more of a consistent pace to them, where they're running quite comfortably in P2 at the moment. I'm sure in both of their cars they're going to want to be probably pushing that stint as long as possible, realistically. I'd say about 70, 72 laps would seem to be the magic number in terms of how long the fuel tank was going to safely last. So it'll be interesting to see what drivers do in terms of extending that, if at all possible. Of course, various tactics can go into trying to push your stint just that little bit further. First one is just blind hope. Just see, maybe the cart will keep going after the fuel level seems to have disappeared away from you. It's difficult to see often in the fuel tank, but
it
you
is
can.
really hard to see. You can either have none left or quite a bit. You never know until you get into the pits, or if you stop on track. So.
Yeah, exactly. So it can be blind hope. It can also be tactics like deploying a bit of lift in coast can make a huge difference in terms of your fuel use, especially at such a high fuel burn circuit such as T-side here. Yep, so Brumdog remaining in P2 in this battle. Currently just behind him as well, BUKC Motorsport having a bit of a roller coaster ride out there. Actually, as I say that, literally a roller coaster ride. They pick up a contact warning. They're up in P5 though. Started 12th, worked their way up. Had a few issues, I believe, in between my commentary stints, and now find themselves back in P5. Same goes for Paul Gokartney, who started well. Then it went really not well. P4 at the moment. Podium still on the cards there for that squad. I mean, realistically, so long of this race to go, you can't count people who are only 6, 7, maybe 10 laps now, still in with a really good shout of a really strong finish here.
Again, staying updated on the top 3 battle. Well, not for the lap dancers, though. They're still very far ahead. Speaking of them, they are making their way into the pits. So that is our race leaders by a significant amount of making their way into the pits. So hopefully that will be a scheduled pit stop with a driver change. And I imagine for that team it will be. But we still have the battle for 2nd and 3rd on track. Again, very efficiently making their way through back markers. I think top teams and top drivers have the ability to do that, because you have to be both clean to not acquire any penalties, but also quick, because you don't want to be losing time, because most of the time if you're behind a third driver, you are going to be losing a considerable amount of time, and they're doing it spectacularly. There's, I haven't seen any contact warnings for them yet, and definitely not with each other. There's very respectful racing, and they seem to be putting in an absolute shift.
This is going to be a crucial pit stop for lap dancers. We know that they can execute a brilliant pit stop, and they've just got to replicate that now. They've got a comfortable margin. They can afford a little bit of a slip up at this point, but nothing major. If there's a disaster with getting led into the cart or not having drivers ready, or any number of things that can go wrong in the pit lane, they're going to find themselves under threat from likes of Brumdog and Gaslight, because they're all equal in terms of pace at the moment. They haven't been closing up Brumdog and Gaslight, but they've not been getting dropped. That's the pivotal thing. And if lap dancers have a difficult pit stop or start to drop a little bit further back, perhaps in the next stint, they are under threat here in this race. So yeah, certainly don't count out those in, I'd say, the top 5, to be honest, out of anything just yet. So the number 15 kart really hoping for a good stop at this phase of the race. It sounds like they're not doing many pit stops if they've got their drivers triple stinting.
Simply for fuel and swapping them out. And I imagine that they'll have very carefully crafted those to make sure that their lead and everything is absolutely perfect, which is one of the reasons they are so far ahead, I imagine. But again, it's very, I mean, as we've just seen from the spreadsheet award, there's a lot of planning that goes into this event, not only bringing equipment, but also planning and strategies. You can run so many different strategies for both practice, qualifying, and the race. In the order that you put your drivers, your strongest drivers first, or in the middle to gain more time. Lots of different universities and teams will be running so many different strategies, some of which to better results than others. But clearly, the lap dancers, Brumdog Wheeler, Gaslight, Paul Gokartney, and BUKC Motorsports are among some of the best out there today. Yep,
we are seeing Brumdog and Gaslight attached to each other once more as they head around the right-handed banked corner. It's Gaslight putting the pressure on Brumdog as we jump into Sector 3 in just a moment. Both taking that tight inside line. They're going wide upon entry so they can grab the kart by the scruff of its neck and force it into the left-hander before we jump towards the end of the lap once more. Brumdog leading from Gaslight as we start the next lap of the race and jump down towards the heavy braking zone to start the climb up towards the top of Sector 1. There they go. Then we are going to follow them through as Gaslight have a look down the inside there. A bit of an eager look down the inside. They think better of it though. Nothing they can do from that far back. Brumdog maintaining control as we run up through Sector 1. This is going to be that pivotal corner exit where you've got to carry that momentum on to that back straight. Keep the speed as high as possible. You get the best run into the hairpin section when you get all those switchbacks and the overtaking opportunities arrive once more. Using that slipstream then, Gaslight has an ever so slight advantage in that tow. They have higher speeds available to them, less drag, but all the pressure's on them to get that overtake done. A bit of an inside opportunity perhaps there, but they think better of it. They're going to wait for their moment. They've got to get it moved done quickly, though, if they do want to get it done, because there's some lap traffic up in front.
Absolutely. They've got quite a nice bit of air in front and behind them, so I think we'll be them battling for now. Of course, getting through those back markers will be vital, but the lap times these guys are putting in are not only very fast, but also very close.
Having a look down the inside there. Yeah, we were half a kart length along there. It looks like the Brumdog car there, seeing a bit of leaning, perhaps a bit of fatigue beginning to creep in. We're getting a fair ways into the stint for these two drivers now, and we jump back down towards the start of the lap once more. And here they are, then get ready to start yet another lap. No change in distance between the two, no change in order. It has just been a great battle, a great charge being mounted, as we do have yellow flags out at the first hairpin. That is not going to phase these drivers for the time being, though. We've still got Sector 1 to negotiate first, and here is some lap traffic that these two drivers now need to work their way through.
Absolutely. We do have someone I think has unfortunately spun and their engine has cut out, and they've got quite a bit of the kart hanging off the back.
Oh dear, that is going to be a dive into the pits, that is, to get that sorted.
Pit. We did see a kart running for quite a considerable amount of time, with a little bit of bodywork hanging off of the back, but I think that is too much to deem it safe to run, so they'll have to go straight to the pits and get that fixed. But pretty speedy recovery again. Good thing the kart can still run, so there'll be an end to the yellows soon.
Here we go. Let's see who we pick up then as we continue on the action. As you say, the yellows ending fairly sharp. It looks like it's still being waved on the digi through Sector 2. But we'll go 3 wide, actually, in to the hairpins running in to Sector 3. We're going to pick back up a bit of action here. That is the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire. Still leading, and we have an off for the driver out in front. It doesn't phase Brumdog, who works their way through. Can Gaslight follow? They do, as we run through and on to the next lap of this race.
Well, some very close racing. It does show that, it does really show that so many back markers can make a difference, especially with these fast drivers. They're running fast against each other. Well, unfortunately, that means that they'll be catching back markers a lot faster than the average driver. And I've also just seen a mechanical flag for kart 40, which I assume it was the kart that we saw spun out. And I assume they will also know to come in, but we're just making sure.
De Montfort, though, with a rather self-immolating name, the DM Useless.
Yeah,
which is
a
bit harsh.
Some interesting things.
Bit harsh on yourselves there, chaps, but still a strong name nonetheless. name's pretty good overall. But yeah, we are looking back at this action with a Brumdog Millionaire who must be getting pretty used to the feeling of a kart hunting them down at this point. As I mentioned earlier on, it was visors and it provides poor grip conditions as well, which means that full course yellow as well, we get that swept up and pushed back into the right part of the circuit. So effectively now the race is neutralised. We don't want to see too many drivers gunning it at full pelt. You'll be very much told off if you do that, but that's to give our hard-working marshals here an opportunity to safely clear that debris from the circuit there. So a big thank you to the team here for letting us know so quickly that that is what is going on out on track. We obviously can't really spot it here, and I think we're looking at where that gravel is as we get the crew vehicle pulling over to get ready to sweep up some of that gravel. This is an interesting race. Here we go. It's going to be ATV versus go-kart, and taking a wide line there goes the buggy, now kissing the apex and off into the gravel. It's a big off for the course vehicle there, and actually retiring from the session, no longer happy continuing on. The marshals will get that gravel cleared up.
Yeah, very close battle, but not quite. Sadly, we'll get that gravel cleared off and all the
multi-class racing. Who needs that other French one that's happening this weekend?
Exactly. I think introducing more vehicles into this would be fun. Yeah, that one maybe not so much. Good weight balancing from the driver though, making sure that they took all the racing lines, going a bit wide. But yeah, we'll get that gravel cleaned off, and this full course yellow ended soon. Good to see that there was no crashes or anything though, because that's always a bit hard
plenty
to
of engine
see.
restarts we have seen so far today, usually attached to a go-kart though, but now we're seeing it for the leaf blower. If we do have further issues, I'm sure one of our competitors will be happy to assist and donate an engine, perhaps. There we go. No, it looks like leaf blower is going. I like the idea that they can hear this, potentially. Either way.
In one ear.
We will get the gravel swept up as we see these cars nicely slowed down. The marshals giving some guidance there to make sure the pace is really at a minimum. People do need to be moving across the track as we get this gravel swept up, and as we said, that is a big must really. We don't want gravel being flicked up, because when you're travelling at speeds up to 70 miles an hour, it can be pretty painful. So good diligence there from everyone looking after the event, looking at organising it, looking after the track to make sure that we keep it as clean as possible.
Yeah, visibly there is a lot of gravel on that corner that's been carried from various cars, having a little bit of a trip off the track.
Can I borrow that in a bit?
Lot.
Yeah, I need to borrow that in a bit to clean my car, actually. That's looking pretty effective.
And as a result, though, as we're seeing in front of the commentary box, there is a lot of bunching up right now. It's going to be really interesting for when the full course ends, as we see a lot of cars going to be very close together, some of these which will be for position. I do wonder about how Kart 1 and 14 are doing. I imagine they're still best friends and very close together, but after this full course yellow, they'll be closer than ever. But also, so many other cars, they might have even been caught in some traffic, so we will see once the race restarts. And I think the gravel has been cleared, so we're waiting for the all clear for the race to be restarted.
Fantastic quick work to get this race underway. As we see green being waved, as we still have a bit of work being done, but we should be on the way in mere moments. Just over 16 hours to go now. 335 laps have ticked by already in the first third of this race. 335 being done by the lap dancers. And I should add, as you mentioned, drivers looking at jumping into the pits, Brumdog Millionaires, Gaslight Gatekeeper and Go Fast, both seizing upon this full course yellow opportunity to jump into the pits.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah, both at the same time as well. So effectively that battle, it's all going to come down to how well do they execute the pit stop. If they do a good job of it, they are both going to be pretty much on track at the same point. If one team has a better go of it than another, that is going to determine how that battle shapes up for the remaining part of this phase of the race, at least.
That might be very successful as well, because what they might manage to do, which is a bit of a but, is they might manage to come back in quite clean air. Looking in front of the commentary box of us here, there are massive sections of the track that are completely empty after being bunched up with the gravel. So I can imagine they either will end up in clean air or a lot of traffic. So we'll see how this goes. But lap dancers seem to be, again, having a great time, not fighting anyone for position at the moment, but we will see how Kart 1 and also 20 has climbed up as well, so we'll have a closer on-track battle than ever. We have Kart 16 leading the massive train of karts that is formed after cleaning the gravel.
Yep, this is going to be a very different way to go racing here in Teesside now. We've enjoyed a bit of a, well, I'm not going to say relaxed, but certainly spaced out kind of more individual approach to the racing, and now we're bunched up almost like a sprint race start once again. So it's going to be interesting because not only are the drivers negotiating the cars they see up in front of them, but there's plenty of lapped cars on different laps, back markers. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see how this race start shapes up. Got to add into the mix there as well. Plenty of teams, drivers opting to jump into the pits now, get the carts, get the drivers swapped over, get the carts fueled up under these full course yellow conditions. Paul Gacartney now joining Brumdog Millionaire and Gatekeep in that. I should add, Gaslight, Gatekeep and Go Fast out of the pits already, back out on track. Brumdog Millionaire not able to do that yet. That is huge in this race. Gaslight finding it so difficult to get past the ever so defensive Brumdog Millionaire, but they've done it in the pit lane.
It's completely vital. I mean, that on-track battle we've been watching for quite a long time now is absolutely fascinating, but sometimes the best overtake's got to happen in the pits. It's vital that these teams maintain quick pit stops and good timing. We can see that I think they have now left the pits, Gaslight, but spectacular pit stop. And now we see also Paul Gacartney are second, but they're in the pits, so I imagine they will start falling down quite quickly. And we'll have to see where Cup 1 and 14 do end up, because I imagine it will be in quite a bit of traffic, so we'll have to keep watching to find out. But I do believe the gravel is in the final moments of being cleared now, and the full course will be coming to an end shortly.
It does look like that, yeah. Brumdog now leaving the pits, heading up through Sector 1 in no man's land pretty much, which, if we go green, could be ideal for them almost to kind of get up to speed, get familiar with the car once more. Yeah, they are a little ways off. Actually, it looks to be that Gaslight potentially is occupying Sector 1 as well. We'll see how it shapes up when we get under full racing conditions once more. But Paul Gacartney currently still in the pit. They'll be hoping for a happier time in the pit lane than what they had earlier on. Just over 16 hours to go in this race now. Still a couple of drivers in the pits. Never overtakes Sheffield, who, again, has just had such a topsy-turvy day out. I think we are going to say goodbye, though, to Molly May after a good few hours. So thank you very much, Molly, for your efforts in the stream so far. Hopefully you'll get rested and enjoy some more action later on.
Thank you. It's been absolutely wonderful, and I will see everyone back here at 2 a.m. But have a lovely rest of your commentary.
They'll try to, but they're going to have me for like the next 10 seconds, and only me, and that's pretty tough. Either way, we have full course yellows still being waved here. Lap dancers, though, still controlling this race pretty comfortably, although, as we were saying, close packs forming up here, and in the midst of that are our leading team, so they're going to have to work their way through the order pretty well, and it will be a pretty tough call. I think at the very start of this race we're going to see plenty of action brewing up. And plenty of action here in the comms boxes. We have a comms change. We're seeing drivers having a driver change, and we've got a comms change as well.
Just like a pit stop. It was very effective. I just slid in. Nobody seemed to notice, did they? Oh, it's lovely to be on the microphone. It's been a long day of racing, and now it's time for an even longer comm shift. I'm on for the next 4 hours.
Oh, very nice indeed. So you'll get the ever so sought after sunset shift, which is, I mean, we've got a good vantage point over here. It's a pretty good comms box here at Teesside. You can see so much of the track.
Yeah, you look out, you can see most of the track. You got the stream up here. It's fantastic. But I'm going to bring you the next 4 hours of this race in action, and I'll try not to fall asleep during it.
Well, let me know if you need a supply of energy drinks. There's Jaffa cakes in front of you, but we are looking like we could be going racing very shortly there. Oh, I see you brought the Skittles as well. You are prepared, good sir. Yeah. So
I've also got somewhere.
Oh,
an iced coffee.
Very nice. Multi-class racing is about to take part once again. There we go. Heading up through Sector 1 then. It's a bit bigger than the other carts, but it's
not as fast either.
No, still a pretty capable machine.
Well, sometimes my cart feels like that when you're trying to lump it through the corners.
I was going to ask, while we got a bit of a wait for that, how's the racing shaped up so far today?
It's been a very exciting race when you've been watching from the sidelines. For me, it's been a bit up and down. We were running as high as 4th from the back, and then we've had an engine penalty, and we're all the way down in P40 now. But for the rest of the race, it's been exciting. It's been thrilling. And it's coming into that stage now where drivers need to keep their focus, they need to keep their eyes on the track, try not to make too many mistakes, because you make one mistake around it and you're in the pit box for 10 laps and you lose all that ground you made up.
Yeah, exactly. It is a punishing circuit, is the Teesside Autodrome. But as you say, yeah, I think it sounds like it's been a bit of a roller coaster for your team, but it's been a bit of a roller coaster for everyone, I would say. There's been a couple drivers who can say they've had a concrete nice day out, the likes of number 15 currently in the lead of this race. But for everyone else, it's been a typical 24-hour race, hasn't it? A true challenge for everyone.
I don't think we're going to find out what the true result is until the final 10 minutes, the way everything's
often
going
is the way, yeah.
You know, just so much chaos. One little contact, one little engine problem, and the whole order gets changed around. So, you know, number 15, you're having a brilliant race so far, but you want to be hoping that you can keep it going.
Yeah, we were saying just a moment ago when we saw the 15 squad in the pits. They executed that pit stop pretty well, as they have earlier on in the day as well. But one small mistake could see you held back in that pit lane for an extra lap, and they've only got a 2-lap margin, so they can't rest easy completely just yet.
No, and I'm sure their drivers will know that. I mean, if they're in the lead now, I'm sure they're confident they know they can get the job done today.
We are good to go green here at the Teesside Autodrome for some more racing. The pack is bunched up. There's going to be plenty of action here on lap 1 as we head down towards the start of sector 1 once more, going 3 wide as we run in to the first true braking zone of the lap. Make that 4 wide at the top end of the field here. Everyone looking like they got a pretty good start, though, all making it through cleanly.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to do. You had a car running wide just in the back there, but everyone keeping it clean, keeping themselves calm. We got a few stragglers at the back here, but everyone kind of reverting to formation and hoping they can just crack on with their race now.
Yeah, we head down the long back straight. This is where you see that toe coming in to play. Got a heavy braking zone into that drivers. And we run into that first hairpin now. You can see a huge train forming up already into that first hairpin. We're going to go 3 wide. In fact, a bit of dust being
spinning there in the back.
Yeah, that wasn't dust. That was good observation there. That was actually a bit of tyre smoke from a lockup heading into that first hairpin. We see that so many times. Jump on the brakes, it unbalances the car there, and you're spat off. That is what we've seen heading into that first hairpin once more. But we look back towards the banked right-hander. Plenty of dust out on track by the looks of things. We're effectively getting another rolling start to this race, so perhaps that is no surprise, but we are underway. A couple of cars still in the pits by the looks of things. That is unfortunate timing, and we have a spin through the first hairpin of Sector 3. A long wait for the rest of the fleet there.
There's another one there. There's someone else has gone round with him. I think there might have been a big contact.
I see that, yep. Fantastic spot there. A first black flag after the race start as well. That was for Automobilistas. Fantastic name there. I mentioned it. If you're a sim racing fan, you'll know that one, but that's a cracking name. So mixed start there as it gets a bit more mixed as well into the gravel, which has just been cleared off the track, and we're going to get a tiny bit more out on the outside of the right-hander there once more.
An absolutely chaotic beginning to this restart. Almost. The car. There's a car there still. I think there might have been a bit of contact between the two. Maybe have reacted to the number 27 that was around then. But again, some drivers just getting a bit too excited, and now they're going to lose some ground once the whole field is bunched together. Yeah,
it's a completely different mindset to go racing as to what they've been used to for the past few hours now. All of a sudden, it's a sprint race start once again, and it's all about getting that nose down the inside, making sure the car's poised perfectly for an opportunistic overtake, completely different to what they've been used to.
And those that would have made up most positions would have been the ones knowing that, yes, it's a change of mindset now, I've got to lock in, I've got to begin to make these passes, but stay calm. Stay calm when you're in a 3 or 4 wide situation, otherwise you're going to lose it all.
Yeah, exactly. Should add Gaslight, Gape and Goat Fast, who were having a really strong showing in the previous stint, have already pitted under the full course yellows, back in the pits once more. Ooh. Not sure what's gone on there. Either way, they are tumbling away from Brumdog Millionaire, who they've given a real challenge to, had Gaslight, but now Brumdog are looking quite comfortable in P2. This promotes Paul Gokartney back up into P3. So a torrid race turned around in fortunes. Really, this has really thrown a spanner into works for every team in the field, it seems.
Yeah, that's what full course yellows do, especially if you get that bad stroke of luck where you just get an ill-timed pit stop or an ill-timed mechanical. You'd lose all these laps. I must have been repeating that about 4 or 5 times in the past 5 minutes, but we've seen a lot of evidence on screen, but the field's beginning to just kind of plateau itself. A bit of spread between the drivers now, and those who are faster will begin to cut through the field.
Yeah, you'll see everyone filter into their rightful position on track, as we are seeing Lufton Loaded dropping into the pits as well. It's just unusual to see so many pits straight after a full course yellow, but I do wonder if, it was a bit elbows out potentially. We've seen a couple of black flags, but nothing for the drivers we've just mentioned jumping into the pits. So interesting to see quite why they've made that decision there. It could well be as well. Maybe drivers are just thinking, let's just clear this massive chaotic pack that has now formed up at this race restart.
Yeah, that's a smart tactic as well. If you're on the other side of the circuit compared to where the chaos is happening, you can have a bit of you can have a cleaner run. You're going to set some faster laps, and maybe you'll find yourself with the alternate strategy almost in and around those drivers again. There's so much to play for when a full course yellow comes out, and in this whole race, strategy is key. You make one mistake, you're going to tumble down the order.
You will indeed. We have crossed the 1/3 completed marker in terms of time. Then 8 hours down, 16, just under 16 to go in this race. Our top three being the lap dancers, Brumdog, A Millionaire, and Paul Gokartney leading this pack. See, everyone giggles when you hear Paul Gokartney. It should have got more votes. I'm not biased towards Paul in any way, shape, or form, but they had the best name.
It's a brilliant name. I like this little selection that they've got going on there.
Exactly, they got the full. They got the quartet in. It was fantastic, and they got 7% of the votes in the quarterfinal. So never mind.
Disgusting.
Bias. I call shenanigans.
My team didn't even get nominated. That's how disgusting that is.
Fair enough. I've sort of mentioning your team on stream. Some of the names we're not mentioning, I should add. So
I can understand that. I can understand that, but we've got these drivers going through these corners here. The action is just off the charts at the moment. Don't know where to look.
Yeah, all heading through Sector 3 at the moment. We saw some dust being flown up. I mean, it really exaggerates it, the sunset coming down. You can really see just when someone's had a bit of an issue out on a track. No warning is coming through for any drivers for the time being. But Brumdog Millionaire probably feeling a little bit more comfortable than they have done for about 45 minutes in this race at this point. Lapping 6 seconds clear of Paul Gokartney, but they are being hunted down. Paul Gokartney currently 2 to 3 tenths a lap faster based on whereabouts we are on a track. Have the fastest overall lap as well, Paul Gokartney, of the race. They set that very early on lap 42, and they've held that ever since. So I imagine we're going to see Brumdog Millionaire have enjoyed a defensive battle against the Gaslight squad, and are going to have a few minutes of respite before they get the pressure applied to them once more in just a few laps if things go the way of the number 20 squad. BUKC Motorsport back up in the action as well. Number 47 had a multitude of issues over the past couple of hours, but now find themselves back up in P4. Rexy Racing as well. They dropped back due to a pit lane. They're now up into P5. Gaslight all said and done, only losing a few positions, still in P6, still in the mix. It's too close. It's too early to call anything really at this point, but still plenty to play for these drivers.
Exactly. I mean, we could see the whole top 8, top 10 drop out by the end of this race. You just don't know with a race like this, but we're enjoying the action as it is. Brumdog Millionaire, it'd be interesting to see how that battle develops with the number 20 Paul Gokartney, because they've really imposed themselves in this race. Getting that fastest lap early on, keeping the pace, they're doing really well for themselves.
They are indeed. As that sun sets now, drivers should be jumping off or getting rid of their tinted visor. I wonder if that was why we are seeing a few kind of unexpected pit stops. Drivers realising, oh, I've still got my tinted visor on, and getting those clear visors on. A black flag coming in for the Ringo Kart squad there. That is the Liverpool B team, who came into this with very high hopes indeed. We're hoping to challenge the A team and have just decided to keep picking up black flags, it seems. So, no, they've had a few issues out of their control, but yeah, not going their way. That is the way of 24-hour racing sometimes, and it's okay.
Just the action beginning to settle down. We haven't got any major battles happening in front of us at the moment. Stream just
off the curves, and sometimes it can be in your control as well. If you do keep the cart happy, it will reward you late on into that race. You might lose the odd tenth here or there, but when you're one of the carts that is 5 laps in front of everyone else, you're going to be feeling so much better.
Yes, 100%. You want to take care of that car. Keep off the curbs. I do agree with you though, especially Rip.
Have you been doing that so far?
Rip End may have been taken fully quite a few times, but the rest of the track, I'm having so much fun with it. I'm keeping off the curbs. It's flowing. It's one of my favourite tracks in the whole UK.
Yeah, it is.
Especially that end of the circuit. The corkscrew corner, I like to call it, the little right flick into the long left into another long right. Beautiful, beautiful set of corners. I absolutely love it. It's a perfect place to get a run into this main straight, through the chicane, and into this left hairpin.
Yeah, it's nice to access such speeds as well here in the UK karting scene, because there aren't too many venues where you can really get up to those properly high speeds, are there? It's nice to see. It's nice to see the BUKC visiting such a track.
Especially with some tracks being so tight, like Butmore, you do get that sense of speed, but here it really comes to life. You really go full throttle through a lot of corners. We've got a car off just there.
We do rejoin, quite quickly rejoining through the first hairpin there.
And we saved it really well, considering he was in the dirt for the majority of that braking run there.
Yeah, we have another mechanical flag actually coming in for the number 32 kart. So let's see how they are doing in the race at the moment. They're currently in 51st. So, yeah.
Salt in the wounds.
Yeah, just jump into the pits, have a nice chill. And they are just ahead of Spin and Tonic. Perhaps a few too many Spin and Tonics for the number 13 plated kart there, who's having a few issues out on the track. And yeah, currently running in 52nd place. But that does put you in strong contention for the elusive, as it is to your right there, Wooden Spoon Award.
Ooh,
the Wooden Spoon is a part of the pile of tat that Jacob Harris has brought into the commentary box that we're slowly trying to get rid of throughout the 24 hours stream. And yeah, Wooden Spoon awarded to the driver with the lowest finishing position, who is actually still classified. If you're disqualified, doesn't count. You don't get the Wooden Spoon.
Being disqualified here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Maybe that's what the unicorn can be for. We don't quite know what the unicorn dino giant balloon thing is for. It's just there. Yeah.
Lovely.
We'll find a use for it.
Well, these Monster Munch and the Roses, are they also for anybody in particular?
I imagine they're either podium prizes or Jacob Harris's midnight snack. One of the two. That's actually his breakfast. You forgot to have it.
Pickled onion. That won't make his breath very good.
No, not in the comms box. Not a good comms box snack.
Oh, I'm in there at 4:30 as well. I'm in here at 4:30.
Oh, you'll be... Are you taking over from myself? No, you're not. Okay. Yeah, plenty of commentators coming in and out of the commentary box throughout this stream. I am Reeve Taylor, joined by Mr. Etienne here. It is great to be karting. I'm definitely not karting. No one wants to see that. But great to be commentating with a few new faces. So great to see the support there. It means the world. Great to see everyone is watching along, enjoying the action here from Teesside. Thank you for watching here at the track as well. And yeah, let's enjoy the next 2/3 of this 24-hour race.
We got a little side-by-side action appearing on the stream here. I can't quite make out the numbers of the cars at the moment, but that was a really good pass through Rip End. The pink car, I'm still trying to make out the numbers. Apologies. Really getting a good slipstream now down the back straight into the chicane. Will he make a move? I wonder, as he tucks right in behind. It's a dangerous place to get a pass. Really difficult place to pass. As we just see him flow through here in the window. No pass being done.
Yeah, you've got to pick your moments very carefully indeed. You don't want to involve contact in it. You don't want to find yourself gaining an advantage there. But that was a lovely move into that first hairpin, wasn't it? Saw the opportunity, just about a cart's width to scythe on through. And 2 cars head through into the next part of the hairpin complex.
Exactly what you're preaching there. Patience was key. He took it, he bided his time, got the run, and he's just pulled off a great move. He regains that position he lost into Rip End. And now he's getting a really good gap down that straight.
He is indeed. That slingshot working well. Yeah.
That was the number 7 of Ix's icons that was making that move. Apologies, it took my time. I've just loaded up the stream. Not the stream, sorry. The number.
Yeah, we've actually seen quite a bit of Ix's icons over the past few. Over the past couple of stints or so, we've seen them getting themselves well known on the stream, making some good moves there. I mean, you can't miss them with that pink, vibrant Bigfoot on the front of their kart. But it is great to see action throughout the field here, and I'm looking forward to catching some more of it from trackside, because I'm actually going to be jumping away from the comms box for a little while now, and I'm going to be passing the baton on, but I'll be back at midnight, I think. Yes, midnight.
I think you'll be replacing me at that point.
Yeah. So I'll
see you then.
bid you all farewell, and let's see if we can get some more great racing.
Fantastic. Oh. Don't worry, I'll be joined by someone else within the space, 10 seconds, but we got some great action unfurling here at the T-side Autodrome, some really nice side-by-side action. About 10 minutes ago, the full course yellow was pulled. We had a load of side-by-side action, but the race begins to settle down as we've just gone past the third mark, 15 hours, 47 minutes left to go. And what a day it has been so far. We've had action all over the track. We've had crashes, we've had spins, we've had brilliant overtakes. Let's hope for more of that. And we've also got plenty of awards, plenty of snacks in the com box to keep us going for the next 3 hours, well, as long as I'm on, and then I'm immediately on track. So it's a long evening for me. But for all of you watching at home, I hope to bring you the best action possible, the best commentary possible. And let's hope the drivers can deliver on track. We just watch the drivers make their way down the back straight. We flick now to the hairpin section where a bit of train is developing, and I've been joined by another commentator.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. My name is not Adam Nather, but my name is indeed Mr. Jake Conlon, but I'm here to fill in for Adam Nather in the 10 minutes that he needs to get himself sorted for commentary after his stint, because obviously his stint went on a little bit longer because of that full course yellow. But it's great to be here on what is a glorious evening here at Teesside. Obviously, we had that brief full course yellow, but the lap dancers, as they have since I left the commentary box about 2.5 hours ago, still maintaining a strong lead out the front. But what's been going on recently, Etienne?
We've had, since the full course yellow was withdrawn, we've had a lot of action, a few spins, a few crashes for drivers. We've had a couple of, we had a black flag for the number 21 car of Ringo Kart, which was unfortunate. But other than that, we've had brilliant on-track action here. We've got a lovely battle developing here with the 26, which I believe is one of the U-Clan cars. We've got a driver going down the side of them, down the back straight. But this has just been a small little snippet of what's been happening in the last 15 minutes.
No, absolutely. And we're actually going side by side down into the chicane into hairpin number 1. The googly-eyed Bigfoot there, which is which is my favourite for the Bigfoot Award later on this evening and into tomorrow morning. But actually under a bit of pressure, back down the inside, a little look from the orange big-footed kart, not quite able to get that move done. But that full course yellow, the first time since the start of this race that all of our drivers have been together, so you'd expect the racing to be fast and furious since then, with everyone combined into such close proximity.
The field is beginning to spread a little bit now. We've had about 15 minutes since it was withdrawn, and you're starting to see the fast drivers really come into their own. As you said, the lap dancers, the number 15 kart, will be wanting to make them continue extending their lead. You've got Paul McCartney, who has actually got past Brumdog Millionaire in the last couple of laps and extending a 2.4 second gap. You've got Baguette Motorsports in P4, the 42 of Rexy Racing in P5. Those 5 karts will be wanting to extend their lead into the night.
No, absolutely they will. And Paul McCartney, very, very strong last few hours. They were sort of stuck a little bit in the lower reaches of the top 10 for most of the first section of this race, first quarter of this race, but they've now delivered on their 1 lap pace. They do still hold the fastest lap of this race of a 1:21.0, but they've managed to make their way up into second place. But so far, we're only talking about the battle for second, as is the gap that the lap dancers have out in front. No idea why you object to saying the name. It's just their team name.
I didn't think it was appropriate for the stream.
And if you have if you dig any further into that, then that's your decisions. And a beautiful evening we got here at Teesside as they round again at the number 20. Start a new lap. Actually, no, the number 15 is in that group.
the sun is really beaming down now as we begin to enter kind of the twilight phase of the race, where drivers begin to change their visors, beginning to figure out, okay, where, adjusting their eyesight, almost beginning to adapt to conditions when the midnight eventually comes.
Yeah, and I believe the race control have already mandated the use of clear visors due to some drivers maybe just starting their stint or perhaps double stinting. So they will finish in not complete darkness, as we're only going to get about 4 to 5 hours of complete darkness towards the end of in the middle part of this race, between about 10:30 and 3:30 during the night. But it will get to light levels where getting a little bit tricky to start seeing some of those apexes, especially in the parts of the track that aren't as well floodlit. So we got the 26 having a little battle with the 42 of Rexy Racing, not for position. 42 of Rexy Racing currently rounding out our top 5, but them only 5 seconds behind the 47 of BUKC Motorsport. BUKC Motorsport are leaders early on in this race. They had a couple of mechanical failures. They went down to 11th, then back up to about 8th, and then back down to 11th. But that team, very, very strong, comprised of a combination of ex-BUKC Premier winners and some very experienced BPEC drivers in there as well. So using their talents here, and down the inside, or at least attempting down the inside, was the orange big-footed car, but not quite able to get that move done. And now as they round the top section of the track, such a fun section of the track if you get it right, but obviously really crucial as well, is you need to get that slipstream, this straight, much longer than you think it is when you're just on this side of the circuit. There's no spectator viewing on that far side, so they do disappear for a long time. Rexy down the inside of the back marker traffic, but just going a little bit wider than perhaps they deem necessary. Again, that's not for position, but as a kart in the top 5, they're hoping to have the minimum number of karts going past them.
They've only got 5-second gap to the car in front of them as well, so they want to clear the back marker traffic as much as possible and hope that the 47 car also has issues with the traffic so they can begin to close that gap.
No, indeed. We've got a few groups here. We've got our race leader, and then we've got 2nd and 3rd. Not too much separating them, and then the 4th and 5th of the 47 of BUKC Motorsport and the 42 of Rexy Racing. And then our top 5 a bit cut off from the rest of the pack. Let's pick up a couple of new karts that have arrived in the top 10 in the last couple of hours. Coventry they were battling for the lead, if I recall, in the very early stages of the race. I'm talking first stint here, but they're back up into the top 8. Senna Squadron, they were in the top 5 for a while. They've started to drop down a little bit. And Imperial B, after having quite a few mechanical issues, sorry, that was Imperial A who had the mechanical issues. They're down in the bottom half of the race, but Imperial B flying the flag for the London-based university. In terms of pit stops, our front-running karts each done the minimum, you'd have to say, 5 pit stops. BUKC Motorsport with one of their mechanicals has done 6. And actually, Rexy Racing is the only one in this top half that has only done 4. So we're actually expecting a pit stop from Rexy Racing in the not too distant future. They're about 85 minutes into their stint. The drivers, after chatting to quite a few teams, they reckon the sweet spot is about 95 minutes is what they should be aiming for, in order to both maximise the fuel that they've got and also just to mitigate a little bit of risk. They don't want to be staying out too long. Obviously, you need to be selective about which lap you come in as well, whether there's people in the pit lane or not. There's only 2 fuel bowsers, so but at this stage of the race, there isn't so much a pit window per se, is there? It's just whenever each team feels like coming in.
I fully agree with you on that. 95-minute sweet spot. We've been running about an hour 30 stints, really maximising the fuel that we've got. Again, mitigating that risk though. You don't want to be running too long, and you also don't want to take advantage of beginning to run out of fuel and that cart getting lighter. Well,
it also depends on the cart as well. I mean, we've seen a couple of teams struggling to even make it past the 85-minute mark. I believe we had the Iron Dames team, which is the all-girls team. They actually ran out of fuel on track only 80 minutes into their stint. So perhaps they have a slightly higher fuel flow rate than some of their competitors. So perhaps they were caught out by that one. That could be the only reasonable suggestion I could think of for running out that far before when they thought the end of their stint was. Curb warning on the board for the 46 of Edinburgh A as well. But seems like it's just started to calm down a little bit more. Starting to get back into the rhythm now of... I was just say that. A couple of people going all over the curb on the exit there. Definitely sign that you don't want to be taking it, yeah.
Little sprinkle of the commentator's curse there. As we saw 2 cars go off, the number 12 and I believe the number 36 was bumping across the curb there. You don't want to be going across that D chicane right at the start of the lap. That can really have an impact on your car. You will come off, especially if you don't take it to the grass. If you come off on the concrete, I've had issues where you've come and you've just felt your car brake right there and then.
No, absolutely. I mean, throughout this race, you want to be treating your car like your significant other, don't you? You want to be massaging it, you know, getting it through the race, nice and gentle with it.
I don't think like that. I just think, just don't tip it into the corners as much. I'm not essential with my carts.
As I said earlier, it's a bit of damned if you do, damned if you don't with some of these curbs, because you want to be maximising that performance by taking the optimal line, especially through corners like the rib breaker, aka turn 3 or 4, whatever your whichever your one is. But you also want to be making sure that you ensure your reliability. Black flag on the board for the 51 of I Still Have Trouble Reading. So their name ringing true there. They definitely still are having trouble, that team.
Let's see if they come in on the next lap, whether they're true to their name.
Well, they were running towards the front of the order with that team, but I wonder what they've got it for, actually. I don't think they've got it for any kind of build-up of warnings. Must be some kind of other offence that they've gotten it for. Pretty much slam dunk penalty, that one. As we really are now going into the night shift, aren't we?
We've got a massive train of cars developing here, though, as they come through the left hairpin, going into the right. Little lifts from every single car. There must be about 10 or 12 cars in that train at the moment, spread out by what can only be 7 or 8 seconds. This is where you've got the rest of the track that seems to be quiet, drivers slowly making their way around the track, and then you've got this chaos coming through the bank corner at the moment. There was 2 orange Bigfoot cars fighting through these corners. I can't tell whether it's for position or not, but they want to be careful, because if you make any contact with the back marker, your race is going to take a hit.
No, absolutely. Just going through the front frame there was the 47 of BUKC Motorsport. So the 42 of Rexy Racing, right in the middle of that train. That's the battle for 4th and 5th. A little bit of side-by-side action between the 2 and the 34. The 34 trying to go all the way around the outside. Ooh. That's not a move you see very much. Nicely done move, that one.
There was just a spinner there as that move was taking place. I believe it's a 12 Leeds cart there. I could just see that out of the corner of my eye. So you've got a bit of a battle developing. The number 26, googly-eyed Bigfoot, just making its way around the outside there. Now they're going to go 3 wide down the straight, just beginning to organise themselves as they reach the flip-flap chicane.
Yes, absolutely. In terms of the lap times, we saw a little bit of a drop-off of lap time as we got into the late afternoon and the track was at its warmest. Air temperature was at its warmest because tyres just starting to drop away. Black flag as well for the 16 of Metal Gearbox Solid, but they're in the bottom half of the race. So, with all due respect, won't be of that much consequence come the overall picture, but not something you want to see. Again, that seems to be a slam dunk penalty for some kind of incident or breach of the regulations. So there hasn't been any warnings appearing on the timing screen.
This train just continuing to organise itself as they begin another lap as they go through the chicane. We'll take a hard left here, almost flat out. It's definitely less cars that were in it a couple of laps ago, just the faster drivers beginning to cut through the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to what we were talking about, the lap times as well, we saw the lap times drop off into the 123s, 124s. Fastest lap of the race, a 121.0 by Paul Gacartney. But now that the air temperature's just started to drop, air's getting denser, the engines are running nicer, and hence those lap times, the race leader of the lap dancers lapping within 0.3 of their personal best in this race. And in fact, Paul Gackartney is, last time round, was a 1:21.6, which is very quick in the context of this race. Put it into perspective, that's 1.4 seconds faster than the number 1 of Brumdog Millionaire just on that last lap.
They've really begun to extend the gap that they had over the 1. We did miss the overtake that occurred between the second and third place cars, but Paul Gackartney beginning to continue to stamp their authority on second place and go after the leaders. Absolutely.
Well, it's been very good fun to drop in very briefly, but we've been joined in the commentary box by professional Sheffield driver Adam Nather. So I'm going to quickly hand over to Adam for his stint, but I will be back at midnight for the night shift.
Sorry for me.
Can you hear stuff coming through your mic? Adam has decided to start a shift in the best way possible by gifting me snacks as we begin to get into the next couple of hours. Adam, you just come off track, I believe?
Yeah, after a really good stint, following the leaders for most of it, pretty much trying to just race Ocean the whole time, eventually getting past him just before he came in, but yeah, it's really good out there, and we're starting to pick up pace, just put ourselves in the top 10 as well, so
lovely.
Going all right.
Just give us a little bit of insight. How was your race beginning to unfold at the moment?
Can you say that again? I can't remember.
How is your race beginning to unfold at the moment?
It started off pretty poorly in qualifying. We ended up 44 because we were out in the rain. And then starting off, we didn't get much better. We had throttle issues, so we ended up doing 127s for like half an hour, which is quite off the pace. And then luckily, as the problems fixed themselves, we just kind of kept our heads down, kept going. And we've been, slowly climbing up the ranks, going from 44th to now in the top 10. So if we keep going like this, we should, I say we're still in with a shot with a podium. And it just goes to show that over a 24-hour race, like, nothing's decided in the first few hours. You've got to keep going at it. Oh, there's a big spin there. Not sure what number that is.
That's a dangerous place to spin.
That is a very dangerous place to spin, as a couple of cars almost collect into.
Struggling to get that car going as well.
Sometimes it's a bit blind as well, so sometimes you could easily... I think his engine's are gone.
Yeah,
he's starting to get out of the car. You don't get out of the car. Oh, no.
We cut away there. Let's hope that driver stays safe at the corkscrew. But the yellow flags will be out. Drivers will begin to heed caution as we cut away and we begin to look at the two hairpins here. Again, I can't figure out what car that was, but definitely got sideswiped there.
Yeah, definitely got a bit of a sideswipe. It's quite easy to do. People have very different lines into that uphill chicane, so sometimes you just get caught off guard, and then you're going for a move that you don't mean to, and then you end up wiping them out. So I can see it happening as he gets going, so he should be okay.
Gets going, still can't quite make out what number that was. It was a black Bigfoot. But
they're not very colourful.
No.
We need more colours in the Bigfoots.
I know. We're going to struggle to see that car when the sun has dipped below the tree line and the clouds here, and we begin to get into the twilight zone of this race. But that's a hit that they did not want to take.
No, I think a few people have had a few offs. I mean, just before I came in, there was a massive full course yellow with somebody off up there as well.
Yeah.
Quite a hot spot for issues or moves.
I'd say the corkscrew here and this left hairpin after the flip-flap chicane, they're definitely hot spots for drivers, just making a small error and it developing into a spin or a crash.
Yeah, 100%. The less experienced ones, because you're going flat all the way down that straight, probably a good 10-15 seconds into this chicane, also flat, into that hairpin. For newer drivers, that can be quite daunting. And it's easy to lock up in that heavy braking zone and just go straight on into a barrier. I've seen quite a few people. There's one person who actually almost loses it there as well on the hairpin. Just can see outside the comms box. He saw somebody. I thought, I'm going to get a live demonstration in front of me.
It's really interesting to see how the drivers approach this corner. You see some taking it wide, hugging hogging the apex of the track, and others you can tell when they might be a little less experienced because they do just lift their foot off the throttle. But it's definitely an advantageous point at the track to keep your foot in and brake hard, just like the car do the work.
Definitely. And yeah, some people take some weird lines. Some people middle apex as you would do a normal hairpin. I personally opt for a slightly later one, as you're then able to get a pretty good run for the second hairpin straight after. Which I think is the optimal line. It's at least the line I take. So again, a lot of this track, you see quite a few different lines from even the top drivers. As long as you're able to commit to your lines, usually they're all pretty quick. But it's quite interesting how different they tend to be compared to other tracks.
Well, we saw just an example there of Stream, 3 drivers going through rear bend, 3 different lines. One opting to just avoid the curb, whereas the googly-eyed Bigfoot went straight over it.
Oh, we've got a Cars-inspired one as well. That's Dynaco. I think that's a commentary A-team of Pozoid.
We have
might have butchered his name there, but give it my best go.
We've got some absolutely fantastic Bigfoots out there. Sometimes
really
it's nice
do.
when you look behind over your shoulder, driving down the straight, you just see the Rexy one, for example. That one's terrifying to see.
Oh yeah, Rexy, I know. I'm thinking GT3 car on track. But
what are you doing?
It's also great in the nights for any Bigfoots with LEDs.
Yes.
LEDs are great. If you can just see a bit of lights, especially sometimes if the floodlights might seem a bit dim or if you're getting a bit tired, if you see a big flash of LED come up before your eyes from a Bigfoot, it definitely wakes you up.
Yes, agreed. We just have a spinner there. I believe that's at the corkscrew.
Is that Lightning McQueen Bigfoot? I think it might. Oh no, it's not.
No, it's
car number 6.
The number 6 car.
Which we can have a look.
Which is the number...
I'm having to scroll quite a bit down to find them.
Perfect time for my document.
Miles Shelby Squad, one of Chris Thompson's teams, in 45th. That probably won't help their cause much.
No, but a bit of a dent to confidence there for that driver.
Yep, and as now he's getting swamped into the hairpin. Is that driver's going to send him as well? Yeah.
Yep.
When it rains, it pours sometimes.
Yeah. I remember last year was my first time around there, and if you made one small mistake, you would immediately get swamped by 9 or 10 cars, and it was almost a sinking feeling. But you've got to pick yourself back up. He's going to be at the back of this train of this car. Follow their wheel tracks, follow what they're doing, begin to build your speed.
Exactly that. And, you know, you've got an hour and a half stint. You're bound to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, even, like, yeah, when I was behind the leaders, like, we'd make a couple of mistakes every few laps, and it's one of them where even if you have a mistake, you've just got to pick yourself back up and keep going and just keep pushing on.
It was the 39 car we saw spun and having restart issues at the corkscrew. They just flew by our commentary box. I promise I will get my document loaded sooner or later.
I can't see 39 on here, am I? BUKC My Life in 48th place. I'm not sure exactly what university that's representing.
Me neither.
Trying to see if there's any like abbreviation that I can think of there, but no.
Sometimes it just gets like that. You have a difficult stint and you make these mistakes, and
especially
that was
like confidence so big into it. If you start to lose your confidence for even a few seconds, and then you lose your concentration, you have a spin, and you're just not in the right mindset. It's really important in these stints to just keep positive. Especially at the start, when you've got a bit of a high fuel tank, your lap times will probably be a bit slower. You might be overtaken a few times, and you've just got to remember you're working your way into that stint, and you're eventually going to get there. So you've just got to keep that confidence in, and it definitely challenges some drivers. That
everybody at the end of the day are at different phases of the race. We've got side-by-side action there. The black Bigfoot trying to get round the 39, ends up switching back, just can't quite make the move.
He's going to send it again, and he's got past.
He's got past
into the last hairpin.
Just missing it on stream here. They're going to come through the final corners as they come by.
You just see the overtake now that he's passed, I think. I don't know if this
made it past.
Made it past just about.
Just a little snippet of the side-by-side action we get here. This is happening for the rest of the time that me and Adam here are on.
Yeah, pretty much. When you've got 52 karts on track, there's always going to be a lot of racing. Obviously, we can only cut to a certain amount of cameras, but there's always going to be somebody side-by-side on one of these tracks just because of how many karts are on track. And it's great when you're in the driver's seat because you're always racing somebody.
Just a shout-out to the camera team as well,
who
were giving us these pictures. Especially through the night, because that will be no easier for them than it will be the drivers on track today, as well as the commentators and the people making this possible for us to be able to get this stream up. Everybody that's on the stream, welcome. We're taking you through the 24 hours of BUKC here at Teesside. In the lead, we've got the number 15 car, who were the lap dancers. In second, Paul Gokartney, 2 laps behind, with Brumdog Millionaire sat in third, 21 seconds behind. That is a big gap built up by that 20. They made that pass about 20 minutes ago. Almost a second a lap faster. than their third place counterparts.
But the one thing I find really impressive is from second downwards onto, I think it's about 11th, everybody's on the same lap.
Yes.
Still on the same lap. Shows how much it's in for it. Obviously, the lap dancers in P1 have got a bit of a gap, but just behind them, it's all anybody's game, really.
Absolutely fantastic racing. It's still very close between the top 10. There are 4 or 5 laps in it, but anything is possible. One mechanical for the top 10, and it can be rearranged just like that.
I've done quite a lot of these, and like you'll see, I've seen it where you've had teams leading by 5 laps, maybe with 10 hours to go, ends up out of the top 10. In fact, one year, our best year, when we managed to finish third, we were like 8th or 9th, about halfway through, 5, 6, 7 laps down, and ended up 2 laps off the lead. Like it comes in swings and roundabouts, and again, it's just always keeping your head in, always trying to stick to your strategy, adapting when needed, and you can just end up being from completely far down to right up there in the mix.
It's a small snapshot of my race. There was a point during my stint early on around 3 o'clock where there's a screenshot where I was in 3rd place. We currently sit in 38th because of a few mechanicals. That's just how quickly it can change within the space of a few hours. Either way, we could a lot of teams at the back could still end up fighting for top 20, maybe even top 10 if a stroke of luck comes their way. Bit of strategy, maybe a very good stint when other drivers are just lacking a little bit.
100%. And if you like Brumdon Millionaire, actually, I remember because we were all in the 10 that came out in the wet. They were starting 39th, 38th, maybe 40th. So they've come from so far down, already in 3rd, 20 seconds off P2. You can just shows exactly how far you can make up, especially when you've got different drivers out. Everybody's got different abilities. Some drivers are quicker, some drivers are slower. It's very rare that you have a complete balanced team when everybody's on the same pace. Even if you think going into it you do. Like we've had that quite a few times. So when you have a driver swap, you have no idea what the next person's going to do in the kart. And of course, there's chance of mechanicals, chance of going off, getting hit. Just so many unknowns that you can never really predict this kind of stuff.
We've had our eyes on this battle here. We'll try and decipher whether it's for position or not. Right at the front, we've got the 15.
Which is the leaders, Will Stacey in there.
Oh, perfect. They're just making their way through the backmarsh traffic. You just see the gap immediately that they're pulling.
Will Stacey, very professional driver, very experienced. Done the 24 hours before in the British, is that?
We got a car off at the first chicane.
Okay. So quick yellow flag, not a full course. Well, sometimes that confuses me. Whenever I'm on if I see a yellow on the digi flag, I instantly think full course, which is never the case. It's the Battenberg. But yeah,
makes me a bit peckish when I see that out on track.
I was very peckish in my car. I was getting hungry myself. And look at the gap, just as we were speaking in that train. Will Stacey did good 2-3 columns. Although as soon as I say that, whoever was just behind one of the Liverpool teams seems to have closed in slightly.
If we do just direct ourselves to the lap times, the lap dancers are doing a 1:22.1, which is mighty fast. But Paul Gokani, second place, 1:21.3, just 3 tenths off. Well, 2.5 tenths off their fastest lap, which they set really early on in this race. Just beginning to again establish themselves as a contender for this race win.
Yep.
Touch wood.
Speaking
I don't
of
want
though,
to jinx them.
Going past is Pozzo just through the Liverpool kart, getting him second on that in that train. I wonder if he's now going to try and see if he can catch up back to Will Stacey, the leaders. They're in P7 at the moment, Coventry are, so they'll be looking to take one of those 2 or 3 laps back.
Yeah.
And we know he's capable of doing it. He led it very early on to this race, did Pozzo. So, there's a
big spin.
Number 6 again.
Car.
Miles Shelby squad, the same people who was off at the chicane earlier.
That is stuck in the gravel there. That
completely
is
stuck his beach. He's going to need some help from the marshal, who's currently giving him some assistance.
Shouldn't be too much of a loss there, but a mistake you don't want to be making.
Oh, and a black flag for 47, but Get Motorsports. P4 have got a black flag.
We've also got Rexy Racing in 5th place.
Could it have been to do with... Oh, Mr. Man, no, because he spun himself. We saw that. Actually,
we saw that.
that.
So we'll try to bring you the reason why the 47 has been black flagged. We've also got Rexy Racing in 5th in the pit lane at the moment, which means Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast. Fantastic name. May make up a few positions here.
They could find themselves into 4th again from 6th out of nowhere into 4th in just the blink of an eye.
I do think it's a routine pit stop though for the number 5. We've been expecting it for quite a while. I believe they were out for an hour and 43 minutes during that stint.
I don't know how to work it on a laptop. I was going to see if I could.
The TT.
What?
You join us as I help Adam work
Tech
the computer.
support over here.
The TT right there.
Track time. My bad.
So we'll see them. We'll see them make their way back
now
onto the
20.
track.
Oh, a bit. Oh no. Yeah.
It's an unfortunate black flag as well for the 47 because they've been out for an hour and 20 minutes at this point.
So they're going to have to go out, do another 10 minutes, and then come all the way back in. That's going to feel really painful for them. Whoever's in that car in number 47, I'm not sure what unit that is again, unfortunately. I think it might actually be one of the resident BPEC teams, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw Sam Spinale out in it earlier, so it could be that team. We're going to see if they're about to come in.
I'm going to rely on you for the direct names of these drivers.
That's okay.
I'll stick
if anybody knows me on the grid, I'm usually quite chatty with everybody, so I usually get quite a decent eye for this kind of stuff.
We got a yellow flag wave there, just a car.
It's number 6 again. Oh, no.
Number 6 not having a good time of it today.
Oh, it's really unfortunate for the Miles Shelby squad.
A really precarious place to spin.
I think they might have spun coming into the pit lane. I've seen quite a few karts do that. They come in too quick, see the barrier, and then avoid it, and then spin around. Yeah. Speaking of Rexy Racing, they've still been in the pits for quite a while. They're still pit.
Let's hope.
Have they come back out?
Let's hope we see them come round.
And they've dropped to Coventry R now as well. They're dropping like flies out now. See if I can find. Oh, they're back on track. Just coming through now. Let's see where they come out. P8.
Just a routine stop there for Rexy Racing. They drop not out of the top 10 into 8th. Still a very, very respectable position at this stage of the race.
43 stop, I count. The other thing I've noticed is TSK-Motorsport. They don't think they've been in for their black flag yet. They've not been in the pits since they've been black flagged.
I could not tell you that, to be honest.
Yeah, I've just been keeping an eye to see if they've been in the pits. They have not so far. I don't know if it's been rescinded or if they're just not seeing it on the DigiFlag. I'm less sure. Oh, actually, I might have put my foot in it now. I just see. I can now see a marshal calling in 47. So they might be in soon.
Yeah, they've just been handed a second wave of that black flag.
Yeah, just to let them know they need to come in. It's been a few laps, so hopefully we expect them in soon. We'll see where they end up out because. What's the gap behind? About 50 seconds. I think they'll lose P4.
Yeah.
Especially if they don't come into.
Gaslight Gate.
They're coming in. There
we go. Gaslight Gate, go fast. They're going to make up that position.
He's almost hit the barrier there, coming in as well. That was quite close to being another really bad accident as well on top of the black flag.
We've kind of been talking about things that haven't been happening on stream. When you're in a train like this that we're just seeing about 10 or 12 cars separate by about 10 seconds maybe, what goes through your mind? What are you looking to do? Are you being patient? Or are you just going, I want to get past all this traffic?
I probably should be a bit more patient, but typically I'm just trying to get past as quick as possible. But you got to pick your moment. So one thing that I've noticed a lot of drivers doing on track is probably going for moves in to this start-finish chicane, which is a lift or completely flat for some drivers, so trying to make a move there is really difficult. So where you probably really want to go is perhaps rib bend, but that can be pretty dodgy, but mainly into the hairpins.
Yes.
As then you typically lose a lot less time, especially that second one. After this heavy braking zone, if you miss it, just going down the inside of somebody who's kind of come back round, it just opens up the door for you quite nicely. So I'd be trying to get past them as quick as possible, but I definitely want to pick my moments and pick the right spots on the track where it should be easy to make an overtake.
A personal little underrated spot for me, I'm not talking about the first chicane here, but I'm talking about the exit of almost the final proper corner of the track. I like just braking early, swinging in, allowing the car to grip up, and the speed you get to some of the cars down here is exceptional, and you just swooping past them as you come down the main straight.
Yeah, 100%. Quite like it over there as well. I can completely agree.
It's a very nice little section. I expect this whole second part of the track is perfect for overtaking because it's.
I'd have to say, like, this track is, in my opinion, probably one of the best tracks for overtaking in the UK. I love Teesside as a track. Genuinely, one of my favourite tracks to race at because it's so wide that you've got everywhere to overtake. You can really make some really nice moves. And because everybody's got different racing lines here, because you can take a few different lines, sometimes it just opens the door a bit for you. Some people take a corner a bit wider. It's just easier to just hop down the inside. So
we'll see an example of it here.
Yeah, look at this three-lap battle onto the straight. Pozzo at the front of it, and then there's another 4 cars behind. Look how many trains you get.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Just googly eyes. Is he going to get sent?
No, very, very good drive. I believe I can name drop someone here. Ethan Annett in the car.
Even out you can name drop. I had no idea who that was, so there you go.
I
Teamwork
really hope
makes
I've
the
got
dream
that right.
work.
I'm just looking over to the teammates now to make sure I got that right. They're not looking back.
I think there's going to be a move into this next hairpin, I reckon, by... I don't know what cart number it is. You stay patient.
Staying patient.
Is he going to go for it? He was going to look for a switchback, but I think the 28, was it? Covered it off really well. Googly eye, 26.
26.
Glad somebody's keeping a better eye than me. 26 versus the 49. Mine cart, I believe it's called, for 49.
Oh, we got
17 off, a bit of a hand wave in the air there as well. Bit of contact. Again, that fast chicane, just probably not the best overtaking zone in my opinion.
A battle again appearing
And that's,
between 49
I think
and the 26 again.
Yeah.
We've been sticking quite close to them, haven't we, for the last couple, but we've switched back now to the driver that ran wide, which was the 17.
Has he got back fast, or is he about to get overtaken again? I'm genuinely not sure.
Yeah, I believe he may have just got a little tap through the corner and was sent wide, but we'll see what comes of that.
Oh, we're going to see what's going to... Well, I reckon somebody's going to move into the chicane between them.
We're watching it.
Is he going to go defensive, or is he going to...
No,
they step behind.
He had a big gap going into that corner, but look here, the driver behind him catching right up through these hairpins, keeping it narrow as they begin to make their way to the almost bank section. We got a black flag for the number 1 car, Brumdog Millionaire
P3. Oh no!
Oh no!
Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast. They've got past Baguette for their black flag, and you know what? There's a chance they might get Brumdog Millionaire.
They lost a lot of ground during the full course yellow, and now they have begun to see two black flags
from
P6
all the way to P3 in the blink of an eye.
We'll see what happens to Brumdog Millionaire here.
Yeah. Will they acknowledge it? Let's see.
They do have a gap of a lap ahead of their nearest competitor.
But then it's a 30-second stop-go, slow into the pits. It can really cost you some time here. Let's see if we can find them coming over the start-finish.
The number 1 car.
It's number 1, so it's easy enough to find the number. I hope. Oh, back straight. They're on the back straight now. Thank you. On the back straight now. Wow, hopefully they'll acknowledge it.
You get a lovely little view of the 42, which I do believe is the Rexy Racing on stream.
P7 now after the pit stop. They'll be looking to keep pushing. They're also one that started quite far low down. And here they are. They're coming in, slowing down. That's what we like to see. Oh, he's putting his hands up. I'm sure he'll get an explanation from the stewards once he gets in.
Yeah, you don't want to be fighting a black flag.
No. If you ever get a black flag, just accept what's happened and just serve your penalty.
Otherwise,
you arguing is just going to cost more time, and it's... Helmet's not done up. Oh, no. It was his helmet. Oh, from a cart in P3. That's a cardinal sin. You can't be making that mistake.
The smallest
mistakes
error costing him.
Oh.
We'll see what happens, because he does have a healthy advantage over the 14 cars.
Yeah, and that might be a quick one.
Fast.
If he can just get it done up. But if he starts arguing, don't argue, just get your helmet on. Oh, no. His teammates will probably be quite fuming as well. Let's see. When's he going to come out?
Just about where the 14 is on track at the minute.
They're about halfway through, according to the transponder, as 21 decides to jump into the pits as well.
Yeah,
Ringo karts.
We've got a few pit stops taking place. We've got a car coming out here on stream, just putting their hands up. I've seen a flurry of boards come out across the bank to my right here.
We are kind of getting in 15 hours, 10 minutes. Anytime it's on the hour, on the half hour, you do typically see a car or two coming in. So we're looking into the pit stop territory now.
Any drivers that didn't pit during the full course yellow as well
will probably be
will be coming in now, because it has been a bit.
It's been 56 minutes approximately, I can tell you, considering I came in the full course. Looking at Sheffield, so I can give you a good eye for it. Brum still back on track, I don't think. So it's going to be close. I think they could lose P3 here.
Yeah, and again,
you'd be gutted if you're in that number 1 cart. The simplest things can really screw you over.
We got Danica versus Lightning McQueen battle happening in front of us.
Coventry
we got it on
versus
screen.
Coventry.
Coventry versus Coventry. Lightning McQueen versus
battle.
The King, almost, if you want to look at it from the car's perspective.
And Pozzo is a graduate, so he is. The law tracks between the actual drivers. We've got a new up and comer behind him, and we've got the experience in the King. So is he Is he going to be able to keep in ahead? Let's
It's
see.
this Cars 4 happening right here. Is this the reveal trailer, except it's just 2 go-karts racing each other in Middlesbrough?
Cars 4
Fantastic.
Seaside Edition.
We'll see what happens between the 2 karts. Going down the back straight here, we are going to keep an eye on it. The Lightning McQueen car just keeping in the wheel tracks of the Dynaco, coming into the flip-flap chicane here. It's very close together. We'll see if there's a dive bomb.
Move, or they're just going to push each other along? I mean, if you're both Coventry, you think, especially because I know Coventry are, with Pozzo, is the lead car in P6.
Wait, there's a car off just behind them. We'll try to
Is
figure
it?
out who that is. It's not on stream.
I know I've got it blocked by a wall. There's Brumdog Millionaire circulating again. They're out of the pits. So we'll get to see that in a second, whether they're going to keep in P3.
We'll just keep our eyes here on the battle. Let's call it Cars 4. Cars 4, Coventry edition.
I think they're pushing each other along. I think they're both Coventry teams. It's the lead Coventry car ahead. I think
He's coming into the box.
Oh, he's coming into the
Oh,
pits.
is he?
Oh, is
No,
he?
he's
No,
calling.
5 more
He's
minutes. That's
calling
what that
for
was.
the
That was a 5-minute warning. Saying, what's happened there? Pozzo's probably looked at his fuel tank and thought, I've not got a lot left here.
Do you want to find out what happened to the number 1 and the number 14? They kept
Still ahead. They kept
place.
third, but
By
6 seconds. The gap is 6 seconds now from a lap. That is very low now.
Gaslight Gatekeep, Go Fast, and Beget Motorsports will be licking their lips.
Yeah.
No pun intended. At that.
Don't say Beget. You're gonna make me hungry.
we got a plethora of snacks here.
We
Feel free to
definitely
tuck in. But again, a pleasure to be able to commentate at the moment. We've got 15 hours 7 minutes. I should have saved that for the 15-hour mark, shouldn't I?
No. Just showing your passion for the sport. It's lovely. As we have 13 heading into the pits, I believe. Not sure what team that was. Spin and Tonic, who have probably not had the best race so far in 50th. And their last driver, I think, was struggling a bit. 126 is on track, which is...
Would that
slightly
see
off the
them
pace.
retake the lead of the famous wooden spoon?
Oh, the famous wooden spoon. One of our Sheffield carts has won it one year. The C team a couple of years ago managed to win it. We had a driver who was about 50 kilos, so lost 30 laps every pit stop. That was good entertainment.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
At the moment, can we just scroll back down to who's last? At the moment, 52nd place, Woosh Your Daddy.
They've got 3 laps. If they don't want that wooden spoon, they've got 3 laps to make up, which looking at their current pace,
139.
Yeah, 130.9. It's it's not the best sign, but again, we've got 15 hours to go. You never know.
Exactly. Just 38 laps to make up, but anything is possible.
Exactly, anything is. They could still win the race. Who knows? Not that I'm recommending anybody put a bet on that, but you never know.
I had someone tell me in my Twitter group chat that they'd lost their house because they put a little bit of money on us. Oh, we got a spinner here at the hairpin.
Why is it always where the hairpin is exactly where I can't see? It's number 18?
18.
18?
My eyes need testing.
18. Oh, 30th. They just made a move as well. They just made a position up the last lap, and now they've spun.
And the 2 Coventry carts have just caught up to that spinner.
And they've got past okay. Well, oh no, they're still behind, sorry.
Still behind, but we'll be wanting to make their way through.
Yeah, and with 2 carts are better than 1. So with them pushing each other along, I think they'll catch pretty quickly and be able to make a move. And that driver's taking the inside line into the hairpin. Oh, Pozzo's caught up quite quickly. I think he's going to go for it here as we switch away.
Oh, well, we'll be able to see it out of our window if you just want to keep the viewers informed.
And they've got them. They're both past.
Side by side.
18's sticking their nose in. They're going to go side by side for the chicane.
Great move.
And he's made the move. Luckily backed out, which
we
will
see. We will see it flow back onto the stream in a second.
Yep. Somebody's exiting the pits as well. Can't tell
it's
what
one of the Leeds cars.
How can you tell? That was great.
The Leeds are the easiest to spot for me.
Oh, to be fair, green and red, the colours
green
are
and red.
pretty.
You see their suits as you're overtaking them. Yeah, very nice.
At first, I thought it was orange and green, so somehow, to be fair, green and red, orange and green, not that far apart.
We never know. Ooh, it's been an exhilarating couple of laps here at Teesside.
Yeah, just a lot of action going on again all throughout the field. There's always a load of stories that you're never really able to see at Teesside with some of these karts. Where
there's so much to cover. If we could have everyone here telling us their story of the race, it would be almost like a Netflix documentary.
We need probably almost 100 people to get all the stories really. And it's great because you keep those memories like whenever you look back, especially from a 24-hour race. They're pretty memorable. So those little stories you're able to come up, those on-track battles, you never really forget them. I can remember all of them from my first 24. Forget now. All those years ago.
When was your first one, Adam? Are you going to alert the viewers to how old you are?
2022. So what, is this year number 4? Year number 4, I think this is.
Year number 4.
Yeah, I don't
Mine was last year.
Last year.
It was actually my first race in the BUKC.
The first BUKC. Oh, that's a brave one to do for your first BUKC race.
Yeah.
Why, as we see Peter Knight making a very nice move over Rib Bend in the Reading cart, who at one point were leading the race. They've had issues since then. I'm trying to figure out where they might be. Hopefully not that far down. I got told they had a broken steering column, which from smashing too many curves, which you've got to smash a lot of curbs for that. I've never seen that happen before.
Black
you really
flag for 43 Coventry R.
Ah, Pozzo, it's the 2 Coventry carts. The lead Coventry cart has black flagged.
The battle we were focusing on stream.
And BUKC Motorsport's in the pits. Was that that was not a fuel stop,
So we're going to have 5th and 6th. Beginning to lose
they were 10 minutes in a stint. I think that could be a mechanical.
Ooh.
Oh, BUKC. They were licking their lips looking back at Brumdog and Gaslight, and now they're in the pit.
It's a strange one, that, because when you look at the timing tower here, they were 3.3 seconds behind Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, who were in turn only 3.7 seconds behind
just
Brumdog Millionaire.
That does say 10 minutes. 10 minutes 50.
That is...
Unless if it was for the black flag, unless the black flag they didn't refuel, and that's 10 minutes from that. So maybe it is a scheduled fuel stop, but I'm not sure. But either way, we've had a lot of the top 10 black flags in the past half an hour.
We'll have to see what the damage is to the 43 Coventry R car, because Rexy Racing 20 seconds behind.
They're
never overtake Sheffield. You'll be
my team is probably might be getting overtake here. I don't want to be too biased. I'll try and keep it as unbiased as possible.
Only 0.6 seconds.
Oh, they've made a move for P5 as they've done that as well.
But that's because BUKC are in the pits.
Yeah,
so
and they've been showing the black flag and they haven't come in. Oh no, they're in. Take it back. Pozzo's in. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, please, if you get a black flag, please come in. Make the marshal's life as easy as possible. They do a lot for us.
If you get a black flag, go into the pits. Yeah. For anybody listening on stream tonight.
Even if you're at home and you get a black flag, straight into the pits.
If you click off the stream, I'm going to show you a black flag for clicking off the stream. And your penalty is coming back on.
Right, so we're gonna see what the damage is here. BUKC are out. 2-minute 23 pit stop, which is very, very fast. That is a very good pit stop. If that is just a scheduled pit stop, that is amazing, I have to say.
Again, really unfortunate with that black flag, because they've had to come in needlessly for something that could have easily been prevented.
I imagine who comes out in it as well in number 47. If it is the BPEC team, which I suspect, it could be potentially Sam Spinale, which will be a very good driver to have in.
I've heard stories about him.
There's many good ones. He's a one-of-a-kind driver. And we've just been given a notification from our esteemed leader, Jacob. The best team name semi-finals is on Instagram, so everybody get on the story. We're welcoming best Bigfoot entries as well. So anybody with a really nice Bigfoot, Rexy Racing, you should get your names in there. Check out, message Jacob, message the BUKC page, and make sure you get voting on that poll. So yeah, make sure you do that, guys. Definitely a prize for the winner of both of those. So yeah, make sure you get your entries in.
Mechanical flag for the 32 of Woo's Your Daddy. Really making a proper statement for this BUKC wooden spoon.
Are they the oh no. Maybe they want the wooden spoon. Maybe this is all tactical. You never know. you know, 48 teams come away with nothing. So if you're the wooden spoon, you are coming home with something. You have taken something away.
Well, that's a lie, because maybe last year my team won the best Bigfoot. We came away with a packet of digestives.
Ah,
they're very tasty.
Oh, they've come in. I think. Oh, they got in quite quickly. No, they've slowed down. Okay. I was quite nervous there. They did not let up.
You're getting flashbacks of when you go into that pit lane, aren't you?
I'm not crashing the pit lane ever. I'm not taking any slack for that. I'm very cautious in the pit lane. I never want to do that. It's such a silly mistake to make.
In a second, we'll go through the nominees for the semi-final of the best team name, but as we reach the 15-hour mark, 10 seconds from that 15-hour mark, it's been a slog of a race. Let's go through the top 5, maybe even top 10 as it stands at the moment. 15th, first place, the lap dancers, who have been imperial during this event so far and still on the pace, their last lap being a 121.9. Paul Gacartney, who have been very impressive with their speed, sat in second, 2 laps behind. Brumdog Millionaire, who were 20 seconds behind Paul Gacartney, got a black flag in the last 10 minutes.
Half a second off.
Ooh.
Gaslight Gatekeep Go-Kart might be taking that P3 spot.
Well, they're in 4th place. They are rapid. I really hope we can actually pan to that battle if we can. I'll keep going through the top 10 at the moment. 5th place, 42 of Rexy Racing, 45 seconds behind Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast. 21 seconds behind them is the 47 of Get Motorsport, who just made a pit stop. 4 seconds behind them, Never Overtake Sheffield. 8th place, Minecart, 1 lap behind. I believe they are in the pit lane, as well as Coventry are, who are 10th. Between them, the 25 of Imperial B. That's your top 10, as we are, let me do the maths, 9 hours in? 9 hours in.
Great maths.
Thank you.
University students.
I do sports journalism, so I've got an excuse.
I went to an engineering degree. I do maths all the time. I have no excuse for my mental maths.
Would you like to go through the semi-finals of the team names?
Oh yes, let's go through it.
It is on the Instagram, the BUKC, for any of you viewers at home. Semi-final 1 is between Brumbercar and Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast.
We quite like Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast in this one. I love it.
And then semi-final 2.
I'm going to let you say those two. I'm not putting my foot in my mouth.
Jack Do and Your Mum and 2 Girls, 1 Piston Cup. That's your second semi-final.
I think we've got our clear favourite here.
Oh.
Not that we're meant to show favourites, but Gaslight Gatekeep Go Kart. Very, very good.
I'm just going to look precariously towards my 10th because my teammates
Is that your team?
run the one of the names in the semi-final 2.
Do
but
they?
I agree.
Oh,
Gaslight
okay.
Gatekeep Go Fast is my favourite name.
One thing I'll also say is Coventry A still in the. I think they still might be in the pits.
They've dropped.
They've dropped massively since coming in the pits, and if they have come out, because I see a 2:59 last, that is a slow pit stop. I know they're still in the pits. They're getting overtaken again.
Yeah, we've got changes in the top 10.
Minecart as well.
Pod Hub and Centre Squadron have made their way into the top 10.
Imperial B getting up to 8th now, considering they were 11th a few laps ago. Oh, there's a few issues coming out. 9 hours in, people are starting to fatigue. Mistakes are starting to happen, and yeah, people are just starting to get out of the swing of things. First few hours, you're energetic. Everybody's on it. After a few hours, you've done a stint or two, you just lose concentration, you have a few issues, and yeah, things can go awry, like it has done for Minecart and Coventry A.
We'll just slow the roll, because these drivers are continuing to fall. I believe, if I could just get Coventry out, are still in the pit.
They're still in the pit, maybe in the mechanical. This could be a mechanical. They're
likely.
17th now. Same with a Minecart back on, they're circulating.
32's just come out of the pits, but I don't believe 32? They're anywhere near.
Oh, they're the mechanical all the way back.
Where's
Your Daddy?
Yeah, Where's Your Daddy is back out on track for their Warden Spoon. What's the word? Attempt. Yes, perfect. As we just get a little insight into the battle here, we'll try and figure out. There's a lot of cars in this train. Wow, I did not see that. 7 or 8 cars going down the back straight here. Likely way to see a lot of side-by-side actions. Drivers just filing, organising themselves. You get a few hand signals waving about. Like, you go first, I'm faster than you, etc. A few more that we won't discuss. But yeah, a massive train unfurling here. There's 4 cars. This one just makes its way up the inside. 2, 3 make their way up the inside of, I believe that's the Leeds car, the number 12. As they begin to go into the bank turn here. 3 wide, the number 4,
3 wide.
The Rexy Racing.
32 was looking for Peter Knight in the Reading cart as well, trying to make it 4 wide. Oh, Rexy Racing's coming back. Oh, no, he took him behind. He thinks better of it. I think that could have been a bit deadly if he went for it.
Considering Rexy Racing are in the top 5, they just want to keep their nose clean.
You just got to keep your nose clean. Just keep going. If you're in the top 5, you don't need to pull off any silly moves. You just got to keep going. Do what you can.
So we just continue to see this battle begin to unfold.
As the Leeds cart, 13 goes quite wide. That's not going to be any good for your cart.
No, that is.
Stay off those curbs, everybody.
Well, they've just been given a curb warning, as we say that. The number 13, as we see that flash up on the timing tower here.
Yeah, well deserved, to be fair.
Yeah, you never want to be taking that. We got a contact warning for the 20. Paul Gocartney.
Be careful. You're catching the leaders. You are very quick right now. Or actually, maybe not on the last lap. Probably because of that contact warning. But, yeah.
Some fantastic racing we've got.
Yeah. Speaking of, another move down into Rib Bend. Is that the number 18? We've seen our troubles before. They're getting back on track. Overtaking the York car. I'm not sure what number. York car giving a bit of bump into the hairpin. Just trying to follow him through. Trying to learn off him. That was a good move. Good move by the number 18.
Fantastic work there. The sun really does begin to tuck behind the trees.
We've got
now.
sunset in the next 5 minutes, so hopefully everybody just needs to remember clear visors.
Well, look there, we got a bit of dust. I can't tell you which car.
Which car? Oh, there's a lot of dust.
A lot of dust.
I can't see a car.
No, I don't think there is a car. I believe it may have been
Was it just
one.
a bit of a kick dust? Is nobody actually off? That's what we like to see. Nobody actually going off. That is good.
The marshal is definitely pointing.
Waving the yellow flag as he should, because there's going to be gravel on the circuit. We don't want drivers getting that in their engines.
The cameras here just caught that.
Just about.
A lot of dust being kicked up around the circuit at the moment. Something seems to be. I'm not sure what's going on. I just saw a marshal waving his flag erratically then, but I believe
we
got a contact
I can
warning.
see them chattering over the radios. Probably that contact warning for number 26.
Yep, one of the UCLan cars there.
Are you from UCLan?
Yeah,
Is
I'm
that your university?
Yeah, I'm the 27 car sat in 38th at the moment.
Are you also the 17 car, which I won't say the name of, because I'm pretty sure
The
Tanner's in
17?
that. Yeah, 17.
No, we are just the 26 and the 27.
Ah, okay, I thought Callum Tanner goes UCLan. Have I made that up? No, okay, clearly not. It's been a long day, people.
I'd hope I know people that went to university.
Yeah, that's just me being a numpty.
You're saying it's a long day. We've still got 14 hours, 53 minutes of
15,
fantastic racing action here. I will be on until 12:30 as it stands, and then I'm back at 4:30 a.m. after my stint at 1 a.m.
You only have to put up with my nonsense for another hour. I'm off at 10:30. I've got a flight to go. I'm going to Germany.
You're going to
I will
Germany?
not be here for the race, no. I'll be supporting on the stream. I'll be supporting my Sheffield team on the stream. But,
Will the race be finished by the time you get to Germany? Will it still be going?
No, I'll still be going. My flight
will
still be going. I might not be awake, but if I am, I will be cheering on my team. If we end up winning the race, that would be quite unfortunate. I've been on the podium before. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it.
I'm just going to interject because there's a car stopped at the edge of the track just behind the marshal post in front of us after the left.
Oh yeah, I see it.
hairpin.
It's the 18. I think
it's just.
I think that's the 18. Just judging from the helmet, am I going to be proven right here? I'm
go-
not. I don't know who that is. It's a rental suit.
We just saw it there on the stream very briefly. He's just having issues rejoining, but he's back going.
On.
That would have likely been a brief engine cut out there. We've seen a lot of that happening today at that part of the circuit.
Yeah. What happens is people will dip their engine in the gravel, and then as it's slowing down, the engine might turn off. You might get a bit of gravel in the engine. It could just cause an engine to die out. So, yeah. Again, keep off curbs, keep off gravel. And still unsure what car that was. Let's see if we can figure out when we see him. He's just come past the last corner and into that hairpin now.
Yeah, I can see him.
Is that a lead car? Because that's green. No, it's number 30. It's number 50.
50.
Is that mine car? Who?
No, that's the 49.
Oh, that's the
car.
49. I was one off.
The 50 is.
I'm going quite far down. Yeah. Okay. We'll
leave that name out.
Yeah, we'll leave that name out. They are in 44.
There's a spinner. It's one of the Coventry cars. It's
Coventry A. Oh, Coventry R's stint is going from bad to worse. That's Paolo Denisenko. I probably butchered that. But yeah. Oh no. And you can see the frustration on his face. Being in the it can be argy-bargy as well after wanting to keep his position.
Our viewers aren't getting the view of this. We're on the back straight here as two cars go side by side in the light, and we switch back to the left-hand hairpin.
To number 51, the Reading A
You can just see the Rexy there tucked in behind. No car really near that there. BUKC Motorsports are 18 seconds behind. That gap has began to grow. But talking of gaps, though, growing and shrinking. Third place, Gaslight Gatekeep go fast. Brumdog Millionaire are now only 4.8 seconds behind him.
Yeah. Very quick driver out there right now, doing mid-22s. A lot of the fastest drivers are in the mid to low 22s. BUKC really rapid at the moment, 21.9. We're up there mid-22s as well. That's kind of what you want to be now, as the tyres are starting to die. If you can get in the mid-22s, you're probably in a decent lap. If you get in the low 22s or the 21s, then you are probably one of the quickest on circuit, if not the quickest on circuit.
100%. I feel like the pace spread during these events is it's almost weird in a way, because when I'm out on track, I'm doing maybe high 22s, very low 23s, and even then I'm siding my way through some of the slower drivers, whilst kind of letting faster drivers by me, and I'm kind of finding myself at a neutral pace where I'm gaining time. I'm also losing time at the same time.
Yeah, it's a weird one. And like in my stint, it's a bit weird. It's like you have a 22, if you're wanting to kind of keep up with the leaders, anytime I do like a 22.5, which overall is objectively quite a good lap, but because you're wanting to keep with the top few, you're just like, nope, not good enough. You need to get in those lows and into the 21s if you can. And once you do, then you feel great, you feel invincible, but it takes a lot of concentration to try and keep doing that every lap, especially when you have to overtake traffic, which can throw you off. So, yeah, always got to keep concentrated in these karts.
Agreed. Fully agreed. Any small laps, any small check over your shoulder can kill your momentum into many, many corners, because this track is very flowing. One corner leads into the other, so you really want to get your entry, get your exits right.
Exactly that. As I think the commentary our car is starting to look back forward, trying to recoup some of the positions they've lost from going off. Right behind number... Oh, it's getting dark. It's harder to... I can't read that. I need some glasses.
The number 14 car.
Is it 14? Great eyes. That was really good.
Is that the Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss?
It is a Gaslight Gatekeep Girl. Oh, they're looking to put a lap on.
Not Girl Boss. Go fast.
Go fast.
I'm
Girl Boss.
Oh my god, I'm so used. That's why that name's brilliant. It trips me up.
To be fair, speaking of Girl Bosses, there is an Iron Dames team out today, an all-women's team, which is always lovely to see.
Fantastic effort.
Some very, very good drivers in that as well. Some very quick drivers. A really top team. Not sure whether they're currently 35th. I think they've had a few mechanicals, a few issues.
They were really unfortunate with, I believe they ran out of fuel on one of their stints. Really unfortunate there.
I don't know if you had this, because I'll be honest, not to go too much into Sheffield's tactics, but we are very much pushing our fuel tank to the limit. Are you constantly looking at yours? We were doing hand gestures and everything, looking how many laps have we got left, right to the edge until we got 2-3 laps when we want to push them as long as we can. So I don't know if it's similar for you.
Yeah, for probably the last 10 laps of my stint, I was looking down at my fuel tank, pointing at it, almost drawing a question mark. I don't think they understood what I was signalling, but I eventually got called in good time, refueled. Without jinxing it, I think my team, certainly as the pit stops locked down, we keep them very, very quick. We got some brilliant drivers like Callum Tanner, Greg King, who know what they're doing. So really having...
Callum Tanner?
Yeah,
that's what I was on about.
You were on about Callum Tanner?
I was saying Callum Tanner.
Yeah, no, he's...
I knew he was U-Class. I was... Okay.
He's in the 27 car.
He's in the 27 car.
Yes.
Perfect.
I don't believe he's in at the moment, but yeah, he's...
Okay, in fairness, yeah, okay, I see.
That's why I'm not saying that name.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I started reading it and realised, probably shouldn't let me keep my mouth shut. I'm expecting Endurance, that's the team name. Endurance.
I'm expecting royalties from the company. Just having a look.
Is that Brumdog Millionaire, I think, coming through the chicane?
Yeah, he just went through the chicane.
Oh, he's made a mistake. Yes, it's Brumdog Millionaire off. Probably going to get a curb warning for that. Can't take the chicane like that. That is completely going off.
I was just about to highlight, they've lost 2 seconds in the past 2 minutes.
And their drive's getting all sorts of out of shapes.
Yeah. Obviously, maybe
they feel like they have an issue. Maybe the drive's getting tired. Again, it takes a lot to concentrate for an hour and a half, especially when you've done a few stints at a very physical circuit. Great circuit, but very, very physical and tough on you. It's a really good challenge.
All over my body as it stands.
Yeah, I've not looked.
You don't want
for that reason, I don't want to. I'm just gonna brave it out. Got some paracetamol just in case.
We have got a yellow. There's a spinner.
Can you see who the
at
spinner
that
is?
famous hairpin?
It's the same driver as before who had the engine off before, but I never got the car. They were down in 40th. I think we got there in the end, but I can't remember exactly who it was. As the number one's about to make a move down into Rib Bend, Brumdog Millionaire, just not able to make it. And they're going to get overtaken, maybe? Oh, they are. Oh, no, he backs out of it. I think Team Rec... Is it? No, it's number 5, Gurney's gang.
Number 8, who's just having a little point at the driver again.
A bit of an over-aggressive move, and he's just made a slight mistake, but he's managed to get it on the exit.
There, really in the wheel tracks, as we watch them race past the chicane, past our commentary box. We'll get a little flick of what's happened. They stay single file as they begin to make their way down to Rib Bend through the left-hand kink. Different lines through this corner. Which ones are they going to take? Really tucked in behind the number 1 car there, but they're going to stay in formation. That'll probably be the end of that battle, unless the number 8 car can get a run on this straight. As we stay focused, stay glued to the screen here. They're catching up to a back mark. I believe it's another Leeds car.
It is a Leeds car. Just trying to figure out who's in it.
It'll be a good slipstream here for the number 1.
Might be Simon Cox's. I think I recognise the lid.
Who, again, his deficit to Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast has extended.
Oh, but they've got a checkered flag.
as we
don't
watch
know.
them race.
Are they in the pits? Gaslight Gatekeep go-karts are in the pits.
Oh,
Is that scheduled? That's an hour 15. That's quite early.
quite early. We'll see what
Is that
unfolds
intention?
there.
Ooh. I don't think it's they did a 123.2 last lap. I don't think that's mechanical territory at all. So
No, I believe that may just. I'm
this
having
might
a
just
look.
be a fuel stop, just a bit of a maybe out sync, or maybe the fuel tank's just looking a bit low, and they've decided to fill it in a bit early. We're gonna find out when they come out.
Yes. In terms of other gaps on the track, the only one I can see, George Harrispin, the number 22 car, currently has a gap of 0.2 to their
Senate
nearest
Squadron
car.
is.
Senate Squadron is still in the wheel tracks of the number
I'm
one.
a bit confused though.
Okay, Brumdog Millionaire has passed Gaslight Gatekeep Go
They
Fast.
have, because they're in the pits.
Yes.
They're in the pits. Remember.
We'll see where the number 14 will keep our eyes peeled.
I think they're going to end up having to make an extra stop if that's 20 minutes behind on what I would say is a stint. That's quite a lot. That's quite early. Maybe they've got different tactics. Obviously, they've come out of the pits.
No, I
Oh,
believe
no, they've
they're
not.
still
Sorry,
in.
they've not.
We won't see where they are until they recross the time.
As Brumdog Millionaire make a really good move. Oh, but they've got over. They've
Senate
Senate Squadron
Squadron
managed to get the switch back. Are we going to see some fighting here? If I was Brumdog, unless I knew I was really quicker, I wouldn't fight it. You've just got to. If you're MP3, don't get involved in silly battles. Keep consistent. Let's see what he does though. Rexy Racing has got past Gaslight Gatekeep Go-Kart, who are in the pits. We're going to see how long they stay in there for. I imagine our team in the Sheffield kart will be in within soon as well, which is in P7. I don't think we'll have too much longer on our stints.
We've got 81 people watching us commentate at the moment. That is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant track action as we just focus on the number 1 and the number 8. No, we don't. That's a lie. As we just watch cars, it's absolutely fantastic to see everybody on stream watching us. Put a message in the chat if you want a little bit of a shout out. Tell us who you're supporting.
Yeah.
Is it one of the leaders? Is it one of the back markers? Everything is still to play for in the next 14 hours.
Any comments, just let us know. And thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. And we hope you're enjoying the coverage that we're showing you. We definitely are. This on-track action is amazing.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. I'm having a blast here. Again, I'm just...
3 wide going up into the chicane. Oh, one of them's backed out of it. Not sure what kart that is.
I was looking.
Oh,
that is the Brumdog and the number
Brumdog.
8 Senate Squadron with another lead car.
There's so many lead karts out there. Always having quite
great
strong.
showing.
I think this Gaslight Gatekeep Go-Kart, they're still in the pits here. I'm a bit. 3 minutes 33. They've just come out. That is a very, very slow stop.
That is
They've
really
come out in 8th.
unfortunate. 8th place. The winners from that, Baguette Motorsports back into 5th. Never overtake Sheffield. That's your team into
Nice,
6th.
back into 6th.
Imperial beat 7th as we keep our eyes on Senate Squadron and Brumdog Millionaire. Just keep switching positions. I believe Senate Squadron has got a 1 lap gap to that car.
So that's the thing. They'll be wanting to unlap themselves because they're thinking we're quicker. We can get ourselves back in this.
Sorry, just to interject, we got a car off at the hairpin again, the famous hairpin.
That looks. Are they needing a push or is the car? Oh, I think that car might be gone. I don't know if that's a push or if that's that looks like maybe an engine's died.
I think the team.
Or is it fuel? Oh no, engine was off. They're trying to turn it back on.
Here we go. It's on the screen now for you viewers.
Can you make out the number? It's a single digit. Number 2. Number 2. Oh, number 3.
The number 3 car.
Number 3 car. Brumber Kart, the Birmingham second team in 26th place. That is not what they would have wanted.
That is really unfortunate. It's an
Yeah.
unfortunate
Oh,
position
the engine's
to go
still
off.
not starting. Oh no, I think they're starting now.
There we
He
go.
might have had an off and just the engine's died out.
There we go. We're on the way again
dead.
for Brumber Kart. You just do not want to go off at that corner.
No, it's not a nice one. There are some tyres to cushion your crash, but I wouldn't say they're very welcoming.
So we just have one reply to the chat. Linnea Drums, thank you for saying it's wonderful commentary. Looking forward to the bedtime stories. Well, we've got another hour and a half, so strap in. Get ready for another hour and a half of wonderful action here at Teesside as the sun, I believe, has gone down.
We'll be looking at clear visors soon, I imagine. We'll be getting that notification on the tannoy.
Yep.
Any team, just make sure you've got your clears on. You do not want to get flagged for that.
No.
Very,
exactly.
very silly, an easy mistake to make. So just make sure you get your clears on.
I'll tell you what, doing this has woken me back up. I have got a coffee here. I am due for the 1 a.m. stint, which I've done before. I did the 12 till 2 last year. I don't know when I'm going to sleep because I'm back in here at 4:30. But fingers crossed I can get a little
Who
snooze up
needs
in the
sleep?
tent.
Sleep is for the weak. We're good.
I'm going to drive back to Preston tomorrow.
I'm not far from you. I'm going to Blackburn tonight.
Ooh, lovely.
UConn is, in terms of a home uni, it is my home uni. About 10 minutes away from my house.
So you can't. I like
Something
it.
I've just noticed as well.
Oh, big spin.
Oh, big spin. That wasn't what I was going to point at, but great timing.
Yeah, the camera's cut perfectly there. Well done to the production team.
Great work from the camera crew there.
We'll try and figure out who that
it
is. I've lost.
I can see him on stream, but I can't get the number.
Is it?
They're about to come across now, so we'll be able to point them out. So the blue suit with that motorbike helmet, the third in this pack.
The number
53. 53. I'm looking far down, but
reading between the lines.
Running between the lines.
Reading between the lines, going for a little spin on the bank. There's another spinner after the bank at the next hairpin. We'll try and figure out who that is. Black suit, black helmet. Is it the stream? You can just see him there in the background. Whoever's gone around there, unfortunate for them.
Crazy the turn of events as well. That Reading kart was leading the race at one point. They pulled it. They were on pole sitters.
Ooh, unfortunate there.
The kart's died, whoever that is.
We'll try it.
No, I think that's the Sheffield B tart. Oh no. Oh no, that could be Franz Herman from Wish. Oh, it's not. It's. Oh no, I'm actually maybe.
Well, let's wait.
Yeah,
for
no, that's James. Oh, that's my buddy James.
Is it the 31 car?
Yeah, it's the 31 car. Okay. It's not the 30, which is a small win, but I think it might be the 31.
So we'll have a look.
We'll have a look. I'm hoping I'm gonna get proven wrong here, but I'm looking at the stickers. No, that is the 31.
You just start to see
that is the 31.
A small flurry of mistakes begin to emerge between the drivers. It does get darker. Drivers do, I know from personal experience, you begin to lose your focus because you're so ironically focused on looking ahead of you, trying to see what's there, that you might just make a small error and that can unravel.
Want to know something quite interesting? Have you seen that gap between first and second? That was 2 laps.
It was 2 laps.
It's now under a lap. Quite a bit under a lap as well. Paul Gore-Cartney managed to put a lap on. Whoever's in the lap dances now, a 1:24.2. I've got a guess as to who it is, and I really hope it's Yusuf bin Sahel. Another fellow commentator. Not for this event, but does quite a few Alpha live streams.
You've got to say, though, he's going 1.9 seconds slow on the last lap. The Marshal just
I will say that with a lot of glee.
There was a tyre.
Oh, is that number 1 coming in? Oh, hands up for the yellow flag, sorry. That's my bad. Who is out in the 15? Let's see if we can figure that out as well. If we see 15 at any point, I'm trying to figure out who might be. They've got a few drivers out.
I think we just got to readjust ourselves here because I've lost what's happening on track because of the last couple of incidents that we've seen.
It's Sam Lovelace in the car in the number 15 in lap dancers. And he's starting to pick up the pace again, 23.5. Maybe he's just coming out of the pits. Engine's a bit cold, just struggling. But Sam Lovelace is a really good driver.
Worth mentioning, we've just hit 400 laps. The lap dancers have just hit their 401st lap of the race. That's 14 hours in.
10 hours in.
10 hours in. 14 hours to go.
Yes. 14 and a half hours to go. 10 and a half hours in. Wait. No, 9 and a half hours in. Oh, come on.
We're not even
5 years
through
of an
the race
engineering
yet.
degree, and that's what that gets you. Oh, golly.
Lovely wide shot there of the that long right-hander feeding into the last 2 hairpins before you get back onto the main straight, the dogleg. Lovely track. We'll just try and pick up the 15 and 20, and we'll also have a look who we've got eyes on here coming on the stream. It's a orange Bigfoot.
I think that's Miles Shelby's squad because we've seen that orange Bigfoot a few times.
48 there was all over the curb. Chick Flicks.
Chick Flicks, I like that one.
It's a brilliant name.
Quite like that name as well. And I think they're the ones with the Chickix Bigfoot, which I do enjoy. I love that. Probably not giving your competitors the best. Is that Paul Go-Kartney in the pits? Actually, sorry.
Yeah, Paul Go-Kartney has now pitted,
which we are expecting. That's an hour 31.
So maybe that gap was just due to strategy. Paul Go-Kartney need to hope they have a fast pit stop. Huge train of cars just flew by.
The other kart in that top 10 probably going to come in soon is the Sheffield kart as well. We're an hour 31 in, now 32. I don't think we'll be lasting. We'll be lasting a bit longer, but to our strategy. Probably a few more minutes, and then we'll be in as well.
I'll tell you what, it is superb to see just the range of strategy going on. There's drivers on an hour 20, there's drivers on 20 minutes, drivers on 40 minutes. It's all going to come to head at the end of the race. Let's hope a couple of the teams are closer together than right now.
Yeah, 100%. And like that is by design for a few teams, especially ours. It's you don't want to be pitting around everybody else. So if you just do the bog standard hour and a half, which is what a lot of teams tend to do, I think that's the most popular. You tend to have a lot of carts in the pits. Fuel stops become a bit more difficult. So the longer you can stay out, or maybe even slightly earlier, can really help you just make quicker pit stops, which will make a lot of difference at the end of the day. Paul Go-Kartney's still in the pits. They're still getting fueled, I believe. Curious to see what that pit stop looks like.
We're up to 90 viewers on the stream.
Perfect. Great shifting, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We obviously very, very much appreciate it from both of us in the commentary box and everybody at T-side, and probably all the racers in the event as well.
Yes, because they will want to see themselves pulling off brilliant moves, action all over the track. Let's just remind yourself of the lead. That's LEDs, I believe, on the 26. The Google eyes. Well, I'll show you as he comes back. Right, actually, we'll see it on stream.
Wait, the
here.
Googly eyes are LEDs. I only just clocked that.
Yeah, the Googly guys.
That is LEDs. Amazing. If that's
you'll see the white Bigfoot as he comes.
That is
LEDs.
I tip my hat off to them. That is really impressive. And if I saw some, as Sheffield A should never overtake Sheffield, are coming into the pits, slowing down as he should. Good job there. Sebastian Chadico in that kart, so you'll probably see Sheffield come from 6th. I imagine we've got a lap up to 7th, so we probably will be about 8th and 9th if I had to guess.
Worth mentioning, Paul Go-Kartney still in the pits.
Still in the pits. I hope that doesn't interrupt our pit stop, which unless they're in the mechanics bay, because it's been at least 3 minutes, I would reckon.
We'll have to see.
Not a stopwatch on me, just to guess.
Let's hope not.
No, we don't want to see that.
Look, but I can't see any cars.
They've got going 2 minutes 47. Not a bad stop.
So they've held second place. Brumdog Millionaire, I imagine, still have around a lap to catch up. We might see that drop to 50 seconds. They might have just.
Yeah, I think they'll have taken one of those laps off at least.
So.
Look at this scrap going on here.
The 26 and 9.
Team Rexy and our favourite, and it's on stream as well. Googly eye LEDs. Look at that train of 6 carts.
Yeah,
and 7th and an 8th cart looking to join it as well.
Let's focus up on it as they get into Rib Bend here. We'll just figure out who's leading. 6 or 7 cars, all taking different lines to Rib Bend. Very treacherous corner. You get it wrong, you're off into the gravel. You get it wrong, you're going to lose time. The stream, just watching other cars feed through as they come through the corkscrew now. One of my favourite corners on the track. Brilliant flow.
Definitely my favourite. It seems to be the one where, at least what I noticed, is where I'd gain the most time on people. I think there's a lot of time to gain on there.
And I'd spit out to the back straight where all these drivers continue to scrap. We're going to watch
you can see
the
front
through.
too. I think, is he going to be brave enough to make a move? No.
No.
Rexy's looking really racy behind though.
There's a move just behind on the blue Bigfoot as we keep watching the
blue
drivers
Bigfoot, which I think is commentary
through.
I think if it's the Dynaco one, I could be wrong.
I don't believe so.
Is it not? Okay. I gave it a good guess. I was incorrect.
Well, we'll watch them race. Wide shot here of the banked corner coming into the final 2 hairpins. Side-by-side action there. There is a move there. We'll figure out
Red helmet. Don't know who it is.
The driver just behind trying to pick up the scraps.
And yeah, Rexy's the one to lose out on that. I think it's 51 of Reading.
It's
14 of not Reading.
42.
Don't know who that is. Gaslight Gatekeep Go-Kart.
Okay.
Who have just never overtake Sheffield, which... not great for me, but good on track.
There's also the Edinburgh B squad who are involved in this battle. We've just come away from it on stream. We've got a lovely... Just look at this here. Right here, Adam.
Oh, sorry. I'm just looking in the pits. I've got my heart's in my mouth. I'm looking at my own team thinking, when you get out of the pits, come on, guys. Push on.
You keep your eye. Just look at this brilliant circuit that we are able to drive on for the next 14 hours and 30 minutes. I cannot state enough how much I love this track.
No, it's one of my favourite tracks.
Move with
and they've come out a 2 minute 57 pit stop. Not the best, if I do say so myself, but we kept in the top 10.
Still in the top 10.
Still in the top 10, and Pod Hub comes in as well, so I think we'll get back up into P8. And Imperial B will probably, again, we're very offset from everybody else, unfortunately, so it's very hard to tell. They're 40 minutes into a stint. we're now nothing. So driver who's going to come on the track for us as well, Zach Finney.
We got two cars. Sorry to interject. We got two cars in the pit lane. The third place car, Brumdog Millionaire.
That's
back in
not scheduled. That's 40 minutes.
39 minutes.
That is 100% not a scheduled pit stop.
And also Pod Hub, who have come in. That is a scheduled stop. They've been out for 1 hour 32 minutes.
Brumdog, they've had a very up and down, topsy-turvy couple of hours, and is this when they're going to start relinquishing that P3?
It's hard to tell. We'll get a bit more scope. We'll see what happens. There is a driver coming out of the pit lane on stream, but I don't think that is them. There was a yellow flag at that bend, just as you can see in the background, but I don't think anybody's off. I think that will get removed quite quickly.
No, it's still going.
Still going. We'll try
and figure out. Maybe it's probably happening just before where the yellow is being shown. Maybe a car is stuck at the pit lane.
There is a yellow.
Black flag for number 6, Miles Shelby squad. Oh, trouble for them as well. I don't know where they're at. I'm 47. Oh, it's just going from bad to worse for them.
Yeah.
Crazily enough, you won't believe where they finished last year. P4. Coming in with probably very high hopes, and it's just not working out at the moment.
Black flags are just obviously not a penalty you want, but especially when you've already down at the back of the field trying to pick up scraps, you make one silly error and you're in for a 30-second stop go.
I know. Brumdog's still in the pits. I'm really curious what's going on there.
We'll figure that out.
I don't think it can be a fuel stop. That's a 40 minutes. You know, we talk about aggressive pit stops.
Rexy Racing have just overtaken Brumdog.
Rexy into the top 3. That GT3 Bigfoot is doing them very, very well.
Considering they should be in Le Mans with a livery
Considering they should be in Le Mans. And Brumdog now in 5th. Still not out of the pits.
Imperial now probably will be hoping to overtake.
Imperial, Gaslight and Sheffield all on the same lap as them as well. So this could be going from bad to worse for Brumdog. I don't know if it's fuel or not. I'd be very sceptical if it is.
We'll keep an eye on that.
We will keep an eye on that as we return back onto the track.
It is worth noting, just on the timing tower here, if it does say a driver has finished, it's just because they're in the pit lane.
Yes, they've finished their stint.
They finished their stint. So that is a good indication of whether your driver is in the pit or not.
Yes. And Pod Hub as well, I think quite a slow stop because they pitted from P7. And they're currently down out of the top 10 into 13th, just coming out 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
That is unfortunate, but you've got to remember a lot of drivers, 4 laps behind, 5 laps behind, are still close together. We've had
Brumdog out of the pits as well. A 3-minute, I assume... I don't know. I don't know if that's a fuel stop or not. If I had to guess, it's a no, but you never know.
Just a slow... If it isn't, it's a slow stop. You really can't afford because they're now 49 seconds.
20 seconds off is Imperial B as well, who... One thing people have to take into account when you come out of the pits, you've got to let the tyres warm up, you've got to get back into the swing of things. If they've taken on a new tank of fuel, that's a few extra kilos, so you're slowing down. And so that 19-second gap can easily turn into a 5-second gap within a few laps.
Agreed.
And
just really want to keep your foot in it, and that driver will now be desperate to make up for lost time.
Yeah,
Let's hope they don't do it.
I'm curious to see if it's the same driver out. That would be a very good indication, probably, of if it is a scheduled stop or not. I'll see if I can find the number 1 on circuit. It's easy enough to see number 1. It's a number we like.
Yes.
Have you seen them by chance?
I have not.
I'm missing them still, sadly. I might have missed them go past, to be honest.
Whilst we wait for them to come round, let's focus on the stream for what our viewers are seeing here, and also for people at the track who might want to know what's going on at the back end of the circuit that they can't see. Although we are sat at the D chicane right now, the first corner of the lap. Just watching cars file through, it's a beautiful shot. Watching how different drivers take that line, bounce over the curb,
and see who's brave enough to do it flat. Definitely possible to do it flat, but it's very, very difficult. You know, when I was trying to be consistent, even I had a bit of a confidence lift through there. But it is it's
definitely worth doing a small little lift through there.
If you're feeling great, go right ahead, go flat. But if you're not, as number 3 might have tried it and didn't really work for them, they go off there.
The number 3, that is of Brumbercart again, having another issue.
That's their second time in like 20 minutes.
It just comes to show you drivers who are wanting to push will make those mistakes. It's just those mistakes are going to be costly, especially in this phase of the race.
100%.
That is a beautiful view of the sunset there. You can just see the T-side pylons in the background as drivers race through Rib Bend, the notorious corner on this track. And you just watch the array of lines that they're taking. We're still trying to look for the number one.
That gap has closed down as well. It's already to 18 seconds after just probably what is a lap.
It's going to be coming across the line. Here we go. Well, I can see
it is a different driver. It is Jack Finch, the BUKC Drivers' Champion, the Super Final Champion. I'll add. Very, very quick driver. Raced him a few times. Very good.
So we're very fortunate here just to have a change in the timing graphic. There is your overall. That's how far behind every car is to the leader. The lap dancers, a very, very healthy lead over Paul Gokartney, who in turn has a 2-lap lead over Rexy Racing in third. You're followed by Baguette Motorsport, the 47 car, the 1 car of Brumdog Millionaire, the 25 car of Imperial B, the 14 car of Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, the 30 car of Never Overtakes Sheffield, the 8 car of Senna Squadron, and the 41 car of Covianism rounds out that top 10, 4 laps behind.
Whew. Yeah. A great graphic to see the laps. Obviously, in a 24-hour race you do, well, we're currently on 410. So, very easy to lose track of the gap between cars. So it's a very, very handy graphic.
I feel like when you're in the car as well, unless you know you're directly in a battle with someone, it's very easy to lose track of who you're fighting. I know 100%. When I go out there, I solely think, okay, it's my race. Someone wants to get past me, they can get past me. I will get past someone in turn. I'll find out where I am on track.
Maybe it's my competitive spirit, but I'm always like, when I'm on track for one of these events, I do not want to be overturned by anybody. I won't defend, so if somebody gets past me quicker, fair enough.
Yeah.
But my aim is to just make overtakes, which, yeah.
I'm also a big fan of sitting in someone's wheel tracks and just learning from them.
Yeah. If it's a leader, then I'll always try and do that. But we've got radios on ours, and I'm always asking, what's the quickest car on track? And if I'm not the quickest car on track, I'm not happy. I'm always trying to be that. It's always the aim at the end of the day. Yeah. So if you know the gap, you know exactly how much more you need to push to aim for it.
Competitive spirit is always healthy in events like these. My apologies. As we just begin to, again, action quieting down. We had a full course yellow about an hour and 20 minutes ago now. The car's really beginning to just lap each other, figure out the positions. It's hard to pinpoint the battles out on track at the moment, but we'll try and bring that action to you.
Promise you, there's a lot going on though.
Yeah, exactly. If we just take a look at the timing screen next to us, the closest gap I can see is between the 38 and 37 cars of 0.24. We'll see if we can get a little view on them.
One thing I will point out, just looking at the lap times, I don't know if it was traffic, but I'm just looking at the leaders, the top two, 23.6 and a 23.4. That is it's not a bad pace, but if you're leading the race, you're going to be very disappointed by laps like that. So
yeah,
just curious if they are fighting other cars at the moment.
There is a lot of heavy traffic.
Yeah,
it seems there's gaggles of cars everywhere. There's not really one sole car racing by themselves.
Speaking of, there's 3 cars about to go. Is there going to be a move into that chicane? No. Probably for the best. I'll see if we can spot our leaders and see if we can figure out if that is an issue. They're back on pace. 22.7, 22.8. Back where you want to be.
Who's
perfect
on the stream as well as we sit at the corkscrew, the exit of Rib Bend. Drivers just filing through back onto the back straight. Those lights are beaming down on the circuit now. So we're gonna keep you in the loop. We'll try and figure out who's where. Obviously, we've got the advantage of seeing within the commentary gantry the second half of the track. What's happening around there is we just actually pan to it now. That's all that we can see. So we'll bring you that action, and then with the stream, we'll bring you what's happening at the back end of the circuit, Rib Bend, the corkscrew, and the back straight, as best as we can.
Yes, we will continue delivering any stories that we can and we may see on track. Oh, as there's gravel, is there a cart off? It is. I have seen that cart off at least 3 times this race.
We'll figure out who that is. There is a curb warning for the number 6.
Number 6, which is Mars Shelby squad again, just after their black flag. Probably not what you want to see.
Oh, it's been restarted. The car that went off at the hairpin, it's been restarted. You could just see it very, very faintly.
Yeah, just about. Probably not having the best in. Once you go off once, it's easy to just kind of lose concentration and just lose that confidence, and then you end up having a few off. So I do sympathise with whoever's in that cart.
Yeah, agreed. Ooh, it's really beginning to get dark. I'm feeling a bit sleepy myself.
Sunset usually about 20 to 10, so we're half an hour into it now, so it's going to get really dark on the circuit. You can see on that side towards, I don't know what, I don't have a compass on me, but that is still quite bright. As you're going onto the back straight, you're probably still seeing a bit of light. After that, it's very, very dark. Sorry. Oh, look at that for Kegel of 5 carts there. 3 wide into Rib Bend as we cut away, coming up into the corkscrew. Are they going to go 3 wide again? No.
The fluorescent pink car there, really getting its elbows out as we...
I think one of those protagonists in that was our spinner from a couple of laps ago as well. He's having the fight of his life at the moment.
We're going to get a little... we're going to go back to this battle now as they come down the back straight. Let's get eyes on it as they come past our commentary gantry here. Let's see them move. Very luminous board there at the front, but no move is made. Very late braking though, as it's a Nottingham car at the back as well.
A D&H car, one of Chris Thompson's teams, in the middle, and at the front, I think it looks like a bit of a Liverpool Bigfoot when I saw it for a second. I could be completely wrong if I had to guess though.
You can just see it on the stream coming now at the bottom of your screen. Them 3 cars, we can see them coming through the next hairpin, single file. Not much squabbling going on between the 3. Although one of them does tuck into the wheel tracks of the other. Now they're going to come down the main straight. You could just see it in the centre of your screen towards the right, coming down the dogleg.
It is cart number 27
and 7. So that will be the X's Icons and the 27 car.
27 is the
is that your car?
Yeah,
it's
the 27 car.
I'm not going to cheat.
You've got to warn me. I don't know the 27 car until you've got to give me a warning. I do not want to get caught up like that.
They're 20 laps back, so that will be I presume, a lap situation. I'm just it is a case of that. The 7 is 6 laps behind the leaders, whereas the 27 car is 20 laps behind the leaders. But we cut away from that battle now. The 41 and 20 just going in.
We're cutting away to a different battle. That's Brumdog Millionaire in the middle of that pack, probably slicing through traffic. Jack Finch, very professional driver, rarely gets any penalties. Really, really good driving from him at the moment. Trying to bring Brumdog back into that podium fight, and they are currently one of the quickest karts on the circuit at the moment.
Wow.
So Baguette are going even quicker somehow, but them 2 are the quickest karts on the circuit, Brumdog and Baguette, as far as my eyes can see. I'll say that as Imperial B puts a slightly better lap in.
Well, everyone's sitting kind of at the 122.6s, 122.7s.
Yeah, in the top 10 you need to be mid 120 to low 122s, 100%. Oh, look at that! That's going 3 wide into the chicane.
That's the battle we were looking at before.
Oh, that is the same battle it is.
Resquabbles, the hand comes up. We just missed it on the screen.
I thought it sorted itself out, but clearly not. The drivers are not happy to just tuck in behind for now.
Contact warning just came out for the 43 car of country. Their races began to
Black
unravel.
flag, as you say that. X's Icons. You know where they were?
Yep.
They were in that 3 car pack we were on about.
Yep. So we'll see what they've been black flagged for.
I can have a guess.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Oh no, from P15 as well, so a pretty good position.
Yeah, they'll lose a lot of time.
Yeah, they could. There's a few cars just 1 lap behind. They could end up in 18th, 19th there, just to show you how not worth it is to go for an advantage by contact. Stick him the wheel tracks and try and make a clean move. A black flag can cost you. I can promise you that. I had 1 or 2 of those in my day.
I'm happy to say, touch wood, for today's event, that I've never had one myself.
We've had T-side, less sure, but I'm trying to think with Team Sport.
Oh, Team Sport.
Yeah, I've had a black flag.
Okay, we have had a few of them in my time, actually.
Yeah. Oh. Preston track actually quite a highlight, especially a couple of years before it turned all electric and it had half its tracks cut out. It was a great track.
That was a brilliant track.
Yeah,
on a T-side, the old Preston track, and maybe GYG for me.
I love GYG.
GYG is an amazing.
My first ever overall sprints podium as well, so I can't definitely have to shout out GYG as a track.
That number 7 car has now come in to serve its black flag penalty. So we'll see. We've also got the 23
where they
car,
end up.
the Portsmouth car in
the pits.
Pit road.
Very, very creative name there, Portsmouth. I wonder what uni they're from. Yeah, no nonsense, just in there. Who are you? We are Portsmouth. To be fair, love that from a commentary box. I can easily tell you what university they are, so that's perfect for me.
Well, they're just pretending to be Portsmouth.
Yeah, imagine they're actually Cambridge.
Like Glasgow, maybe.
Oh, I'm getting shown new tricks
Jacob
every
has
second
just
in
shown
this commentary box.
We are now able to
Jacob
pinpoint-
Harris, a very, very experienced commentator and runner of BUKC events, teaching me a lot at the moment. That is very useful. I'm definitely going to use that to switch behind later on in the stream as I get up the live timings back. Icons, they haven't lost a position yet for their black flag, so they may get away with it.
No, I think we'll have to wait for them to return to track.
We will. Crazy, I'm looking at Coventry just behind them in 16th. Bear in mind, when I came into this commentary box, I think they were 4th.
Yep.
Crazy how much your fortunes can turn in such a short period of time. Absolutely mental. As Coventry to be fair, have finally made a position. As Brumbacart get a curb warning. Probably for the chicane curb, because I've seen them go off there a few times.
They've had a few excursions, haven't they? Whilst we've been on stream. Brumbacart, one of the most mentioned cars on circuit. Since I've been on.
All publicity is good publicity. As the number 1 goes for a move into that flat chicane, Jack Finch, what a move. Sadly, we missed it on stream, but that was an absolutely awesome move. Brumdog Millionaire is not messing about. They are here to fight back for that podium. They gained half a second last lap on TSK-Motorsport, and they are really putting the hammer down to try and catch them up.
We just begin. Track action has kind of not begun to die down, but drivers are just gapping themselves, finding some space on track. Although there is a move happening here as they come through the dogleg. Hopefully we'll catch it on stream, but I'm just trying to see
I can't see it.
As they go side by
I
side.
see
It's
it.
the
I see
number
the
3
hairpin.
and
Is
the
that the
number
one?
34. We're going to see him come through the D chicane now on your stream. They're the 2 closest cars we've seen for a couple of minutes now. The 34 being...
And the 3? Who is the 3?
Ex-Swansea team.
Brumbacart,
Racing Brumbacart.
There again, they're getting a mention every couple of minutes. Like I said, all publicity is good publicity for them. They're constantly on.
We've had a massive train just race through the D chicane that you're going to see on the stream in a second, coming through the fast left-hander down towards Rib Bend. 7 or 8 cars. Coming down.
Right. Do you want me to switch back to lifetime, and I'll quickly do that. Back on.
Another penalty just coming out for curbs for the 30. Never overtake Sheffield.
No, come on, Sheffield. What are you doing? Stay off the curbs, Zach. He's from Larkhall, and he does say you've got to take a lot of curbs there, so he's taken a bit from his Larkhall experience, unfortunately. I'll be sure to give him a telling off once I get back out of the comms box. We can't get any penalties. There's quite a big battle going on at Rib Bend.
Quite a few cars coming through.
Yeah. And I think, I hate to say, I think our cart lost. Oh, our cart, my cart in Never Overtook Sheffield lost out because they were with the commentary. Our cart. And speaking of, lost a position to Senna Squadron there. Yeah.
Senna Squadron really beginning to step up their pace. Their last lap
22.9.
22.9.
But with all the overtakes in, including overtaking the number 30 car, I've never overtake Sheffield.
Well, the weird thing is, the top 10 right now, the slowest car in the top 10 on the last lap, the lap dancers, the first place car, a 1:23.2. Still a fast lap.
Oh, is somebody coming in the pits?
Huh?
Well, we've got eyes on the pits at the moment on the stream,
bay.
so I imagine somebody's about to come in. Oh,
we could just see someone hop over there.
Somebody hop over. Very eager to help their team.
I wonder who that was. Really desperate to get their
I'm
car
not sure who it
pitted.
was. We can check who's in the pits, actually, because there's only one car in the pits, so that's good. It's DM Useless.
He wasn't useless there, I'll say that.
Yeah, he was really helping out. as they get onto the fuel bars. Oh, the driver looks a bit... he's just a bit tired. He's had a long stint. Like I said, he can be very physical. Oh, okay.
Okay, he's fine.
He's okay.
Oh.
He's doing a bit of a dance. Oh, he's T-posing.
What is going on there?
Maybe he was just doing some stretches.
He's getting a bit of a talking to now
Yeah,
from the marshal.
Probably just asking if he's okay.
So we just watched what's going on here with.
They're going to go into the barrier. Yep, they need to turn the cart around. Good job picking it up from the front.
This
Good
is
idea.
not. This is not how you want a pit stop to go.
No, probably not. Especially when you're in 44th. Unfortunately for them, but I don't think that driver's going to be able to continue. At least from
I don't know
from his foot movement over there.
The 43 car. No, that's the same. Oh no, it isn't. It's the Coventry R car with another contact warning.
Well, they were in that big car track, big pack of 5. As another cart's in.
No, that's the same one. We're still watching DMU Useless.
Oh, is that still DMU Useless? Ah, sorry.
Doing a driver change.
They're getting a new driver in. Quite a nice lid, it looks like. I can see a Union Jack on the top of it. Not exactly sure who for sure. Oh, is the driver... The same driver's not going out again? Surely not. Oh, no, he's not. Okay. I was going to say, if you're coming off wobbling about, I would not trust you going back in the car. I think he's done the right thing there by going out. Trying to get those engines on. Turn the switch on. I don't think it switches on as we get in a marshal to help out. Can be a bit finicky, those engines, if you're not used to turning them on.
But he's back on the way.
Finally on
circuit. This for a couple of minutes
Curious to see what that pit stop time was. Won't see it for another lap, will they? Because they don't go over the timing screen.
Bucky, welcome to the stream, saying, go on, the Swans boys. Presumably Swansea. There's quite a few Swansea teams.
There's a graduate Swansea team, who I won't say the full name. We'll just go with ex-Swansea.
The 34 ex-Swansea car. There was a yellow.
They were, again, first hour, in the top 3.
A lot of cars have been in and around that top, including myself. Which I'm very proud. I'm very proud of personally, but we've dropped back down. But a lot of cars rotating in and out of that top 3, in and out of that top 10. 14 hours to go. Still plenty to play for.
Definitely plenty of time. I'm still not sure. I think I genuinely think all that top 10 could change by the end of the race, and you could have the kart in 10th, currently communism, end up winning the race. You really never know. 4 laps is not a lot. It's really not. When you think about you've done, how many laps are they on now? 422. 4 laps is less than 1% of that.
Damn.
So, still definitely make upable.
Exactly. Ooh, we apologise if the commentary's just being a bit in and out at the moment. There is on-track action. It's brilliant.
Well, speaking of on-track action, look at that 5-car pack over there with Sheffield at the rear of it.
It's hard to decipher who's in what pack, but there is some brilliant lap battles going on here.
I wonder if we're going to start seeing any of the big fat LEDs turn on soon. We saw the googly eyes, but I've not seen many more, which...
One thing I can see, your number 30 car is right up on the back of the 8 car. Battle for 8th place, Centre Squadron, and never overtake Sheffield. We'll have to see if a move, actually. We'll keep an eye out on stream, we'll keep an eye out on track, because that is a battle for position.
In a battle of 5, I'd be slightly nervous. I'll be honest, I am slightly nervous right now looking at that.
There's a gap of just 0.4.
Yeah. I'll tell you when they come in shot on the straight. Luckily for being in the team, I've got an idea of who's on track.
So we'll have to see how that unfolds. They are about...
There you go. Can you see that car, that track of 5?
I very much can.
Oh, which Sheffield's going to get... Oh, he's stuck behind a back marker there.
They're saying that. We have a look as our view just gets impaired. No move yet. Right behind him on the bumper now. Set up and move into dogleg. Brake early. Get the traction.
Good move.
Great move
Good
there.
Move by Zach
number 30. Brilliant move there.
Brilliant.
As they will move up into 8th place. You'll just see... You just see him racing through now on your screens past the timing tower, and that is the 30 car.
Great racing, that's what we like to see. And I wouldn't say that's the end of it, because they're in a pack of 5.
Brumdog Millionaire in 5th place has just got a contact warning.
Oh. Jack Finch out in that, let's see how he goes.
We don't know why just yet. But that was the closest battle on track that we just seen. The 30 car will now be hoping to extend its advantage.
I think they'll be hoping to get through the pack, really, because they're still in a pack of 5, so I still think the fighting's not going to stop there, to be honest.
He was 8 tenths faster than the Centre Squadron car on that previous lap. So a good chance to create a gap. Apart from that,
Look
I'm
at that.
not
There they are.
seeing.
Yeah, apart from that, I don't really see many close battles as, unfortunately, maybe fortunately for the viewers, I think my time in the commentary booth is about to end.
It's been
As I'm about to hand over to, I think, Zed Barisha. It's been a pleasure being on.
It's
and
lovely
thank
having you,
so
Adam.
much.
Enjoy your flight.
Yep.
You'll be in another country by the time this race is finished, but let's hope you keep
In
an
another
eye on
time zone, but let's. I'll make sure I keep on track of the action.
it. Have a lovely have a lovely flight.
Thank you.
Hear me? Yeah, I know I can't hear that. So I'm about to be joined by another co-commentator as I'm on for my final 2 hours. It's been a long haul, but Zev Barisha is about to join us. How are you, my friend?
Good. Just come back from an hour stint. That was 2.5 hours for me in the cart so far. Can't feel my back, can't feel my legs, can't feel my hands. But we move.
Who are you driving for?
Royal Holloway.
Royal Holloway. Do you just want to give us a little rundown of how your races go? What number especially are you at the moment?
So I haven't actually checked the live timings in a couple of hours.
Okay.
I believe we are towards the back.
Okay.
So we were in the group that was absolutely destroyed by the rain in qualifying. The one qualifying
So are
group.
we.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
the 27 car.
so we had that going for us. We started the race in 44th. Then we had our absolute prodigy, Adam Harding, take us from 44th up to 12th in his first stint. And then we went out for our second stint, had an accident on lap 1, and then a mechanical, which took us back down. But we've been making steady progress, slowly. Look, we were saying with the team, we're here to have fun, enjoy ourselves, and try to finish.
Well, I think that's everybody's aim in an event like this, especially as you say, you had a brilliant start. So did we, ironically. I think we went from P41 to P14, and then we were up in the top with me on track. I think we were up in the top 5. We were getting quite lucky. I went to try and have a little sleep, woke back up. We're in P41 after a couple of mechanicals. So yeah, it's really the tale of everybody's race here. You know, you can have ups and downs. The lap dancers in first place right now may be first now, but we never know, as we're just about to hit 14 hours on the dot. You never know what's going to happen.
No, absolutely not. We were at one point being given false hope. We thought we were making progress, and then we had to pit again. So it's currently that stage of the race. For those of you who watch endurance racing, where some have pitted, some have had mechanicals, some haven't. Those who are having longer stints will be up. Those who have more drivers, I know Imperial had a good few. They're going to be a bit further down the order, but I guess slowly the order will come back to us, and we'll be able to figure out sort of the ending order towards the end in the next couple of hours.
14 hours, we're into 13 hours, 59 minutes and 53 seconds left. Let's give you a rundown of the top 10 at this landmark time. In the lead, the 15 of lap dancers, 1 lap behind the 20 car of Paul Go-Kartney. Third place, the 42 of Rexy Racing, been electric, by the way, the whole time I've been on. Fourth place, the 47 of BUKC Motorsport. Fifth place, the number 1 car of Brumdog Millionaire, who've had a couple of issues with black flags and mechanicals. The 6th place car, 25 Imperial B, have risen up almost silently, but 7th place, 3 tenths behind, is the 14 car of Gaslight Gatekeep and Go Fast. 8th place, 30 car of Never Overtake Sheffield. If you were with us in the last hour, Adam was rooting for them. 9th place, the number 8 car of Cedar Squadron. Them two are still squabbling over position, and 1 lap behind, who are actually in the pit lane right now, is the 41 car of Communism, as we just get the 8 car, which is the Cedar Squadron, aforementioned, getting another warning for contact. So, in the next 2 hours, you're going to be treated to a plethora of things, really. I believe there's a bedtime story.
There is a bedtime story, yes. We need to start getting ready for people to go to bed. We are just approaching 10:30 now. We have approached 10:30. I've had a small nap, so I will be awake through the graveyard shift.
I am due for the graveyard shift. I had 3 hours to get a nap, and I couldn't get to sleep.
No, what we've done is we've set up an air mattress in the back of our car, and we've had to sort of deflate one side of it. So we had a little makeshift bed going there. It was not the comfiest thing, I will say, though.
Yeah, well, you know, you have to. It's almost like survival of the fittest here. When you're not on track, you've really got to keep yourself safe, because everybody out on this grass back here are doing a fantastic job, staying awake, keeping their drivers safe, keeping them alert, with all the information that they need. You've got everyone here in the commentary box doing their job fantastically, as well as the marshals out on track, as we do just have a car getting its engine restarted, the number 2 at the left-hand hairpin. Our viewers on here obviously can't see that, as we're on the back straight view at the moment. I don't know, there are just yellows illuminated, but they've gone now because the number 2
he has gotten back on track just about now, yes. So he will have dropped a couple of positions there, I believe. The beauty of endurance racing.
You never know what's going to happen, do you?
That is just coming down the front straight now, the number 14 Bigfoot. Okay, well, it is at this point of the day where I would say I am biased as well. Unfortunately, I cannot be, because we had a bit of struggle with our nose cone. So we made it to Middlesbrough at 5:30 yesterday, so we couldn't actually pick up our nose cone to do it up properly. We had to get it just before practice started this morning. And without a heat gun, without anything, we kind of just had to stick it on there as best we could. So while I would usually say that the Royal Holloway cart does have the best nose cone, which we don't. Ours is more minimalistic. We have our sponsors on there, but ours is a bit more minimalistic. I saw that car. I think they're coming down the smaller hairpin now. The neon, yes, there they are.
Oh, it's a sight to behold. You're going to see it on the stream here, just coming
there
into the bottom left corner.
Love that.
Just about to be overtaken. Nope, holds his position
holds
very nicely.
It well.
Takes just to interject quickly, that battle between the 14 and the 25 cars, that is Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast, and the Imperial B. That there has been an overtake. The 14 has got ahead of the 25. We are now looking at the mechanical. That
he
does not look like a healthy driver. Does it?
No, that does not look good at all. That is the Reading team. I still have trouble reading the 51 cart. Ooh, he does not look in a good way.
A lot of pain.
Right.
It's not something you want to see, really.
No.
Let's hope he's fit and well.
Let's hope he's okay. Let's see what happens after the fuel stop. There go his team. 2 change drivers. I wonder what happened there. If he maybe got injured, if his foot got run over, pushing his cart from the weighbridge to...
Quite possibly, but
they've had a little accident there as well with the
they're doing a nice change there. They're just cracking on, letting him just recuperate, and then they'll check on their driver, hopefully, as the 51 gets back on the way. So that's what we're seeing on the screen at the moment. In terms of on track, I can't pinpoint anything exact. There is a car around there at Rib Bend who's getting his engine redone. I believe that's someone we've had off before. I recognise the helmet. I think that might be the 3-car bumper cart who have gone round. But we'll confirm that as soon as we can.
Are we up now? So as we come back now, 13 hours 51 minutes to go. There goes my favourite cart of the night, the blue-eyed demon, as we called it in the pits, in our little gazebo that we've set up. That was a last-minute decision as well from President Alex Boxer. With about 5 minutes before he was going to set off, he just asked us in the WhatsApp, should I bring a gazebo? And that turned out to be the best decision we made all weekend.
Fantastic. I think teams have got all set up across the grass bank, all in the car park. Really needed, aren't they?
Yeah, we've taken out the first sort of slot of the car park at the very front. We've kind of locked that out at the beginning.
Very nice. Well, and you arrived at 5 p.m. on Friday. That's very impressive that you managed to secure. Oh, someone arrived early, I presume.
Yeah.
We had one of our drivers show up at 9 a.m. on the Friday to come and secure his spot. The dedication to this race is unreal from some drivers.
Of course.
Some drivers will just race injured if they have to keep their team in with the fight.
Yeah, during my stint, I actually started bleeding.
You started
towards
bleeding?
that, yes. So just on the right-hand side of the fuel tank, there is just a little pin that usually is covered by a nut, but our one for some reason was uncovered either from a bump or something on track. And down towards the first sector, the first hard braking zone of the lap, the really, really bumpy section, for those of you watching at home, that bit is absolutely horrible on the body, the back, and especially the legs hitting the fuel tank. So I actually ripped my race suit down there and ended up bleeding a little bit, but beauty of endurance racing, isn't it?
Exactly. I've got bruises on both sides of my legs from the fuel tank, and rib bends especially, because you have got to take that if you want. You don't want to damage the car. No, you kind of want to moderate how much you use that, but when you're in a battle with someone, it is worth taking. It is worth speeding yourself up. But I wouldn't advise doing it often, because you do pay the price, and we've seen many drivers pay the price today for using that. In terms of who's just in the pits now, the 45 car of Chick Flicks and the 48 car of the 48 car of Guan Yu Zhou.
The Guan Yu Zhou
expired.
card. Well,
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what we'll call it on the T-side live stream.
They're in the pits.
They are in the
Yuki
pits.
Spinoda, another F1 themed name, are also in the box as it stands. The racing is just beginning to settle down. I'll keep an eye out for anything that's happening for you guys listening on the bank, around the track, and on the stream. Obviously, you get a great view at the moment of drivers going around the circuit. In terms of direct names, Adam was a professional with knowing who was on track at what time. I am a bit more clueless. I can only give you the names of the Yukon drivers. So
Same with me and Royal Holloway.
Okay, Royal Holloway and Yukon, you'll get special treatment.
We'll get the special treatment, yes.
Next hour and a half. We're not gonna be biased. You have to be neutral as commentators, but in terms of names, yes, we will be biased on that. So anybody else who is hoping for a name drop, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry.
Well, we still do welcome people to come up to the commentary box for an interview. If you do want to be mentioned, if you are just about to start your stint, feel free to drop by. We'll have a small chat.
If you want to give us a list of who's on when, that might be. We can decorate. No, we can't. We have to see what's happening.
Having said that, though, we have altered our race strategy about 14 times over the course of the day. So we had one of our drivers unfortunately struggled just a little bit towards the end of her stint. And then obviously people wanting to sleep and all that. So we've changed our strategy a good couple of times. So while we do understand that, if you do want to come give us a list, we are in the little hut just by the big digipod.
Yes, where we just see the 25 car
with a contact warning.
Imperial B getting a warning for contact. But yes, if you want to come up, tell us your story, tell us what you're doing during this event, when you're on, how your race is going, feel free. Other than that, it's a bit of a long haul. I agree with you with the changed stint plans. I was due to be leaving this actually a bit earlier, but I'm now racing at 1 AM. I don't know when I'm going to sleep, which is why...
Neither do I.
Double shot espresso.
Double shot espresso. I have completely lost count of how much protein I have had over the last couple of hours. Our strategy document that we shared with the team on page number 1 showed the directions to McDonald's. Even before our race strategy, the most important, of course, at a BUKC race, where is the closest McDonald's?
I don't know. There's two. There's two in very close proximity.
We went to the one by the roundabout.
Boom.
That's the one.
Yeah,
that's
that's very close actually. Yeah. Well, I just usually reroute myself to the nearest Starbucks to get more caffeine in my system. This is not an advertisement.
As we are shamelessly plugging big drinks companies, there is a little battle. There are sort of pockets of battles happening all over the track. We did see a small battle between Communism and the Swansea team.
The ex-Swansea team.
The ex-Swansea team.
We've had this issue. There is also Imperial B are still keeping within the coattails of Gaslight Gatekeep Go Fast, so we'll keep an eye on how that battle's unfolding. Those of you watching at home, we understand it's getting a bit difficult to see on the stream now. The camera team are doing their best effort. They're doing so well to bring the stream to you today, but the lights are beginning to just affect, especially my vision about which drivers are where. So we'll do our best to give you what we can.
We will do our best.
Well, you're also getting a bedtime story, so I don't want to hear any complaints.
That's coming in about 13 minutes or so.
Do we have? I don't know. What is the bedtime? I'm so worried.
So what I think has happened here is I think Jacob has purposefully left that vague.
Okay.
So I think it's up to us to create these bedtime stories.
Okay.
I think we should do one each.
I've got to create a bedtime story.
We'll create a bedtime story.
Oh no. Someone's going to see this in my portfolio in a few years and be like, what on earth? Oh no. Okay. Whilst we get our creative juices flowing, we'll table that for now. We'll think long and hard. I don't know what I'm going to say.
Neither do I, but we do need to give our viewers something, especially as we are over the tannoys on the track. So
oh no.
everyone from Eastland and Royal Holloway will be hearing us. We are right under the tannoy, so I will text the team. If nobody replies within about 5 minutes, we'll assume that we succeeded in our job.
It could be worse. I've seen a few of our previous commentators try to do a Mexican wave. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to make you do a Mexican wave today. I don't think any of them are actually listening or looking.
No, they're all concentrated. We see some guys on the radios.
So, anyway, well, we should probably be concentrating on the race.
We should be concentrating on the race.
As we said, it's a bit difficult to see what's going on. Even then, I only got a brief glimpse of the 37 car. You've got cars coming through the D chicane right now. It's a beauty, that camera shot. An absolute beauty.
It's there was one shot that they've been doing sort of towards the S's just as you come off the back straight, reminiscent of that shot just by swimming pool in Monaco.
Yes.
That is a beautiful shot.
I've got to say as well, there's very little yellow flag action to talk about.
It has gone quiet. We've seen this last couple of hours. There seems to be about 20 to 30 minutes of silence as people settle into their roles and positions. There are a few pockets of drivers that are sort of close together, but I think as the temperature reduces, as the sky gets darker, we're now approaching the end of dusk, I think people are starting to take it a little bit more cautious, yes.
Well, I am due out within the next 2 hours, and I think that's going to be my strategy. I'm not willing to go as hard.
And there goes on the pit straight our driver, Adam Harding. We don't know any other driver names, so that's all.
I don't even know who's out for the 26. I know who's out for the 27. That's Greg King. He begged me for a shout out. So, yeah, he's out at the moment doing a double shift, which a lot of drivers will be doing. So fair play to him, because I came off after my first shift and I was dying. So drivers doing the double shift, hats off to you. You're putting in a lot of work for your team. But yeah, we're just waiting for more battles to develop. Imperial B, that battle is now ended because they've gone into the pit lane. There was a driver.
There's a little spin there.
Yeah,
is that
just small spin.
Could that be our driver?
We're gonna watch him come. You're gonna watch him
tell.
come through now. It was this white car, which was the 18. The 18 car of. We thought this was a sprint. So they spun it on the exit of that hairpin. You can just see the first hairpin in shot right now. Just a small spin.
Just a small one.
Major.
Just a small one.
Other than that, well, we got to the lap count now. 440 laps we have completed.
Incredible. These carts are holding up. We have entered the now first hour of the mechanicals, so we should see the order come back to us a little bit.
Agreed.
There will be carts coming in, of course. When you are going in for your unscheduled mechanical, you're not allowed to switch driver, you're not allowed to refuel.
Nope.
It is literally in and out.
Yep.
So teams will have to make of that what they will. If that means picking up a double stint or a slightly longer one, it would have to do so, I guess.
Talking about scheduled mechanicals, Rexy Racing have now just put themselves into the pit lane, your third place driver. So we'll see where they cycle back out. Other than that, it's hard to tell what's happening, and I believe you've got something for us.
I've been given our first bedtime story from Jacob. So as we now are sort of coming to, we've got 13 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yeah.
The battles have eased up. We've not seen any any big overtakes, no big moves. So I think we can give you a little bedtime story. So, ladies and gentlemen, up and down the paddock, and to all of you watching at home, this story is called The Kingdom of Kartlantis. Once upon a midnight pit stop, in a realm where go-karts ruled and energy drinks flowed like enchanted potions, a grand race was held to decide the future of the mystical track kingdom of BUKC. At the front of the grid stood the lap dancers, a noble house known for their seductive oversteering and sensual apex lines. They were chased by the mighty bard Paul Gokartney, who once sang his way through Eau Rouge backwards. In third place, the wild beasts of Rexy Racing, roaring their cart, powered by prehistoric vibes and Tyrannosaurus talk. Meanwhile, the brave French resistance of Baguette Motorsports carved corners like fresh pastry, fighting for their right to Le Podium. Not far behind, Brumdog Millionaire skidding through fate itself, their tyres screeching with the sound of budget glory and last-minute pit calls. But danger lurked in the midfield. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Go Fast had a strategy so complicated and confusing, not even their own team understood it. While Never Overtake Sheffield ironically dive-bombed into turn 3 like it was personal. Down in the lower realms, chaos brewed. Team OC, we will call it. Is there a name that we've been given?
I'm not sure.
We'll call them Team OC, a Top Gear reference. I believe they do have a nose cone of Jeremy Clarkson on the front of their cart. Team OC lived up to their name, spinning in synchronized fashion with Spin and Tonic, insisting their cart ran better after 3 gin laps. Instead of calling their drivers into the pits, they just yell speed and power down the front straight. Woo's Your Daddy battled honorably with the Guan Yu Zhou team, whose strategy involved baked goods, belly laughs, and an aerodynamic sausage roll taped to the nose cone. On a noble quest to fix their suspension with sheer sarcasm, De Montfort DM Useless wandered the circuit like forgotten wizards of understeer. What have we been calling this team?
Yeah,
in the
that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah.
And then there was the two girls, one Piston Cup, locking in eternal rivalry with PodHub, where every pit stop turned into a podcast. Further back, we thought this was a sprint. We're 17 hours deep into their existential crisis, while I still have trouble. Reading mistook their pit board for a Sudoku puzzle and accidentally set a fastest lap. In the darkest depths of the table, what are we calling?
Going bad.
Going bad received curb warnings for Breaking Bad indeed, while Jack Doohan's inspired team got a black flag for just existing. Dear God. But the greatest mystery was France Herman from Wish, a team that mysteriously appeared mid-race, drove backwards through Sector 2, and still overtook Edinburgh B using only vibes. And as the moon rose over BUKC, the great kingdom of karts quietened for now. Because while the engines sleep, the legends live on, especially the one about the team that set the fastest lap and then immediately hit a barrier while celebrating. Good night.
Wow. Wow. Applause. Applause. Joe and Harding, you saw the vision. That was a ChatGPT story. Wow.
Dear
that
God.
was brilliant.
Dear
I hope everyone's
God.
beginning to just relax themselves and begin to fall asleep. We have got an important message. This stream alone will be ending at 11 o'clock, but you can still catch the action on the stream on the exact same channel. That'll be restarting for the next 11 hours. So please join us on that. We will still be covering as normal, but that'll be within the next 4 minutes. So a lovely bedtime story to close out this portion. We got our first service. The 47 and the 15 cars have been called in. That is the lap dancers, the leaders, have been called in for their service, as well as BUKC Motorsport, who are in 3rd place. Wow. Okay. That is a good couple of drivers to bring in.
So let's see. That shouldn't affect the order too much. Maybe it will temporarily. Until the Paul Gokartney team get called into the pits.
Another sorry to
No, go ahead,
interject.
go ahead.
The 31 car, I saw a couple of laps ago, I believe, showed a penalty or it showed a black flag. There was a message flashing. If we could just get yes, it was a black flag for Franz Hermann from Wish, who seemingly got that using vibes, as the bedtime story suggested. No, seriously, they got a black flag. So they would have taken a severe hit. They are still in the box.
Yes.
So we're just going to begin to close out the stream now. We are moving to a different stream on the same channel. So if you want to join us on that, please do in the next couple of minutes. Otherwise, thank you. We'll see you in a couple of minutes if you do rejoin the stream, and let's hope for a good rest of the race.
Thank you.